Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
The shadows deepen.
We must hold.
The end approaches.
Prologue. They made him indestructible. And that was their first mistake. Now, the gods sat in silence, terrified of their own creation, asking the impossible. How do you kill a weapon that you designed to live forever? He was no longer just the messenger. He was a god in his own right, a title he had carved out of bone and blood. He was vicious. The gods watched from above as he tore through his enemies, treating powerful warriors like fragile toys, leaving a wake of chaos that unsettled even the lords of war. He was captivating. A beautiful nightmare. His face rivaled the divine perfection of the gods themselves, and he wielded that allure like a blade. He was ruthless. And he was growing stronger. Every day, his power swelled, becoming a tide too high for the heavens to hold. It wasn't a secret that they had used him, stolen his youth to forge a tool. Now, the tool had turned. Around the glass table, the silence was heavy, suffocating. Finally, Alston, the goddess of war, shattered it. Something must be done immediately. He is ending hundreds of innocent lives by the minute. Eccles, the god of intellect, shook his head, his voice heavy with regret. We cannot do a thing. We ensured that the moment we made him unkillable. And whose bright idea was that? Fate spoke. The room froze. Fate rarely spoke. But his words struck like law. I swear, something terrible will happen to us if we do not find a way to stop him. The boy had mastered war. He had mastered instinct. He had mastered intelligence. But there was one god in the room whose lessons he had never needed. All eyes turned to Luna. Mother Moon. You're the only one with powers he wasn't trained with, Fate said, walking toward her with a dangerous glint in his eye. Mother Luna, what is the one thing you give your children that none of us can give? Luna's melodic voice echoed, sharp and proud. A mate. A gasp ripped through the room. Fate took her hand, his voice dropping to a whisper. I can give a lover, and I can take one away. But you give hope. Luna pulled back, eyes flashing wild. Hope for someone to cherish. To trust. But what of it? The boy has nobody, Fate pressed. He is too free. We need to tether him. Send a warrior. Alston yelled. No, a detached girl to make him pine. Eccles countered. No. Fate silenced them with a raised hand. She will not be a warrior. She will be gentle like the autumn breeze, catching him off guard. She will be stubborn, brave enough to defend herself, and she will force him to touch the ground and learn humility. Fate turned his gaze to Alston. She will be beautiful, but not the kind he is used to. She will tame his whole being, power, spirit, soul, and heart. The room fell deadly silent. Will she be his undoing? Someone whispered. Can you do it, Mother Luna? Fate challenged. Luna didn't answer with words. She smirked. The sun suddenly vanished. The moon claimed the sky. Mist curled around her fingers as she chanted, her voice weaving ancient magic. Crimson essence, divine blood, flowed from her palm. Then, a gasp from the gods. Blue essence appeared. It's the boy's blood. What are you doing? Fate shouted, alarmed by the madness in her eyes. Luna ignored him. She forced the red and blue to clash, merging them into a violent, violet light that pulsed with life. The drops vanished into the air, the spell cast. The gods stared, horrified. What did you do? Luna smiled, wide and wild. Behold, she whispered. The birth of Viva Grey. Chapter 1. He's looking at us. I know. I don't like him looking at us. I snorted at my wolf. And what do you want me to do about it? Claw his eyes out. I rolled my eyes at my wolf. My hands gripped the armrests tightly as we passed through another pocket of turbulence, my knuckles turning pale from the force. I had no problem flying, but since my wolf hated being off the ground, it was extremely easy to agitate her. Being connected meant I was well in tune with her. She had been eyeing passengers on the plane ever since we boarded and hadn't stopped trying to convince me to claw at anyone's face. Calm down, we've only got a few minutes left before we can get out of this plane. I'm not going to claw his eyes out just because he's looking at us. I could feel her mirth and excitement at the concept of solid ground. She settled down without another word. I opened the blinds of the window next to me and tried to make something out of the view, but we were still too high off the ground. My thoughts went back to the reason behind my trip. A few years back, werewolf territories began suffering trespassers from an unknown pack. It wasn't until these wolves started attacking and taking members that the alphas realized the invasion wasn't random. Packs were being hunted down and scavenged one at a time, spanning from one side of the world to the other. Whoever led the attack was mysterious. At first, fingers were pointed at one another, but soon it became clear that no one was safe. The wolves moved faster than light and were stronger than alphas. They would linger and wait for an order before attacking. The packs prepared as much as they could, but they would always end up defeated. What was the reason behind these assaults? That was the million-dollar question. These wolves appeared out of nowhere and disappeared as they pleased. They took everything they wanted and attacked like a trained hunting pack, yet they seemed to be just ordinary members. Who was in charge of them? We suspected that no one wanted to lay their cards on the table and risk their lives if he heard. My pack seemed to be next on the hit list. My parents decided to send me to my cousin Lily, who was from the Cusco pack. A lot of members in the pack had done the same with their daughters, perceiving that most of those taken were young women. Surprisingly, some of those who had been abducted returned unharmed and unaware of their whereabouts. My parents were supposed to be with me, but my mom got sick. Dad, being the overprotective mate that he is, kept her in their room after cleaning the house excessively one day, saying he wasn't going to risk her getting worse, even though she was barely sniffing. She bared her teeth at him for that. Dad wasn't worried that they would try to take Mom. She was mated, after all, and older than the girls usually taken. Being away from my parents made me anxious, but I knew that they could take care of themselves. When this whole mess was over, I would be reunited with them back home in no time. Who was I anyway? I'd probably just get returned. One thing was certain, whoever was behind this mayhem wasn't joking around. They wanted something, and by the way things were leading up, they seemed to be getting it. A brown-haired woman was running at me with open arms. I wasn't the type to avoid physical contact, but when you were on a plane sitting for such long hours, you tended to feel gross and unhygienic. That was me at the moment. "Hey Lily," I said as I hugged her, aware that I was somewhat trying to keep distance, but because she was squeezing me so hard, it was unavoidable. "Wow, you've gotten big since I've seen you," she exclaimed, surprised. Because that was something every girl would want to hear. I rolled my eyes at the thought. Lily was 9 years older than me. She had manageable long brown locks that fell in soft waves around her oval-shaped face. Her sharp, high brows gave the impression that she was easily surprised, and her small lashes framed her dark brown eyes. Additionally, the crinkled lines on the corners of her eyes made her look younger, but her full cheeks were not helping. At 5'5", she was an energetic person for someone at the age of 27. "Gee, thanks." "And yes, I'm fine after having to endure such a long flight," I responded sarcastically. She shot me an apologetic look before grabbing one of my bags. "You know what I mean, Viva. I wasn't calling you fat. I was just saying that you seem to have grown taller." "No need to rip my throat out," she said defensively, placing her free hand in front of her throat as if to protect it. I rolled my eyes at her theatrics. We exited the airport and made our way to her car, where we placed my bags inside. Lily got in and began to drive us toward our destination. "You got your pack papers, right, kid?" I nodded in response as she hummed and continued to drive in calm silence. She glanced over at me many times throughout the ride until she finally said what was on her mind. "Now, don't be alarmed, but there's a bit more security around Cusco's pack land. I'm not allowed to say the reason why, but don't worry about it, just listen and stick to the rules." This was new but not that alarming. I looked at her but didn't ask. I was doubtful that this was their way of staying on guard for the attacks. Every wolf knew better than to try to get information about a different pack. It was seen as suspicious and could start more problems than it was worth. When on another pack's land, the foreign visitor had to bring their ID, show their pack birthmark, and present a signed document from someone of high rank allowing the visit, not to mention obey any rules and regulations given. Alphas take trespassing and security seriously nowadays. Lily drove onto a path in the forest that was easy to navigate, only for those familiar with the way. The deeper we got into the forest, the calmer my wolf became. The scenery was different but similar to what she knew. Around 10 minutes later, we passed a sign that read in big bold letters, "Private property. Do not pass. Will be shot on sight." To any human, that would have been sufficient to stop them, but most wolves knew it was just a warning to humans. Werewolves, if they chose to pass, would be stopped before they were even a mile from official pack grounds. As if to show me I was correct, 2 large men with weapons stepped out of nowhere a few feet away from the car. Lily slowed to a stop before them and rolled down the windows. One walked slowly to the car while the other stood in front with eyes steady on hand positioned to reach for his weapon in case I were to make one wrong move, which was startling given that I had visited in the past. Lilith Grey, born on Cusco soil and still a member, Lily stated seriously. The man next to her window looked at us before taking a deep breath to take in our scents. Lily had the scent of the lands, while I probably smelled of humans. What about her? He asked with a gruff and cautious voice. I took that as my cue. Viva Grey, born on Defluo soil and still a member. Granted permission for a visit regarding family matters. Documents in check, I said as professionally as I could with my heart beating loudly in my chest and hands shaking a little. I had done this many times, but it was still a bit nerve-wracking. Papers, Marcus, and ID. Nodding, I took my papers out of my bag, fished for my wallet, and took out my ID. I gave them to him. He read them over, and then looked back and forth between the ID and me as if I had changed in the last 2 years since I took the photo. He handed them back to me. I still had brown eyes with a bit of baby fat on me and brown hair cut to the shoulders. Marcus, he asked. I reached for the zipper of my hood and unzipped it, pulling the left collar of my shirt down to show my Marcus. My pack's Marcus was just like the others. 3 slashes of claws, but a line going through the middle of it and 2 perfect circles underneath. I pulled my collar back up, but left the hood unzipped. His expression turned blank for a moment, and then he nodded at the guy in front, giving us the clear. Lily began to move forward as soon as the other man moved from in front of us. This happened 2 more times before we were allowed to pass a big gate that protected the pack. Lily was right. The security was undeniably tedious. While most believed that werewolves guarded the pack land in wolf form, they only did that inside the gate's perimeter. Humans were seeing a pack's main concern, thus armed werewolves in human form. Okay, now we can start the fun, Lily exclaimed, breaking me out of my thoughts. Can I shower and, I don't know, maybe eat? I asked her in an exasperated tone, and she rolled her eyes. Okay. I'll go feed you before you call your mom and tell her I have not been taking care of you for the first few hours. She'd skin me alive, she said jokingly. When we pulled up to her house and she got me settled in, I took a much-needed shower and felt the results immediately. I was no longer ill-tempered. I took in my appearance before I went down. My short, straight-cut auburn hair fell right below my collarbone. My pale skin was slightly flushed from the heated water, and my large brown doe-like eyes framed my face with high-arched eyebrows that made it seem as if I was a know-it-all. My small, pointed nose made my chubby cheeks look childish on a square face. I wasn't fat or fit, but I was okay with that. My lips unconsciously turned up at the corners. I skipped down the stairs and into the kitchen with a smile on my face. Lily looked at me suspiciously, but I just smiled back at her. What did you break? She accused, putting down the sandwich she was making to cross her arms over her chest. I dropped my jaw and widened my eyes, pretending to be hurt. What? I'm offended, Lily. I would never break anything in your house, I said, putting a hand over my heart. I knew it was nonsense because a few years back, I had broken her living room chair after sitting on it. To this day, I still say it was because it was an old chair and not that I was heavy at all. The corners of her lips twitched, letting me know that she was probably thinking about that too. She just shook her head at me and placed a plate in front of me before taking a chair and settling on it herself. "So, how have you been, kid?" she asked. "We're all good. A bit worried, but good. How about you?" I answered, picking up the sandwich and taking a bite out of it while she talked to me. "I've been good here. Staying out of trouble." "But between you and me," she whispered as if someone was listening, "I sneak out every Friday to head to the library." I choked on my sandwich. "But you live alone. There's no need to sneak out." I looked at her incredulously. "I know." She smirked at me. It took me a while to figure out she was joking. "I like to live wild," she exaggerated, moving her arms up. I shook my head at my crazy cousin. She was an odd one. We spent the whole 2 hours catching up, but after a while, I began to feel the exhaustion creeping in and was itching to have some quiet time. "I'm gonna go to bed. The earlier I go to sleep, the more time we'll have tomorrow," I blurted out quickly, already making my way out of the chair and up the stairs. "All right. We'll go for a run tomorrow if you want." She waved me off, standing and stretching her arms over her head. "Yes, my wolf needs it. Good night, Lily." I smiled at her. "Night." I hated jet lag, but thankfully I finally fell asleep 2 hours later. My eyes closed slowly as darkness crept in, taking me to dreamland. That, however, didn't last long because a loud screeching sound suddenly blasted in the air, startling me from my sleep. A few seconds later, screaming followed. I wiped my eyes furiously, trying to wake myself up. At first, I thought I was seeing things, but then I noticed a red light flashing outside the house along with a blaring noise. Loud stomps made their way to my room, scaring me, and my wolf began to growl in my head anxiously. When my door busted open, I stopped mid-scream, realizing it was Lily, panting and pale. Her brown hair was frizzy on one side, and her eyes were bright and wild with fear and panic. I leapt out of bed and moved toward her. When I got closer, she suddenly came forward and gripped my shoulders, trying to open her mouth to say something. At the same time, a booming voice was heard from a megaphone. "Code red, all women and children, make your way to the safe bunker. We are under attack. I repeat, go to the bunker. We are under attack." It took us a while to realize what was said. "We have to go now," she said. I looked at Lily, who was trembling with fear. Why was the pack under attack? And why did it have to be when I was sleeping? She grabbed my hand and pulled me down the stairs. She pulled the door open and peeked out. My heart was beating like a hummingbird's wings. My breath was loud. A thin layer of cold sweat had begun to form at the back of my neck. We looked around and saw people in sweatpants and baggy shirts running around in fear in different directions. "Let's go," Lily said before taking off. I ran after her, not wanting to be left behind. I sped up when I heard bullets going off in the distance and loud snarls. My blood pumped faster in my veins, and my body was heating up with the sudden workout, so I had to remind myself to keep my cool. Keep calm. People make stupid mistakes when they panic and trip. "What's going on, Lily?" "What?" I stopped, crashing into her back. She turned to look at me as if words were rushing out of her mouth. "Your parents didn't know this, because if they had, they wouldn't have sent you here." "Blast it. If we make it, they're gonna kill me." "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let you come." My pack got a warning that we were next, but it was out of their pattern, so we didn't believe it could be true. "Oh man, this is messed up." She looked around nervously as she spoke. The alarm had stopped, but the flashing red light and gunshots were still dying out. "Warning what? When?" I shouted at her. I felt like I couldn't breathe no matter how many times I tried. It seemed like the air wouldn't make its way into my lungs. I was too young to have a panic attack. "I'll explain later, but we have to go to the bunker. Come on, stay close." We ran into the part of the forest everyone else seemed to be headed toward. I didn't like this, not a bit, and I felt like I was running around blindly. This wasn't my pack. I didn't know much about this land, and if I did, I would have chosen to get away from danger and would not have drawn myself closer to it. I scowled into the darkness we were headed toward. As we ran away, the sound of fighting and shots faded, letting me know we were safe, but I felt uneasy knowing people were still in danger. When a large building came into view, I could see women and children pushing their way into the property. Everyone was trying to get in. When Lily and I tried to get in, we were shoved around and got separated. "Lily?" I said loudly when I couldn't see her. Everyone was crying and talking at the same time. "Lily?" I cried out louder. I may not have been as close to Lily, but she was family and the only person I had here. I felt someone grasp onto my left hand, and I spun around, relieved, seeing Lily next to me. "Oh, thank goodness," I exclaimed. "Sorry, I was swept away at the door." She hurriedly walked us over to a wall and slid down. I followed suit despite my hurting legs. My mind had been demanding an answer, and my wolf agreed with me. "What's going on, Lily?" She looked up at me, holding back a sob. My jaw clenched as tears fell down my cheeks. I chose to suppress my feelings and put my hand on her shoulder, hoping to calm her, though I wasn't sure I was helping. She took a deep breath for a moment and then closed her eyes, squeezing them shut. "Tell me what's going on? What kind of warning did your pack get? Who's attacking? And why the heck did you let me come here if your pack is in danger?" I didn't say the last one out loud, but my wolf's annoyance was very much fueling my own. She took in a shaky breath, but didn't open her eyes. "I can't tell you everything because my alpha binds me, but what I can tell you is that he wants someone. I don't know. My alpha got a letter a few months ago saying we were next, but it didn't fit the pattern, so he paid it no mind. He said we would be safe. But he got offended. He didn't like it. We affronted him, insulted him, and we were tactless. And now we're going to pay." Alpha thought he was a myth, a fraud. Alpha was cocky. "Alpha was wrong," she whispered, seemingly more to herself than to me. It scared me to see Lily act this way. Her speech pattern was almost childlike and choppy. But that wasn't what concerned me. "Who is it, Lily? Who did Alpha disrespect?" I asked, not knowing how to phrase my question better. She looked up at me with her blank, large brown eyes. "Lupus Deus." Chapter 2. Nightmares. Bad dreams. Fear. It didn't matter what it was called. Everyone had one. Sometimes it was something that would slither its way into your life like an undeniable desire. Inevitable. Unauthorized. Unwanted. It was that lingering thought of negativity that would follow you from reality into your dreams. It would sink its teeth into your hopes and poison all the goodness in your life until you realized that it was all a lie or a myth. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. As children of the moon, we were surrounded by humans who believed we were evil, but we ignored them. We were born different, and we couldn't change based on their opinions. However, even monsters had fears of imaginary creatures in the closet or under the bed. Lupus Deus was at the top of that list. A myth, legend, or a haunting, whatever you call it. A story, that's what he would always be. He's who kids were told to look out for, lurking in the woods at night. He's the man women were warned to stay away from. He's the enemy men go to battle against. He's the feared shadow looming over your house. He's the god who roams, darkness and evil monsters following in his wake. He's the savage that reminds us to be in control of our wolves. The alpha of all alphas, the wolf god. As I looked at Lily, I felt an icy chill cover my arms, giving me goosebumps, which shouldn't have been possible with all of the warm bodies crowded together in the bunker. My chest suddenly felt hollow and cold, and my body felt numb. Women were clutching their children, whispering words into their ears to calm them, yet their eyes looked horrified. Others were on their knees, praying for forgiveness and for the lives of those in and outside the building. Older women were huddled together, gazing at the entrance with hope on their faces. "The Lupus Deus," I repeated in my head. My wolf was silent, but I could still feel her presence, prepared. The Lupus Deus. The god controlled by hatred, whose thirst for violence and conflict was likened to the human body's need for oxygen. The god who is sent once every 100 years as a warning from the gods above. The god who wasn't born a god, but a man clothed with mystery and a threat to everyone, who, even at the mere mention of his name, every pack avoided like the plague, whose presence made wolves fall to their knees in submission. instilling in their minds that no one was above him. He was the law. He was always lurking in the shadows, watching for those who disobeyed his rules. He came and went like a ghost, ready to strike anyone who stood in his way. The merciless punisher. Anyone who opposed him faced a vicious animal. He was compared to a dark lord, he who shall not be named or whatever. We all knew it was him behind the attacks, but we could only hope that it wasn't. After all, hadn't we convinced ourselves that fear was just a product of our creative minds? I looked over at Lily, who was rocking back and forth. Could she be wrong and misinformed? I pray she is wrong. I felt relieved at the thought of my cousin acting weird. I had accepted that she might have been given the wrong information. Lily was so wrapped up in her thoughts that she didn't even look up. I walked up to an older-looking woman with gray hair and dark brown eyes. She seemed a little out of it, but other than that, she looked fine and responsive. "Excuse me?" I asked, making her jump in fright, and I felt guilty. "Oh yes," she stuttered, intertwining her hands nervously. "Do you know what's going on?" I asked softly, trying to put her at ease with talking to a stranger. "Oh, it's horrible. I was just sitting there watching a show, and then the alarms went off. It's so bad. I thought Alpha Clement said we had a month to prepare before an attack." "Now what?" I interrupted. "Who's attacking?" I asked as naturally as I could. She paled at the question and took in a deep breath. Her eyes flicked to the side twice before whispering in a small voice, "Lupus Deus." "I'm sorry, what was that?" I asked through clenched teeth. I could feel fear starting to creep into my veins. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes went wide as if seeing a ghost. I looked at her in confusion. What was she doing? "She's being summoned through a mind link," my wolf said. She hated being clueless as much as I did. The woman turned her head over to the left, looking at something. I noticed how quiet it had become. Suddenly, in the direction everyone was looking at, a door, which wasn't the entrance, opened, releasing a sliver of white light. Something was happening because they all shuffled out the door. Was it over? Were we allowed to leave? If we were, why couldn't we use the same door we came in through? Lily appeared out of nowhere, eyes wide and full of caution. I opened my mouth to ask her what was going on, but she shook her head violently from side to side. She lifted her finger to her lips to hush me and then tapped her ears. Hearing, shushing, door opening, and people leaving quietly. Oh my God. Something was happening. Something bad. And whoever or whatever was going on was just around the territory. This must be an escape panel. We were fleeing. I probably looked like a ghost as my face turned pale. I was hesitant to leave, but Lily grabbed my arm, and we shuffled over to the exit doors. We entered a sort of underground tunnel with smooth, wide walls as darkness surrounded us from all angles. Calling on my wolf's eyesight didn't even help. My eyes were desperately looking for light. Although we were trying to be as discreet as possible, our footsteps against the concrete floors could still be heard, as well as our pounding hearts and the fear rising into the air. I wanted to push us forward to the front where the Luna was leading us and be the first to get out of this dark maze of never-ending turns and walls, but I could barely make out the backs of people's heads. I could feel Lily next to me and was focused on not losing her. It was unclear where we were heading. We were just following the crowd blindly, hoping to find our way out. The journey seemed to go on forever until we finally came to a halt when a cluster in front of us stopped moving forward, and the strong but silvery voice of a woman spoke out. From the sound of her commanding voice, it had to be the Luna. "I will be dividing you into groups. I'm going to open the door, and as soon as I tell you to go, I want you to run into the woods as fast as you can, shift, and make your way into the Zaux pack." Everyone was surprised, and murmurs could be heard. "Yes, I know," she said before taking a shuddering breath, though I couldn't see her face. "I have to stay here. This is a direct command from your Luna. Get out of here, and do not look back if you get the chance." The women and children were silent at the Luna's command. Her voice was more powerful than an alpha's in extreme situations. I felt Lily's iron grip on my arm. I held my breath as they all responded in unison, anguish lacing their voices. "Yes, Luna Emmeline," they answered solemnly. "Take care. Are you ready?" Her loud voice echoed through the tunnels, making most of us wince, and then we covered our eyes as light slowly seeped through. I watched as large groups of women and their children were ushered off into the night, waiting until we saw them make it to what seemed like the borders of the territory. I wondered if this was a backup plan for them, to seek another pack for security. Who was to say they wouldn't be attacked? When the group before us made it to the edge, our group was pushed forward with Lily and me in the middle. We could barely see the direction we were heading, but that didn't mean we couldn't run as fast as those ahead of us. A woman next to me clutched her children and, by the look in her eyes, was determined to do whatever it took to save them. I caught a glimpse of the sight waiting outside and was frightened, but my fearless wolf took over. At the end of the tunnel was a large and peaceful green meadow in the coldness of the night. We had to pass by it to get into a forest I presumed led to Zauk's pack. I didn't realize why it took so long for the she-wolves to get to the border until I realized we were basically like sheep in an open, vacant land waiting for the wolves to pounce. We were open targets, and that wasn't a comforting thought. 1. I snapped my head over to the golden-haired woman who was counting. She must be the Luna. 2. All the women adjusted themselves for the run, getting ready. I allowed my wolf to push forward. My stance went from slumped to prepared and confident. My wolf raised our body to stand on the tips of our toes to run. Our abdominal muscles were clenching with slow breathing as adrenaline pumped through my body at an alarming rate. 3. Everybody took off running into the clearing. We shot off like a bullet, running for our lives. Although agility was a wolf's nature, knowing that our lives were in danger doubled our speed. I smiled, sensing victory as we got closer to the edge of the forest, but I was wrong. Suddenly, large wolves of all shapes and sizes shot into the clearing, forming a large wall in front of us, snarling and snapping. I dug my heels into the ground and skidded to a stop, almost falling over my feet at the sudden jerk. My eyes widened at the sight before me. Whimpers and shrieks could be heard at the sight of the army before us. There could have been 25 of them. I heard the sound of a loud click behind me. I glanced quickly behind my shoulder to see that the door was closed. The Luna had closed the door to the tunnel. My wolf snarled out loud at the betrayal and situation we were put in. My head turned back to face the threat before us. Anger filled me to the core, pushing the fear of uncertainty away. I would rather die fighting before they could take me. I was angered by the coward who called himself a god, but could not show his face. The she-wolves began to retreat together, huddling with their whimpering pups. Our eyes were fixed solely on the wolves who stood between us and our freedom. It was evident that we were outnumbered, but we were not going to surrender. We growled when 4 large wolves stepped forward, breaking the wall they had in front of us. They would surely regret it if they got any closer. The wolves in front of us were larger than normal werewolves, including the warriors. They were covered in dark marks. Others had scars, but they didn't seem to mind. One thing was certain, they all had the same color in their eyes. No matter what the story said, a wolf's eye color wouldn't change once turned, no. Eyes stayed the same color as human eyes, but these wolves all had the same eye color. Silver. Every single pair of eyes trained on us was the same cool shade of silver. It was unnerving. I could feel my wolf pushing for release, urging me to do something, anything but stand still. It was deathly still in the meadow. The she-wolves, not knowing how to react other than growling in warning, and the enemy wolves stayed still but not allow us to move forward. What are they waiting for? Questions just kept ringing through my head. I snapped out of my thoughts when the silhouette of a tall, muscular man showed up, and as he stepped away from the shadow of the trees, his face became clearer. He had matted, curly dark hair. Defined features rested on his oval face. He had bushy eyebrows furrowed above a pair of cat-like green eyes and naturally dark lips, giving off a smirk. The man was perfectly handsome, if it wasn't for his threatening expression. The wolves in front of us made way for the man to pass. His hands were behind his back. His stride was long and quick. He paused for a moment, making us shift from foot to foot with unease. He scanned every one of us with his alert green eyes. I could see how strong he looked. Was he the leader? I didn't feel the tremendous power that was spoken of, so he couldn't be the wolf god, could he? He lifted his head a little higher and pushed his chest forward before booming out, "Most of you won't remember this, but I'll humor you. No, we won't harm your children. They're of no use to us." The she-wolves released a sigh of relief. "We would rather do this quickly, so if you please." He motioned for us to come forward. Does this crazy fool really think we will obey them? The she-wolves decided on their own. Some took a step backwards. Some made a run for it, only to be pursued by some of our captors. A handful of us were left in the same spot. I grabbed Lily before she could run. Wolves like to chase, and if we were caught, who knew what those monsters would do to us? I looked around for a clue on what to do. Run or fight. I clenched my fists and shifted back and forth between my feet. As I looked at the man, his eyes were on me, and my body froze under the scrutiny of those narrowed green slits. He looked at Lily, then to me alternately, with a sly and mischievous expression on his face that alarmed me. "You two, come here," he demanded. Lily and I tensed up, then looked at each other. "Get lost," we responded at the same time. I wanted to add something stronger, but I wasn't going to add fuel to the fire. His expression didn't change, but the wolves behind him snarled at us. I growled back, but apparently the remaining she-wolves didn't appreciate our tone either because they backed up, leaving Lily and me in front. "Two brave little pups, aren't you?" he said in a flat tone right before he adjusted his posture. It looked like something was going to happen. Lily must have sensed it too, because we took off running to the right as fast as we could, but it wasn't fast enough because I heard Lily let out a shriek, followed by a thump. "Run!" Lily screamed. I quickly glanced behind me to see her being tackled by a large reddish-looking wolf, but then suddenly, the large green-eyed man sprinted at me with amazing speed, closing in on me with every step he took. His black boots didn't seem to touch the ground. I pushed myself to run faster, but with each step I took wobbled. Why is it that when you need something, you yourself manage to mess it up? Where was that supposed werewolf gracefulness? I was tackled from behind before I could make it to the edge of the forest. He wrapped his hands around my body, and all of a sudden, I felt an electric zap go through me. He grunted before we went flipping mid-fall and landed on the ground with me on top. I struggled to get out of his hold, placing one foot on the ground, straddling him. His large hands clamped on my wrists like chains, but not enough to bruise me. I was horrified that this brute would take me. "Let me go. Let me go," I shouted, trying to claw at his hands, but that didn't work. I reached for his expressionless face, but he managed to stop me. I huffed as my muscles were tired and my body had started to weaken, but I couldn't give up. I leaned forward to bite his face with my canines. My wolf was growling in my mind, but I could feel something familiar in my chest that I couldn't fathom. I was suddenly in an upright position, standing in front of the dark-haired man with his hands still holding me like a prisoner. He crossed my arms in front of me to avoid any more attacks, but I was able to kick him. He ignored it, blocking me when I tried to kick him. With one hand, he clasped both of mine while his other hand reached for my chin. I leaned back, trying to pull my arms. He was going to snap my neck. I doubled my efforts in panic. I turned my head violently, but he grabbed me firmly by the chin and tilted my head to meet his ecstatic expression before it went blank. His glazed eyes were focused on me. He must have been mind-linking with whoever was behind this. I used all of my energy to break free, but just as my chance came, his green eyes flickered to black, then to silver until they slowly transformed into a mesmerizing shade of blue that had me frozen in my spot. Everything faded at that moment except those vivid, hypnotizing blue eyes. Something seemed to change in that instant, pulling me from deep within, a force stronger than will, stronger than life, searching for the missing link. Subsequently, his hold became gentle, and he loosened his grip. From the corner of my eye, I saw his pointer finger linger and make its way down to the corner of my lips, where it hovered over, then slid to the other side. The trail left a warm path to my core, heating my body. My wolf purred and went weak at his touch. As much as it pulled me in and made me feel alive, I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I tried to close my eyes to regain control, but every time I did, it just dissolved into nothingness, and my thoughts would go back to those lovely blue eyes. His blue eyes blinked at me as if taking me in, before he nodded once at me. His blue eyes flickered back to black, then to a cat-like green as if the spell was broken. It seemed like the man was regaining some sort of control over himself with his grasp still on me. I freed myself from his hold and turned away, running for my life. Release all other she-wolves. Mission complete. A 1-2 has been found, he yelled. I thought about saving Lily as I ran toward the edge of the forest, but as soon as I was close to freedom, somebody grabbed my shoulders with their fingers around my neck and pushed me down firmly. I felt like I was about to faint. I was seeing dots, my body suddenly weighing a ton, causing me to fall back against the body behind me. Before passing out, I heard one last thing from my captor. We found a 1-2, everyone. We found our little Luna.
Introductory Author Insight. In Chapter 3, the power dynamic shifts completely. Viva wakes up in the enemy's bed, but I didn't want her to feel helpless, I wanted her to feel confused. This chapter is entirely about the conflict between instinct and logic. Viva's wolf, her biological instinct, recognizes this man as her soulmate and wants to submit. But Viva's human mind knows he is a terrorist and wants to run. I wrote this tension to show you that the mating bond isn't always a fairy tale. Sometimes, your soul chooses a monster, and your brain has to figure out how to survive the choice.
Chapter 3. My neck hurt so bad when I woke up, but I felt comfortable being covered by something heavy. It provided a lot of heat like fire, but I would gladly burn myself in it for its comfort. Strange. Whatever kind of fire it was, it didn't hurt me. Instead, it surrounded me like a layer of skin, keeping me warm and making me feel all fuzzy on the inside as my heart beat slowly and calmly. I could feel it traveling all over my body up to my face. I suddenly felt a shiver when a trail of heat made its way slowly from the corner of my right eye to the corner of my lips. Wait, what? My brows furrowed. Whatever pattern it was making seemed familiar, but stronger this time. Then I remembered everything before my unplanned sleep attack. The visit, Lily, the pack, the green-eyed kidnapper, and then darkness. I snapped my eyes open. The first thing I saw was the man's blue eyes meeting mine as his body hovered over mine. Our proximity allowed me to see him clearly. He was gorgeous in every sense of the word. He could be a god. His thick raven-colored hair was slicked back with a few loose strands falling over his forehead. His black-trimmed eyebrows arched at the corners, and long, thick black eyelashes cast a shadow over deep-set, piercing blue eyes. His looks left me shaking to my core. His eyes were fixed on me, and I didn't quite know why, but it left me dazzled and intimidated. My gaze trailed down to his long, upturned nose above his perfectly shaped lips. He had an oblong face with angular cheekbones and a strong, sharp jawline. Who was he? Where did he come from? I took in a breath, inhaling his raw aromatic scent. When a good-looking guy passes you by, and the strong scent he's wearing grabs your attention, wouldn't you be stunned for a moment? That's exactly how I felt about this man. He had a mouth-watering smell, tempting the darkest side of me to make an appearance. Just then, I realized he was lying on top of me. His bulging biceps were on either side of my face while his body was firmly pressed on mine. He had one of his hands in my hair while the other was tracing my face with his pointer finger. He looked calm and comfortable. I was freaking out on the inside, and I was sure that my eyes were wide out of fright. My breathing was coming out quick and uneven. My hands were gripping onto what felt like silk blankets. Why were we on a bed? I tried to feel my clothes and was relieved I wasn't naked. Good. My wolf was purring in my head, but didn't say a thing. Why are you purring, Mutt? You should be clawing at him. He could be a predator. The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes at me and scowled. It took me by surprise when he dipped his head and rested it on my left shoulder. His pale, smooth skin was touching my cheek, and I heard him inhale deeply. He let out an aggressive growl, making me whimper out of fear, before looking back at me. What are you doing? Who the heck are you? Get off of me! I exclaimed. I liked hot guys as much as the other girls, but I would not let a random guy, whom I barely knew, lie on top of me. The man said nothing. He just kept staring with those watchful eyes, radiating power and dominance. Mate. I pushed my head back into a fluffy pillow. My eyes felt like they were about to pop out. For a second, everything was still, but he was silent. Mate. No, my wolf would have been the first to speak, but that would mean that this hunk would be mine. I looked back at him. He was too good-looking to be mine. No way, I whispered, and saw his blue eyes gaze at me with anger, darkening almost immediately. His pupils constricted, turning his beautiful blue eyes black, as the latter expanded completely over his eyeballs. His lip curled over his teeth like a wolf would when baring its teeth. I could feel evil and darkness behind those eyes, making me shriek in fear and begin to thrash underneath him. I've never seen those kinds of wolf eyes before. I moved my body as much as I could, but I couldn't get away from him. I lifted my arms toward his chest and tried to shove him, ignoring the warmth spreading through my palms. I lifted my legs and hips, trying to buck him off, but it was as if his body suddenly weighed a ton. I called upon my wolf strength, but that didn't help me either. His eyes went back to blue, but that didn't stop me from trying to slip from under him. His lips parted, giving me a glimpse of a pair of impressive white teeth with long, sharp-looking canines. A part of me wondered if he used Crescent Crisp and clear toothpaste. Stupid, I know. Stop, he said in a deep, thick voice with an unknown accent. Surprisingly, I involuntarily stopped thrashing underneath him. While what he said made sense in my mind, my ears could not comprehend the noises his lips made. I had never taken any language class in school besides Spanish, and I'm pretty sure I shouldn't have been able to understand what he said, but I did.
Author's insight. In my opinion, this moment is key to understanding their bond. Viva can understand his ancient language not because she learned it, but because the mating bond acts as a universal translator. This tells the audience that their connection is deeper than just physical attraction, it's rewriting her brain.
Story continues. My body just froze as I looked up, dazzled by the man on top of me. How was this happening? My limbs locked and tightened into place involuntarily, and my heart was beating frantically in my chest. He tilted his head with a gaze that made me want to squirm, but I couldn't. I wanted to open my mouth to yell, to shout, and get this hot weirdo off of me. My wolf was silent. I could feel she was uneasy, but the majority of her emotions were happiness and excitement. Out of all the wolves, mine must have been the most carefree in the worst of times. Now, why would the gods send me a mate? Is this Luna card a peace offering? Well played, fate, well played, the blue-eyed god muttered lowly under his breath with a cross look on his face. Although his tone was scornful, I sensed he wasn't asking me. He just seemed curious. What surprised me was how fast my brain seemed to understand whatever language he was speaking. Did he have anything to do with this? Did he say an offering? Oh, heck no. I am not a sacrifice. Who is this guy talking about? Luna? What was going on? This guy couldn't be my mate, could he? Why was I here? Where was here anyway? Gods? I had a boatload of questions, but I would gladly stay quiet if it meant this intimidating man was far away from me with his bewitching eyes and beautiful hair that I wanted to run my fingers. No. I needed to focus on the situation at hand. Great. I got to finally meet my mate, who turned out to be in a crazy cult, not even a pack, but a cult that kills the innocent, and I'm next. Just my luck, too. The man suddenly leaned his head closer until he was inches away from my lips and eyes, making me hold my breath. He looked calmly into my eyes before closing his. His nose was touching mine, skimming over my left cheek while breathing in my scent. If I were weak, I would have swooned. He then whispered his next words in a chillingly flat tone with his breath fanning over my shoulder. Although you enthrall me, I do not believe those sycophants. I do not trust you. You are so cute. It's a shame. Whatever hold he had on me was suddenly broken, and it unlocked my muscles. I was consumed by fear at his threat, and my mind was telling me he would kill me any minute. My wolf disagreed and wouldn't believe me, but the human part of me knew by the calculating look in his eyes and the vicious way his lips were pulled back, baring his teeth, that I was right. I was surprised to hear the thickness of his words. This time, he spoke in English, and it scared me more than his speaking his odd-sounding language. "Now, what shall I do with you?" His voice was smooth but provocative. He looked like he was enjoying our position. His English pronunciation was clear, but with an edge to it, as if he hadn't used it in a while. I couldn't think of a better answer than the one I gave, and had I died then and there, I think I would have been embarrassed that those were my last words. "Let me go," I answered, and saw his face was devoid of any emotion. I could sense he was surprised, as if he expected me to either not answer or beg for my life, which I would if it were the only choice. "No," he stated, his tone matching his expression. "No?" I began to babble. He had to let me go, right? I mean, mate or not, he couldn't keep me here, wherever that was, against my will. I chose not to mention the mate thing. Maybe he'd ignore it as I would. My wolf growled at me for thinking we would be able to ignore this fine-looking specimen. "Look, I don't know your name, and that's fine. Let's keep it at that. I won't need to tell anyone about this whole misunderstanding. You're clearly looking for someone else, and I'm not her. You know, mistakes happen, and it's not that people get kidnapped at random, but who knows, wrong place, wrong time, right?" I said. He blinked at me. I continued, but the more I talked, the more he seemed to realize I was a nutcase. Mom did say that if I were ever kidnapped, my abductors would release me, realizing that it would cost them more to keep me because, you know, hostages gotta eat, and I love food and talking. "You know, while we're agreeing about releasing me," his eyes narrowed, "you might as well get off of me. Personal space is something everyone has a right to, and you're not following the rules, buddy. You're in my bubble, my bubble. Now, if I had a choice, I wouldn't be all up in your bubble, so you should get out of mine. It's time for me to go, so I'm just gonna be on my way now, but you have to get off of me first. I'm not calling you fat or anything, but you weigh like." "Stop talking, woman," he said. My mouth shut at his command. I narrowed my eyes at him bravely, knowing it was him controlling me. "I will not release you, so you might just as well accept that now and move on, because it's likely that you will never leave here. At least alive, that is." Dread welled up in my chest while tears pricked at the corner of my eyes. He spoke with empty words, as if he didn't just threaten me. And since he had just done it, I guess what really hurt was that he said so as if he didn't just call me his mate. One of his hands fisted my hair and pulled me closer to his face. I closed my eyes out of fright at the emotions coursing through my body: fear, excitement, happiness, anger, and confusion. I was overwhelmed and didn't know what was going on at the moment. He took in a deep breath and then groaned deeply from the back of his throat. The sound he made me shift from my legs under him. As much as I'm sure I would enjoy the perks of a mating bond, and this is probably what they want, I won't kill you. I don't know who I am to you and you to me, but I have no doubt those bastards were behind this. I won't fall into their hands to Marcus or mate you. Who knows? You might be on their side and kill me in my sleep." Every single one of his words felt like a stab to my heart. My wolf snarled at the accusations thrown at us by our mate, but I could tell it was a pretense to hide her pain. We wanted to whimper and plead for him to take back his words. A hollow feeling penetrated my chest as my heart clenched in pain. "I don't know what this is all about, but please just let me go if you don't want me." I forced the words to come out of my mouth. They came out with a whisper of pain. Mates are chosen for a reason. Both are destined for each other. Rejecting your other half is taboo, and a weak mate wouldn't last a chance once the other walked away. One mate will always be stronger, and when the mating bond is completed, there will be equality between the two. Based on the power radiating from him, I knew he would be fine without me, while I would probably crawl into the forest and yell my pain out for death to claim me. His tone was darker when he spoke, forcing my eyes to open. I caught his eyes gazing intently down at me with a strange expression. "Whether you work for them or not, we were made for each other. If you do, then I will be happy showing you whose side to choose." His eyes held a dark promise in them that made my heart start pounding all over again. "But if you don't, I'm sure I can still change your mind." but you are not leaving. Ever. The blood pumping in my veins was hot, and my nerves came back to life. In my mind, I was angered by the way he treated me, so casual one second and then threatening me the next. He ended up confusing me by claiming and not claiming me at the same time. My body found his words magnetic. The way he spoke with confidence, as if he knew exactly what he wanted and was giving a warning. But what did he want? Why? I asked. I had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Who did he think I worked for? What did he mean when he spoke of our bond? Why would he not claim me but keep me here if he didn't want me? All these questions were stuck in my head. He didn't answer. He just looked at me with those wild blue eyes, and I could see he wasn't going to respond, so I went for an easier question. What's your name? I asked seriously with my brows arched. I'll humor you. His face darkened for a moment, but he gave me a smirk. He leaned down to whisper, You all call me the Lupus Deus. I momentarily froze from where I was standing, immediately raised my arms, and pushed his shoulders. He allowed me to shove him, which was surprising. He rolled over me to lie beside where I had been. I scrambled off the large silver bed and tumbled a little before I was able to turn in search of the door. Tremendous fear surged in me, causing me to stumble as I hurriedly made my steps forward. Oh my God, oh my God. Shoot. This cannot be happening to me. My wolf was quite a traitor. I put my mental barrier up so she couldn't force her way to control me. It was risky, but I had to. For all I knew, she would submit to him with no hesitation. I was so stupid. How did I not realize it when everything was just right before my eyes? I should have known when I opened my eyes, but his looks distracted me. Stupid. 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 The room was large with the bed close to the wall. At the center, the floor was lifted up, and as I looked around the black-painted walls, I saw the furniture being pushed back. I finally saw a door and ran to it, but it was locked. I turned to look at the god on the bed, crossing his arms under his head and following me with his eyes. I looked past him and saw a door that looked like the exit. I looked back at him and saw that he sat up. His face said it all, I dare you. I looked down at my feet and realized I was barefoot. What? I ignored it, and without looking at him, I took off across the room toward the large black door. As my hand reached for the handle, a large shadow loomed over me, and I felt his presence behind me before my body was slammed against the door I was aiming for. No, I wheezed out. Before I could move, my hands were suddenly grabbed by the wrist and were forcefully pinned above my head. I felt his legs part behind me and his pelvis push against my back. How tall was this guy? He pushed my stomach harder into the door, limiting my movement. His legs slipped in between mine, parting my legs. I felt him move around a little before he lowered his head next to my ear. I felt a little victorious at the thought of him having to make himself shorter to reach me. My skin pricked at his grip. I clenched my hands into fists and pulled at his hold. He clicked his tongue behind me. How foolish of you, Viva. I held still when I heard my name come out of his mouth. My eyes widened for 3 reasons. First, he obviously knew my name. Second, his other arm made its way down to my waist. I held my breath as this was a little too intimate for me. I couldn't help but be watchful as to where our bodies touched and how his fingers felt against my shirt. Third, I wasn't facing the door anymore, but his chest. He brought me back to the bed faster than I thought possible. I looked up and gulped. While we were lying down with him on top, I didn't realize how huge he was. He had a strong and lean figure, yet he was broad and firm that my head barely made it to his chest. A black t-shirt stretched over his chest, the shirt clinging to him for dear life. I didn't look up from his chest. Every second that passed made me shift from under his hold. While I admire your drive, that isn't the door you're looking for. Please stay away from it. Both doors, in fact, he said coarsely with a hint of smugness in his tone. Look, Mr. Lupus God. Yeah, nice meeting you. Heard a lot about you. But now that I know who you are, I'm 129.1% sure that this is a whole misunderstanding. Whoever brought me was most definitely confused. We probably aren't even mates to begin with. I flinched at my words. Once again, I think I should go. You wouldn't want to waste your time on someone as insignificant as me. You know, you probably have people to handle, kidnap, release. I tried once more to hint at my freedom. He ignored my words and leaned his head down to nuzzle the top of my head. His chest got closer to my face, and I had to fight the urge to cuddle him back, not knowing how he would react. I'm going to let go of you now, he said. I sighed in relief. Physically, I mean. I'll be back soon. You are not to leave this room without me. I clenched my teeth. I suddenly felt my feet being pushed into the ground. He made his way to a door that I had missed. Darn it. Not trusting myself, I didn't move from my position. I didn't know whether I would try pushing past him or collapse onto the floor with everything that had gone on lately. I still didn't look at his face while he walked back, not even looking in his direction when he talked. I glared at a plug in the wall by me. Just to let you know, if you do work for them, if you try to send a message to them, it won't work. And if you do somehow, I'll know. And believe me when I tell you that it won't end well for you if I find out, he stated harshly, delivering the threat loud and clear. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him turn his back to me. Who the heck did he mean by them? I heard the door open, and before he walked out, I chose to look up, making eye contact with him. We stared at each other for what seemed like forever. His multicolored blue met my chocolate brown. His face was expressionless, and mine was probably pale with sudden tiredness. It looked like he was thinking something over in his head. Whatever it was, he made a choice. You can call me Zaltan, he said flatly and shut the door. Zaltan, I repeated in a dazed whisper that seemed to echo through the quiet room. His name rolled off my tongue perfectly. Zaltan, the Lupus Deus. My mate.
End of chapter analysis. By giving her his name, Zaltan has just changed the rules of the game. Throughout this chapter, he treated her like a spy, a weapon sent by the gods, and a prisoner. But in that final moment, he gave her the one thing he hasn't given anyone else, his identity. This tells us that his wolf is fighting a winning battle against his paranoia. He might threaten her, lock her up, and accuse her of treason, but he cannot stop himself from wanting her to know who he really is. The wolf god is fading, and the man Zaltan is stepping forward. Audience engagement questions. Zaltan calls the bond a trap set by the gods. Do you think he's being paranoid, or is he right to be suspicious of a mate who just dropped into his lap? Viva tried to talk her way out of the situation with humor and sarcasm. Do you think this annoyed Zaltan, or did he find it refreshing compared to people who just fear him? If you were Viva, would you try to escape again, or would you stay and try to convince him you aren't a spy? Viva knows his name, and she knows he won't kill her, but in the next chapter, she learns exactly what it means to be the prisoner of a god.
Chapter 4. I managed to make it to the edge of the bed before my legs buckled from exhaustion. Me? A god's mate? What kind of joke was this? A cruel one, most definitely. There must be some sort of mistake. I was a simple wolf, and there was nothing special about me at all. Shifted at 15, an ordinary pack member, who never went out to party or dated because I preferred to wait for my mate. A lot of wolves didn't find me attractive, but I like to think I was single by choice. Who would want a socially awkward mate like me? Remembering those piercing blue eyes gazing back at me with a dark promise, and those lips made me question life. I shivered, and I hadn't even thought of that godlike body. Oh, but wait, he's a god. Silly me. I sighed, put my face in my hands, and took a deep breath. I wasn't going to break. I couldn't break. Not now. I needed to be strong to return to my family. But if I did manage to escape, he would look for my pack first. Maybe he would even take my parents hostage until I gave myself up. I closed my eyes. Why do you want to escape? Because my mate is a crazy savage who goes around kidnapping, killing, and taking people. I could feel my wolf pushing at my barrier, so I let it down. But how do you know that? Give him a chance, she argued. Did you not see the way he acted? 1 second, he was threatening me, saying he's not going to claim us, but we weren't allowed to leave. He can't keep telling us how to use our body too. I don't want that type of mate. As much as it pained me to speak ill of my own mate, I wasn't blind to things I didn't like. No one, no matter how bad the situation, should delude themselves into a better idea of life. Everyone was responsible for their own lives and well-being, and I wasn't going to neglect mine for a moment of bliss. What kind of life would I have with my mate if I did? Would he Marcus me or keep me trapped in here? Would I be stuck forever by his side without actually being acknowledged as his mate? I didn't deserve that. No one did. I wanted my romance, my prince, even if he wasn't perfect. I knew I shouldn't judge my mate, but come on. Guilty until proven innocent? The only reason I met the guy was that he had his pack kidnap me. He wouldn't even get a trial. Not from me. What about Lily and the rest of the women? Were they all right? I shot off the bed and made my way to the door. Or I thought I did. Darn you, you sexy godwolf, I mumbled under my breath. Every time I tried to get to the door, something heavy pulled me back. It seemed like there was an invisible wall in front of me. Is this how uninvited vampires felt from the Vampire Diaries when they weren't allowed into a home? What pain. How could he just tell me to stay and follow his orders? It made me seem like a dog. The next thing I know, he'll be telling me to go and fetch. It looked like he didn't notice me understanding his words when he switched to that weird language. But how did I even know what he was saying? Was it his doing or mine? After a while, I just gave up and began to look around the large room. I ignored the door that I had thought was the exit after staring at it for a while. Yeah, no. There was only one window, from what I could tell. Long, silky silver curtains covered it. After moving the curtains, I cursed at my mate, Zaltan. The room had metal blinds. Like literally, metal blinds that were closed and bolted to the frame so I wouldn't try to jump out, I guess. It kind of reminded me of Iron Man, but I somehow doubted that the wolf god had time to sit around and watch Tony Stark be a billionaire, playboy, whatever. I tilted my head at the strong shield-like blinds. Were these already here even before I got in? The room had a black couch, some cabinets, a few large hanging mirrors here and there, a white furry rug, which I avoided, some random paintings, lamps, and a desk. There actually weren't any objects in the room to personalize it. The room was practically empty when it came down to personal belongings, no pictures or knickknacks that could have clued me in as to what type of things he liked. It was as if it wasn't his. Maybe he stayed in another room with a woman. Maybe the only reason he didn't seem to want me as a mate was that he already had a preference for another. My wolf snarled. I'm going to neuter him in his sleep, if he does sleep. She was jealous if it wasn't clear, and so was I, but at a calmer level. Oh, who am I lying to? My hands clenched at the thought of any female touching my mate's toned arms and running her fingers through his pitch-black hair. Even if I didn't like him, he was still mine. I shook off my thoughts and went back to lie on the bed, not bothering to go to his clothes to sniff at them. I'd be the only girl with bad luck to end up getting caught checking my mate's underwear. I raised my legs to look at my bare feet. I wonder where my shoes were? How long has it been since I was captured? Hours? Days? Where am I? Let's make a list, I told my wolf and felt her amusement. And what shall it be called, topic as well? She asked, following along. How about shoot? I should have done this to save my life. She snorted but agreed. First, I don't know where I am. Second, I don't know why I'm here. Third, I don't know how I got here. Fourth, I don't know where my family is. Fifth, I don't know why a sexy god became my mate when I'm just an ordinary wolf. Sixth, I don't know what day it is. Seventh, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Eighth, I don't know what my intimidating, sexy giant mate is thinking. Ninth, I don't know what my sexy, intimidating giant mate keeps rambling on about. My stomach rumbled. 10th, I don't know when these people are going to freaking feed me. Personally, I think the last one was the most important. Oh, how I loved my wolf. She was like my best friend. I was never alone ever. Okay, that sounded creepy. I would wait for hours and maybe even days before anyone would bother to give me attention. You could just imagine my surprise when my mate barged into the room with a green-eyed man who was probably one of my captors. I immediately stood up with eyes narrowed at both of them. You. I looked at the man standing beside my mate. His height was close to my towering mate's, who was scowling at me for whatever reason with his arms behind his back. The man smiled widely at me with distrustful eyes. My eyes switched over to Zaltan. I felt uncomfortable with the way he was looking at me. My name is Alberticus. I'm the... That kinda sounds like algebraic, algebraic. Like algebra, math, I said. The man seemed to be disgusted. My face scrunched at what came out of my mouth. How stupid of me. No, not like algebra, little girl, he growled. I tilted my head to the side, giving him a look. I don't give a hoot what he says. His name reminds me of math. I don't know how, but it does. I hate math. Are you sure? I kept going. If you end up, he grumbled under his breath. Enough, already. An authoritative tone rang in the room. Algebra and I shut our mouths like kids getting a scolding. Zaltan looked down at me and then turned to the door. Follow. Without a thought, my feet followed where he went, passing the door and going into the dark halls. Algebra was walking behind me in a stuffy kind of silence. Where are we going? I asked. Silence. Where are you guys taking me? Silence. I sighed, thinking they had no intention of answering me. I looked around as we headed down, then up, and then down once more, making confusing turns. Wherever we were headed was in the deepest end of this place, with our footsteps echoing around the concrete walls. I couldn't sense anyone else in the building, but I could be wrong. Where could they be taking me? Are they going to let me go now? I felt a quick sense of relief along with sadness. I didn't want to part with Zaltan so soon. No, he wouldn't be letting me go quickly. I turned to look behind me, catching the glaring green eyes of algebra. I looked back at Zaltan, whose arms were flexed and hands were clasped behind, striding gracefully. If he wasn't going to let me go, and if he wasn't going to see me as his mate, then what did he plan to do with me? I didn't think I wanted to hear the answer. I needed a plan to escape. My wolf thoroughly disliked my idea, but I didn't really care what she liked at the moment. We stopped beside the first gray door. The hall extended to a never-ending passage, but a large chest covered in black blocked my view. I looked up at Zaltan's expectant face while the large metal door had been pushed open and it seemed like I was the first to enter. The walls in the room were painted white, but the floor was bare. I saw a chair backed against a wall with lots of straps attached to its feet and armrests. I didn't have to guess why I was to be placed in here. Oh, heck no. No. I shook my head back and forth, taking steps backwards, my pulse racing. Fear and panic ran through my veins. I tried to push away from the door, but hit a chest instead. A comforting warmth surrounded me, and I knew who it was, but I didn't want to believe he would do such a thing to me. Go to the chair and sit still. Of course, just like the other times, my body followed his command. I fought for control. I was screaming both in my head and out of my mouth. I bet I was a sight. A pale, brown-haired girl in sweats was crying while she casually walked over and sat in a chair. Tears were streaming down my face. I was just as angry as I was scared. How dare he? I didn't want to get tortured, much less die. He couldn't do this. Was this the god they spoke of? Would he show me the monster everyone feared? Please. You can't do this. I've done nothing wrong. Zaltan walked over to me, his frame towering above me with blank eyes. His beautiful face subconsciously sparked hope and fear in my heart, the type only a mate could. He wouldn't hurt me. He was so hauntingly beautiful, and the fact that I didn't know a thing about this god known for his cruelty didn't help. Shoo, he said. I tried to be quiet and took in shaky breaths. I wanted to wipe my sweaty face, but was not able to. Algebra was at the door with a somber look on his face. Zaltan said he wouldn't hurt me if I were innocent of not working for whoever they were. I didn't even have a job yet. I don't even work for them. I calmed down just a little at the thought. He hadn't used the restraints on me, so I was fine, just paralyzed in a sense. I'm not going to hurt you, so there's no sense in crying. This isn't a normal interrogation, Viva. Zaltan spoke, agitated. This is just a quick and efficient way to get what I want. And what I want is to figure out what you know. I can't have you near me without doing this, and I need to know what your role is in this little plan of theirs. This won't hurt, but it will drain you. I sincerely hope. His face softened a bit toward the end, but he quickly bounced back to his distant expression and didn't finish whatever he was going to say. I was shaking on the inside, pushing against the invisible force holding me down to this chair, but it was too strong. What was he going to say? I sincerely hope you die. I sincerely hope you're not a traitor. I sincerely hope. Zaltan lifted his hands to my face. His fingers hovered for a second before they made contact. They could hear my breath hitch. His fingertips lingered on my cheek, where tears were streaming and traveled up to my temples. His fingers began to feel warmer and then hot in a flash. I could feel my pulse at his fingertips. He then touched my forehead and felt a force pushing against my mental barrier. The force weakened as it moved forward like a ghost through a wall. I was prepared to go back and fight for my mental block to stay up, but he just slipped through. I wasn't ready for this. He was right. There was no pain, but there was discomfort, the feeling of being invaded intimately. I couldn't feel his fingers anymore, but I knew they were there. I didn't know what he was doing, but I could feel him in my mind. I felt him go through my thoughts, secrets, and memories, which was a total invasion of privacy. Each memory and thought he passed through clung to him and floated on its own. My energy was leaving me while my head felt overwhelmed by his presence in my mind. My wolf was whimpering as her mind was searched as well. Pack life, trees, and wilderness. Insecurities and wishes. All of me was laid bare. Images flashed through my head like a slideshow, but they were too fast to focus on, and I was getting exhausted. I looked at his face, changing expression from caution to bewilderment, surprise, and then awe. It morphed to horror as my eyes began to flutter closed. He snatched his hands back quickly from my face. Whatever hold that glued me to the chair was gone, making my head fall forward along with my body. Maybe I'd get lucky and sink right through the ground, into a portal, and fall into my bed back home, and then realize this was all some crazy dream. I felt strong arms wrap around me, and my head was made to rest on a shoulder. Zaltan quickly picked me up with his arms, sweeping under me and grabbing hold of my legs. I was going mad with my desire and anger. No. Put me down, I growled. It might have sounded weak because he didn't answer me. He held me to his chest as he walked over to the door. I wanted to push him away, but I was weak. I closed my eyes but didn't surrender my will to the darkness. I just needed to regain my mental energy to regain control of my limbs. I've had enough of this jerk telling me what to do with my body and then going through my head without permission. He invaded my privacy, my thoughts, my memories, and all because he could. He didn't even bother to ask me. He could have asked me. Not like I had anything to hide. Algebra must have opened the door when Zaltan was walking with me in his arms without moving me an inch. It then closed quickly. Algebra spoke cautiously. So? I heard him ask. I waited for Zaltan's answer. What was the point of all of this? Clear. She doesn't know a thing, he whispered in a hoarse voice, then cleared his throat. I wanted to open my eyes to see his face, but I didn't even have enough energy for that. Really? He said while opening the doors for Zaltan to get through. Where is he taking me now? Yes. She's clueless, but she seems to understand me when I speak in Latin, he stated. Something in his tone made me want to move around in his arms. Latin? That's the language then. Isn't that right? When I was finally able to open my eyes, Zaltan gazed at me with his head tilted and lips parted as if he didn't understand something. If only I could move my arms, I would take a swing at his face. God or not, he deserved to be punched. I said nothing as I looked at him. I was too tired to speak. What good was a body if the mind couldn't use it for its purpose? Well, this jerk didn't seem to have any problem, apparently. What? I've been with you for a long time, but I still don't even understand you at times. Why do you think that is? That she understands, Algebra asked, but Zaltan didn't answer. I looked over at him and saw him peer down at me. He really was good-looking when he wasn't scowling. His arms tightened around me with his eyes still on me, but I tried to avoid it. What now? His blue eyes had gone cold again, a dark expression shadowing over him. I felt butterflies in my stomach, and this wasn't the way I pictured myself being carried by my mate for the first time. Zaltan was still walking with me in his arms along another hallway. The walls were soft blue with brown framed paintings hanging on the walls and tables with flowers on top. We turned a corner, and I saw multiple doors leading elsewhere, hearing chatters and laughter. I saw Algebra slip into one of those doorways and enter a spacious place where I spotted toys and shoes on the floor. Who lived here? At the end of the hall was a spiral staircase and floors made of glass, leading to another floor and more hallways. Could this be his pack house? If Zaltan was the Lupus Deus, then why would he have a pack? If you're a wolf god, why would you have a pack? Wouldn't every pack be considered his pack? We then entered a huge living room decorated with black couches and wide windows with clear curtains, which allowed sunshine to filter through. I could still hear laughter in the air as we walked into a large kitchen with a table in the middle of the room. He put me down in a chair and began to pull things out. What was he doing? Was he making food? The laughter of 2 guys and 3 ladies died down when they noticed Zaltan carrying me in his arms. They bowed their heads and looked at me while he paid them no heed. Both of the guys had cream blonde hair that was combed back, large dark brown eyes, and baby faces. I could tell they were twins. The only difference was that the one on the left had higher cheekbones and the one on the right had a more pronounced jawline. They both wore light-washed jeans, but the former had on a green button-down shirt while the latter wore blue. The 3 girls were each completely different from each other. The closest one to me was a dark-skinned girl with short hair. She had hazel eyes with a hint of green in them. Her face was well-rounded with a rounded nose and thin lips. She was the tallest girl in the group. The girl next to her was the cutest thing I had ever seen. Standing at 5'1", with dark red hair and dark green eyes, and a heart-shaped baby face. The girl next to her had caramel-colored skin, black hair, brown eyes, full lips, and looked around my height and age. All of them were looking at me while I looked back at them awkwardly. They all had curious and nervous looks on their faces. I looked towards Zaltan, who was busy putting something together. I couldn't see over his large figure what exactly he was doing with his hands, but I could smell food. He moved swiftly and gracefully. I watched his muscles flex and tense with his movement, down to his strong legs covered in fit pants. Snap out of it, woman. Do not check him out. He is the enemy. Remember, he just scrambled your brains with his fingers alone, I reminded myself. I'd like him to check me out next, my wolf purred in my head, of course, not bothering to be angry with him. Ignoring her words, my thoughts took on a different course. Now this guy knows everything about me, while I know next to nothing about him. I looked back at the people who were still by the door. This time, their eyes were switching between Zaltan and me. I tried not to blush, but since he didn't even bother to notice the awkward situation, I cleared my throat. Hi. Wow. Can I be any cooler? Don't answer that. The tall, dark-skinned girl smiled brightly at me and waved from her spot while the others gave a weary smile back. Hello. I'm Ambrosia. This is Lester, Angelique. Those 2 are Draven and Blaine. She pointed to each of her friends. So the red-haired girl was Lester, the caramel-colored girl was Angelique, and the blue-shirt twin was Draven, and the other was Blaine. Or was it the other way around? Shoot. I returned their smiles, at least they were friendly. I'm Viva. Nice to meet you all. They nodded and finally entered the kitchen. The boys walked to one of the large refrigerators and pulled out 4 bottles of Coke and water. They handed the girls the soda, while one of the twins kept the bottle of water. Lester and Angelique just leaned against the countertop and looked at me. Ambrosia was boldly making her way to me to pull out a chair when Zaltan, who hadn't said a thing or glanced at them, let out a threatening growl that had Ambrosia halting mid-step. What on earth? All of us stood rooted to the ground, and the air was suddenly thick with fear. I'm sure all of us were wide-eyed, looking in Zaltan's direction. He had his back to us, but his head turned in our direction with a glare directed at Ambrosia. While I'm sure it looked threatening to the others with his height and muscles, to me, it painted a completely different picture. The light coming from the window shone down on him perfectly. His black hair shone like a dark halo, a black strand of hair falling over those icy blue orbs. Ambrosia took a few steps backwards with her head lowered until she hit the wall. What was that about? Her friends threw each other the same look before discreetly talking to each other while looking at us. Zaltan turned quickly with a plate in his hands and strolled over to the table, ignoring everyone in the room, and placed the plate in front of me. I looked up at him, disregarding the plate. He was looking at me with a blank face and pursed lips, then crossed his arms over his large chest. I looked down at my plate. There were 5 large pancakes on my plate, already cut up and with syrup. How fast is this guy? Can he cook? I looked back up at him. Eat, he demanded. I was hungry, but that was just plain rude. I glared back at him, still angry about the invasion of my privacy. Now that I was seated properly and the fear of thinking I was going to be tortured was gone, I felt calmer and braver while regaining my energy. I understand that we're wolves, but I do eat civilized at the table. Can I have a fork, please? I said sarcastically. The people in the kitchen had a mixture of shock and horrified expressions on their faces, as if they had been given homework for the summer. Looking back at Zaltan, I saw the frosty look on his face and his clenched jaw. He surprised me when he didn't say a thing and walked over to a cabinet, pulling out a fork. He walked over and handed it to me. He crossed his arms over his chest again and sat beside me. I shifted a little in my chair at his proximity. Too close. Too close. I began to eat the pancakes quickly, serving my hunger, my #1 priority. Forget everyone else in the room, I was hungry. When I finally finished, I realized how hungry I was when the plate was empty. Zaltan had a pleased expression on his face, his eyes not moving from my face. Without looking over his shoulder, he ordered, "Get her a bottle of water." One of the twins quickly opened the refrigerator and walked over to the table, water in hand. I took it gratefully and saw his slightly nervous expression. "Thank you. No problem." Even though I was basically ordered to do it, he was probably thinking. I drank from the bottle and put it down. "Now what?" "So," I said, not knowing where to start. "What?" Zaltan asked, leaning forward. It was ridiculous how tall this man was. Even when seated, he was still taller than me. "Can I go now?" "I think you got what you wanted," I said bitterly toward him. I knew the others were listening, but I didn't care. I needed to go home. I wanted to go home. After his little interrogation, it became clear to me that my own mate didn't trust me. He chose to go through my mind and invade my privacy instead of trusting my word. I would have answered anything he asked honestly. "I already told you, Viva. The answer is no, and I will not repeat myself, so drop it," he said harshly. I flinched at his words, but then my anger resurfaced. I stood from the table without a word and walked out of the kitchen. I heard a chair scraping loudly, followed by footsteps. A rough hand yanked me and turned me around. "Where the heck do you think you're going?" Zaltan growled out with his blue eyes growing stormy. I tried to yank my hand out of his grasp, but it was too strong. Fine. He obviously wins in strength, so it was time for a different course. "Let go," I said evenly. "No. Now answer me," he demanded. I lifted my head and looked him squarely in the eyes. "I'm looking for the door." His eyes widened for a moment. His pupils dilated and changed from blue to black. I held my ground even though I was alarmed and felt the chill in my arms. "I said you couldn't leave," he said slowly. This made me take a slight step back. He was radiating with anger and power, but was speaking calmly, not a good combination. "I am done asking for your permission." I was trying to be polite, but you've got no reason to keep me here. "You got what you wanted, now let me go," I said softly, pulling my arm. He was breathing deeply, his nostrils flaring. "No reason, huh?" he asked sarcastically and smiled. The room began to feel cold. I held my breath as he pulled me closer, releasing my hand and wrapping it around my waist. His nose was touching mine before he closed his eyes and let his nose trail down to my cheek and then back to my nose. I felt my legs weaken a bit, and I took in a shaky breath. "So you being mine isn't reason enough?" He smirked mockingly. He didn't know how I felt about him, and the fact that this was probably all a game to him made me angry. I tried to push at him. "Let me go, you jerk. I'm going home, and you can't stop me." "I can't believe you." I know you don't want me, so I'll do us both a favor. And Ray, all of a sudden, he put me over his shoulder faster than I could realize, knocking the air out of me. Zaltan was moving fast, too fast that it couldn't even be called running. Everything around me was a blur of color, and every sound was mixed. My hair moved around me as if a tornado were in the room. We came to a stop, and before I could gasp for air, I was thrown into the air and landed on something soft that made me bounce. I squealed in shock and realized it was a bed. The room we were in was dark with little light passing through the curtains, giving the room an ominous feeling. Zaltan's shadow was at the door. I quickly crawled back with wide eyes. My instincts flared, and everything was telling me that I was in tiny quarters with a gigantic predator. Zaltan looked down at me with smoldering eyes and parted lips. His head was cocked to the side, showing more of his neck. He took slow, deliberate steps toward me, his head tilted down, making his lashes cast a shadow over his stormy, intense eyes. Pure and utter magnetism was what he was doing. He had an alluring air around him that had my eyes glued to his every move, but even then, at the back of my head, I noted the coldness on his face. As he neared the bed, I glanced at the door and then back at him, and he smiled. He clicked his tongue at me and surprised me by reaching for the bottom of his black V-neck top and pulling it over his large frame. My eyes widened at this animalistic side to him. My wolf was howling like it was a full moon. He was lean and muscular in all the right places, his broad shoulders, a solid chest, smooth-looking skin, and his toned and firm stomach. His pants were held up with a black belt. As I trailed my eyes back to him, I could feel him igniting a spark within me that was becoming brighter and brighter. "Am I to your liking?" he asked, taking another step toward the bed. I was breathing so quickly that it was hard to swallow. I've never been in a situation like this before. No guy had ever thrown me on his bed and then taken his shirt off. He was beyond hot, and that did not help. This stuff was better than imagination. I wasn't going to give him the pleasure of knowing that, though. I fixed my dazed expression and looked him straight in the eye with a serious expression. "You're a solid 8 out of 10. I thought he would laugh at my pathetic joke or even growl at it. I didn't know he would lunge at me with an enraged look on his face. I screamed and quickly rolled over, barely missing the hands that were reaching for me. I kept rolling until I hit the ground, where I scrambled to get up. A hand reached for my wrist, pulling me into a bare chest. He wrapped his arms around me and let us fall back. When we hit the bed, he quickly rolled us over, holding me down and pinning my arms above my head. My hair was a mess, and I was panting like crazy, but in an odd sense, I felt happy. I could almost pretend this was play. He leaned down and began to nuzzle my neck with his nose, tickling me. I moved my hands, itching to touch his smooth-skinned torso as he tightened his hold. "You were going to reject me, weren't you? Even though I said you were mine, such a naughty girl. Girls like you need to be punished," he purred in my ear. My eyes widened at his words. I shook my head back and forth. No, I wasn't. I was just angry. I swear I wasn't. It was true. Blame it on the heat of the moment. He hummed against my throat, taking a deep breath. "You smell so good. Maybe I will Marcus you. Who knows, it might keep you in your place." I froze. I was sure I wanted him to Marcus me, but now? No way. My anger came flaring back. Let's not push it. I mean, we don't even know each other, forget that. I don't know you, you rude jerk. You went through my memories and thoughts to get something you could have just asked me. Get off of me. I thrashed under his hold. He pulled back, baring his teeth at me as his eyes turned black. I bared my own and snarled, refusing to be intimidated when I knew he was wrong. His messy but sexy hair fanned over his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, only to close it and sigh. He got up and pulled his shirt back on, his eyes returning to blue, leaving me in the same position. He made his way to the door and yanked it open. Algebra stood with his hands ready to knock. Zaltan heard him before he struck. "Sorry, man, we've got a situation that needs handling," Algebra said, not even glancing past Zaltan, who nodded at him. Zaltan turned to look at me intensely with his eyes smoldering again. I sat up to look at him with a flushed face. Use the room as you please. I'll be back later, he said in a deep voice before leaving me without another word. I sat for a moment and realized something. He didn't command me to stay here. He didn't say I couldn't leave. I was free. I leapt off the bed and was heading for the door when I thought he was probably still around. If I left then, there was a chance that I would bump into him. There was no time to waste. Zaltan was a god, and it was difficult to remember that when he was shirtless and making me angry. Whatever situation was going on, it could have been a tough one. He would probably take a while at least, I hoped. I didn't bother looking around as I would be leaving soon, but I thought of taking advantage of the situation. I walked over to the bathroom and opened it slightly. Making sure there was an extra towel, I went back to the room and looked for something to wear. I opened a drawer and was surprised to see clothing already there. Men's clothes, Zaltan's to be exact. They all carried his scent, not to mention there were no other colors except black. Was I in his room? Was this actually his room and not the one where I first woke up in? There were other things and random articles of clothing on the floor. His bed was covered with dark blue sheets. There were more things in here than in the last room, almost decorated in the same sense. I pulled out the smallest shirt I could find, along with the smallest sweats, and took a pair of his briefs, which made me snicker a bit. I headed back into the bathroom. It was elegant in a combination of black and silver. Dark but soothing. The floor tiles in the shower were pitch black, while the rest were melted silver. I stripped and entered his shower and fell in love with it as soon as I figured out how to use it. Instead of the usual lousy showers where there's only one water hose, there were two on each wall and on the ceiling. It was heaven. I used his rich-smelling shampoo and conditioner, the reason behind the minty freshness that wafts off from him sometimes. I showered quickly and didn't bother looking in the mirror. I still had brown eyes, short hair, and a chubby face. I doubted that would change just because I met my mate. I quickly changed into the clothes I picked, having to adjust them a lot so they wouldn't slip off me. The shirt was more like a dress, and the shorts were like pants, which was ridiculous. I ran my fingers through my short hair and pushed it away from my face. I took in a deep breath and was making my way to the door when I heard a distinctive sound. It stopped me in my tracks and made me turn around with wide eyes. Could I be this lucky? My eyes scanned the room and landed on the black device with a flashing green dot. I quickly ran to the phone, praying he didn't have a password on it. Yes! What type of idiot doesn't lock their phone in this century? Our idiot, I agreed with my wolf. I waited for the call from a guy called Fredden to end, and then quickly went to the call button. I typed my dad's number, knowing that if I called my mom, she wouldn't pick up. My finger hovered over the green button. Come on. Please do it. What's stopping you? What was stopping me? I thought it over that this could be my only and last chance to call them, but what if Zaltan had his phone tracked and realized I called my parents? I couldn't do that to them, no matter how worried they probably were now. I erased the number and put the phone down. I groaned as I couldn't call 911 either. I could hear the conversation now. 911, what's your emergency? I've been kidnapped by my mate, who's a god. He won't Marcus me or let me leave. This does count as kidnapping, right? Yeah, the only thing I would get was probably a scolding over the phone by some stranger. Then an idea hit me. I grabbed his phone to track his location and turned it on. While waiting, I smiled at my little victory. I would soon know exactly where I was and how to get out of here. My smile disappeared as I read the screen. The Bermuda Triangle. What? The actual heck. The Bermuda Triangle? I thought this place was prohibited for anyone, even more so to live in it. It was said that technology wouldn't work here, and that things around it ended up going missing because of some strange time lapse or some stuff. I tried to recall all of my geography lessons, but only managed to remember my teacher saying something about the island being declared off limits for anyone to fly near it, such as planes, for the last 80 years due to some sort of freak storm accident. How on earth am I supposed to get out of the Bermuda Triangle? The door opened. Zaltan stood and leaned against the door with a collected look on his face. I clenched his phone in my hands. He was back too soon. That's the thing. You're not, he said. I could feel my heart sinking. I was indeed trapped in here. Chapter 5. You see, Viva, even if you somehow escaped this house and passed all the guards, patrols, and cameras, there's no way in heck you'd get off this island without me knowing. Zaltan walked toward me as he spoke. When he got near me, he gently took his phone out of my hands and glanced at it, then back at me, but all I could do was look past him as if I didn't see anything. There really was no escaping here, was there? I was trapped in here forever. Forever? No. There had to be a way out. I looked at Zaltan, who was typing something on his phone with displeasure on his face. He looked over at me and cocked his brow. I stayed silent, looked at him, and began to think deeply. If there were water, household tools, and a pack, then that must mean that this was a living environment for people. Last time I heard, the BT was just a large island ignored by the world for being unlucky. If you lived here and went around kidnapping girls from around the world, wouldn't you need to leave and come back constantly? Not only that. If his phone worked enough to locate where we were, wouldn't that mean he would have to get technology to work first? I pursed my lips at Zaltan. He was still looking at me cautiously. You've built a living society on an island ignored by the human government, I stated without hesitation. He blinked at me in surprise. There was a reason I was at the top of my class in high school. Also, never underestimate a woman, especially the confident, chubby ones. My, you're a smart one, aren't you? And here I thought I'd have to explain things to you, he said in a sardonic tone. I wished he were not as good-looking as he was. Even when being rude, my wolf wouldn't get mad at him. I clenched my jaw. It's not like I could do anything as well. He was stronger than me in all senses. So you have a pack and you're like the alpha? How does living in the Bermuda Triangle exactly work? How did I get from Washington, D.C. to here? I asked, looking for a way to wrap my head around everything. He stared at me for a long time and spoke the best choice of words with pride. He walked around the room, picking up things and setting them in places. When I began to walk over to the bed, he stopped to look at me until I sat down. Indeed, I do have a pack. Even though I definitely have a higher rank than alphas, I work like one. My pack, just like every other pack and alpha, is run by me. He sneered the words out. I truly am the alpha of all alphas, he said proudly. I couldn't help the pride that welled up in my chest. I found it very attractive that he could dominate everyone, but it also made me nervous. There had to be a reason or a sacrifice for someone to have such power and control. What price did he pay for all of this? Walking over to one of the large couches, he continued talking and sat down with his hands set on his thighs. After a few meaningless years, I wanted a pack of my own while still running other packs from afar. Why not here? Getting a force field wasn't even a problem. He lifted his hands. A few meaningless years? I cocked my head anxiously. How old could Zaltan be? He looked like he was in his mid to late 20s, maybe 25? Though I knew that couldn't be true, as the rumors of the famous Lupus Deus weren't just around for a few years. They've been around for a few centuries. How old are you exactly, Zaltan? I interrupted, earning a glare from him. Does it matter? I shook my head hesitantly at him. It didn't, but I felt like it was important. Werewolves weren't immortal creatures, as everyone believed. We just aged slowly, so for him to be talking so casually about years was concerning. Was his lifespan longer than mine? If I were to die first, would he miss me? Would he move on without me? My heart clenched at the thought. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair, pushing back the strands that always fell over his face. I bit the inside of my cheek as he looked like a petulant child. Well, a childish man. I'm not going to tell you my birth date because I truly don't know when or where I was born. My first few years of existence are a blur. He turned to look at something on the wall. I had a feeling he was lying to me. There was a slimy feeling in my chest. I curled my tongue in my mouth and kept silent. I'm old, but not that old, around 600 years old, he grumbled out. With widened eyes, I stood up on my feet and pointed a finger at him. You creep. Get away from me. I yelled out. Zaltan stood from his spot and marched over to me, snatching my hand and putting it on his abdomen. Does this feel like a beer belly to you? He growled angrily at me. I shook my head without moving my hand. If I did, I was sure he would reconsider seeing me as a mate and not the girl who basically felt him up. He let go of my hand and stepped back, glaring at me. Well, someone was a little sensitive when it comes to age. Sorry, I said, realizing how childish I had acted. Questions are over. Now, do you want to stay here all day, or do you want to see your new home? He asked, adding smugness in his voice. I scowled at him. He knew I was trapped. Heck, it was obvious. Fine, I mumbled, following him out of the door and trying hard not to stare. While in the middle of the hallway, I contemplated whether to ask him or not, then chose to do it anyway. Hey, what exactly do you plan with me being here? I do want to go to college, you know, and I have no plans on being stuck here for long. He stopped and turned to look at me with annoyance. I know. I get the whole, you're not leaving blah 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 blah. Doesn't mean I agree though. I made air quotation marks with my fingers and saw his amused face. How old are you? Definitely younger than you. 18. Why? I asked defensively, not liking the way his face fell slightly. I'm an adult as well. You're young. You're not going to college, he stated like it was obvious. He turned to walk away from me, but I shot off in front of him. Wait. Hold up. What do you mean, I'm not going to college? Last time I checked, I wasn't asking your permission. Legally speaking, being 18 makes me an adult, I said. Who was he to tell me what I could do with my future? The man we want in our future. My wolf chose to comment at the worst of times. Shoot. Go back to your cave, mutt. We have colleges here, but since there are men, you aren't going. Besides, you need not work for anything, he said. He tried to walk past me, but I blocked him. Why does it matter if guys are going to college here? I'm not going to live here forever, by the way, and FYI, I do need to work. Do you expect me to stay by your side and do nothing every day? I was not going to lie, that sounded nice. It was almost like having everything handed to you on a silver platter, but as nice as it sounded, I knew it came at a huge price, my freedom and pride. There was nothing wrong with being a housewife, but I couldn't cook my whole life. Look. I don't know how you see this whole mate situation working out, but let me tell you what I know. I know you don't plan on marking me like a normal mate would because you said it yourself. It was clearly a rejection. I don't plan on living with someone who doesn't want me, I said sourly. I ignored my clenched heart and fisted my hands. It really was no use being with him if he wouldn't want me. I'd be torturing myself just by being around him every day. He lifted his head to the ceiling and sighed roughly. I stared at his throat, distracted by his smooth skin that suddenly made my gums ache. I rubbed my tongue over my teeth as if to calm the teeth that wanted to come out to Marcus, our mate. It was just the two of us in our heated gaze, blue against brown. My skin began to feel as if it was being caressed, my face, my arms, and my back. The touch was gentle yet rough at the same time. I didn't know how to describe the warmth I felt. I shivered as the touch became light like a feather over my face. My eyes widened as I looked up at Zaltan with a shocked and half-lidded look. I knew it was him, even if he was standing in front of me, not physically touching me. He looked at me with hooded eyes, but he had a coy look on his face. He leaned into me slightly while his face was looming over me. I felt like whatever touch was holding me tilted my head to his. My breathing was heavy while his breath fanned over my face. Let me clear something for you, Viva. You are mine, with or without Marcus. He smirked. They sent you to me as a bargaining chip, hoping to stop me. They were sadly mistaken. In reality, I just gained something out of their stupidity. It also helps that this world doesn't taint you, and I plan on keeping it like that. So my dear Viva, you were made for this god, and this god will be darned if he lets anyone take you from him, including yourself, he said with dark humor. As soon as he leaned back, all the touching sensations stopped. I was left feeling tipsy and slack-jawed. With or without Marcus, I was his. Before I could think more about his words, he pulled me by the hand down a corridor and stopped at a living room that looked more like a game room. When we entered the lighted living room, I was surprised to see people. They were mostly large men with fit builds and women dressed in black clothing. They were people of all colors and shapes. They all stopped what they were doing as soon as we entered and stood up to bow their heads. Alpha Lupus, They chorused before looking at me. I wanted to step behind Zaltan, but remained where I was. I tried to pull my hand out of his before it started to sweat, but he just squeezed it, making everyone look to our hands. Their heads tilted back up, and then their eyes widened in mixed emotions. Zaltan spoke loudly in an authoritative voice. "This is Viva, my mate." They were surprised to hear Zaltan's words. I felt something warm in my chest at the acceptance from the people I just met, the more so for Zaltan to have said it out loud, claiming me in front of everyone. My wolf howled in my head, and her tail wagged. She isn't safe to wander around the island yet, so I'll be assigning guards here while I prepare for tonight's meeting. John, Coulter, Lucas, and Millie step forward, Zaltan stated. This jerk really likes leaving me in the dark. It isn't safe to wander around on foot. It was more like it isn't free to roam. I closed my mouth as his hand squeezed mine a bit painfully. Jerk. For wolves, 2 men and 2 women stepped forward. Without question, they surpassed my height. One was even taller than Zaltan. It was amusing to see a large, grown male bowing to Zaltan, who was a few inches shorter than him. Both fit, brown-eyed women had their hair pulled back in ponytails. One woman had pale skin and a scar that went down her right eyebrow. The other was tan and had a serious expression on her face. The men had the same build. The taller one had curly blonde hair that was pulled back with a few loose strands falling on the sides. He had lovely, big, blue eyes with a mischievous look in them. The one next to him had red hair and green eyes, reminding me of the girl I met before. What was her name? Lana? I think that was it. As the 4 got closer, they knelt down on their knees. Zaltan let go of my hand and made his way to them. I watched in wonder as Zaltan walked toward them. He paused every once in a while, making the room tense. He then slightly nodded and spoke. "Will you protect her with your life?" He gave me 4 guards. That was more than enough. There was no need for that. "Yes, Alpha," they answered in unison. My breath got stuck in my throat. Have you ever had someone who promised to protect you with their life? If you had, imagine that, times 4. Because if you fail, you will pay with your life. As serious as his threat was, I felt moved by his actions. See? He does care. My wolf said. Right. Maybe I was being too hard on him. Yes, Alpha, they repeated. Come, Zaltan said as he walked over to me. He grabbed my hand and pulled me. I heard shuffling and presumed the 4 had followed. Trying not to be rude, I glanced behind me and saw the others a few feet behind us, as if giving us privacy. They stopped gazing at us when I looked at them, so I turned back in embarrassment. Why do they bow their heads? I asked. It wasn't the first question I wanted to ask, but it was the first to come out. Zaltan opened a glass door and led me to who knows where. I shivered a bit. Because I am a god and you're my mate. To not bow to me would mean to challenge me. Other alphas are under me, so they do not get one, he stated. I guess that made sense. Why did you give me guards? I asked, displeased. I would have appreciated a warning even if it came out like, oh hey, I'm going to have you followed. You don't mind, right? He glanced at me from his side and looked forward. This is no ordinary pack, Viva. Your existence, for a better word, hasn't been explained yet, which means the pack isn't aware of who you are. You could be mistaken for an intruder, he explained. I arched my brows and chuckled a bit. He looked at me with suspicion, so I explained myself quickly. You said intruder as if I would purposely swim across the ocean to come here. Do you know what's in the water? Sharks. No way, I'm staying on land, I muttered the last part to myself. I was so distracted by my short banter that I hadn't noticed Zaltan smiling behind me. He shook his head and kept walking to the living room, where we first were. Man, that was a workout. What floor are we at? I pulled my arm across my chest like I was stretching. Zaltan pulled out his phone from his back pocket and began tapping on it. 5th floor, he said. Darn. You need an elevator. If I'm staying here, I demand a room on the 1st floor. I'm not climbing all those stairs, I said, dreading the walk. We do and no, he said, lifting his head to look at me. You do? Wait, you have an elevator? Then why the heck did we take the stairs? And what do you mean no? I almost shouted, peeved at him. That was mean. I hope he stubbed his toe on a corner wall, but it would probably hurt the wall more. I said no because you're staying in my room with me, he said, pulling out a wallet from his back pocket. He then pulled out a sleek black card and handed it to me. Wait. I have to go. I'll see you later. Explore. Please don't leave her side for anything. I expect her day to be nothing less than perfect, he said quickly. He pulled me into his arms and inhaled my scent, then he was gone. Puff like smoke, moving faster than I could comprehend and leaving me dumbfounded. I held out his black card and looked around with an open mouth. What? Where would he go? I turned again. I was surprised to see the 4 guards appear out of nowhere. The tall blonde male stepped forward. He had an ecstatic expression on his face. I'm John, the fun one. The redhead is Lucas, party pooper. The one with the scar is Coulter, enough said. And the other one is Millie, who secretly wants to. Millie quickly walked over to John and began to beat him with her arms. The heck is wrong with you? She was jumping up and down to hit his face, but because he was so tall, it became impossible. John just laughed it off. Lucas stepped forward and pulled the pair behind him with an apologetic look on his face. I'm so sorry about that, Luna. John can be a bit strange. His voice was soft and yet ear-catching. Coulter stood between the 2 adults who were now looking down at the floor. I muttered. The black card began to heat up in my hands, so I switched it over to my other hand. Money really does burn out more easily when it's not ours to spend. The 4 guards looked at me patiently. They all looked older than me, but I got a calming sensation coming from them. Usually, my wolf was tense with new wolves, but with everyone here, she was elevated. I snapped out of my thinking and looked at them sheepishly. They must think I'm a total airhead. Sorry. It's just that I woke up a few hours ago, and to be honest, I still don't know what's going on. He just gave me his card and left, I said. I felt myself flush under their amused stares. It's all right, Luna. Alpha Lupus Mind linked us to take you shopping for the day, so you feel more comfortable here. He said not to worry about the cost, and to spend until you tire. Coulter said happily. I huffed and looked down at the black card in my hand. Oh, that jerk doesn't tell me anything, I said dryly. I looked up and saw John grabbing his neck as he choked. The others were looking at me in shock. Even Lucas was gazing at me with astonishment. What? I asked. Sorry. We just aren't used to hearing someone talk about Alpha in such a way. Millie spoke and looked at John, who was patting his chest. Darn. I almost wished he was here to hear that, but then again, I think I like our Luna with her head on her shoulders, John said. I would have been scared by his comment, but I remembered calling him a jerk before, so it wasn't that scary at all. Good. You're trusting him now, my wolf said. It's not trust. It's me knowing I can get away with calling a god a jerk. Would you like to go shopping now, Luna? Coulter asked politely. I looked down at the card. A devious expression made its way to my face. I recognized that look on her face. My little sister gets that when she takes my card and shops as revenge, John said painfully. I looked up at the guards in front of me, not at all ashamed or embarrassed at the creepy smile on my face. I usually don't like spending people's money, but who am I to deny something that was given to me? I said, Why do I sense we're going to be in trouble today? Millie whispered. Because we probably are, John replied dryly. I laughed. Zaltan had made a mistake. He just placed my freedom in my hands. When Alpha said shopping, I don't think he meant this kind of shopping. Please don't buy a boat, Lucas pleaded for the 100th time. I just hushed him with a wave of a hand. He began to tug on his hair and mumble something. Zaltan wouldn't really hurt them. I thought, it's the best in stock, little woman. Nothing can get you to your destination swifter and faster than this beauty right here, the kind old man said happily. I know I was being stupid, but what did I have to lose? Who knows, maybe Zaltan was wrong, and I could get off the island faster than he could catch me. The boat in front of me was fairly small and enough for at least 2 people. It was light red with dark yellow lettering on the side that read freedom. Could be a sign from above. After telling the guards I wanted to go to the docks, they quickly agreed, not knowing my motives. When we left the house, I was surprised to see the island not looking anything like I thought it would. There were streets, homes, stores, and people walking around like normal. There were wolves once in a while, though. It was just like being in the States, but full of wolves. When we finally made our way to the large dock, I asked to see the smallest boats. They quickly realized I wasn't there to gaze at them. Lucas became a bit panicky while Coulter and Millie watched from afar, looking around for any signs of danger. John, well, he had disappeared. So how much? I asked, trying to be confident. How much did Zaltan have in his card? Would it max out? Well, for a pretty smile like yours, I'll sell it at 15,000. How about it? He asked. I wasn't a boat person, so I wasn't sure if he was ripping me off. I also had to consider how much Zaltan had in his card. 600 years was extremely long to build up and save money. Deal, I said. Lucas began to let out whining noises behind me and walked back and forth. Luna, I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to buy the boat because I'm sure I can guess what it's for. Alpha should know, Lucas said with a somber look. I quickly tried to redirect him before he could mind-link Zaltan. It's not, I Lucas, and the old man in front of me suddenly blinked, then their eyes turned silver. Viva, they said in unison. My eyes widened. It shocked me and, at the same time, piqued my wolf's interest. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew who was behind it. Zaltan, I whispered. What do you think you're doing? I gulped air. Even though he wasn't here physically, he still found a way to intimidate me. I tucked my hair behind my ear. I was not thinking. That's what you were doing. Did you honestly think I had only given you 4 guards and then expect you not to do something stupid? I have watched you. Careful, mate, they interrupted me. My eyes flickered between both of them, not entirely sure who to look at. He had me watch? I looked around me but couldn't find anyone suspicious. I clenched my jaw and clamped my teeth tightly. Don't you have work to do? I asked annoyingly. It made perfect sense for me to try to leave, but to be watched was stupid. He had already given me 4 guards. What exactly did he think I would carry out besides an escape plan? Yes, I do, but you keep distracting me. I want to get everything done for tonight's meeting, so please do me a favor and just shop without trouble. I don't want to be mind-linked that my mate is trying to purchase a boat from Old Kenneth while I'm in a meeting. Do I make myself clear? I nodded, feeling scolded. Lucas and the old man blinked as the color in their eyes changed back to normal. Wow, I've never had him do that to me. I've only heard about it, Lucas said with awe. The old man began to shake and put a hand on his chest. I reached out to touch him, but he stepped back quickly. I'm so sorry, Luna. I had no idea who you were. I'm so sorry if I was disrespectful. I'm so sorry, but Alpha will not allow me to sell the boat. I'm so sorry. He said, shaking. I could see he was scared for his life, as if I would accuse him of kicking me in the face. I thought I would feel uneasy being called Luna, but it felt as if they were calling me by my first name. It's all right, really. I'm sorry for any trouble I have caused. I am just going to go now. Have a nice day, I said, slowly walking backwards with Lucas by my side. I made my way out of the docks with a scowl on my face. Millie, Coulter, and John waited at the corner of the sidewalk for us. When I got to them, they all looked down at the ground. I sighed. Where did you go? I asked John with a raised brow. He smiled widely at me. My sister needed a hand. She was around this area. Sorry for not asking for direct permission, he said sincerely. So, what's there to do in the Bermuda Triangle? I asked. They all looked at each other before looking at me. Follow us, Luna, Millie said. A devious expression made its way to her face. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Beat her, man. Come on. Show me what you got. Do you even have moves? 'Cause if you do, you ain't moving it. Mine are better than yours, Court. I'd shut that trap of yours. I'm gonna win. You're gonna win nothing. Shake It by Metro Station was playing while John and I battled out an intense game of Wii. We had been dancing against each other for a good hour, bonding with the group after a few words slipped out. Turned out, John and I are pretty competitive when it came to dancing. Millie, Court, and Lucas were cheering at us from the side. They had taken me to an arcade called Gamers Brawl, and we haven't left since. I could happily say now that we were bonding, the tension felt less around us. We had attracted a small crowd with our yelling, or maybe everyone in the store. Not much of a difference. Winter flashed in front of my TV screen. John fell to his knees, yelling out in frustration. Millie and Court bounced up and down and then laughed at John. Lucas patted him on the back with an amused smile on his face. "Good game, Viv, even though I still think you cheated," John said, dusting off his knees. He patted me on the head and walked over to Millie with a flirtatious look on his face. "Hey, Mila." I rolled my eyes. Turned out, those two had an on and off kind of relationship. No wonder with all that teasing. That was awesome. I haven't seen anyone beat him in weeks. This ought to knock some sense into his thick head, the Court said as she handed me a water bottle while I wiped my damp forehead. "Thanks. I didn't really care if I won." I couldn't miss the chance to see Johnny the Giant dance. I snickered. We both looked over and saw Lucas shaking his head as he, too, was looking at Millie. He tried to get John to leave her alone, but failed as the latter walked beside her. "So your brother," I trailed off. They looked at each other with a blank expression on their faces. "What? What is it?" I asked, hoping one of them would answer me. Lucas walked over to me with the others behind him, pushing me gently to the door. "Alpha is ready for you. The meeting starts when you get there," he said. The playful Lucas was gone. The others had taunting expressions. I could feel the tension coming off from them, but why? What's this meeting everyone keeps talking about? Are we going there now? I questioned them. "We're taking you to the Lupus Temple grounds. We're having a meeting so that you can meet the pack," John answered, pulling his blonde curls, which was probably his habit. I reluctantly followed as everyone made their way out and began moving farther and farther toward a forest. "Wait. As in now?" I asked. I wasn't ready to meet the pack. Not at all. I wasn't even wearing my own clothes. Darn it. Why didn't I go shopping as Zaltan suggested? Now I'm going to meet everyone in this ragged version of me. Yup. All of the pack. "Alpha is going to introduce you to everyone," John replied. I could feel my heart pump in my chest at the thought of meeting all of those people. It seemed like being Zaltan's mate finally hit me. The shock almost made me stumble. Holy cow. I was the mate of a god. A god. I was meant for a god, and he for me. Who did I save in my past life to have this happen to me? Was I really good enough for him? Weren't there more qualified and prettier women in the world than me? Do not put yourself down. We are the way we are for a reason. They said. I agree. Sorry, but I still didn't want to. What if they don't like me? I couldn't. We're here. Oh shoot. What was in front of me left me speechless. Chapter 6. In middle school, we went on a school trip, and I was lucky enough to be among the few who visited Cambodia's temples. Those structures were no joke. They seemed to go on forever in all directions, with their hulls chipped and covered in vines of roots that had grown over them. They stood tall, giving a peaceful effect. The temples in front of me reminded me of those, and I did say temples, as in more than one. They were positioned like the Egyptian pyramids, but built like nothing I've ever seen in my life. From where I stood, they looked like a patchwork of architecture, tall towers at every edge and arches connecting each building like bridges, but in a puzzling way. Some parts of the temples were open to the outside. They didn't have walls, as if they had been knocked down. From what I could tell, there also weren't any roofs, but I could see a glimpse of what I thought were stairs. The outside seemed to be made up of rocks and bright materials. I squinted my eyes at the colorful spots, exotic jewels, that stood out. This was some magical stuff right here. Breathtaking, isn't it? The court said, standing next to me. I nodded, not wanting to take my eyes off the temples. The setting sun gave it a calming look, but I wasn't fooled. Supernatural temples usually had dark stories behind them. They were intended for those with the highest ranks, but never without a price. I bit the inside of my cheek. Zaltan had 3 temples. How dark was his past? Even the temples, the gods, fate, and Mother Luna paled to these. Zaltan, what have you done? How strong are you? I wondered. Lucas cleared his throat, making me look at him. A few members of the pack will be waiting around. I'm warning you, Luna. Our traditions are a bit different from ordinary packs. Alpha asked me to tell you to stick by his side for the rest of the night. I can't say why, but be cautious. Those who can get into this pack, well, you'll see over time. What on earth was that supposed to mean? When Lucas finished speaking, his eyes slowly leaked into silver. Before I could ask, a hypnotizing, dark cry pierced the air, and a howl with gripping power made everyone enter the beautiful temple. By the eagerness of my wolf, I knew it was Zaltan calling for us, but it still did nothing to calm me down at what was waiting for me. If only I were able to question Lucas on his vague warning. I stared in wonder as we passed the large temples, then I saw them. I didn't have to make eye contact with them to see their glowing silver eyes in the darkness of the night. All heads turned to look at me as if I had worn white to an all-black funeral. They were all standing around, looking at me with a mixture of suspicion and confusion. Their eyes glowed in liquid silver while mine remained brown. I could understand why they were staring at me, but their watchful eyes gave me goosebumps. There was something dark in those gazes. For once, I wondered if they were even wolves. I felt like the looks on their faces were the same ones Dean Winchester had when he looked at food or, to be more specific, pie. Head up. Don't let them intimidate you. We're the Luna of this pack, Zaltan's mate. I did a mental nod in appreciation and marched on as if I knew where or why I was here. The wolves in their wolf form weren't actually many, like I initially thought. Most were in their human form. They were not speaking to each other. Perhaps they actually were, but through a mind link. They just stared at one another and, once in a while, would strangely tilt their head. In the temples, wolves usually meditate in their wolf form, you could say, to be at peace or to speak and pray to the god of choice, but Lucas's warning rang in my ears. If the customs of this pack were different, then what were these temples exactly for? Being Zaltan as the only known god, how did this whole situation work? My guards led me to what must have been the front of the meeting space. We walked around wolves who were wondering who I was. New member? A caught trespasser? Criminal? It was odd because of the position we had behind the temples. The large structure cast a shadow on us, keeping the rising moonlight away. I looked around and found us surrounded by large boulders, rocks, and trees. I made sure not to make eye contact with anyone as I glanced. My guards began to spread around me, but kept close enough to reach me easily. I shifted foot to foot, feeling uneasy. Maybe I was way over my head here. I was beginning to see the different side of the pack, and I was left confused. My wolf peered around and took in her surroundings, trying to gather clues about what could happen next. Even my guards around me seemed a little on edge. They were shifting side to side as if waiting for something. Where was Zaltan? I wanted to see the only person whom I felt safe-ish around to give me comfort. I looked up to see if I could see him hiding. I was so busy looking for my mate that I didn't feel him appear beside me. When I cranked my head to turn once more, I had to take a step back out of fright over the large frame that leaned over me and the broad chest close to my face. It seemed like any tension would disappear when I looked into his eyes and his messy hair. Darn, you scared me, I exclaimed, placing a hand on my chest. I felt my heart racing. He looked at me with a raised brow. I felt like I was getting better at reading his expressions. Even though he wasn't smiling at me, the slight twitch of his lip and tightness of his eyes made me believe he was amused at my reaction. I peeked around him and saw everyone looking at me. John had a smirk on his face, but other than him, the others around us looked at me with intrigue. Did I now? He asked, leaning his head closer to mine. I held my breath for a moment before squaring my shoulders. You know you did. So, what's going on? I demanded, aware I was speaking to someone of high authority. My wolf liked that we seemed to be bolder around our mate, and so did I. He looked at me for a moment before facing the pack members. The youngest ones seemed to be around early teens. Court and Millie both winked at me as if to send me a message, but I had no idea what they meant. Zaltan spoke, and everyone paid attention to him. It was mesmerizing to watch Zaltan speak, but I finally got a piece of this confusing puzzle. You are all aware of the recent raids our pack have done. I'm here to confirm its suspension. 18 years ago, I received a note that a baby girl would be born. The child would grow and would be destined to be mine. Of course, I didn't believe it until it happened a few years ago. I'm here to say it is true. My eyes widened at each word that left his mouth. Someone predicted I was meant for Zaltan? Were the raids meant to find me? I was unsure about how to feel about what I heard. I present to you my mate, Viva Grey, your Luna. Zaltan took a step to the side, presenting me to the surprised crowd. I knew what they saw. A brown-haired and tired girl who was still in her sweats. Man, I was a sight. I forced myself to smile. I tried not to look into their silver eyes and avoided reading their minds because they still freaked me out. I wasn't sure how I felt about the Luna role yet. Zaltan might be distant, but it made me happy to see that he at least saw me as his Pax Luna, even if I wasn't a good choice. I and power wouldn't mix well, just like kids and me. I was a horrible leader. It was the reason no one liked working with me on school projects. I either ended up doing all the work and bossing them around or doing none of the work and still bossing them around. Zaltan took a step closer to me. His height made me look pathetic next to him. This must be what normal people felt when taking pictures with Kobe. The pack's scary expressions turned pleasant. However, there was that one person in the crowd whose glare didn't fade. As a celebration, the pack is allowed to hunt all together tonight. All eyes lit up like fire as it wasn't allowed for a pack to hunt together. I mean, it could be possible in small groups, but hunting all together was banned. It meant violent, hungry, wild wolves on the loose, causing problems. If the humans but wait, it was silly of me to forget. Zaltan had a whole freaked island that was the size of a state for himself. They had nothing to worry about. That is all you need to know, and this changes nothing. Our plans remain the same. Spread the word. Enjoy. He snapped me out of my thoughts. I took in a breath as Zaltan pulled me into him just as his pack members dashed into the forest, while a few of them remained, casting their eyes on me. Zaltan growled, making them take off to the forest without hesitation. He released his hold of my arm and stepped back. He narrowed his eyes into the forest lands as if he was looking at something. Or someone. My wolf snarled. Feisty one, this one was. Unlike most alphas, Zaltan didn't seem to use his voice so the others would obey him. It seemed like whatever he said would be taken as a command. It might be because he was beyond an alpha's rank. Questioning him would be crazy. It was impressive to see how loyal his members were. Zaltan, can we talk? I was surprised when he snapped at me. His blue eyes seemed to darken. About what? He asked in a deeper and huskier voice. I mumbled, unsure why his tone affected me in such a way that left me stupid. I cleared my throat and took a breath. About all of this. I don't know what is going to happen, but I'm not okay with following your lead blindly. I'm in the dark here, and I'm confused about what you told them, I said. He reached out to clasp his hand on my arm and pulled me to him. He wrapped his arms around me, making me place my hands on his chest. My heart was thrashing wildly. This was too much for me to handle. Holy cow, he was firm. Hold your breath, he said. What? Hold your breath, he stated once more. I looked at him suspiciously but did as told. Whatever he was planning, he'd better do it fast or else I would faint from loss of breath and anxiety of being too close to a being of perfection. Good. The wind was suddenly whipping around me, my hair was flying all over the place, and my hands fisted into Zaltan's shirt as I pushed myself into him. I felt his chest rumbled, but I couldn't tell if it was a chuckle or a purr. I wanted to hear both. Breathe. Could I breathe attractively? I sounded like those people who just learned Zayn was leaving One Direction. I heard it earlier today when I was playing with Millie. Everyone gaped, sucking for air. When I was finally able to take control, Zaltan seemed pleased and released me. I looked around to see us standing in the middle of the living room. What? But we were just outside. How? I asked. He walked to the couch and sat down with his long legs stretching out in front of him. I walked over to him and just stood in front of him, waiting for an answer. I ran to get here. Some of the pack members were trying to listen in, he said. He lifted his arm and placed it over his head. I unknowingly watched his biceps. So, are you going to answer my questions? I asked, trying to play it off as if I hadn't been checking him out. He sighed out loud. Fine. The way I see it, you are mine, so you stay with me. I'm not going to let you leave unless I'm with you. I hope you settle in fast, because your new life is here on this island with me. I'm not going to sugarcoat things for you. I don't know what the goal was for sending me a mate, but I'm stronger than them. Than them? Who the heck are you talking about? I shook with rage. I wanted answers, not riddles that leave me with more questions. I was so sick of being treated as a price of a bargain. I had feelings, and darn them if they didn't see that. He snarled and closed his eyes, are known to you as Fate and Mother Luna. That is all I will tell you because you only know of those two. Those two? Had it not been Zaltan, I'm sure I would have grilled him on speaking of the gods so praised by wolves. I was beginning to realize I had to prepare myself if I was to be around Zaltan. His experiences were different from mine. He knew things I didn't know about this world, or probably even about myself. I pursed my lips at him but didn't push it. What about the mate thing? How is that going to work between us? Are we just going to go our own ways on this island? You stay on your side, and I stay on mine. I asked sarcastically, putting my hands on my hips. I was distracted by the smile that graced his face. My wolf and I were deciding whether to respond to his smile or not. Technically, they're both mine since I own this island, but if you wish to see it that way, no, you will stay on whatever side I'm on. I won't deny we are mates, but our bond is a puzzle. The big bad wolf god and an 18-year-old pup. What a unique pair, he said in a wistful, curious tone and closed his eyes. I felt like I was getting to see a new side of Zaltan, but I wasn't sure if he knew how he was acting. Something told me he was letting his guard down a little. So, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I'll tell you now, I'm no Juliet. I will go find my next Romeo if you won't take me as I am because of something you won't explain, I said. Suddenly, Zaltan opened his eyes in pitch black before standing in front of me. I yelped in surprise, then gasped as he pushed me back until I felt something hit the back of my knees. It must have been a couch. Then he leaned over. Let this be the last time you mention any involvement, either romantically or physically, with another male, because I do not share, little one. I will deal with a man who thinks he is brave enough to take what is rightfully mine right in front of you, so you will learn who the real man is. He leaned in closer as his black pupils retracted and changed to smoldering blue eyes. And then I will punish you for thinking about touching another male when you should only be thinking about touching me, he whispered. Oh, my God. I think my insides just exploded. I was slightly relieved when he pulled back and walked back to the couch because it gave me enough time to close my eyes and remove the dazed look on my face. Sadly, my body was all like, take me. Make me yours. I wasn't scared like I should have been at his threat. If I were lost, it would be pleasing to know he didn't want me away from him. My wolf liked his possessiveness over us. Now that we have all of that taken care of. Wait, what the heck am I supposed to do here? And what about my family? I asked. His face became empty. Did that mean I would never see my family again? I don't think I would be able to handle this. Tomorrow you can. Spend the day with me, I guess. As for your family, I'll think about it. Anything else? He asked, standing up and walking to me once more. What about Lily and those other girls that this pack had taken? What happened to them? I asked, taking his hand and allowing him to pull me up. We began to walk slowly to what I presumed to be my room, but I was bothered because I clearly remembered stating that I would not be sleeping in the same bed with him. It wasn't that I was afraid he would get all handsy at night. It was more like I was worried for him. I had no doubt I would be the one getting touchy-feely. I was trying to save myself from humiliation, but from what I understood, I don't think he would mind. It seemed he had been touching me a lot since the last few hours we've been apart. Those girls were returned to their pack once I realized there was no connection formed, but every once in a while a member would find a mate. I would permit them to keep them on the island. As for your cousin, I was informed she's fine in her pack, or as well as an alphaless pack can get, he said with dark humor. What do you mean by alphaless? I asked, though I had an idea what his words meant. Zaltan just looked forward as we walked. The halls were quiet, but someone snoring could be heard occasionally. Lily's words entered my mind. Alpha disrespected him. Oh, I grasped. Imagine if an alpha hated being disrespected, then how would an alpha of all alphas react? He wouldn't be forgiving. As sick as it was, I was just glad to hear Lily was fine. It would have bothered me not knowing what happened to her after I passed out. When Zaltan stopped before a familiar door, I stopped and glared at him as his hands held my hips. "No way," I said. "And why not? You're my mate. You belong with me, so you're sleeping with me." He opened the door and roughly shoved me in. "Rude," I mumbled at him. I walked over to the bed, and as I sat on it, I felt a slight pitch and remembered the black credit card. I took it out and handed it to him. "Here." He took the card while kicking off his black boots. Yes, your little boat's done today. Don't try it again if you don't want to end up like Rapunzel," he said, walking over to a bedside table and putting it down. He emptied his pants pockets and took out his phone, keys, and a thick wallet. "You mean free and with my family," I joked. "No, locked up with a pet as company," he said dryly before walking into the bathroom, leaving the door wide open. Well, someone's confident. I quickly moved the covers off one side and grabbed as many pillows from the couch in the room, creating a little wall to block him from me. This probably wouldn't work, eh? I chose the side by the door to sleep on. If he had a problem, he could sleep elsewhere. When Zaltan got out of the bathroom, he was shirtless and his hair was slightly damp. Trying not to stare and seem like an idiot, I turned around and began to fluff the pillows before getting in. The bed was designed for Zaltan's frame, so my form probably looked like a child's in a parent's bed. It was pitiful. Well, isn't that cute? I heard him move around the room for a bit before the lights turned off. I grabbed my pillow and turned my back toward him, facing the door. I knew he could hear my heavy breaths and probably the rushing of my blood. I wiggled my toes with all the energy that was still in my system. Even though it had been a long day and I was dead on my feet, I still couldn't believe everything. My brain was overthinking and underthinking and everything in between. I held my breath, and as Zaltan got into the bed, he shifted around for a bit before settling down. I looked around the dark room, looking from the door to the painting beside it. I was freaking out. "I can hear your eyes moving around the room." "Not creepy at all." "And?" I asked. "Go to sleep. Tomorrow will be a busy day," he said. I tried to do as he said. It did calm me down after a while, but I had one last question for the day. "Hey, Zaltan." He groaned deeply. "What? What did you mean when you told your pack that you didn't believe it when someone told you you had a mate?" It had bugged me for a while now. There was silence for a few minutes, but it felt like hours to me. Because people as twisted as me don't get mates. "Now go to sleep before I make you," he threatened. "Night then," I said, disturbed by his answer. I must have dozed off, but I was half awake when Zaltan began to remove the pillows between us. He pulled me into his arms and rolled us, making him closer to the door. Even in my sleepy state, I still managed to mumble a few words I should have known. I felt his chest move up and down from silent chuckles. I wasn't too sure, but I think he ran his nose over my face before setting his head above mine on the pillow, resting his chin on me. Indeed. What's mine belongs in my arms. You, my sweet, belong to this wolf god. Chapter 7. I'm sorry, what? I asked Zaltan after having our breakfast. I woke up and found him just staring at me that morning. After showering, I wore one of his clothes to his great pleasure for some reason and headed for breakfast. He said the first thing we needed to do was to visit the doctor. Zaltan stared at me blankly as if not telling me I was going to get tested like some animal. I mean, I know I was part wolf, but still. I'm sorry. I think I heard you wrong. Could you repeat yourself, please? I asked politely, though my eyes were warning him to choose his words wisely. Fine. We're going to the doctor to get your blood tested. For what? I asked. Did he think I had a disease or something? My wolf growled, offended. He cleared his throat and looked out the window. There were a lot of people moving around the house, but they paid us no attention. I had a feeling it wasn't by choice. As they passed by, their movements would slow down as if it were a command. I just want to check on your health and some other things, he stated as my forehead creased in confusion. He wanted to check on my health? For what? I smiled inwardly, but then frowned and narrowed my eyes at him. Are you saying there's something wrong with my health? I asked him. He looked at me with his blue eyes, startling me for a moment by their vividness. I was uncertain if I'd ever get used to seeing them. It wouldn't get him out of this mess because what I was really asking was something completely different. In other words, are you calling me fat? Oh no. I've seen females lay this trap out for their mates. I'm not falling for this. Come on, get up, he said with an edge in his voice. I let out a little laughter but stood up, ignoring his response. He wouldn't go down this path no matter what came out of my mouth. I knew that for a fact. All right, fine, I said begrudgingly, still not sure what to make of this. I was about to pick up my plate when Zaltan put the plates in the sink and was back in a blink of an eye. Thanks. He nodded. I followed him to the back of the house and was surprised after realizing it wasn't a house at all. It was a large mansion that had underground floors. It was a white-colored mansion with other colors added to it. Parts of the walls seemed to be made of wood and brick, blended into a smooth-looking material. Where are you going? I asked. I saw a large flat building with 2 wide doors. We must be going to a garage then. I could get us to the doctor faster, but I figured you'd like to see the way rather than just appear at his door. He spoke without facing me. I watched him walk in front of me. Every step he took made him look good. I had to fist my hands and cross them over my chest. I recalled him walking around after his shower this morning, his towel barely wrapping his hips. Drops of water were dripping slowly onto his abdomen, then he suddenly disappeared behind that darn towel. I couldn't help daydreaming about it. I looked back up and saw a wicked smirk on his face, flaming me up. Today, he was wearing all black like always, but this time, he added a black leather jacket to his Damon Salvatore look. It made him look like the tough guy he was, making me think from a different perspective. I couldn't see the future, but I could already see a problem. Zaltan was a god of many stories, and in every one of those, he was a cold-hearted killer. While the real emotions I had seen from him were of caution, coldness, amusement, and obvious possessiveness, I hadn't seen him as an angry and violent wolf god. Other than the strange Latin words here and there, he seemed like a normal or a really strong alpha with that scary speed. But then again, what did I know about him? Hey Zaltan, can I ask you some questions? I asked, but he didn't answer me. Color me surprised. We finally got to the garage, where he grabbed the handle of the bottom door and pulled up. It immediately went up and hit the roof with a bang, making me flinch at the loud sound. He turned back to look at me, but I didn't bother to look at him. In front of me was a dark red Chevrolet Camaro with a black stripe down its middle. I stared in awe at the car of my dreams. I need to touch the car. I need to get in the car, I said to myself, not caring what Zaltan thought at the moment. I took slow steps to the car as if not to scare it away. With my hand outstretched in front of me, I held my breath for a moment as soon as my finger made contact with the smooth hood. I think my eyes even watered a little as I ran my hand back and forth. I think you like the car. Zaltan's amused voice snapped me out of my little trance. I pulled my hand back immediately and turned to look at him with a sheepish look. It took me a second to feel the slight shift in my being, but I had a sense of pride that wasn't coming from me. I ignored the weird sensation that came over me and nodded at him. Quite the car. What's not to like? So, we're taking this one, right? I asked, hopeful, even though I didn't see any other car around us in this very large garage. He lifted a black key in between his fingers and waved it back and forth. I squealed in delight and went to open the door. Like always, Zaltan somehow beat me to the car door. He was behind me with his hand covering mine on the door handle, then he leaned into me. Let me get that for you, he said softly. I let out a shaky breath and nodded before stepping to the side to let him open the door. Please leave it to him to distract me when I'm finally about to get into my dream car. I know something else he can get for us, my bold wolf said in my head. I let out a little cough, surprised at her sudden choice of words. I climbed into the car and curiously looked around. I was surprised at the smell. Zaltan's scent was faint, and the smell of a new car overpowered it. Maybe it was new by the looks of it. He closed the door and came in on the other side. He started the car and sat in the seat. What is it? Are you waiting for something? I asked, looking around. He shook his head and just looked at me, making me realize how awkward he seemed in this car. He pushed the seat back, but with his large frame, the seat was too small for him. I somehow felt bad for the guy, but he was the one who bought the car. Put your seatbelt on. I did as told and watched him begin to drive. He pulled out of the car and went smoothly. Hey, what about you? He shook his head at me and said, the island streets are safer than anywhere else, but I prefer you wearing the seatbelt. I don't need it. Fine. Fly out of the window if you want to. Don't complain when you do, though. I huffed at him before looking out the window. Although I meant what I said, the other part of me couldn't help but think it might actually happen. After a few minutes of silence and watching people going about their business, he spoke, sure. I looked at him from the corner of my eye. What? What? I voiced out my question. He stopped at a red light and turned to look at me with a weary but serious look on his face. You wanted to ask me some questions. Now's your chance, he said. I thought he had ignored me, but I guess not. I'd better not waste my chance then. Okay. So, why do elves' eyes in your pack turn silver? No other pack has done that before, I asked, motioning my hand to my eyes. I turned my full attention to him, not wanting to miss any indication or clue. He clenched his jaw before he relaxed completely. He shifted his expression to his usual cold look as if he was bored. Because a god leads no other pack. My wolves call upon my strength when in battle, on a mission, or to show their spiritual respect to me, he answered. They call upon your strength? But won't that make you weaker, especially if everyone uses it at the same time? Is that why no one has seen you in years to centuries because you have grown weak? I asked him. No. If anything, it makes me even stronger. While they borrow my strength, I still retain it. I actually feed off. He stopped and pursed his lips. I tilted my head at him, wanting to know what he was going to say. I didn't need to be told twice when to drop something, so I asked another question. I would ask him again later, but for now, I had to get information from him while he was willing to give. Who knew when the next chance would come? Okay. So, what about your whole Latin command thing? How does that work? Why do I understand it? He glanced at me and then answered in Latin as if testing me once more. It's a direct command from me to your wolf. Stronger than sacred alpha word binding. Whatever I say to your wolf in Latin becomes the only important thing to your wolf. The direct command. Alpha word binding was basically calling on the voice and spirit of his wolf to control a crowd of wolves in any situation. Whatever came out of his mouth would be hard to ignore. You could try to resist, but it would always be a failure. It's scary to imagine that there could be something more powerful than that. Direct command? I whispered under my breath, contemplating it over. He nodded at me. How it works is too long a story. How do you understand? He narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands on the steering wheel even tighter until his knuckles turned white. For a second, I thought he would break it. He must have used a lot of restraint since I didn't hear it give way even a bit. I'm not completely sure, he added. So he didn't know either then. What about that mind thing you did to me? By the way, still not cool, I said with a hint of displeasure ringing out strongly in my tone. He let out a chuckle. I'm sorry. Happy now? It was needed. I had to know what you knew and see if you could be trusted, he stated before he lifted a hand off the wheel, letting it rest on the car door. I leapt at the chance to ask this one next, to see if I knew what? Next question, he demanded. I bit my lip and thought over. Zaltan wasn't going to answer all of my questions, and while I'd like to think he was being honest with me, there was no way to prove it. After all, he didn't become the strongest person possibly in the entire world by telling all of his secrets. I had the feeling he would tell me eventually. Now wasn't the time since it was the second day since we met. I guess I shouldn't have expected him to reveal everything to me. We weren't like most mates, so I chose to bring my questions down a notch. Back home, you're a myth because no one has actually seen you. We've only heard of places your pack raided to do things in your name. Why is it that no one has ever seen you? I mean, I simplified my question when I saw his confused expression, which cleared up after I explained. Because I see no need for me to leave my home to go deal with small problems when my men can do it for me. I actually used to, but when I was living in their human land, I got tired of the overconfident wolves who thought they could challenge my position. They would come seek me out after hearing how long I've been around. Their surprised expressions and walkouts no longer interest me. Like, what? Thought they were going to kick an old man's rear? Think again. He scoffed. I let out a laugh as I could picture it myself. Huge men yelled out threats, expecting a balding and hunched man with a cane, but then a handsome, muscular man would come out in a strong stance. So, what about the island? How do you get things in and out of here without getting the humans' attention? I was genuinely curious and wasn't aiming to escape anymore. Might have been due to that nice sleep I had last night. Zaltan lifted up his brow and looked at me from head to toe, thinking if I was aiming for information to escape, but he either believed it wasn't a problem or he was overly confident I couldn't get away. I've been around for a long time, long enough to make friends. After finding this place, I decided to make it my new home even though I didn't have any idea about the pack yet. I didn't want the humans to sink or destroy the land with all the pollution and sickness, so I had a witch put a repelling border around the island to keep all humans and supernatural beings that don't have my permission out. But I've seen maps of this place. The only thing you can see is water and a few islands on the edge. How is it that this big island doesn't show up? I asked, now intrigued with the mystery. If a witch had put a border around the land, she must have been incredibly strong. Zaltan found this place before the humans did. Because that's what I want you to see. To keep everyone away from the border, we made the island invisible or almost submerged. The lands are actually a lot bigger than you think, perhaps as big as Texas. That's why when planes, boats, or anything else related try to get close, they're either met ahead by a storm, sinkhole, tidal waves, or even lightning. It's the border keeping everyone away, he said, his amazing idea proudly. Wow, that explains why this is the only place that the human government and explorers avoided being around. It's the border that keeps them away, but that doesn't explain how you get things exported in and out of here, I said, still impressed by the clever thinking of my mate. That's for me to know and you to ... he joked. I pursed my lips, wanting to know the answer to the mystery. I sighed when he kept silent. I looked forward and realized we had been driving for a while now. We were in a much more packed place with buildings looking tall and dominant. It almost gave off the same air as a hospital, which reminded me of why we were in this car in the first place. So why are we going to the doctor? I can assure you that I'm perfectly fine, I said. You'll see in a few minutes. He pulled up in front of a white building with 4 floors and lots of windows. There was a sign in front that read Laboratory of Experimental Research. My eyes widened in alarm at the word experimental. Turning the car off, Zaltan was about to get out when I spoke. I thought we were going to the doctor. That does not look like a hospital to me, I stated with suspicion and narrowed my eyes at him. He rolled his blue eyes at me and got out of the car. He slammed the door and walked around to my side. I wasn't going to get out unless he explained, but he opened the door on my side and waited. Come on, get out. We are going to see a doctor. He's just a bit different, but he's still a doctor. I undid my seatbelt and got out. I pointed a finger at him, ignoring the angry look he threw at me for a little show of disrespect. If I get poked even once, I'm out. I swear I will swim off this island and disappear without a trace. You'll be looking for me for so long that it will make you Finding Nemo and look like a kid waiting for his dad around the block, I stated. Without looking back at him, I walked off to what must have been the entrance. After a thundering growl, a loud crash and stomping of feet over glass followed. As soon as I got to the door, Zaltan calmly held it open for me as if nothing happened. I walked past him with a quick thanks. Zaltan walked in front of me, passing the receptionist who stared gaping at us, mostly at Zaltan. It seemed he knew where he was going and which codes to punch in to pass through tightly locked doors. We went down a flight of stairs before stopping in front of a bright blue door. A dark-skinned man in a white lab coat was standing at the doorway. He had an excited smile on his wrinkled face, which made me calm down a little. When we entered the room, I was relieved to see that it really did look like a doctor's room. He pointed at the only chair in the room, which I found odd for me to sit on. Zaltan greeted the man, shook his hands, and patted his shoulder. He leaned against the wall beside me and crossed his arms over his chest. Hello, Viva. My name is Dr. Michael, but you can call me Dr. Mick. I'm not sure if you know why you're here. He saw Zaltan shaking his head and nodded. Okay, so when Zaltan informed me about you, he said he wanted to conduct research. No, why you aren't marked like normal mates yet? I glared at the doctor for the reminder. He flinched a little and glanced at Zaltan, who must have had a scary expression on his face, because he immediately apologized. Sorry, that came out wrong. Well, the reason for that was that he wanted to know how both of you would react to a mating bite and bond. It's the first we've ever heard of such a bond between a wolf and a wolf god, Dr. Mick explained quickly with his light brown eyes lighting up in wonder. What he said made me take a deep breath. I guess it was the constant question of why he wouldn't explain the reason for not marking me. At first, I thought it was just because he didn't like me or because he was doing it to be a jerk. I turned to look at him. He was glaring at the doctor before he looked at me. Why didn't you just say that instead of avoiding the question? I asked, peeved by all the worry he had caused me. He shrugged and turned back to the doctor. I was not sure whether I was annoyed or not with my mate. So, what types of tests do you need to do? What do you need from me? I asked, wanting to know the outcome as well. Dr. Mick walked to his desk, where he picked up a clipboard and walked back to me. Does this mean you'll agree to helping out? He asked. At this point, I don't really have another choice. I'm curious as well, I stated honestly and lifted my hand to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. Okay. First, we're going to do all the basics like temperature, height, weight, allergies, etc. Then we'll go on from that, he said while writing a list. Are we both going to do it, or just me? I asked. Just you. We did this a long time ago, but because my body, Zaltan paused for a second, no, just you. I looked at him with a frown on my face, but he ignored it. What was he going to say about his body? Okay, let's get started. After checking my eyes, ears, and all that breath in and breath out stuff, he had me stand by the wall to check my height. I was nervous because I knew he would be checking my weight in front of Zaltan after this. He had been watching us like a hawk the whole time. Have you ever had your weight said out loud? No? Well, good for you. This almost reminded me of middle school when the PE teacher had us weigh in front of each other. The other kids always commented on my weight. Unlike werewolf stories, we were not born fit just because we had wolves within us. I mean, we sure ate like we were starved, but ours were like human bodies. While in human form, our wolves were dormant or in a state of sleep. That's why whenever we needed to use something from our wolves, we had to call on that specific ability. The same goes for our metabolic system. Some wolves were born lucky enough not to call on that quick food-breaking wolf system, while others, like me, processed out food at human speed. Only when in wolf form would it speed up, which helped us stay fit enough that it wasn't a worry. I wasn't fat, but I guess you could say what I had was baby fat that hadn't left me from my younger years. I wasn't really comfortable with scales or numbers. Step up on the scale. I stepped reluctantly, knowing my good-looking, fit, and god of a mate was watching. Man, what an embarrassment. I just hoped Dr. Mick kept his mouth shut in order for this to pass. My luck, Dr. Mick noted it down and didn't look up to ask me. You're a bit above your height and weight. Have you always weighed this much? Shoot. Yes, I said thickly, wanting to pound in his face with each word. Is your metabolism like a wolf's or close to a human's? Humans, I answered quietly. I didn't want to look at Zaltan as if I were swallowed by a whale right now. Is it just you, or do your other family members have the same system? Blast. Just me. I had decided I didn't like Dr. Mick anymore. I bit the bottom of my lip, wanting this humiliation to be over. I would go on a diet after this. Do you plan to diet? We both jumped at the infuriated growl that came behind me. Zaltan growled at Dr. Mick, who dropped to his knees in front of me, baring his neck. I was surprised that I could feel the amount of power he was radiating in anger. She is perfect the way she is. You are making her uncomfortable. Do not forget your place, pup. Wrap this up immediately. He boomed at the quivering doctor. I think I felt my heart lighten at his words. A small smile was slipping on my face. My embarrassment disappeared immediately and was replaced by a warm feeling of sunshine. I'm truly sorry. I meant no disrespect, Vi Luna Viva. I apologize for my stupidity. Please forgive me, Dr. Mick said from his uncomfortable position. I could smell his unbearable fear. I sighed, just wanting things to be over and get out of here. Sure, I said, though it sounded forced even in my ears. I couldn't help it that even my wolf felt pissed at the doctor. She had half a mind to say no, just to see how Zaltan would handle it. After that, he got a blood sample from me and gave another apology when we left. Once back in the car, I turned to look at Zaltan. His anger was no longer visible, but I could faintly feel it. Thanks, I said, knowing I didn't have to explain myself. He turned to look at me with his blue eyes, piercing mine. That will never happen again. I promise you that, he said with a serious look in his handsome face. Without another word, we drove off. While a large part of me was overjoyed at his words, a small part of me feared that dark look on his face. We pulled up into a clearing. In wolf or human form, there were like 100 men and women working out, sparring and training seriously. They were all in workout clothing. We drove right off the road and onto the grass. Because the car windows were tinted, some peered in curiously. I immediately recognized Algebra as he made his way to the car. He was wearing black sweatpants and a white t-shirt that showed off his hard-earned muscles. His brown hair seemed almost lighter in the sun, and his green eyes were focused on the car. I want you to know that you're safe on this island. We can show you how tough our security team is, Zaltan said, turning off the car and smirking at me before getting out and opening the front door for me. All eyes were glued on me as soon as I got out, but even the eyes of all these wolves, who no doubt could kick my rear, could make me as nervous as when Zaltan looked at me. After walking closer to us, Algebra whistled while staring at the car. I rolled my eyes when Zaltan, and he did a fist bump followed by the shoulders. I haven't seen you drive a car besides the Black Beauty in what could be years. Is this new? He asked Zaltan, who just nodded at him. Algebra turned to me with a playful look on his face. His eyes were secretive as if he knew something I didn't. Hello, Luna Viva. How do you do this fine morning? He said gleefully. I couldn't help myself from responding. Hello, Algebra. I'm doing fine. How about you? His amused expression immediately turned dry, and by looking at his green eyes, he seemed annoyed. Just peachy, he replied sourly. Zaltan cleared his throat and turned to look at the crowd that had slowly and secretly moved closer to us. They all bowed their heads to Zaltan, but looked at me with curiosity. Continue your training. Your Luna will be watching, so don't fool around. With a wave of his hand, they continued their training with more enthusiasm and fierceness. Zaltan turned toward me and put his hand on my shoulder while gazing at me with an unusual expression. I couldn't tell if he was worried, angry, distracted, or cautious, but whatever it was made me worry. I want you to look at the movement and technique they use. Be my lookout for slackers, he said sarcastically. He looked at me for a second more and then nodded to himself slowly. Go, sit on that bench. I'll be back in a few seconds. I have to talk to Alberticus, he said, pointing to a bench big enough to hold an entire football team a few feet away. I nodded at him, watching him and Algebra walk away from the clearing. I guess they were mind-linking because of the various changes in their facial expression. I would have to pass by a few fighting partners before reaching the bench. Unless they weren't going away from the group in quick movements, they wouldn't get near me. Besides, I was going to pass by quickly. I didn't wish to be hit. That stuff would hurt, even for a werewolf. I was so close to the bench when one of the pairs came out of nowhere. My feet were both swept from underneath me, causing me to fall forward and hit the ground. My palms took most of the hit, and my face was slightly stinging from the little rocks. The wind was knocked out of me. All the grunting, hitting, and fighting suddenly stopped. The clearing went dead silent. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over. I lifted my head, ignoring the sting on my palms in protest. A pretty pale brown-eyed girl with her long black hair moving in the wind stared down at me. She looked at me with a false look of surprise, and the corners of her lips turned up a little. I could spot a liar a mile away, and this one was just inches away. Oh no, did that hurt? She whispered as if there weren't werewolves all around us with sensitive hearing. I narrowed my eyes at her. Well, it wouldn't have hurt if you were our alpha's real mate, you little lie. Zaltan appeared behind the girl. His expression was a livid one, and his eyes were the deadly black that would suck you into his darkness. The air around him was frightening. His hair had fallen over most of his face, masking his true expression. Whatever it wasn't very good, and I just knew. He made eye contact with me. I don't know how, but I just had the feeling his eyes scanned over me before narrowing. His hands shot up quicker than light, wrapped themselves around the girl's head, and twisted it around to a gruesome angle. He was so fast that her expression froze on her last words. Her eyes were opened, glaring right at me. He tossed her body across the clearing like a rock. I was frozen. I didn't know if it was shock, fear, disbelief, or what. But there I was, wide-eyed on the ground, in the silent clearing that held more than 50 witnesses. I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't think. With the same infuriated expression, Zaltan reached down for me with the same hands that ended the life of that girl. I was conflicted, but didn't know why. He scooped me into his arms and held me close to his chest, bridal style. I didn't protest or move. I just looked at him with a glazed look in my eyes. I didn't know how long we stood there just looking into each other's eyes, but when it ended, his face had become doleful. He began walking past everyone, but I didn't care about them. He looked down at me one last time. Close your eyes and sleep. Dream only of pleasant things. When you wake up, I will be nothing more than a nightmare. Chapter 8. I felt like I had rested for a few years when I woke up, but it was probably just hours. I didn't need to open my eyes to remember. I wanted to get the image of that girl's head snapping so close to me out of my head. It was even scarier when complete darkness seemed to surround Zaltan with his black eyes and angry expression. I squeezed my eyes even tighter, making the little white spots appear behind my lids, and sighed out loud. I wasn't sure how I felt at the moment and how I should feel towards Zaltan. Hate him? Fear him? My mind and Wolf were at war against each other. While the human side of me knew what Zaltan did was wrong and cold, my Wolf was telling me it was the nature of wolves and life in general. Zaltan just protected and acted on instinct when it came to us. His anger was more than what regular alphas would have done when their mate would be put in the same situation. A part of me was convinced to label him a monster, but the other accepted it as justified. Was I in real danger? No, I wasn't sure she tripped over me on purpose, but I doubted she planned on pummeling me to death, at least not with a witness. It wasn't like I was going to let her lay a hand on me without a fight. I wasn't a warrior like she probably was, but I would put up a pretty decent fight. Why couldn't he have just asked her what her problem was? There was no need to kill her for tripping over me. While thinking about it logically, I felt like freaking out at how calm I was watching my first death at close range, which my mate also did. I mean, I killed a bunny or 4 in my life, but that had been for meals. Then again, I think I must have unconsciously prepared myself for this. Earlier today, I was thinking about the stories about Zaltan being a cold killer. I guess I had expected him to do something like this one day, but just not so soon. I opened my eyes, and my sight adjusted to the dark room. I looked toward the dark curtains, not at all surprised to see darkness past them. It was nighttime. I slept the entire day. This island seemed to be bad for my health. If only I hadn't been tested or loaded with information, I wouldn't have knocked out. Well, it was better than getting knocked up. I joked, trying to distract myself. I pulled myself into a sitting position, immediately feeling the coldness and heaviness on my wrists. I closed my eyes as annoyance hit me and took in a deep breath. He didn't, I said to myself out loud. I did, a familiar monotone voice said. Opening my eyes, I saw Zaltan sitting on a couch facing the bed. He sat with his legs parted and arms crossed over his chest. His face was fixed in a blank expression, and his black hair covered his blue eyes. The room was so dark he almost seemed like a shadow. Seeing him now made me feel. I don't know. I reflected on his expression, unsure of how to act. How would you bring up a murder? So, about that chick you killed today. I don't think so. I breathed in deeply. Why? I asked, lifting my left hand in chains. He dared to chain both of my wrists to the bed. I glared at him, but he didn't even appear bothered by what he had done. Of course, if he didn't feel guilty about snapping someone's neck, Why would he feel guilty about chaining me up? Do I need a reason? He questioned me. The nerve of this man. Yes, you actually do. I snapped at him. Can you guess why I chained you up after killing someone in front of you? He turned his head away from mine and looked to the window as if looking out through closed curtains. I realized he had a point. I stood up and pulled the chains. I was surprised when it just kept on coming. I walked toward the bathroom and was even more bewildered when I made it to the shower. I looked at Zaltan suspiciously. Why are the chains so long? I asked him. I had them made for you, he said casually. I don't know which bothers me more. Is it the length of these chains that makes me roam freely in the room, or the fact that you had these made for me? I said dryly, tugging at the chains until I felt resistance. They were stronger than I expected. Even my wolf strength didn't dent anything. I turned to look at Zaltan and clasped my hands together before walking toward him. I stopped in front of him, noting how tense he looked. My wolf, who would always take his side in any given situation, pushed me to comfort our mate. Okay, look, I'm not going to lie. Seeing you kill that girl did freak me out, but I kinda expected you to do something like that. He tilted his head at me. No offense. I just figured that your years on this planet as a wolf god bound you to kill someone. Let's not pretend wolves don't go around slaughtering rogues by every chance they get. I didn't expect it to happen so fast, so close, and totally unjustified. I explained. While I spoke, his face changed from blank to surprised, followed by a portion of relief and then to anger. He made me take a step back in surprise when he stood and loomed over me. I tilted my head to look at him. His black hair hung away from his dark blue eyes. I gasped and blinked repeatedly at the black veins that seemed to move slowly under his eyes. They were pulsing black underneath his skin. It wasn't very comforting, and then, of course, he had to open his mouth and show me those sharp, long, pearly whites. Unjustified. You call what she did unjustified. He spat out his words. His chest was distractingly lifted up and down with the large breaths he was taking. I answered in a small voice. I really need to learn when to shut my mouth. She tripped over me. I really don't think killing her was the right choice. I said, looking at his chest. You're right. I looked up quickly, unable to believe he agreed with me so quickly. Does that mean he regretted killing her? I needed to know the girl's name to pay my respects. Really? That's great. I should have tortured her first, then maybe I'd be calmer, he said, pissed. My face fell. Of course, I said, mostly to myself. I wasn't surprised by his answer, but I was still disappointed to hear how serious he was. I walked away from him and went to sit on the bed, stepping over the annoying chains. Can you get this stuff off of me? If I didn't feel like a prisoner before, I do now. I moved my arms widely in motion. He crossed his arms over his chest, making his muscles bulge. I moved my eyes from his chest to avoid staring at his face. I was happy to see the veins gone and that he was back in his gorgeous self again. He studied me sitting there for a long time while I just looked back at him flatly. I had expected you to be uncontrollable, emotionally unstable, and scared out of your mind of me. I thought you'd hate me for sure, he said before peering at me with curiosity on his face. His voice was tight yet controlled, and for a second, I thought I heard it waver. I just shrugged at him and began fiddling with the shiny chains around me, trying to find a way out of them. Warning. It'll catch up to me eventually, I said absent-mindedly, but I was completely being honest. It would be because I was a winger, always going with the flow, but trying not to be ignorant of the things around me. Most of the time, whatever I choose to ignore and not give much attention to would always come back to bite me in the rear. So you're not going to do anything crazy or try to run away? He asked me with a hint of disbelief. I couldn't blame him, almost. Yep, no crazy escape. I snorted. Besides, it's more like swimming than running here. He cracked a little smile. Now that we understand each other, sort of, you'll let me out of these chains, right? I asked him confidently. No, my head snapped up to look at him, bewildered. Why not? I yelled at him. Ignoring my tone, he cocked a brow on his sly face. It was just pissing me off. While I appreciate the honesty and warning, I'm not a man who takes chances. Until your little breakdown happens, you're not leaving this room. If you want anything, just ask me, he said smartly. For the first time, I snarled at him with a wet, I'm thinking of serious damage, kind that had his eyes narrowing and darkening at me. He did nothing but stand there while I snarled viciously at him. I wasn't a huge threat. Heck, I wasn't a threat to him at all, but I was pissed off and hadn't shifted in close to 3 days. I could feel it building up. You can't do that to me. I haven't shifted in 3 days, so unless you want an angry, crazy, and violent female wolf possibly stabbing you now or clawing your face off in your sleep, remove these chains, I spoke through gritted teeth. His eyes widened in anger. His own growl erupted from his throat, vibrating through me and shaking the room, causing the chains to clank. My wolf tried to get me to submit to him, flattening her ears to her head, but I refused. If I did, then it would always be like this, him forcing me to submit to him whenever he didn't agree with what I had in mind. If I wanted to at least have a somewhat equal ground with him, I had to stand up for myself. You idiot. Do you know how dangerous it is for your kind to hold in a shift? I can't believe you would endanger yourself like this. This proves how much you need me to take care of you. He scowled at me. Huh. I looked at him slack-jawed. What? Out of everything, all he heard was the shifting part. How on earth did this become about me depending on him all of a sudden? Where the heck did this come from? Wow, hold up there. First of all, it's not my fault that I haven't shifted in 3 days. I was on a plane, got kidnapped and knocked out by 2, and then knocked out again by 3. So if there is anyone to blame here, it's you. I was planning to go for a run when algebra freaking took me. One day. I want one day when I'm not getting put to sleep. I exclaimed. Come on. We're going for a run, and then you're going straight to bed after. He walked up to me and pulled out a key from his pocket. I held my hands out for him to unlock the chains, but he stopped in front of me. Looking at me straight in the eyes, he growled out, Behave. I rolled my eyes at him, just wanting to get these things off of me and shift into my wolf, who was getting more and more excited. She wanted to show off. Behave, mutt. Yeah, my wolf replied. He searched my face for any clues that I might try to do something stupid. He then sighed and released me from my chains that fell to the floor with a sharp bang. I waved my hands, free from the cold and heavy chains. Come on. Zaltan had me walk into the forest behind the house. I was excited to be surrounded by familiar scents. While the island was mostly forest, I hadn't actually entered one yet. We walked into it until Zaltan felt we were far away from the island. Unlike most werewolf stories, our clothes wouldn't shred while shifting. I mean, think about it. When moving, our bones would break and reform, and fur would sprout. We would be dead if we had to shift for a fight, especially if we were caught off guard. The first time our bones broke and our clothes tore off was when we had our earliest transitioning from human to wolf. After that, every shift was almost like a satisfying yawn. In human form, our wolf would be inside of us, and while we were in wolf form, our human body would be kept inside. It was just a switch of control. Our clothes would no longer shred, preventing us from going around naked. Over the centuries, it seemed wolves figured out how to keep clothes to keep our race a secret from humans. I tried to ignore Zaltan's eyes on me as I closed my own to push forward my wolf. Shifting wasn't about how fast you could shift your body to defend yourself. It was about releasing yourself and taking control. If you were in danger, all you would have to do was trust your wolf. They would do the rest. When my wolf accepted me, I went into her mind and felt a tingle of warmth spreading from my heart to my body. When I opened my eyes, everything was clearer. I looked at Zaltan, who was raking his eyes over my wolf form. I knew what he saw. A dark caramel wolf whose fur went from light to dark, coloring my tail the darkest shade of black. I also had a patch of black fur on the tip of my left ear. Werewolves were a lot bigger than normal wolves, but not bigger than horses like some stories had told. I had a good height for a female werewolf. My wolf walked over to Zaltan, who reached out to touch the top of our head. My wolf nudged at his leg with her snout. So soft, he murmured, running his hand through my fur and stopping to pull gently at my left ear. No, I said. Too late. My wolf purred loudly as my left ear was its soft spot. Zaltan froze wide-eyed in shock at the sudden noise. My wolf took this chance and began to rub his body on his legs. "Stop it, dummy. We're wolves, not cats." "No, I want him to wear our scent," my wolf said. "He has. We've been with him all day and night." Zaltan seemed to regain something and looked down at me with a playful glint in his eyes. "You're quite the flirt, aren't you?" he said with his husky voice. My wolf winked at him. I groaned inwardly. "Yeah, go ahead and flirt with him. It's not like I'm the one who's going to have to face him after we're done here," I told my wolf. Wanting to get chased by her mate, my wolf suddenly turned and took off, leaving Zaltan behind. It seemed Zaltan himself didn't like her leaving him behind because he appeared beside us a second later, still in human form, keeping up with us. We were running side by side next to each other until my wolf felt like she had her fill. Without warning, I slid mid-stride with my back, causing me to shriek as I prepared myself for the impact. Zaltan wrapped his arms around my body and flipped us over midair, with his back hitting the ground and me landing on top of him. These were the moments when I was glad our clothes appeared back on me. "Darn you, wolf. I know what you're trying to do," she snickered. "Brat. Helpful brat," she corrected. I froze for a second on top of Zaltan, who hadn't removed his arms around me. I slowly looked up and saw him already looking at me. His eyes were slowly darkening as I looked into them. It had always been him on top of me and not me on top of him. I could feel his heart beating under my hand, strong and fast. As we looked into each other's eyes, I felt myself get pulled into the vast ocean of blue his eyes held. Surrounded by his scent and feeling him underneath me, my body heated. "Are you all right, Viva?" he asked with his voice coming out provocative. I watched his plump lips pronounce my name slowly and sensually. "I'm dead." I think my heart exploded with how hot that one sentence came out. No, I'm not fine because my sexy-ass heckmate is currently under me with his arms wrapped around me. We hadn't even kissed yet, and I already felt like dying on the inside. Sorry. I don't know what came over my wolf. She seems to be quite mischievous and playful. Without removing his hands, he rolled us over, making me under him this time. He placed his forearm on either side of me, putting his face really close to mine. "It makes me wonder if you'll be like this in bed," he whispered. The intensity of his blue eyes was making me shake. I made a strange sound from the back of my throat, unsure how to breathe or respond. "I want to take back what I said earlier. I'm dead now." Then, my sass came back to tease him, and his reactions were funny. "Why do you say that like you have a chance?" I asked jokingly, hoping to lighten up the atmosphere. I wasn't into losing my virginity on day 2 on the forest floor with my mate. He narrowed his eyes on me while a growl was slowly building up from his chest. I could feel it with how close he was to me. His lips slightly curled up to bare his teeth at me. I felt both his legs shift on either side of me, and his hips were pushing against my lower half, officially pinning it. Quicker than I could protest, he had my hands pinned above me. I looked at him wide-eyed. "Did I overdo it now? Why must you push me to my limits? I recommend you watch your tongue. I've never let rude remarks slip in the span of 45 hours. I will not let another remark about you and a male slip by. Now let's go, you must be hungry." He suddenly had us both upright and held my hand. He led us through the forest with me stumbling like an idiot behind him. Holy cow, that was intense. I had never been really close to the male population, except for my dad and a few cousins. I was pretty sure it wasn't normal for male wolves to be so possessive. It took a few seconds for my heart to beat normally and take a stupid man's last words. I was hungry, really hungry. I stared down at our hands as we walked. His were big and felt soft yet rough. They covered my whole hand. It left me thinking about the strength these hands had. "What was her name?" I asked quietly. The slight tightening of his hand let me know he knew who I was asking about. "Marina, and I don't want to talk about her anymore. Whatever problem she had with you is no longer a problem," he said coldly with his shoulders rolling back. I pursed my lips but didn't push it. "Rest in peace, Marina, I guess. Hope you wouldn't haunt me in your afterlife for getting you killed. Why didn't you shift?" I asked him, changing the subject. He glanced at me and gave a weary smile. Great, another question to avoid. I was getting really tired of this. Next question. I asked, irritated, and he nodded. What's your favorite color? He snorted at me and shook his head. Really? Black. Expected. I was going to start with small questions and build up, trying to see which topics he avoided. Song? None. I gave him a disbelieving look, to which he shrugged. Movie? None. TV show? None. Sport? They're pointless. At least they weren't repetitive answers. Favorite book? None. The heck is wrong with you? I asked, exasperated. What? He asked, amused. I think he was playing with me, or he liked to annoy me. I huffed at him as he knew what he was doing. So, are you not going to ask me? I asked after the silence had fallen over us. I could see the pack house's porch lights from a distance. I don't need to. I already know. I blinked at him. He smirked down at me cockily. You like the color violet. Your favorite song at the moment is Often by The Weeknd. Your favorite show is The Vampire Diaries. You don't have a favorite sport, but your favorite book is 50 Shades of Grey. Kinky. He listed them, making me feel mortified at the last one. His amused expression then turned dry. You also favor that Christian guy. He scowled at the ground. For a moment, I thanked the Lord that he was just a character, because I did not doubt that Zaltan would have killed him if he were real. Hashtag Team Grey. Sorry, Zaltan. Why was it that the tables always turned on me? I'll make you something to eat, and then off to bed, he said as he opened the front door and walked us straight to the kitchen. He pulled out a chair for me and then pushed me in. While he pulled things out for me to eat, I looked at the clock, and it read 11:57. It wasn't so late. Zaltan kept acting like he wasn't giving anything about himself away or doing anything romantic, like how normal mates should, but I felt that this might be his own way of showing me he cared. I wished I knew more about him, yet the chance of him opening up to me seemed impossible. Could it have something to do with the other gods he spoke of? He mentioned not wanting to Marcus me because of them, and then took me to get checked, as if to see if I had something that could hurt him. Could that be it? I shuddered at the thought of hurting Zaltan. I didn't want to darken my thoughts even further, so I pushed it to the back of my mind. Zaltan ended up making soup for both of us. I thought we wouldn't be full. Whatever he put on it filled me up to the top. Now, bed. But I'm not tired, I whined. He rolled his eyes at me before we went to our room. Oh God, I even began calling it our room. Man, I had to figure out what my position here was because without the mating Marcus, I couldn't really count myself as Luna. If anything, I was just an intruder the alpha didn't want to let go. Give me your hands, he said, picking up the chains. I shook my head back and forth. Nah, I'm not putting those things on. There's no need. I let out a relieved sigh when he dropped them to the ground. Fine, but you'll be wearing them tomorrow when I leave. My ears perked at his words. We'll see about that. What are you doing? I asked. Turning around, he walked to his drawer and pulled out bottoms and a pair of PJs, handing them to me. Business, he said, walking into the bathroom and turning on the lights. I contemplated it would give me free time away from him, which was much needed. When he walked, I changed quickly while sitting on the couch. I ran my fingers through my hair. If I am going to live here, I guess I will go job searching tomorrow. I don't have my papers here, though, I murmured. Maybe Zaltan could pull some strings. You don't need them because you won't be working. If you want something, just tell me, he said in a brusque manner. He came and sat next to me, putting his hand around the back of the couch, almost around me. I thought he could hook me up with a job. If I'm going to be living here, I need a job, Zaltan. I stressed out the word job. And why do you think you need a job? He asked rudely, leaning closer to me. Oh, I don't know. Maybe to buy clothing because I can't keep wearing your clothes for the rest of my life, or however long I'm going to be here. I have other necessities and future needs too. I tried to explain myself. He clicked his tongue. If you want some. I'm not just going to ask you when I want something. That's called being a gold digger, I said, looking at him with faint amusement. He rolled his eyes at me. I remember when that word first came out. Believe me when I tell you that you're using it in the wrong context. But it's not gold digging when your mate, me, is here to give you anything you ask for, he said. I don't care. I'm not living off of you. His mood suddenly darkened. I got the sense of anger coming from him. Why does it sound like you're planning to find a job to pay off rent? He snarled at me, making me blink at him. Sometimes when he talked, it was hard for me to follow. The man came up with the oddest conclusions. Is that what it sounds like to you? He nodded at me. That's not it. Then what is it? He demanded. I just want to. Well, I'm not sure what type of relationship this is, if you can even call it that. Moreover, I have no idea how to handle the sudden change that comes with you. I wasn't ready for a mate, but then you came along or you kidnapped me. Then, you turned out to be a god, so that was shocking. I guess a job can help me find some stability of some sort, I explained, looking at nothing in particular. I felt my chest lighten after getting my thoughts out. Minutes passed. Zaltan was still saying nothing, so I turned and found him looking straight at me with a blank face. I bit my lip, unsure if I annoyed him with my babbling. He let out a soft chuckle and ran his fingers through his thick black hair. What? I asked anxiously. I felt like I showed him a portion of myself. I initially thought their plan of sending you was to use the bond at their advantage, that you'd be a little seductive doll to play me into their trap. But now I realize that it's the opposite. His tone was ironic. What? I asked, confused at his rambling. Is he saying we can't be seductive? That jerk. My wolf grumbled. He suddenly let out a booming laugh, throwing his head back with his hands going to his stomach. I had never heard Zaltan laugh so hard in all the times I've been here. His laughter, although unexpected, warmed my heart. But just as suddenly as it came, it also disappeared quickly. I suddenly found myself under him. He smirked with his hand coming up to trace the corner of my eye and down to the corner of my lip, and then over it. I slowly looked from his eyes to his lips with a fiery trail following his finger. Oh my luck. You truly aren't tainted by the horrors of this world. You're just you. And now that I see that, I plan to enjoy every second. He smiled down at me with a coy look, his blue eyes dazzling me. What are you going on about? I asked him softly. Hush, he said playfully, and then he kissed me. Chapter 9. It took me a moment to realize what he had done and what we were doing. My eyes were closing a second too late. Immediately, it felt like my senses were on overdrive. I could feel everything. I could feel him. His body was warming mine, and his heartbeat was strong and loud. His lips, firmly pressed onto mine, were soft. After a few seconds, the movement made me shake a little. I was slightly frozen, not knowing what to do or think. This was my first kiss. What was I supposed to do? As if fearing I would pull away, his hand cupped my face, keeping it still. The other supported him so as not to crush me. I went on instinct and moved my lips to do the same. I lifted my hands and placed them on his back. He tensed at first, and then he relaxed. I slid my hands down his back and gripped his waist. His kiss became rougher. I parted my lips, understanding the demand. Blood pumped fast in my body, and my skin felt sensitive against the rough clothing. My body was surrounded by warmth, but Zaltan controlled it. Our bond, which had grown weak due to us not doing what normal mates should do, suddenly exploded like a fireworks show. Hitting us full force, we both let out soft sighs at the feeling of our bond connecting and intertwining again like two golden strings. As soon as the kiss deepened, it was like I became possessed by the taste of him. It was addictive. There was nothing in this world like him. I surprised him when I responded just as eagerly. He pulled back and growled lowly at me. For once, his blue eyes were not black, but a vibrant blue that almost seemed to glow. We were both breathing heavily, and every time I took in a breath, he would breathe out, making our chests slightly rub against each other. Slightly dazed and bewildered, I looked up at him with a surprised yet happy smile on my face. When I felt I could breathe properly, I spoke with my voice sounding breathless. Not that I'm complaining, but where did that come from? I asked. He was a sight above me. His black hair was hanging over his face. His blue eyes were intense. I felt proud knowing what I made him feel. I became possessive, wanting to be the only one to see him like this. Unconsciously, my hands that were still on his waist pulled him down closer. He gave me a little smirk as if sensing my thoughts. He probably could now. What? Can I just kiss my adorable little mate? He asked in fake innocence. I rolled my eyes at him and shook my head. You took me to the doctor to see if you could keep your so-called adorable little mate, I pointed out. He pushed himself off me and stood up. I slowly sat up, watching him raise his arms and stretch. I was going to keep you no matter what. I just wanted to know if I have to expect any surprises. You never know what to expect when it comes to the mating bond. The bond is meant to bring two beings together, becoming each other's strength. However, a mate also becomes a weakness. When people have a weakness, they are easily manipulated and blinded by what they think will lead to their own happiness, he said. His mood became serious, sobering me up. That one sentence made me feel like there was an undertone to his words. Like this was something I shouldn't forget. Had he been hurt? Was there someone before me? Of course there was. My chest felt like a heavy weight was dumped on it, but I tried to think around this pain. We were mates. Our bond was stronger than anything. It had to be. Now come on and go to bed. His serious expression turned devious, brows lifting suggestively at me. Unless you have other activities in mind. I shot off the couch and bounced onto the bed faster than light, rolling onto my side and wrapping the blanket around me like a burrito until it covered my head. Good night. He chuckled. I'm giving you my card again. Buy something this time. I nodded at Zaltan. I'm serious. I expect you to buy 30 of everything. Shirts, pants, skirts, earrings. His voice lowered a little and undergarments. My eyes widened and my face heated up. Are you serious? 30? I mean, isn't that going overboard? And why do I need undergarments? I already told you I don't want to live off you. Yes, no, and for me. Let me explain to you why living off me shouldn't bother you, since you clearly won't just take my word for it. If you spend 5 million today and another tomorrow, the only thing you do to my bank will be removing 10 pennies in my first bank account out of the many. So think of it as a favor that you're doing for me. I have no problem letting all that money sit there, but if you spend it, you'll be contributing to the stores, which will make the owners very happy, knowing their Luna is buying from them, he said casually. I bit my lip and thought of his words. 10 pennies? 5 million? How rich was this guy? If he saw it as a favor and helped to store owners, then I shouldn't feel bad about it, right? I'd be helping him and myself. An amused smile formed on my face. You are very slick with your words, I'll give you that. Fine, you win. Just don't come complaining to me when you end up broke, I joked, partly serious. I reached up to grab the black card out of his hand, but he grabbed and pulled me to him. Stick to your guards. If you need me, just ask Lucas, he said. I was startled when he leaned down and pecked me on the lips, lingering for a second. Just like the first time, he gave me his card and vanished. I slumped a little, looking at the floor. I took in a much-needed breath and ran my hand over my face. That man was something, but I was partly glad he wasn't around me now. It would give me free time to evaluate my new life. I wasn't going to try to leave like last time. He said I could call and maybe leave to see my parents if I behaved appropriately. I wasn't going to mess that up. Zaltan didn't have to do anything for me, but he did. I wasn't blind to see that much. As I made my way to the living room, I passed by the guard's break room. I didn't pay much attention until 4 bodies walked out in a single file line and walked with me. Millie, Coulter, John, and Lucas were silent. If it hadn't been for John smacking Millie playfully, I wouldn't have heard them. I turned around in time to watch her pulling her fist back and Lucas grabbing it. Why is it that you can never behave in front of our Luna? He snapped at them. I smiled at each of them, glad to see familiar people. They were wearing their signature black uniforms, I suppose, but this time, each had earpieces. Hey, how are you guys? I asked as we made our way down and into the living room. I had already eaten earlier today with Zaltan, but I didn't want to stay cooped up. We're good, Luna. Is there anywhere you like to go today? The court asked politely. I took out the black card from the shorts I was wearing and waved it in front of them. Lucas's green eyes tightened a little as if remembering I was trying to buy a boat last time. I put him out of his misery and said, "Don't worry. I'm not going boat shopping today. There will be no attempt to break out this time." He nodded, but the expression remained the same, tight and tense. I blew out a breath and shrugged. There was no point in trying to convince him. I'd better just show him. That's great. You'll love the stores here. Our malls are nothing like the ones humans have, Millie exclaimed, snatching her hand out of Lucas's and walking up to me. How so? I asked. Well, for one, you don't have to worry about someone suddenly shifting or the big secret being out since everyone here is a wolf, or the majority at least are, she added. My eyes widened at the news of humans living among wolves. There are humans here? I asked with surprise still on my face. Millie nodded, but it was Lucas who explained. Just those mated to wolves here, but other than that, just wolves. I exhaled the breath I didn't know I was holding, relieved and slightly confused. So, any malls in mind? I asked after a moment of silence. I was officially annoyed and felt slightly rejected by the pack. After being escorted to the largest mall on this side of the island, I came to realize fairly quickly how fast pack news would spread, especially when it involved the alpha snapping someone's neck for his mate. I was treated with respect in every store I entered. It would have been fine if the wolves hadn't been A. shaking, B. stuttering and apologizing for nothing, and C. avoiding me like I was a stranger you see in the streets late at night, thinking I was going to rob you. So you pick up your pace and look the other way. I wanted to meet new people and mingle with the pack and get as much information as possible, but with the way things were going, I'd have better luck getting information from Zaltan. We all knew how much he loved to talk. It's fine, Luna. They're just not sure how to handle you yet. That's all. The pack never really expected to have a female alpha. Court comforted me as I looked through some shirts. I guess my sulking showed as much as I felt it. I shrugged, not wanting to talk about it. They had a point, though. I wouldn't want to hang around with the girl who got a pack member killed, no matter what her rank was. After picking out 30 shirts, Court helped me carry some of them. Millie and the others made sure everything was fine. They switched places every few minutes to keep me company as well as to get to know each other better. As we walked to the register, I noted the girl who was there looked like she was about to faint at the sight of me. Her eyes were wide in fright and curiosity, and her already pale skin was a shade paler. I put on my best smile and walked to her. Hello. I put down the shirts in front of her while Court followed silently. Hello. I hope you're pleased with our store, Luna, she greeted while her eyes remained low. Her hand was shaking while quickly scanning the tags. The store is very nice. Good work. I praised her with a forced smile on my face. I got the hint that I wasn't wanted around. It hurt both my wolf and me to see pack members avoiding us. After all, we were supposed to be there, Luna, even if the idea itself seemed beyond a dream to me. After she packed the bags, we left. I was surprised after learning that all of my bags would be sent to the pack house immediately. All I really had to do was pick and pay. Millie, John, and Lucas were already waiting for us outside when we walked out. We had only been shopping for about 2 hours, and none of them mentioned being hungry, so I figured we were all right for another hour or so. We sort of just drifted from store to store, walking around, and one of them would point something out to me. It wasn't until John's phone rang that my day really began. Sorry, he said sheepishly. I just shrugged at him, still a bit under the weather. Warning, if I end up getting fired, I'll set you on fire. What do you want? He asked with annoyance in his tone, or something else like exasperation. I didn't want to be rude, so I tried not to listen but failed. Oh, come on, bro. You know you love me. Besides, if you get fired, I'll give you a job here. Plus, Marcus says that if you even get anywhere near me with a lighter, he'll deal with you. Thanks, babe. Anywho, I'll need you for like 2 minutes. John interrupted the feminine voice. Must be his sister, I guess. No way. You already pulled me out the other day. I'm lucky I didn't get caught ditching the job on the first day, he growled into the phone. Millie, who was beside me, sort of snickered discreetly. I know, but this is important. It will also be the last time. I swear, I really need your help, the woman pleaded on the phone. Why can't Marcus help you? I thought that was what mates are for, to help each other, John asked. His eyes narrowed at nothing in particular. Because he's busy. I'm sorry I'm such a bother to you during work. I thought I'd always have my big brother around to help me when I need him the most, even with the small things. The woman's voice became smaller and more emotional, and John's eyes became softer, making me smile. Like when we were little, and I couldn't reach Mom's cookies because she would always put them on the top shelf. You always reached them for me, so I'd give you half. I knew then you'd always have my back, but it's all right. I know we've grown into adults, and I understand if you no longer care about me. I guess I'll just do it myself, she ended in a sad tone. John looked to me, and before he could open his mouth, I nodded at him. He mouthed a thank you and sighed into the phone. Fine. I'll be there in a few, he said softly into the phone, tugging his blonde curls that fell out of his band. A squeal blasted on the other side of the phone. Good. Your spot is already open. I knew you'd fall for that, the woman mocked. John's eyes narrowed again. You manipulative little witch, he yelled into the phone, catching a few eyes. I let out a small laugh. You say that like it's a bad thing. Love you, bro, see you in a few. She hung up before he could say anything else. I can't believe I fell for that again, John mumbled to himself, putting his phone into his pocket and yanking harshly on his curls again. The girls and I looked at each other before letting out loud laughter at the tall wall of muscles with curls, sulking because he'd just been played by his little sister. Lucas shook his head and patted John on the shoulder. You are laughing because you have no idea what it is like to be an older brother having a little sister who knows all your weaknesses and later becomes one. It's like a never-ending curse, he said somberly. Aw, man. Sorry, Luna. I'll be back in a few, John said, but before he could turn and leave, I spoke. Do you mind if I come? I asked shyly, not wanting to intrude. I just did not want to spend another second in the mall with a pack that didn't really want me around. His eyes became wide before he smiled at me. No problem, Luna. I'm sure my sister will be delighted to meet you, he said with real excitement in his voice. The thought of meeting someone who might actually like me, who might give me a chance to win her over, thrilled me. We followed John out of the mall and into the car we came in, a large BMW. As we piled in, I finally asked some questions. So, do you know what your sister wants you to do? He shrugged at me and shook his head. She always makes me do odd jobs at the store, so I don't know what it is exactly. What type of store does she own? I was taken aback by the sudden flush of his cheeks and the redness of his ears. I couldn't help but think of some really odd stores. After a pause, he answered, a boutique. I wasn't sure what made him flush when that wasn't so bad. Wait, what type of odd jobs do you get at a store like that? I asked with horror. My imagination was running wild. John didn't answer. All he did was groan. He somehow managed to tuck and curl his large frame, ducking his head under his arms. Millie and Lucas laughed in the front seat. Man, I still have the pictures when she made you model a new set of Lynn. A loud and choked-out growl erupted from John, followed by a mixture of mortification, embarrassment, anger, and annoyance on his face. You said you deleted those. He scowled at the front seat. Millie turned around in her seat, her eyes slightly dazed from laughing. And you said you deleted my pics in that red bikini when we were in freshman year. I saw your Facebook post. She said, her eyes narrowed in slight anger. John's face went from angry to false innocence. He looked up, blinking his large blue eyes at her. I don't know what you're talking about. It must have been some other John. It's a common name, you know, he pointed out. His hands were locked on his lap, but his fingers twitched, making me think he wanted to pull on his curls again. Liar. Your Facebook name is John Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle. I threw a look of disbelief at him. What type of name was John Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle? You got something against my last name, he said in false offense. She rolled her eyes at him. I looked at the court beside me and mouthed, Wiggle Wiggle Wiggle. She shook her head and mouthed, Jason Derulo. I nodded. As a matter of fact, I do. First, it's stupid. Second, delete the picture. Third, the last time I checked, you don't have anything to wiggle. I wanted to say burn and make a sizzling noise, but that would be immature to do, right? John, ignoring the obvious comeback, smirked at her and leaned forward. His large frame made him a lot closer to her than if I had done so, and I'm technically closer than he is. Baby, the last time you checked, we were both drunk. But if you want to check my wiggle, let me see yours first, he said. Her eyes widened before her whole face turned red. Smooth. Well, that escalated quickly. John, calm the heck down, man. We're here. You too, Millie, behave. Both of you. Lucas scolded, but he couldn't hide his amusement. I felt like he was somehow the mother of the group. When we arrived, they climbed out of the car to check if the area was clear before letting me out. The building in front was large and very fashionable looking. Suddenly, Zaltan's words came to my mind. Bras, undergarments. My face turned a rosy color. I didn't get to buy any of those because of how odd everyone was around me, but I couldn't just buy them. Now, I had to. We entered the store immediately. John walked away for a moment and came back a second later with a petite, feminine blonde who had blue eyes that looked similar to his. She seemed to be a few years older than me, dressed in a light purple dress. I smiled and was surprised to see her large baby bump. Her eyes immediately sought out mine. I held my breath, preparing myself for her to react like the others, but I was happy to see her smile back at me without fear in her eyes. She extended her hand, and I shook it politely. Hello, I'm John's sister, Hanaya. You must be Luna Viva. A pleasure to meet you, she said sincerely. I could tell she meant it. She looked at me in the eyes, but my wolf didn't feel like she was challenging us or anything like that. She was showing us a different level of respect and approval, which was oddly pleasant. Call me Viva. It would be nice to make a friend who wasn't guarding me. Will do. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. And as for you, my dear brother, her friendly smile towards me turned somewhat evil on her brother. I have a job for you. They then walked to the other side of the store. I'll be outside, Luna, patrolling, and yeah. Lucas seemed uncomfortable in the store. He didn't even wait and just bolted for the door. What was it about these types of stores that made men uncomfortable? Well, this looks like a good time for you to do your thing. I'm sure you don't want us around for this. It'll probably make you feel uncomfortable, the court said. Both she and Millie had mischievous looks on their faces. I blushed and looked everywhere to avoid them. You can leave. I'm curious to know what our Luna is going to seduce the alpha with. Perhaps this nice red piece with matching lacy. I snatched the item out of her hands, which she held up for everyone to practically see, and threw it back in the box where she got it from. I'm not going to seduce him. I'm just here to shop. Now, if you'll excuse me. I walked off with as much confidence as I could, knowing no matter what I would say, everyone here would probably judge my clothing choice on whether it would attract Zaltan's attention, as if this was for him. It is, though. My wolf argued. Shut up. No, it's not. I said. Get the red one. I said shut up. Fine, the black one then. I blocked her out after that. I was halfway done picking all of my undergarments when the funniest thing I have ever seen passed by me, John in a costume. Women's clothes. I think I might have snorted at some point, but so did every other woman in the store. I knew it was wrong, but it was too funny to hold in. He was red-faced and scowling down at a smiling Hanaya. It was just wrong. His obviously masculine face was sticking out with his curls pulled down. His lean muscles were bulging out of the sides. You are the best brother ever, she said. He went outside and stood. Aside from catching Lucas's attention, he also caught the attention of the people entering the store. They talked to him and made hand gestures. At least, the costume was working. I'm guessing this was for an advertisement. Hanaya stopped next to me and looked at her brother through the window. Haha, can't believe he fell for this. She laughed. What do you mean? I told him sales are low, and we need an eye-catching strategy. I will have to wear a costume and stand outside to gain attention. Being the doting older brother that he is, he volunteered because I am pregnant. Of course, I didn't mention there's actually someone more masculine and that never in 100 years would I stand outside because sales are doing fine, she said with an amused expression on her face. I looked at her warily. I think I now understand what Lucas was talking about when it comes to little sisters. She must have been able to read my expressions because she quickly explained. He called me fat during my second month. No one should ever call a pregnant woman fat. It's just not something a woman could forget. We both looked at each other before bursting out laughing. I think you just became my best friend, I said. She threw her hand over my shoulder, which was odd because she was a few inches shorter than me. I knew there was something I would like about you. I smiled at her. She looked down at my stack of clothes and gave me that same evil smile she gave her brother before he came out dressed like a woman. Oh no. I narrowed my eyes at her. So, how do you feel about lacy things? It was safe to say I had become best friends with a psychotic, evil pregnant woman who enjoyed watching people squirm. Hanaya did not let me leave the store until I tried on every provocative piece she shoved at me. Some of those pieces made me want to get on my knees and pray for forgiveness. After that, she left the store to one of her workers and spent the rest of the day with me, giving me a tour of a lifetime. While John was funny and childishly playful, Hanaya was brutally honest, straightforward, and not shy at all. While on tour, she noticed the distance people keep from me. She also called out a waiter who kept apologizing to me after accidentally spilling my drink before it got to the table. Her words not only snapped the waiter of whatever fear he had of me, but also seemed to calm the people eating at the restaurant. Yo, we got your sorry the first and 50th time. I think she gets it. Chill, dude. No blood, no foul. The air went silent. Even though Hanaya was the one who spoke, all eyes were on me as if expecting me to yell or something. The poor guy didn't even know what to say anymore. He just stood there with his hands wringing out his apron and eyes looking misty as if he was about to cry. I felt distressed at seeing this and acted on instinct. Ignoring the prying eyes, I rose from the table and put a hand on the guy's shoulder, not minding his slight jump and whimper. Lucas and the others were close by, refusing to eat with us, but sticking close enough to keep me safe if something went wrong. Hey, can you look at me? I kinda feel like I'm talking to myself. I joked, making my tone soft and soothing. He looked up hesitantly. His light brown hair had the same shade as his eyes. I smiled at him, but he still had a slightly panicked and frightened look on his face. What's your name? I asked. Jedediah, he whispered as if he had condemned himself. Well, Jedediah, I want you to know that it's totally cool that you dropped the drinks. Just like my friend had said, no blood, no foul. Besides, I'm sure if there was blood, it would be obvious, because I bit my lip from hunger rather than you dropping something on me. I could tell my words calmed him enough to make him realize his life wasn't on the line. I wanted him completely and utterly relaxed in my presence, call it me wanting to at least get someone's trust. He nodded and gave me a small smile. I sat back down, pleased to have eased him somehow. What would you like to order? He asked. His tone was a bit more confident this time. Finally, man, I thought I was gonna die here. Let me get another lemonade, a cheeseburger with bacon, no mayo or mustard, lots of fries or onion rings, garlic bread, a slice of pizza, and salad. Come back when I'm done. I might want a banana split or chocolate cake, maybe both. Hanaya said, and later found us looking at her in bewilderment and incredulity. What? She snapped at both of us with her right eye twitching. Jedediah and I looked at each other, and then at her. Nothing, we said in unison. That's what I thought. You might be Luna, but I've got no problem letting you stand outside my store in a costume. The same goes for you, pup. Okay. I'll have 2 grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato sauce, garlic bread, and a bottle of Sprite. Try not to drop it this time, I said with a wink. His mouth dropped, and the poor kid's cheeks blushed. He nodded eagerly and took off with a smile. After that, the tension in the restaurant was gone. After dinner, we dropped Hanaya off and then came back to the pack house. I was tempted to say home, but something held me back. We came in pretty late. Most, if not all, the lights were off and snoring could be heard. After saying goodnight to the others, I made my way to my or Zaltan's room. I was surprised to realize that I managed a whole day without any real drama with the man. Maybe things were finally calming down. I really need to stop jinxing myself. When I opened the bedroom door, I was disappointed at the darkness of the room, thinking Zaltan might be coming in late. I shut the door behind me and was feeling the wall for the switch when my hand made contact with a familiar warmth. My hand rested above Zaltan's shoulder. He was tense and rigid. "Zaltan," I whispered into the dark. My heart was pounding in my chest. Why the heck would he stand in the dark? Like always, his movement was faster than normal. He roughly wrapped his hands around mine. He began pulling me to what I presumed was the bed. This was becoming his normal habit. "Zaltan," I asked again. This time, my voice shook with worry, fear, and excitement. Excitement? For what? He suddenly stopped and pushed me down, making me lose my footing and fall onto the bed face first. I shouted a little and then shrieked when I was suddenly flipped on my back. I squinted at Zaltan's form in the dark. It didn't matter that I was a werewolf. His room was dark as heck. He was dressed in black, not to mention the cold aura he was giving off. What was his deal? I looked at him and dared not move, pushing some imaginary line. I was right. "What's wrong? What are you?" He cut me off with a low growl that progressively turned into a loud snarl. He lowered himself onto me, slowly getting on his hands and knees on top of me until his face hovered dangerously close. His blue eyes seemed to glow in the dark. Mixed emotions swam in those eyes: anger, betrayal, confusion, desire, and a darkness so deep that I had to fight the natural instinct to crawl away from him. Why was he feeling all those emotions? Why do I always find myself pinned under this man? "What's wrong, my dear sweet mate?" He purred out the words into my face. His words were the gentlest of touches, but my mind heard the anger and iciness in his tone. "Is you touching another male? You flirted with him, and then you dared to wink at him." He slid one hand down my arm, around my waist, and under my back, spreading his fingers over me and pushing me against him. I instinctively curved my back to be closer to him. His intoxicating scent buzzed my senses. His other hand gently grabbed at my hair, enough to keep my head close to him. He shifted his weight to his elbow. "I don't know what you're talking about," I whispered. He then let out a humorless laugh. "You're telling me you don't remember that pup from the restaurant, Jedediah?" He snarled out the name. My eyes widened in recognition. So that's what this was about. He thought I was flirting with the waiter, Jedediah? I shook my head. No, I wasn't flirting. The poor kid was just— he pulled his head back and snarled viciously at me, making me attempt to shrink back. "I don't care. You touched him. You flirted with him. You winked at him. Do you not remember what I told you?" His words were hard as stone, but he whispered the words as if he were reading poetry to me. I was shaking in my bones, and even my wolf didn't know what to do with the situation. She was intrigued by this side of him, while I was frightened. "Don't hurt him. Please." His wild eyes narrowed at me. "What? Have you got feelings for the boy? Tell me." Although his voice was rough and angry, I felt a sense of panic through our bond. "Zaltan, listen to yourself. You're blowing this out of proportion." "I don't even know the kid," I pointed out, trying to reason with him. "He was crazy. Because he's just a kid. He can't take care of you the way I can." "No. I can do so much more than what that boy can. You said it yourself, he's just a kid, but I'm a man. I can take care of you the way no other man in this whole planet can," he said, lowering his face and skimmed his nose lightly over mine and then down my cheek. Then I got it. Was Zaltan jealous? Was he jealous that I was concerned with another male? But why? Before I could finish my thoughts, he planted his lips to mine. His lips were rough and frantic, but they were driving me crazy, so I responded with the same intensity. This wasn't like the first kiss we grew up with. This one was like a dam had been opened and a flood of raw feeling and need surrounded us, drowned us. This kiss was almost punishing. His lips would draw away from me each time I pushed myself up to be closer to him. He pulled away, leaving our lips barely connecting. Because of his hold on my hair, I couldn't reach them, even with my back arched to meet his lips. I sighed, needing to feel him pressed against me completely. Where was this side of me coming from? Just when I thought Zaltan was going to kiss me again, he pulled back and gazed at me with a blank face. I looked at him through dazzled eyes, breathing heavily. "I will get the test results on how our bodies will take each other tomorrow. I don't know what the results will be, but I do know one thing," he said seriously. I sobered up at his words and gazed up at him, worried. What? I almost didn't want to ask, afraid of what his words would be. That before tomorrow night, you'll have some sort of Marcus that represents your mine. Until then, clink. My eyes widened in disbelief at him. No, not this again. He slowly pulled up off of me and stood at the end of the bed, looking down at me roguishly. I can't believe you chained me again. I yelled at him, not bothering to move other than to sit up. The weight of the chains was adding to my anger. I was not an animal he could chain up and take a stroll with whenever he wanted. He just shrugged at me and walked to the door. He knew well that if he tried to sleep anywhere near me, I'd hurt him. I'll kick your rear for this, I yelled out. I grabbed a pillow out of anger and flung it at him with all my might. I fumed even more when he let it hit him and lifted a brow at me. And at that point, you'll already be marked as mine. He turned his back. Jerk. I yelled out one last time, not willing to let him have the last word. Never said I wasn't. Night, my sweet. He walked out and closed the door. I stared at the door for a few moments and longer, trying to will him to walk back in, so I could keep yelling insults at him. When he didn't, I let out an aggravated sigh. What did he mean by some sort of Marcus? I thought anxiously. That night, my imagination didn't let me sleep with all of the possibilities. Chapter 10. Zaltan Azraleia POV. I shut the door and stood behind it. I heard her movements on the bed, and my name was cursed out in anger. Staring blankly at the wall, my mind was racing with hundreds of thoughts. Who knew such a small brown-haired beauty could drive me crazy? While I did feel a bit wretched, I mainly felt an odd sense of ease knowing she was trapped in my room. It was wrong, no doubt, but it felt so right. She made me chain her to the bed. I wasn't blind to her gazes and wandering hands when we slept. I never brought them up because I enjoyed them too much and avoided making her feel self-conscious about it. I made my way to my office, which was located far away from the room, in less than a few seconds. I slammed the door with much force, creating a loud bang that shook the room. I walked toward my chair and sat on it with a sigh. I spun around to look at the window behind me and watched the moon high in the sky, illuminating the dark and cold room. The beast within me wanted to be released and returned to the little brown-haired vixen on my bed. With all the images in my head, a dark smile made its way to my face. We both wanted to march back up there to show her who she belonged to. We wanted to dominate her and sink our teeth into her silky smooth skin over and over to claim her, firing away the doubts that she might have. A mate, someone whom I had never even dreamed of having in my entire existence. I had been around longer than the mating bond. Anyone would think I would be the first one to have a mate, which was ironic. I watched wolves meet their destined loved ones and then drift away into blissful oblivion over the years. They had the privilege to find that one person to be with them, but I knew that even before wolves began mating, I had no one for me, that I would walk the world alone for all eternity. Then, I got a word from a reliable source that a mate was created for me, that the moon goddess was nice enough to grant me one. I rolled my eyes, for those jerks didn't have nice bones in their bodies. I learned that from experience. They were pulling out their big guns to distract and soften me up, as if that would ever happen after the betrayal and stuff they pulled on me. I didn't believe it, but I didn't underestimate its possibility either. There was a small part of me that wondered what it would be like to actually have a mate, to not be trapped in a never-ending world of loneliness that seemed to grow and pierce my chest. I sent men to look discreetly into packs for women who seemed to have even the slightest bit of oddity among all other wolves, but they would always come back empty-handed. No she-wolf with beyond normal wolf strength, speed, or sight stood out. As the years passed, I began to think she was just a myth to distract me, or worse. A lowly male wolf mated and bonded with the mate intended for me and used his scent to hide her. Even though I expected her to only bring deceptions and false promises to seduce me into forgetting my plans, I couldn't deny myself the curiosity of knowing what the great moon goddess believed would fit me best. I had never spent more than a few minutes in the same room with her, but the way I saw it, she gave me the impression of a mischievous woman who loved to play but could also endanger me if she wanted to. She was the only one whom I did not hold a grudge against, though I didn't particularly like her. I realized that if I were to create something the enemy wanted, I would drag it out by keeping it low, visible to the eye, but surrounded by distractions. Instead of sending men to search around, I sent them to bring all women of all ages at first, but I thought logically and managed to narrow down their ages in descending order. I met petrified young women who feared for their lives every single time. They had no idea what was going on or what was going to happen to them. I knew enough that even if I were a mile apart from my mate, I would feel something strange. However, every single woman didn't even spark my interest, so I had their memories erased and had them returned to their packs. And then it happened. On the last mission that Alberticus went on, I saw something odd in his wolf. I had always been attuned to the wolves, so I didn't think much of it. But something stirred the beast inside me, and in a moment of distraction, he overpowered me. It was shocking. Never in history had he ever shown interest in using the powers we were gifted with. He only cared for the brutal strength and for causing chaos wherever he went. As he tuned in with Alberticus, I understood the interest. A girl smaller than him was in his arms. His eyes were locked in her chocolate brown ones as his emotions shifted from surprise to bewilderment, but what made it off the wall was the need to protect her and bring her to me. Then I knew she was the one. I shook my head and focused on the problem, or rather, my problem at hand. Tapping my fingers to a soothing rhythm on my leg, I watched a cloud float over the moon, covering it and making the sky look mysterious. The moon's glow was still visible around the edges of the cloud. At that moment, I felt like I was the moon and Viva was my cloud, except she wasn't blocking me and I wasn't hidden. I was holding her close to me so she wouldn't float away. I wouldn't let her. My little cloud, I mused to myself. Who would have thought the big bad Lupus Deus would be sappy over a 5'4" brown-eyed she-wolf, who was now chained to my bed, probably contemplating murder. She could contemplate all she wanted. It's not like she could kill me. Speaking of kill, my light humor vanished, and the darkness that I always kept locked within me slowly seeped out. The already cold room went below zero with darkness filling its every corner. I could feel my eyes glow in the dark with the staggering energy welled up in me. While a huge part of me wanted to hurt Jedediah Calbys for being touched by Viva, I knew I had to acknowledge that nothing harmful happened with that simple contact. I couldn't help it. Just the thought of her with another male, or giving what was meant for me to another, sent me into a path of jealousy, but the jealousy was nothing compared to what the mere thought of a male touching her could do to me. A volcanic anger grew in me. My canines protruded from my mouth. My chest lifted up and down, heaving with anger and hatred toward whoever would dare touch her. The beast fueled the fire by showing me images of tearing bodies apart, ripping the flesh from their bones, and doing unimaginable things. A humorless chuckle escaped me. How did Viva, the innocent little thing, perfectly match my savage self? She intrigued me immensely. I knew I frightened her at some point, but she was good at hiding her feelings. At times, I caught a whiff of her fear whenever I did something rash, which began to be a constant thing with her, but it disappeared just as fast as it came. Even that seemed to give me a strange emotion. Did I enjoy her fears? Did I thrive off of it? What exactly did I want from her? A disturbing feeling grew in my chest. I didn't know what to do with it, but while experiencing goosebumps, I could feel that something was wrong as tension and calmness took over me simultaneously. The beast roared and began fighting for control, thrashing and pushing against my mental blocks, sending me pain with all its strength. I clenched my hand and spun the chair around back to the desk, pulling a drawer open. Even in the dark, I managed to find the syringe filled with dark purple liquid. I reached in and pulled it out. At the sight of the syringe, he fought harder for control and brought physical pain inside my chest using his slashing claws, causing me to release a hiss. I didn't stop as blood seeped into my veins. My black shirt was torn, exposing the wounds that quickly healed, while the beast continued its mayhem. I plunged the needle into my right arm, ignoring the slight sting, and exhaled as the burning liquid rushed through my veins and silenced the beast. It left him weak and gave me peace. Slowly, darkness crept back to me until the dangerous tint left the cold office. He wasn't always a pain, but in moments of extreme uneasiness, the beast would try to force himself out, which always led to unnecessary bloodshed. After a few years, I grew tired and created a stronger sedative. I rose to my feet and went out to the forest. I needed to feel nature close to me, but it no longer had the same calming effect as before. The beast wanted something, or rather, someone else to calm him. I was nothing like the wolves who gave me the ridiculous name Lupus Deus. I was not a wolf, and I didn't act like one. I was higher than them. I could understand why they would believe it. I was animalistic. Although I did the same things an ordinary wolf would do, such as growling, snarling, howling at the moon, and using my heightened senses, at the end of the day, I was much more than a wolf. Legends, stories, and aging memories could also be at fault, as I hadn't shifted in front of wolves in more than 100 years. I had done it once and paid the price. No one had seen my true form since that dark day, but it did leave legends of a certain monster. It wasn't difficult to rein in the beast, as I initially believed. With the power I had over the wolves, I could command them to stay far away whenever I chose to transform. The only downside to this was the constant shots I had to get to tame him. If it weren't for those, I did not doubt that I would have to fight him tooth and nail to get a decent amount of control. I was bloodthirsty, but sometimes his atrocities turned my stomach. As the clouds moved slowly away from the moon, I faintly wondered what Viva would think of my true nature. Would she look at me as an abomination? A monster? Would she be disgusted at the mere sight of me whenever our paths crossed? I ignored the disturbing feeling because, even so, I would still keep her. I felt his familiar spark before I heard him, so I waited for him where I was. Alberticus, my loyal companion for many years, lived longer than a normal wolf could, another doing on my part. If I were immortal and mateless, I didn't see why I couldn't let my best friend live a little longer. It wasn't as if he minded, though. Time was what he needed as well. His shadow came closer to me. I could see his green eyes narrow down on my slightly torn shirt. I heard him sniff, catching the faint blood on my shirt. One downside of having a best friend who has been with you for a very long time is that they don't take warnings seriously, not until you're at your worst. Moreover, they believed they were trying to help. Alberticus thought I should tone down on Viva for a bit, so she wouldn't become a target as our plans progressed. But he didn't have the knowledge or experience as I did, and she did become a target as soon as the idea of making her my mate became a fact. Nothing I did or acted upon would change that. So, why should I hold myself back more than I already have? The thought was ridiculous. You've taken your shot, he noted. I nodded, not needing to say anything. He understood me most of the time without the need to voice myself. He crossed his arms over his chest, looking at me like a scolding parent. That's already the fourth since she's been here. I clenched my jaw and said nothing. I just looked at the sky and wondered if there would be more clouds passing by the moon soon. The weather could be so unpredictable. You never had to take a lot of these before. She's already Cha, I snarled at him, not liking his tone. I restrained the darkness that wanted to escape from me and turned my friend into my prey. She isn't changing anything. I'm not dying nor weakened in her presence. Moreover, I haven't forgotten our plans. The only thing happening is that the beast is pushing me to Marcus her before they decide to change their minds about letting me have a mate. The thought left me a bit panicked. I didn't want to lose her before I got the chance to figure out what we could have. He snorted at me and shook his head. After a moment, I tried to lighten the mood, but I could feel his wolf's anxiousness. So, either they knew you'd be suspicious of her to the point of withholding the mate bond, thus blocking you, or they planned to knock you out with meds. I threw him a side glare at his stupidity and walked off, but of course, he followed behind. You know I have a point. Besides, even if she isn't anything bad now, it doesn't mean she won't be later. I stopped mid-stride and faced him. He cringed back a bit but looked into my black eyes. Alberticus didn't have anything against Viva. He was just protective of me, and while I appreciated it, I wished he could drop the matter, or I would be forced to drop him. You think I haven't thought of that? I thought of every way they can manipulate the only good thing that has ever happened to me by having her be the reason for my downfall. There was a dangerous edge in my voice, which I had never used on him before. He quickly realized he was pushing me too far. He held his head down but tilted to bare his neck to me, but I ignored his gesture of submission. I walked over to a tree and grew out my claws, swiping them down and up the tree as chunks of wood flew into the air. I punched the tree repeatedly, completely distorting and reshaping it until it gave a loud croak, broke down, and fell over. The tree had it the worst. For all my body knew, I could have just punched a wall. I knew I shouldn't have acted out on Alberticus when he was doing his job and pointing out the obvious, but I seemed reflexive to defend Viva from even the truest words. How strange. Exhaling my anger and frustration, I looked in the direction of the pack house. We were far enough that normal wolves wouldn't be able to see it, but I wasn't normal. I could see through the trees and the branches as if the pack house was a few feet away rather than miles. I focused my hearing on the house. My hearing and awareness of everything around me were so amplified that when I tuned into something, it was almost as if I were a ghost, as if I were actually there. Hearing past the TVs, music, fighting, and happy couples, the sleeping and chatting wolves, I moved my hearing to the section where I knew my room was located and listened in on what Viva was doing. She was already in bed. Her heartbeat was a soft lullaby. She would change her position every once in a while, dragging the chains along the silk covers, then she would fall asleep, only to toss and turn again. It gave me twisted pleasure to know she couldn't sleep comfortably without me. Knowing she was already in bed, I pulled my hearing back and focused on my silent beta and friend. Do you know what the worst part about this whole mate situation is? I asked him quietly. He didn't respond. The fact that they sent her to me. I turned around to look at him. His eyes took in my serious expression. I thought you'd be pleased to have a mate. You always looked at mated couples with longing. Why would their giving you a mate be such a bad thing, besides the obvious? He said slowly, picking his words carefully. Because they can take her from me, I answered blankly, not showing him how deeply that simple statement tormented me. I cleared my throat. I shifted my entire self from a pathetic man that I was becoming to the military man that I was much more comfortable being. How are the preparations going? Anything I need to step into? I demanded, looking him straight in the eyes and taking control of the situation once more. Everything is going according to plan. There's nothing you need to go over that needs checking in this department. He too answered seriously, showing no indication of his thoughts on the previous subject. Tell Hogarth to report in the morning. I need to go to New Orleans and New York in a week. I want to make sure he knows what to do while I'm gone, as well as Lucas and Sawyer. Have the results of the tests they did on Viva and my blood delivered and dropped off at my desk as soon as possible. No one is to read it. I began walking in the direction of the pack house. My feet seemed to have a mind of their own. Sure thing. Anything else? He asked, preparing to follow the orders. I looked over my shoulder. How's the search for Aurelia going? His expression darkened as he clenched his fists. While I needed her for certain things, Alberticus had some unfinished business with the witch. He could do what he wanted with her after I got what I needed, but even I had no idea or inkling of how things between the two would end. They had much to discuss. She's a slippery little witch, but I'll get her next time. We've already narrowed down her location. She can't possibly go far with the covens banishing her. She's running out of ways to escape. We have to figure out how to outstand her spells. I nodded in understanding and walked off. Bring her to me in no less than 2 weeks. Time is something you shouldn't waste on an upcoming war. I knew the command was a cruel one, but I needed her now. I didn't wait to hear his response. As I made my way back to the pack house, I passed by a multitude of wolves. Some bowed their heads as a sign of respect, while others came over to talk to me. When I got to my floor, I moved faster than light and reached the room in an instant. The door did not make a sound as if it hadn't been opened. I walked over to Viva in slow and quiet steps. I could already see her wearing the new pajamas she bought. Her scent smelled more enticing than usual. While it pleased me that she had her own things now, I was met with faint disappointment that she no longer had to wear my clothes and use my things. It seemed she had slipped the chains through the armholes. It shouldn't have been amusing, but I just couldn't resist smiling. She was right. I was a jerk. Looming over, I studied her features and the way her brows naturally arched as if she was mockingly lifting them. She had a small button-like nose, and her long black lashes framing her heavy eyes gave her a sultry look with her head tilted at the right angle when I kissed her. My eyes trailed down to those plump, soft red lips, wanting to run the tip of my tongue over them. Her soft porcelain skin made me want to touch her constantly. She was small and barely made it to my chest, but she was curvy and generously gifted in the places that counted. I should know. I had that body pinned under mine the first time she opened her eyes. Just remembering the feel of her soft body under mine had me tightening to the point of discomfort. She was a mixture of innocence tainted by every man's erotic dream. She was sensual, desirable, and provocative in the smallest of gestures. She could turn me and probably every other male in the room into the red-blooded creatures that we were. The reason why I had to keep her close and locked up because she was just too tempting. I reached down, forming a lock of her silky hair in between my fingers and feeling its softness. I froze as she shifted closer to me at the edge of the bed. When she got closer, she let out a sigh and seemed a little relieved that I hadn't noticed her stress lines disappearing. I didn't need as much sleep as wolves or humans did. Heck, I didn't need sleep at all, but ever since she came, my body had a hard time not following her to bed. It was like a magnetic pull that I wanted to feel her under me, next to me as she slept. It might sound creepy, but I liked watching her sleep. Her heartbeat was soothing. It put me to sleep, which was incredibly hard to do with all the voices and thoughts running in my head. What had this girl done to me? The feeling of warmth and joy was new to me, and all these new emotions were darn near frightening. My pleasures usually involved conquering lands, jewels, prizes, killings, violence, and carnal activities, which Viva and I have done. Why the heck did I feel like I was basking in warmth when she's near me? I shook my head and gazed upon her neck where my Marcus should be. Ignoring the dark thoughts and all the troubles, I focused on my little mate, who didn't seem to grasp the complete darkness within me. My entire being demanded to possess her in every way until she forgets what life without me is, until she knows and cares for nothing else but me. I wanted her sole attention, to know her inside and out, and to know what would frighten or make her happy. I had been into her mind, so I knew her more than anyone else, yet the questions in my mind remained unanswered. I didn't just want to know. I needed to know. I wanted her and others to know that she was mine, but with the constant uncertainty of our bond, I was left with scanty choices. I had to stake a claim to her now before anyone else did, not that they would dare, but it was always a possibility. A possibility I wouldn't take. I once lived in a world where possibilities were a blessing. Look where that got me. A million little ideas on ways to Marcus her as mine came to mind, but only one sparked my amusement. I wonder how she feels about tattoos? The file's on your desk. Alberticus's voice entered my head, but I didn't respond. I looked at Viva one last time and left the room, making my way to my office, where Alberticus was waiting for me. I took the green file and opened it, scanning Viva's basic work. Spread the word. Kiwi is banned on the island. Stop all ports with the fruit and have the pack either eat them or throw them away. If they have any problem with it, they can talk it up with me, I said, not looking up to meet his questioning face. And may I ask why? I briefly lifted my eyes to meet his amused smile. She's allergic, I said. He hummed in response. So, what does it say? He was impatient like me, but I had to be careful and read it all. I couldn't miss a thing. I couldn't afford to. It says that after 24 hours, my blood came back normal even after being in contact with hers. No changes, no sudden cell diminishes. Everything seems... I stopped and reread the last few lines. Interesting, very interesting, I said. What's interesting? What? What does it say? Alberticus was anxious and eager to know. While my blood work came back to normal, hers, however, did not. I handed him the file. He scanned it with surprise and bewilderment before becoming speechless. You're right. This is interesting. Wow, that's something. I nodded. Indeed. Suddenly, my little cloud of confusion became a storm. Chapter 11. I hadn't seen Zaltan since he chained me last night. It was a good thing that I was in the mood to strangle him, perhaps with his own chains too. The idea didn't seem half bad to me. My wolf was just as annoyed as I was, which made me glad she wouldn't allow him to get away with everything. His reasons were way off for his childish behavior. He knew it well, like I did, deep down in my heart. He must know deep, deep, deep down. I hoped. I only placed my hand on the young man's shoulder, as if it were some sort of betrayal. I shook my head. I tried everything to get the chains off, like hitting it, chewing on it, bad idea, trying to get my hands out, breaking it, and pulling at the chain. Nothing worked. I barely dented the thing. The alarm clock read 8:50 in the morning, making me sigh out loud in both frustration and exhaustion. Although at some point, I did fall asleep last night, it quickly went away. I just wasn't comfortable at all. I missed the warmth of Zaltan's body, his strong arms wrapped around me, holding me close to him. I wanted to hug him and feel his lips on mine. How was it possible that I managed to sleep without needing anyone to cuddle for almost 18 years, but could no longer stand the thought of sleeping alone after spending a night or two with my mate? I groaned and threw my head back on the bed. I was so flimsy when it came to him. One moment, I was angry, wanting to crack his bones. However, I would surprisingly feel sad later on while longing for his presence. Was this what people meant by relationships being a roller coaster of emotions? It wasn't that bad if I had to go through it with Zaltan, but I wondered if he felt anything the way I did. To what extent could his emotions be for me besides the obvious possessiveness and protectiveness? Last night, I had the privilege of having the room for myself to think about everything so far. I was mainly curious and worried about what Zaltan meant by marking me. Would he finally Marcus me? A shot of joy and happiness hit me as well as fear and distress. Distress, because I wasn't sure what to do here for the rest of my life. How would I be useful to the man who ruled and controlled all of those around him? Fear for two different reasons. Firstly, the actual process of marking. Marking a mate is extremely intimate and meaningful, not to mention giving a push to the process of mating each other. Secondly, I had no doubt Zaltan's possessiveness and overprotectiveness would reach an extreme level that would make me feel like a caged animal just by thinking about it. Not to mention, I didn't exactly think his heart was in the act of marking itself. It seemed like he would only be doing it out of possessiveness more than anything else. The thought gave a disappointed pang to my chest. How possessive could the guy ever get? A knock at the door had my ears perking at the hope of him coming to unlock me. When the door opened to reveal a baby bump, I immediately knew who it was. "Hey, Hanaya," I said, waving casually at her as if I weren't chained to my bed. I wondered what it looked like to her. Alpha and Luna are doing weird things? Kidnapped mate? Neither of those didn't fit me well. She entered the room carrying a tray of food and giggled after seeing my position. She then placed the tray on the bedside table. It had French toast, orange juice, and a fruit salad. My stomach grumbled at the sight. "Alpha sent me up here to keep you company." He didn't say why, but I think I understand now. "So, what would you do?" she asked, sitting down on the couch. I reached for the food and glared at her while she blinked at me with an innocent look in those big baby blue eyes. "And why do you assume I'm in the wrong disposition? Why can't he be wrong and be chained up while I go out and do goodness knows what?" I stabbed a strawberry with my fork and put it in my mouth, chewing it hard and fast, and I accidentally bit my lip. "Oh wow, it hurts." I whined, cupping my jaw. My lip slowly healed, and the metallic taste in my mouth quickly disappeared. Hanaya rolled her eyes and rubbed her stomach. "I'm sure you like to chain our alpha up, but I don't think he's into that." "Well, who knows? And as for what he's doing, you do realize there is a thing called a phone in this world. It's wonderful. It lets you communicate from a distance, record your brother's stupid moments, take pictures of your mate, and remind you when it's time to go to the doctor for a checkup. They're really great, and yes, I know I sound like the tiger from the cereal." I smiled at her and ate as we talked. She seemed capable of managing my mood. "And no, you're still in the wrong," she added a second later. "What? How?" I asked, reaching for the orange juice. "Well, you're unmarked, unmated, and absolutely pretty." That's like waving a piece of chicken in the Hunger Games, she explained. My brows furrowed at her and then I laughed. What? She asked slowly. Have you actually watched the Hunger Games? I asked her. No, why? Her face held a confused expression, so I explained. It's not what you think. As a matter of fact, it's not even about food. It's more like survival of the fittest. They pick people and leave them in the forest where they fight each other until only one remains alive and comes out as the winner. Her face was horrified and annoyed at the true story of the movie. When she mentioned chicken and the Hunger Games, I kind of figured she hadn't actually watched it because that's what I thought when I first heard of it. Then why is it called the Hunger Games if it's not about food? I shrugged in response. I wasn't crazy about movies, so I didn't really know. After a moment of silence, she said, humans are odd. I agree. How come you haven't watched it yet, though? I asked curiously. She got a wicked glint in her eyes and pointed to her stomach. One word, girl, honeymoon. This baby didn't just make itself. That would have been cool though, but I'm pretty sure I'm not oblivious. She joked while I made a face at her. TMI, girl. I'm glad to hear you're happy though. We laughed. After talking about random things and me finishing my food, her phone rang. I tried not to listen, but I was chained, and she was my only entertainment at the moment. This is your wife speaking. I lifted a brow at how she answered the phone, but she just smiled at me. What if it hadn't been her mate on the other line? How awkward would that have been? Well, I'm glad to hear that, honey. How are you? Do you need anything? The baby? A male somewhat frantic and yet calm voice said over the line. I'm fine, Marcus. Baby's fine, she said softly. Her eyes had a loving glint in them, which surprised me. Even though she was talking to someone invisible, I could still see how she loved him dearly. Good. You call me if you need anything, he said. Hanaya rolled her eyes. You called me, remember? Besides the checkup, what else do you need? She asked. I looked around the room and played with my hands to appear discreet, but I'm pretty sure she knew I was listening. Oh, right, sorry. What was it? Oh yeah, John is at home rearranging the baby's room. Something about having the right to fix up the room as an uncle. Before he was done, Hanaya got up from her seat. Sorry, Viv. Gotta go. That idiot is not allowed to touch anything. How could you let him in the house, Marcus? With a quick wave and an apologetic look on her face, she was out of the room. I laughed at her, knowing she was pregnant, but had the will of 45 men. I found myself scared for one of my bodyguards, even though John was the tallest. I was left alone, thinking about what Hanaya said. I could call Zaltan. For some reason, he hasn't contacted me via link, which meant calling him in an old-fashioned way. I thought of searching for a phone after taking a shower. I stood from the bed and popped some of my joints. I walked into the bathroom with the chains dragged behind me. I had to leave the door slightly open to leave room for the chains, which I didn't like. Everyone knows you're not supposed to shower with the door open. That's how strange things happen. I stripped and entered the shower, relaxing my body in the hot water. I was slightly annoyed at each clink that the chains made as they hit each other while I was washing my hair, but I couldn't exactly remove them. It felt good to shower using feminine products. My shampoo had the smell of fruit blends and lavender. When I finished, I wrapped a towel around my body and stepped out. I was slightly surprised to see that the door was fully opened, but I guess it was expected after all the tugging. I was walking to the closet when I saw something on the bed. Nearing it, I found a note on top of a computer and picked it up, then my heart's beating went fast. The note had extremely neat yet rough handwriting, which said, Viva, I'm very much aware of your lack of entertainment, so here you go. It works fine, but do not log in to any social media sites just yet. I'm trusting you on this. I will see you at 9. You will be marked. P.S. Lock the door next time you shower. Had I not prohibited anyone from coming up here, I need not have finished. You have a beautiful figure, my dear. You're mine, Zaltan. I wasn't sure what expression I had on my face, but it probably was a mixture of surprise, annoyance, anger, relief, amusement, mortification, happiness, and then mortification again. Was he here while I was in the shower and had seen my figure? He peeked. My whole face felt hot. I shut my eyes tightly and took a deep breath. I should lock the outside door when I shower, but back home I never needed to do so. I guess old habits die hard. I was amused at the signature he ended it with. I giggled a bit. Zaltan was going to try to Marcus me at some point at 9. Do not try. He's going to Marcus us, my wolf said. I could feel her giddiness. Not to Marcus. It could have been something else if the paperwork says so, but I had no idea what. I went to the closet and pulled out a sleeveless dress I bought yesterday. While I felt comfortable in Zaltan's clothes, I preferred my own. I picked out a matching set of undergarments. I should count myself lucky to have bought it yesterday, or else I couldn't imagine how I would have managed with the chains. The bra was becoming a problem. It was uncomfortable, so I wore it without using the straps. I slipped on some socks and went over to the bed and checked the computer out. I knew how to use the computer, and that was all I cared about. Zaltan already hooked up the laptop to the internet. I stared at the background for a bit. I was pretty sure it was a chosen background since computers were either usually black or had the company's logo or some random nice photographic scenes, but this one didn't quite. The background was a night sky, highlighting the moon and clouds floating peacefully in front. I tilted my head, thinking Zaltan probably liked this kind of atmosphere. I did as I was told and didn't log into Facebook or my Gmail accounts even though I badly wanted to do so. I had no doubt he would somehow find out, and right now I wasn't trying to anger the man. I was tempted to, very much. Since I didn't feel like playing any games and didn't have anything else to do, I went on YouTube, knowing it would be the perfect thing to pass the time with. Throughout the day, I had several knocks on the door from an elderly woman named Delva. She told me the first time that she was to check up on me and make sure that anything I wanted was given to me. I was embarrassed she had seen me chained up, but she told me it wasn't unusual. Every once in a while, a male would chain his mate up if he felt his position was at risk, which confused me a bit. This was normal? The idea made me snort. She probably just said that to lessen my embarrassment, but if she didn't, then wouldn't that mean Zaltan felt threatened? Delva brought me snacks and drinks as well as lunch. I spent most of the day in bed, eating while watching random videos. If Zaltan planned to make me fat, then it would work. I would admit I get bored with watching videos. At some point, I walked away from the computer and looked around the room, mainly at Zaltan's things. I went into his drawer and opened it. I knew if I touched his things, he would be able to smell it, but I concluded that if he was going to lock me in his room and think I wasn't going to explore, he was sadly mistaken. I was mainly curious about his choice of clothing. He was mainly into dark colors. I wanted to see that he at least had one white shirt. I pulled out one of the shirts and, surprise, it was black. I unfolded it and brought it closer to me, inhaling his scent that brought calmness over me. I hugged the shirt to my chest, surprised by the depth of my emotions. I really missed him. I knew a part of me was still angry at him, but the larger part of me missed him immensely. I knew we didn't talk a lot about ourselves or about him, and that we were either arguing, making jokes, or getting stuck in tension. I folded his shirt and closed the drawer, and just threw myself on the bed. I knew that I liked the monster everyone thought Zaltan was because even though I didn't understand him completely, I felt like everything he did had a reason. Then there were those brief moments where he'd say something that showed me he cared a lot about me when I thought he wouldn't notice. I guess the saying, actions speak louder than words, referred to him. I took in a shaky breath, realizing that I was falling for my mate, which was scary. I had never felt this strong about another person in my life before. To know that we were meant for each other almost felt like a dream. When the clock read 8:50 in the afternoon, I began pacing the room, glancing at the door after a few seconds. It felt like I had a football game going on in my stomach. I brought my fingers to my mouth. I didn't bite my nails since I hated the feeling, but I was tempted to. What will Zaltan do as soon as he walks in? How can he Marcus me if he won't actually Marcus me? Does that even make sense? As soon as the clock read 8:59, I stopped my pacing and looked at the door, waiting. When the 8 turned into a 9 right on the dot, the door swung open to show my tall and dark mate. I held my breath as he entered and closed the door with his electric blue eyes on me. We didn't speak or move. He looked at me as I looked at him. Like always, he wore all black and his hair was pushed back. I could see his fingers go through it. He looked as beautiful as ever, and even though I could sense darkness surrounding him, I still wasn't afraid of him. His eyes scanned over me, making me want to move around, but I held still. He took slow, deliberate steps toward me as if we were going to spring on him at any moment, which I would have done earlier. I was too anxious to muster any physical annoyance toward him. When he stood in front of me, I looked up at him while he gazed down at me. All of my emotions started to seep in, and I couldn't help but smile softly at him. His eyes trailed down to my lips and then back to me. He scanned my face and then slowly smiled back at me. It was dumb, but it almost felt like we were in on a little secret. I was feeling extremely brave for some reason and slowly lifted my arms and wrapped them around Zaltan's waist. His eyes widened a bit and he froze, but he didn't push me away, so I didn't stop what I was doing. I trailed my hands from his waist to his back slowly, feeling his firm muscles and the warmth his body gave off. I looked into his eyes as I tugged him closer. I knew he wanted me to move him closer to my body because his steps seemed robotic and stiff. I could feel his chest heaving and his breath coming out labored. I lay my head on his chest, listening to each soothing thump his heartbeat made. It took a while, but he slowly, very slowly, raised his arms and wrapped them around me. I smiled into his shirt. I missed you, I confessed. He made an odd noise in the back of his throat that sounded like a mixture between acknowledgement and choking. His arms tightened around me, pulling me closer. I thought you'd be angry at me, he said with his voice coming out deep and hoarse. Oh, I am. But, He pulled back to look at me with amusement on his face, but I could also see a deeper emotion brewing under his eyes. I missed you, that's all. Now, can you take these off me? I've been cooped up all day, and I refuse to be so any longer, I said stubbornly, raising a hand to shake the chains. He smirked down at me, showing a wicked glint in his eyes that had my abdominal muscles tightening up. Yes, the chains. So you want them off, do you? He asked. I nodded eagerly at him. His expression became dark, not dangerous, though, but a possessive darkness that in its own way was dangerous. The chains can go, but first, he lifted one of his hands and swept my hair behind my ear and to the side, leaving my left shoulder fully exposed to his gaze. What are you doing? I stuttered out. My breathing was speeding up. I received the papers. I can Marcus you, but for now I'm going to give you a different type of Marcus, he said with a twisted smile. For a second, his face became serious, but quickly changed back. I became curious, but was buying time concurrently. What were the results? Is everything okay? I asked, trying to divert his eyes from my shoulder. Perfect. Everything's perfect. I studied him closely, not being able to tell whether he was telling the truth or not. Really? Then can I see? Shoo, he said, leaning down to plant his lips on mine, silencing me. Our lips moved against each other perfectly in sync, not too rough nor too soft, just perfect. When we pulled back, he kept going and trailing kisses down my face to my neck, where he began to gently kiss. I shut my eyes as an unexpected sigh came from me, which made him push me against his body. He growled out and continued his path. I raised my hands to his thick mane and began combing my fingers through the silky strands. His lips were fast and hot on my neck. Working on instinct, I hitched up one of my legs around him. He easily lifted it up higher and picked up the other, making me hitch my legs around his waist. I didn't open my eyes as he began to walk. He didn't stop kissing my neck. Every now and then, I would feel his canines scrape my skin, making me shake. When my back touched the bed covers, Zaltan lay on top of me. I could feel his weight every time he or I shifted. Feminine pride swelled up in me and my wolf at the knowledge that we could affect our mate. He slowly trailed back up to capture my lips once more. When I ran out of air, we both pulled back, breathing heavily. He looked down at me with intensity and desire. His eyes were focused and made me feel like he wanted to cherish me entirely. Holy cow! Talking about hot and heavy. He rolled off of me and stretched his arms out. With a hand, he pulled out a key from his pocket and undid the chains. I picked the chains up and pushed them off the bed. My neck felt sensitive, and I had no doubt I either had one large Marcus or multiple marks. After a moment in silence, he spoke. "Well, that was fun. We should do this again sometime." I scoffed at his neutral tone. "As long as it doesn't involve me chained up and locked in all day," I said, turning my head to glare at him playfully. He looked at me with a grin on his face. I've never seen him this relaxed or happy. It suited him well. "I'm going on a business trip next week, just to, tell you," he said slowly. A frown made its way to my face at the news. I didn't want him to leave. "Can I go?" His face softened up a bit. "Not yet." "Maybe one day," he promised. My frown deepened, but I nodded at him. It was better than a flat no. I wanted to know what he could have been doing when we weren't together. Trying to make the situation better, he spoke again. "I'll bring you souvenirs. Lots of them." I smiled at him and nodded. "I want to get to know you," I said. He grinned back at me. "Me too. How long are you going to be gone for?" I asked. "A week." Before I could feel sad, he added, "but when I come back, we can spend more time together." "Deal?" he asked. I like the sound of that. Deal. Chapter 12. I miss him, I complained. Hanaya shook her head and continued to check the stock. We were in the back of her store, where they kept all the goodies that couldn't go in the front. "I would be surprised if you didn't." "Don't worry, he said he'd call as soon as he'd land and then every 2 hours. In the meantime, relax." She comforted me as she checked something on the clipboard and moved to the next box. I know, but that doesn't seem to matter at my wolf. She's just adding on by painting pictures in my head. What if there's a storm and their plane crashes? I don't even know if he can swim. Oh my god, I'm horrible. I didn't even check his suitcase. What if he runs out of something? He can't go nude. I'd kill him. I mumbled that last part to myself. I'd never been worried about someone traveling far away from me. As soon as I had seen him disappear into the plane, I felt a sense of panic and despair at having him back. I knew it was ridiculous and that the man could take care of himself and me and everyone on the plane. I just couldn't seem to accept the truth even if I knew I was overreacting. Women. Calm the heck down before you die on my watch, mind you. I'd like Alpha not to return because his mate had a panic attack. He may not have marked you, but he can still feel you. So breath in and out, or die quietly for me to have enough time to get Marcus and me out before they find your body in the store, she whispered at me. Her face was red with annoyance, but still had an understanding look. Die quietly? Gee, thanks. Feeling your love, I mumbled sarcastically. As she insisted, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. It helped my wolf a little, but she settled down. Good. Now sit there and wait for me to finish so we can go. She happily patted my head as she walked by me. I slumped in my chair and closed my eyes, leaning my head on a box next to my chair. My hand reached up to where I knew the marks would be, even if I couldn't necessarily feel their rise. I smiled as the memory of first seeing them resurfaced. Zaltan. He stood behind me in a flash with an expectant look on his face, with his hands in his pockets. As usual, he was dressed head to toe in black, but looked stunning in his clothes. Yes? He asked casually, too calm for my liking. Do you see this? I thought you'd give me one or two. How the heck did you manage to get my whole neck? I held my hair up and turned my neck side to side, trying to get a good angle. He'd somehow managed to not only get one side last night, but also the other side. How did he even manage that he only kissed one side? I dropped my hair and turned to him with an accusing look directed at his smug face. His blue eyes were bright and lively, even though his expression had minimal amusement. This was not funny. It was embarrassing and weird. Well, I asked again, putting my hands on my hips and turning to fully look at him, looking up at him with a scowl on my face. He smiled and crossed his arms over his shoulder, leaning on the door frame. That made his muscles seem to push his black shirt out, making me realize that I was not intimidating, at least not to him. Well, you seemed quite happy with me doing it last night, he murmured under his breath. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, wondering at what point this had happened last night. We talked and then went to sleep, and maybe kissed here and there, but there's no way he managed to kiss my neck without me knowing, right? He smirked at me as if he was reading my mind, and leaned into me. You can get a bit distracted when pleasure's involved, it seems. I looked at him, gaping. No way. Can't wait to prove you wrong. He walked out with a dark smile. I shivered at the thought. Alrighty then. I'm all done here, so let's go. Hanaya's voice pulled me out of my memory. I stood up and followed her out. After Zaltan left this morning, I decided to spend as much time with people, aka Hanaya and the guards, since everyone else didn't seem to know how to act around me. They were wary and quiet, but were overall polite, yet I could sense that they didn't truly believe or know if I was Zaltan's mate or if he even had one for the matter. I didn't like that they doubted our bond, no matter how impossible it could be. It had been a few days since Zaltan chained me and then gave me several marks. I had spent most of my time looking around the island, shopping, browsing, and spending time with Hanaya and the others, but since I've never directly met Marcus, her mate, they invited all of us to a dinner at their house. Zaltan had left earlier, and I was already feeling down. Was it normal to miss a person so much? Lucas held the back door open for Hanaya and me. Coulter and Millie were in a car behind us. I was grateful that everyone was giving me time to sort my thoughts and didn't call me out on my silence. Hanaya chatted with her brother, and Lucas drove silently. He'd glance at the mirror to check on me every now and then. I watched the scenery pass by like a blur as I was not really seeing it. My thoughts were elsewhere. I watched from the couch as Zaltan went back and forth from the closet to the black suitcase in the bed inside. I can smell and sense your displeasure. I didn't say anything as I was not sure what to answer that. I was bothered by a few things though. He put down whatever he was holding and turned to look at me with his brows pulled down. You're upset about me leaving. His voice was uncertain and I couldn't put my finger on it. I've never actually considered this. I cocked my head, wanting to hear more. He lifted a hand and held his chin, a sign that he was pondering over something, and let out a sudden chuckle. You know, I've never really had to explain myself to anyone in the last 300 years. I think I owe you an apology for not being considerate of your thoughts regarding my trip. I cannot cancel this one, but in the future, I promise to inform you of anything. I looked at him, duped. Talk about hitting the nail on the head. Apology accepted, I said quickly and realized how weird I looked, staring at him like a moron. He took a deep breath twice and exhaled quickly with a smirk on his handsome face. You're pleased now, good, he said randomly and continued to pack. Weirdo, I mumbled under my breath. I heard that. No, you didn't. He hummed. Must be old age, I said. He looked at me over his shoulder and growled lowly. I lifted my hands up in surrender. While I'm gone, stay away from unmated males. No arguments here. I enjoyed my freedom and knowing that I didn't have some poor guy slaughtered. Good, we're on the same page. I'll call as soon as I land in New York, and we'll call every 2 hours. You will stay in our room every night while I'm gone. If you wish to stay at Hanaya's, have John call me. I nodded. Even though I doubted that the thought didn't seem so bad. It could be like a sleepover. If you ignore that, there would probably be wolves lurking outside the house, guarding. I'd long ago figured that he'd increase security on me if he was gone. I wasn't going to call him out on it, not yet at least. If we were going to get to know each other when he got back, then I wanted to show him that I trusted his judgment. No matter how crazy and childish it could be at times, that's a step in trust. Okay. So, what exactly are you going for? Business trip? I asked. He froze and unfroze, but I had already seen the change. Yes, business. So, about my gifts? I smiled at him cheerily. He looked at me before lunging with a fake roar, making me squeal while he grinned at me. And here we are, Luna. Welcome to my sister's humble. John's voice snapped me out of my thoughts, pointing out to a house we'd just pulled into. Humble? Get lost. Your house is a humble shack. My house is fabulous. Well, come on in, Viva. Marcus should be home by now. Hanaya opened the door and went straight into the house. Hanaya's house was indeed fabulous. It was a 2-story light blue house with a stone walkway and a black car parked outside. Lucas was laughing when Coulter and Millie pulled up. John was grumbling to himself, storming into the house behind his sister. "What's up with him?" Millie asked, looking toward John's direction. Hanaya called his house a humble shack in comparison to her fabulous home, Lucas explained, making the girls laugh while I cracked a smile. Looking at the house, I wondered if Zaltan had ever considered living in a house. Probably not, but I wanted a home ever since I was little. I was good at decorating living spaces or decorating in general. I wondered what type of house he liked. "Luna?" Lucas asked anxiously. I turned to look at him while the girls were looking at me with the same look on their faces. "Sorry, I was just admiring the house. Shall we?" They nodded slowly at me, but not before looking at each other. I could have sworn I saw a flash of silver in their eyes, but I blinked, and it was gone. I must have clung to whatever I could to think of Zaltan. I decided then and there that I wouldn't think about him here. I was going to meet Hanaya's husband and a fellow pack member. I wanted him to like me and to show that I wasn't whatever the people here thought about me. I took in a deep breath, shook my head and body, and walked to the front door with a nervous but excited smile. As soon as I entered the house, I was hit with the smell of lasagna and garlic bread. Heaven. Hanaya was standing next to a tall man with a normal build and height. From the back, I could see he had a clean-cut look and was wearing loose khaki shorts with a deep red shirt. I almost wanted to ask if it was actually Jake from State Farm, but then he turned around. Jake from State Farm most definitely did not have an eyebrow piercing, snake bites, and green eyes. I couldn't help being surprised, so when he turned, he began laughing. Hanaya shook her head with a smile on her face. Marcus was handsome, no doubt, but what you saw in the back you didn't expect to get in the front. Note to self, do not judge a book by its cover or back in this occasion. Takes them by surprise every time, never gets old. I'm Marcus, but you probably already knew that. Hanaya's been talking about you, Luna. It's a pleasure. Welcome to our fabulous home, he said, sneaking a glance at Hanaya, who narrowed her eyes in warning, but then smiled. He extended his hand, so I shook it quickly, silently sending a prayer that Zaltan wouldn't overreact when he heard. He somehow always heard. Lunch will be done in a few. Why don't you all go sit at the table? It's already set up. I'll be there. He pushed us out of the kitchen and into the living room. He cooks, he sets the table, and he checks up on you. I approve. I joked to Hanaya, and she smiled at me with a secretive smile. After Marcus had brought the food in and everyone had settled down and begun eating, I learned a lot about Marcus. He worked as one of the pack's trackers and took care of Hanaya and her pregnancy, but every once in a while, he'd take a job and Zaltan showed up. Lucas was talking to Coulter when his eyes suddenly flashed silver and then stayed that way completely. He growled out loudly, catching everyone's attention. I noted a little shift in Marcus's body. He moved closer to Hanaya just in case, but when he saw Lucas's silver eyes, his head bowed down and everyone else followed. Having a nice lunch, Viva? Zaltan asked, using Lucas's body. I looked into his eyes and felt the connection, but it wasn't the same as having him around and looking into his blue eyes. I looked around at everyone who was quiet and in a submissive position. Yeah. So, what's? I trailed off, not really knowing what to ask. Here I was missing him all day, and when I finally got the chance to talk to him, I had nothing to say. Just wanted to tell you that I've landed and wanted to know what you were up to, he said, looking around the table and at everyone. And you couldn't call? I asked, lifting a brow in amusement. I was a bit worried Lucas would get mad at being used. He smiled. This is me calling. I rolled my eyes. Well, thank you for the notice. As you can see, everything is fine, so please give Lucas his body back, I said. His eyes narrowed on me. For a moment, I thought he'd do as he usually did and lunge for me, but he must have hated the thought of another male body other than his touching me because he gave a short growl. Fine. I'll call later. Then the silver flash in his eyes went gone. Everyone let out a sigh and relaxed, looking amazed. I picked up the fork I was eating with and began poking at what was left of my meal. Nice. Second time this happens. Lucas was blinking rapidly. Sorry, I'll tell him to stop, I said sheepishly, hoping he wasn't too mad. No, it's totally fine. He can take the body anytime he wants. Wherever he wants. I don't mind. Everyone looked at Lucas. There was utter silence until John started laughing and making everyone lose control. Lucas's face was flaming red by the time he understood why we were laughing. Dude, really? He can take my body when he wants, wherever he wants? Man, Marcus quoted. Wow, Lucas, I wasn't aware of the fact that you were renting your body, or else I would have rented you out a long time ago. Does your family know? How much? Coulter joked across from him. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom now, Lucas said hastily. I don't think he was mad, more like embarrassed. So, Viva, how does it feel to be mated to the scariest wolf on the planet? Marcus asked once the laughter died down. I smiled at him and shrugged, as I still didn't know. We all spent a long time at Hanaya and Marcus's house. I promised to drop by tomorrow, not that I had anything to do, but at some point, I asked Lucas to drop me off at the pack house. Up in Zaltan's room, I lay down on his side of the bed. Knowing that he wouldn't be here for a whole week depressed me a lot. I got up and changed into one of his shirts. It was barely 3 in the afternoon, but I was feeling a bit drained, and a nap wouldn't kill time. As I lay in bed, I recalled the last time I saw Zaltan. Plane is here, he said. I looked up at him with a raised brow as I couldn't hear it. Before I could open my mouth, he pointed south and my eyes widened as a small speck grew closer to us until I heard a faint rumble. Wow, that's cool, I said, still looking up at the distance. When the plane landed, men piled in with bags and boxes of different sizes, all covered by a red cloth. Zaltan grabbed my chin and turned my gaze onto him. Hey, while I'm gone, I want you to take care of yourself, do you hear me? I nodded. His eyes were focused entirely on me. Eat every day. Shift at least twice this week. Lock the damn door when you shower. Don't go anywhere alone, and don't forget to tell the guards if you want anything if you... Basically, don't die while you're gone, got it? I think I got this, seeing how I managed to live 18 years without you. I smiled proudly at him, but he didn't smile. He raised his hand to my head and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. He trailed his pointer finger from the corner of my eye down to my lips, then back. But you don't have to anymore, he whispered before leaning down to kiss me. Most of our kisses were rough and hot, but this one was soft and equally as passionate, stealing my breath away. He pulled back slowly. I felt something within me stir and cry out for him. When he was the last one to get on, he said, "Goodbye. Take care, Viva. Be a good cloud and don't cause too much trouble, okay?" I nodded and, with one last kiss. Walking back to the car, his words came back to me. Cloud? I was about to drift off when I heard something vibrating somewhere on the bed. I quickly sat up and began moving the covers around until I found an iPhone under Zaltan's pillow. Did he forget his phone? I checked the caller ID and was surprised to see his name flashing on the screen. He couldn't call his phone from his phone, so I'm guessing this wasn't his. Did someone come into the room? There were no strange scents, so I was left with one answer: the phone was for me. I quickly answered it. So, you can call via phone? I said, leaning back down. His deep voice came through the other line. Of course I can. I just prefer a much clearer image as to what my mate is doing when I'm gone. How do you like your phone? He asked, hearing papers shuffling on the other line. It's awesome, thanks. Anything interesting happened? I asked, wanting to hear about his day, even if it had been a fewish hours. He laughed. Nope, nothing that would interest you. But I did find the first of your gifts. I think you'll like it, he said. First of many? I asked with a smile on my face. Yes, first of many. You didn't just think. I really did want to know what he was going to say, but at that moment, something in me brought immense pain into my stomach. I dropped the phone and curled myself into a ball as if to protect myself from an outside attack, but it was from the inside. I knew Zaltan was yelling into the phone, but I couldn't reach it. I ran to the bathroom when I felt the need to vomit arise. When I got there, I immediately released everything. When I thought I was done, tears were streaming down my face. My stomach was still in pain, and I felt hot and cold. I was shaking. I was wiping tears when I realized what was on my hands. I looked into the toilet to see what I had vomited blood. And then I fainted on the cold bathroom floor with Zaltan shouting my name on the other line. Chapter 13. Darkness. A constant beeping sound could be heard in the room, and I was pretty sure there was something in my arm. My body felt light, and my head was a bit fuzzy, but the only thing that hurt the most was my upper stomach, a softer one though. You know that feeling when someone hits you, and even after the hit, the pain would still sting and throb. Yup, that's what it felt like. I took in a deep breath through my nose, inhaling something that smelled like chemicals all over the place, including Zaltan's scent. I felt fine wherever I was, knowing his presence would make me feel secured. The room was cold, and I felt like I was on a small bed, but not the bed Zaltan and I slept in. Thinking of him made me recall something, but just as fast as it came, my thoughts were gone. Now, what was it? I tried to remember the last time I saw him, but all I could remember was hearing his voice. What was he saying? Something about a gift? Why would he buy me a gift when it wasn't my birthday? I didn't do something extraordinary either. I was pretty sure I hadn't saved someone's life, so what was the gift for? Where was he anyway? Wait, traveling. Oh yeah, but if he was traveling, then why was his scent here? I decided it was time to open my eyes. Easier said than done. It took me what felt like forever to lift my eyelids, so I had to force them to keep them open until drowsiness was gone. I was met by soothing colors like soft lavender and jade painted on the walls. I didn't know why I was here, though. I sat up slowly, wincing a bit. I looked at my hands and had a flashback of them being covered in blood. My blood. Then I realized why I was here, as well as Zaltan. He must have heard me vomiting while we were talking on the phone before I fell on the floor, and when I stopped responding, he came back. I felt a bit guilty for making him return. I looked down at my arm and scowled at the needle, slowly pulling it out and removing it myself. My throat was dry. I felt tired, but in a different way. Zaltan's scent was strong, but he wasn't here. Then I suddenly had a craving for something sweet. Getting on my feet was painful, but I was able to walk out slowly, stumbling mostly into the empty hall. The robe on me was thin, but it covered my body well. I wonder what time it was and where Zaltan was, but I was a bit more concerned with checking the first snack machine I saw. It had plenty of sugar in it for me to consume. When I made it to the machine, I looked at all the bars and other choices while my stomach growled in anticipation. I could hear the blaring sound, but it didn't hurt as it usually did. The flashing red light didn't temporarily blind me. My senses were all but smell. I was thinking of taking all of them out when the alarm and a red flashing light went off. I felt like it was all happening through a thick glass wall. I wonder what happened? I ignored the confusion and stared back at the vending machine. I thought of breaking the glass wall. Loud and fast footsteps made their way down the hall toward my direction, and a large shadow loomed over me, but I ignored it. Maybe if I pushed the machine to the side, it would crack it. But if my senses were numbed, so was my strength. I turned to look for help and recognized who was behind me. Zaltan! I exclaimed happily, surprised to see him. I had an odd urge to do something the moment I saw him, but I couldn't get a good sense of what. He had bags under his eyes. His black hair was all over the place like he had just rolled out of bed. His hands were limp, and his face looked angry, worried, drained, and melancholic, I guessed. Viv, do you have $1? I asked. He must have been taken by surprise by my question because his face became bewildered. I walked up to him and poked him when he didn't answer. I ignored how good he smelled. It could be a new cologne. Hey, you got $1. What? His voice cracked at the beginning. Do you have $1? He nodded slowly while his eyes were scanning over my body, and I did the same to him. He was wearing the same outfit from yesterday. Today? Tomorrow? They all looked the same. Why? He asked, pulling out his wallet and taking out a wad of cash. Oh my goodness. Because I want those fruit snacks and those barbecue chips and Sprite and that Snickers bar and a sandwich, but they don't have a sandwich, so I want that granola bar. Hey, you got $5? I blinked up at him with an innocent look on my face. He eyed me, the money, and the snack machine. He pulled out another bill with a hesitant sigh. How about you pick one for the moment, and if the doctor says it's okay, I'll get you all the candy you want later. I thought about it. That meant more candy for later. I snatched the dollar out of his hand before he could change his mind, and punched in the number for the fruit snacks. When I opened the bag and began eating, I stopped and frowned. I looked at the bag, then at Zaltan, who was staring strangely at me. Want some? I asked. He'd better say no. He glanced at the bag and pulled me into his arms, wrapping them around me. My arms bunched up in front of me, and I awkwardly ate out of the bag. Zaltan backed up into the wall next to the snack machine and buried himself in my hair and neck, breathing in my scent. I liked the warmth he gave off, as it helped warm me up. I was too focused on how good he felt and smelled that I wanted to close my eyes right then and there to melt up against him, but I focused on the taste of the candy. He began purring softly at first, but as time passed, he got louder. I felt something in me move, but it all felt foggy. I tugged my arms down until they were on my sides, and then wrapped them around Zaltan and patted him. There. He pulled away a bit to look at me and then went back purring. I felt a bit tired, so I told him, "Can we go back home?" He took me by surprise when he picked me up bridal style and began walking down the hall. "Why did you leave the room, Viva? You could have gotten hurt or worse. You are not in the condition to be alone without me," he said menacingly. His voice was soft, but had I not been medicated, I would have noted the small things he was doing. Like how often he would squeeze me closer to his body, which I didn't notice because of the drugs in my system. I was running my fingers through his hair. "I wanted food or something sweet, I think," I said. "You should have hit the call button instead of disappearing," he said while taking me back to the room. "Hello, Luna Viva. I am Dr. Leonard. How do you feel? Any pain?" the young man asked. He had blonde hair and hazel eyes. "I wonder what happened to Dr. Mick?" I sat down on the bed with Zaltan standing next to me. His hand was on my shoulder, and I took comfort in the gesture. "Tired, and my body feels sore." "So, what exactly happened to me?" "I remember throwing up blood and then passing out," I stated. "I wondered how Zaltan got his hair so silky." "I came back immediately when you didn't answer me. I had you moved to a hospital where Dr. Leonard took care of you," he answered. "Thank you, doctor. She's fine, right?" I looked up at Zaltan. His eyes turned to look seriously at the doctor, who smiled at me and nodded after a brief pause. "Completely. At the moment, you might not be yourself because the medication had numbed you from feeling any pain, but sleep and lots of water should be good, as well as being around." He suddenly cut himself off and coughed. "Being around what?" I asked. He swallowed visibly and flickered his eyes beside me to a tensing Zaltan. "Nature." "He probably means nature since you are a wolf, and nature is a peaceful environment. Isn't that right, Doc?" There was an edge to the way Zaltan asked Dr. Leonard, but the doctor just smiled at me and nodded. I narrowed my eyes at them. I felt like I was missing something, but I didn't know what it was. I had a bad feeling. But what was wrong with me in the first place? They looked at each other before Dr. Leonard and Zaltan walked to the corner of the room and whispered to each other. "What on earth? Patient confidentiality? Am I not the patient?" A nurse suddenly walked in and began fussing over me. She checked my eyes and ears as well as my pulse before giving me a strained smile. Why do I have the feeling I was missing something big? I strained my hearing to try to hear what they were whispering about, but I couldn't. My head began to hurt in the back. Zaltan's eyes met mine as he talked to the doctor. His face was serious and determined. I looked back at him, hoping my expression would tell him that I wanted to know what was going on, but he looked away. I sighed and kicked my feet. Why wouldn't they tell me what was wrong? I'd been fine in the morning when he was here, and as soon as he left, I just fell into a funk, but I was fine. Hearing his voice had made me extremely happy, and then all of a sudden, it felt like I was getting torn apart from the inside. Maybe he was right. I needed to shift more, but I've never heard of anything like this. I needed to talk to my wolf, but for that to happen, the drugs had to be out of my system first. I didn't realize Zaltan was in front of me until I looked up, too distracted by my thoughts. I stared up into his secretive blue eyes, and he looked back at me as well. I noticed that the doctor and the nurse were trying to leave, so I hopped off the bed and attempted to stop them, but my feet wobbled. Zaltan's arm wrapped around my waist and held me close to his body. Wow. I put my hands on his shoulders to support myself. Careful there, Luna. Your body has been asleep for a few days. You really shouldn't. You're free to go now. Have a good evening. Dr. Leonard's face went from concern to frightened in a flash. His eyes were looking over me to Zaltan, who was behind me. The fake mask of happy smiles and ease was slipping off the doctor's face instantaneously. He opened the door quickly and left with the nurse in tow, but I managed to see him hold his head and wince in pain before the door shut completely. Days? Have I been asleep for days? Man, that meant a sponge bath. Now I knew something was definitely wrong here. Every time the doctor tried to tell me something, he'd look at Zaltan and would stop. What's going on, Zaltan? Why didn't Dr. Leonard tell me what's happening? What did he tell you? What did you do to him just now? Tell me, darn it. I yelled in frustration. He held my arms and crossed them over my chest, limiting my movement. I felt his nose skim the side of my neck and shivered. He was breathing heavily, and his chest was rising and rubbing against my back. I was drugged, but he could still get a reaction from me because I tilted my head to the side and let out a small sigh, not caring what I sounded like at the moment. He growled and pushed himself closer to me. His mouth opened, feeling his canines grazing my skin, and my legs shook. He suddenly pulled back and began pacing back and forth, running his hands through his hair. I took a shaky breath and sat back on the bed, then closed my eyes and took a deep breath. As the drugs wore off, I was more alert, and my thoughts were becoming clearer until I could almost feel my wolf. I need to get you home, Zaltan spoke. His voice was gruff. I looked at him and pursed my lips. No more playing nice, Viva. Not until you tell me what just happened and why it appears that no one is going to tell me and what's wrong with me. I have a right to know. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked at him squarely in the eyes. He glared back at me angrily, his chest lifting and dropping rapidly. I did not doubt that I was probably the first person to defy him in a long time. Lucky me. I'm trying to help you, Viva. Don't make this harder than it has to be. I need you home. I will explain things there. He was talking through clenched teeth with his hands fisted at his side. I am calm, I responded. He gave me a twisted smirk that made something drop in my stomach as I held in a shiver. I wasn't talking about you. Oh, I said. Zaltan never spoke much of his wolf. Zaltan was more of an animal than a man, though he was hiding it. It seemed odd because a human and his wolf were always equal, but not him. He acted on instinct, and he had proven it. He was primal and undoubtedly dangerous. He hadn't shifted ever since I met him, and that worried me. He would be much of an effort if his wolf were in control. Fine. But I want answers or what? He snarled out, taking steps forward in front of me. I lifted my chin at him, looking bravely into his livid blue eyes that seemed to warn me. Or you'll find yourself rejected and mateless. I was bluffing, but he didn't know that. I really should have taken the warning in his eyes seriously. Zaltan stood frozen. I took a step away from him and saw his eyes following me. He didn't lash out at me or throw me over his shoulder like I thought he would. Instead, he looked at me with piercing eyes, and his face went blank. I was beginning to beat myself over my stupidity and thought of telling him it was a joke, but the damage was already done. Go to the bathroom and change your clothing there. Come out when you're done. He didn't even blink when he spoke. My eyes widened, and I was compelled to obey his command. I made my way to the bathroom, where clothing was prepared for me. Shoot. He was using direct command. He knew I wouldn't be able to do anything unless it was what he wanted me to do. I have messed up big time if he was using it on me. Once I changed into loose sweatpants, a baggy t-shirt, and a hoodie, I walked out, unable to look in the mirror and see if I looked like junk, which I think I did. He hadn't moved a muscle, and as soon as I stood in front of him, he took a grip of my elbow and began dragging me to the door. His hold wasn't soft or painful, but was harsh and would leave a slight marcus on my skin. Where are we going? Where are you taking me? I asked, scared. Zaltan looked cold and distant, even more so than the first time I met him. He let out a humorless laugh that echoed in the silent hall and stopped in front of an elevator where he hit the down button. Then I heard a crunch. Looking at me from the side, he said, "I wanted to give you time, but you just threatened my position in your life. You wanted answers? Now you're going to get them, and so much more." The doors slid open. He roughly pushed me in, making me stumble. He stepped in and looked at me with a smirk that made him appear maniacal. "What have I done?" "You might not enjoy this, but I most certainly will." The doors closed. Chapter 14. I was running. I was running for my life. I was running for my freedom. I was running for my very own nature. I was running from the last person I'd thought I'd run from in my life. I was running from my mate. I was running from Zaltan. I couldn't hear him because of the pounding in my ears. The sound of my heart was like a hummingbird's wings. The twigs and dead leaves echoed in the silent forest. But I knew. I knew he was close by, and that made me push myself harder. My hair whipped around my face as I looked around for anything to gain leverage. I couldn't run forever, and my body couldn't handle it. But he could. Because he wasn't like me, he wasn't like any of us. I felt tears of fear and panic stream down my face, and my muscles ached for a break, but I couldn't. I wouldn't. My vision blurred because of the tears, making it hard to see my direction. My emotions were all over the place with confusion, disbelief, fear, betrayal, anger, and hatred. Yes, hatred for my own mate. He was doing this against my will because he couldn't stand the thought of another man taking me. In a way, I brought this on myself. I must have pushed him to his limits. I underestimated just how much Zaltan disbelieved the bond. Now he was going to prove it to me. I looked behind me every time I thought I heard him. When I saw nothing but darkness, it just added to my fear because when I looked back, I swear I could feel his warmth and breathing on my neck. His cold and rough breathing. I used to laugh about girls in horror movies who would run and look back and then trip. Now I realized that when you get chased, running with fear for your life, you would want to make sure to put as much distance between you and your would-be killer. I'd run in a certain direction for too long, and he'd speed past me, so fast that it felt like a strong gust of wind was about to knock me out. I'd skid to a fall and stumble, but I would always back up on my feet again and run in another direction. I had scrapes and scratches, but I couldn't feel them with the adrenaline pumping through my veins. Even with my night vision, I couldn't see past the trees and vines, but I knew it must have already been sundown. This was why he took us far away from everyone. He knew I'd run. He wanted a chase. Suddenly, I fell and rolled all the way to a tree, roughly hitting my back. I was gasping for air, but I stood up and ran again with shaky legs. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know if I could get far away from him to call for help. But how? He had every wolf under his command. How could I ever escape from his island? This wasn't going to end well for me, and he knew that. I knew that. This was all a sick game to him. Release and catch. I guess he wanted me to feel like putting up a good fight, but he'd always win, and I would never fall for it. The air was cold, but I was still running and wouldn't stop. I couldn't, even though I was already tired. I didn't know how long the chasing had been, and my body was deeply exhausted. I was surprised how I survived. On the spur of the moment, I felt my chest burning. My wolf howled, not knowing what to do, as she was taken by surprise as well. It seemed like Zaltan would show himself out of nowhere and lunge for my throat. Just then, I fell on the ground with a thud and let out a shriek. My hands were dug into the ground as I tried to stand up, but my body could no longer bear the exhaustion. I crawled as quickly as I could to the large tree a few feet away from me. My hands were shaking as they dug into the roots, grass, and rocks, ignoring the cuts and wounds on my skin. Once there, I forced myself to get up and wearily sat under the tree with my back against it. I crouched down, bringing my legs in closer to my trembling body, and then I saw him at a distance. My body was struck with terror. Minutes before, he parked the car in the middle of nowhere and opened the front door. Without closing it, he yanked me out and began dragging me into the forest. I would usually be happy going into the forest with him, but now I was petrified. I had no idea what was running in his head. He was pulling me deeper and deeper into the forest. The tree branches and vines were getting thicker and thicker, blocking out the little sunlight in the sky. The further we went in, the more frightened I became. "Zaltan," I whispered, but he didn't answer. I looked around at the darkening forest. I was anticipating that the drugs had worn off and that my wolf would finally be back. Turned out that whatever drug they gave me knocked both my wolf and my human form out, but thankfully, she wasn't unconscious. "What did you do to anger him?" my wolf said furiously. I lied and said that I'd reject. I said, "You fool. You don't know what you've done." "Why? You're such an idiot." I thought if he'd believe it, he'd tell me what was going on. Well, he definitely believed you. "If we end up mateless tonight, I will never forgive you. I don't think he'll leave us." "He better not." She was still tired, but settled down in the back of my head. Her fear was strong. I gave it a few more minutes before I yanked my hand out of his hold, stopping both him and me. I bit my lip when I saw his hands clench and unclench. "Zaltan, I thought they were taking you from me. I've never felt as panic-stricken as I did when you didn't answer me. All I could do was listen to you groaning in pain as you fell on the floor. Uselessness is a horrible feeling, Viva." He turned around to face me. I said nothing, hoping that I would finally get the answers to my questions. They being the gods above, like Alston, god of war and knowledge, Eccles, god of intelligence, and the others. But your kind know only two among all of them. Fate and Luna, known as Mother Luna, he said, taking a step toward me. I remained rigid, letting him play with a strand of hair. There were more gods? How had we not heard of them? But how did Zaltan know them? Surely he was a god, but as a wolf god, what could he do that Mother Luna couldn't? I began to ponder what the difference between Zaltan and Mother Luna was. They made me what I am today, you know? I was their killing machine. A warning to any supernatural entity that didn't take them seriously. They didn't want to get their hands dirty at that time. I was their prized warrior. In a way, I am thankful to them. I mean, look at me. I'm at the top of the food chain. I have all the control an alpha could wish for: immortality, an army, and power beyond anyone's knowledge, he said. A killing machine? Zaltan. My mind went blank. I have all this power and control, but for what? He suddenly gave a humorless laugh and backed away from me, shaking his head side to side. I watched him carefully as he gave off an odd vibe. We were all humans chosen and trained for them, but I didn't know what we were trained for. They had such tremendous mind control back then. We were all like family with the soldiers, but we rarely saw the almighty gods. We weren't allowed to interfere with them unless called upon. We used to worship them. I did worship them. I don't remember much of my past life, but I do remember one person, my brother. My head snapped back in surprise. "Brother?" I asked. He nodded. "Yeah, I had a brother, and they slaughtered him." My eyes widened in disbelief. It was horrible, and I had a feeling it wasn't even the worst. Okay, technically, I slaughtered him. I thought my heart had stopped for a moment. They demanded the loyalty that we had as brothers, and commanded us to show it to all of them, which we followed. I was always the better fighter. Joshalana didn't stand a chance. I didn't even get to bury his body. They took him too. He looked down at his palms for a moment in silence. His voice had lowered to a whisper toward the end, and he didn't bother to hide the anguish in his voice. I let out a breath I was holding. I felt sad for Zaltan. He was forced to kill the only family he had. I could imagine the scars he carried with him. Scars that his immortal body didn't have, but his immortal soul did. He suddenly looked up with a crazed smile on his face. His eyes were gleaming. So I trained harder than ever until I was the best of all. I mean, if one could fight hundreds, then why did they need thousands? So I defeated all my competitors. I gained their trust. I became more than a soldier to them. I became family. Ironic, huh? I was now beginning to understand why Zaltan didn't speak much to me and acted mostly on instinct. He was out of his mind. My plan was to get to the top, gain their trust, and slowly turn them against each other. Make them destroy themselves piece by piece, like they made me destroy my brother. But then something interesting happened. Luna, or as your kind referred to as Mother Luna, joined the ranks to which fate decided to play around a little. He was curious about how the wolves worked, so he sent me down to watch and report, which I did like a good soldier, but fate, being competitive, couldn't stand the thought of Luna having the upper hand with a new species that could one day grow out of control. So what did he do? He moved me up a higher rank. But no human could be a god, they're too easily killed. He wanted a god for the wolves, something similar, but nothing close to the same species, a genius plan. I'll give him that, but it would have worked so much better if he hadn't trained, transformed, and given power to the only person in the world who hated all of them, he said calmly with his misty eyes as if recalling something. I looked at him with narrowed eyes. What was he trying to tell me? What the heck was he then? I was getting a bad feeling, a feeling that reminded me of the fight or flight instinct, and I didn't like it one bit. He suddenly shook his head and crossed his arms over his chest. His eyes were focused on me. Zaltan was such a puzzle. But you? You were the curveball, Viva Grey. He began walking around me in circles like he was expecting me to do something extraordinary. When they discovered what my true motives were, they had already given me the power to destroy them. And what did they do? They sent down a peace offering. I honestly believed when I first heard of you that you'd be some seductive little player of theirs to gain my trust and later stab me in the back. Imagine my surprise when I got this sexy, feisty little mate, radiating with innocence. Of course, I didn't trust you. It wasn't until you started rambling that one night when I penetrated into your head effortlessly. You accidentally dropped your barriers and projected exactly what you were thinking. Your thoughts were so pure, so innocent, that I realized I was looking at the wrong angle. Instead of thinking about murdering me, you were thinking about what I was thinking about you. You were thinking about us. I felt sick, but I wasn't sure which part. In a way, Zaltan had the right to be angry about what had been done to him and his brother, but the actions he took, the way he said it, seemed so unlike him. And then there was I, being a pawn in this game. Was this bond even real? Heck, was I even real? And so I decided to take the one good thing that came out of all of this disaster, my beautiful little cloud. Catching my attention, whose little things have made me go crazy, you know that? I'm always wondering what you're doing when I'm not with you. If you need anything, if you've eaten enough, or if you're ever bored. He sighed. I didn't want to melt into his words, but it was hard not to. But I couldn't Marcus you like I wanted to. I had to make sure that while your mind and heart were innocent, so should your body. No, not in that sense, he added, looking at me, glaring at him. I just wanted to make sure that your blood is not a poison. The test results turned out clear and were very interesting. Very interesting, he said, leaning down to me. I didn't move a muscle even though I wanted to punch him in his gorgeous face and run. Would you like to know what was so interesting about the test results? I nodded at him, a bit frightened about what he would say. Okay, but first, you wanted to know about why you woke up in the hospital, correct? I gave a frustrated sigh but nodded. He was dodging, but I didn't know why. He looked down at me with a sad look on his face, but I ignored the pull that wanted me to hug him, comfort him. While we aren't the only couple of mates who haven't marked each other, we are the only ones with special conditions. What do you mean? What conditions? A crazy mate and a kidnappee? All in due time, Viva, he said. Because of that, we didn't feel what was happening. We were spending almost all day and all night together, so the bond was fine. But when I left to go on my trip, the growing distance made the bond strain, and with no Marcus, it had consequences. I apologize for that. I should have seen this. Since my body is different from yours, only you felt the pain. I went through a different reaction. I listened carefully to his explanation, but the more he spoke, the less sense it made to me. Sure, mates weren't meant to be apart for long, but they could still be apart without pain. Zaltan hadn't even been gone for a full day, and I almost died because we had been apart. Why did I feel it and not him? Did this have to do with whatever he was hinting at? I didn't want the doctor to say anything because it would just bring more questions, but as always, you pay too much attention to the things the others wouldn't. I snorted at him. I wouldn't call it paying attention, but I think anyone would be curious why the doctor wasn't telling the patient what was wrong. He smiled at me, but I didn't smile back. True. But then you threatened to reject me, and I don't plan on letting that happen, so we're back to your interesting test results. His face became dark and cold. I'm beginning to get sick of that word. Interesting. I was bluffing. I wasn't going to really reject you, I confessed, and he eyed me with an empty face. Bluffing or not, I don't take chances, especially when it comes to you. To us. You should have known this when you said it, he said critically. While my results were normal, yours weren't. When my saliva made contact with your blood, your cells began to change, he said with a pleased tone. If he enjoyed that for some reason, I did not. Change how, Zaltan? I asked slowly, preparing myself for the worst. Your cells changed completely. They morphed into new ones. It appears that whatever my saliva did was triggering something that's already been dormant in you all along. Your new cells were homogeneous. His tone was jovial. It would have made me happy if I were in a different situation. What? I asked. Homogeneous? Compatible. Identical. Undifferentiated. Compatible. But how? What's been dormant in me? I clenched my hands to stop them from shaking. What are you exactly? I asked, for once staring at him in a new way. Supernatural beings existed like fairies, witches, wizards, mermaids, vampires, and werewolves, but what the heck was he? He smiled softly, scanning my face. Zaltan, answer the darn question. His chin lifted up. His jaw clenched, and his fierce blue eyes looked directly into mine. Leakin, he said forthright. My neck tilted to the side. Was this a joke? Lycans were a myth. I'm serious, Zaltan, I said with my lips pursing at him. So am I. I shook my head at him, not believing him. Think about it. A species similar to werewolves, but are way too different from them, stronger, faster, and better than wolves. I command all wolves. Come on, Viva, he said. That can't be true. I mean, it's a myth humans came up with to make werewolves look monstrous. I didn't realize I was shaking until I spoke. Part of me accepted it, but it couldn't be true. Was I not a living proof that lycans were a lie? And don't all myths start with the truth? I shifted in front of a human once and let them live. Next thing I know, a two-legged beast howling at the moon roams around. Tell me, Viva, how many have seen the color of my wolf? None, because I have no wolf, I have a beast. Wouldn't the god of all wolves have to be the most evil? And what does that tell you? You know this, Viva, he said earnestly. He was telling the truth. He was telling the truth. Oh my God, he was telling the truth. How had no one ever noticed? He was stronger than an alpha, for God's sake. He had never shifted in front of me or anyone for that matter. He was never around wolves outside of his pack. Did they know? A king is usually the best among his people. Zaltan was the only one of his kind. But how does this wait? Zaltan, I whispered with eyes on the ground. You said my cells were identical. Identical to what? He leaned down next to my ear. I held my breath with fear for the unknown. Identical to me, he whispered. He quickly pecked the side of my face, snapping me out of my shock. I instantly took a step back. He narrowed his eyes and took a few steps backward as well. I watched him closely, trying to focus on something. Zaltan began to remove his shirt, pulling it over his head, and threw it on the ground. What are you doing? I gasped, watching as he unfastened his belt and unbuttoned his pants, pulling his zipper down. I looked away, but looked back into his electric blue eyes. Unlike werewolves, my clothes don't shift back with me. I would be completely naked. Lucky you, huh? He stopped moving and smiled charmingly at me. You're going to change? Why? I asked. My voice was shaking with fear. I wasn't ready to see his other form. I just freaking found out that Zaltan isn't like me, and my head was spinning. Well, you did threaten to reject and leave me mateless. I was bluffing. You'll find that I do that a lot when I'm not in the right state of mind. Bluffing or not, you can only reject your mate if you're not marked. And I plan on marking you. He smiled darkly at me, making me gasp. But if you plan to Marcus me, then wouldn't I change if your saliva enters my system? And why do you need to anyway? Come on, let's end this, I said a bit hysterically. I didn't want to change into whatever he was. I was fine as a wolf. Yes, you will. And I'm doing it in my other form. The deeper the bite, the stronger the claim, the stronger our bond is, and no other will be able to take my place. Besides, if you transform, you'll become immortal, and I don't have to worry about your death, he explained. Which point in I didn't want to change wasn't clear to him. Look, we can find another way to Marcus me. We can do the hickey thing. I don't want to change. Really, I'm fine the way I am now, I pleaded with him, and his eyes hardened. No, those won't warn off others. You're free to be marked and be mated, and I can't let someone else have you. And no, you're not fine unclaimed. I'm sorry, Viva. I can't lose the one good thing that's happened in my existence of pain and misery, he said solemnly. I shook my head back and forth, not believing. Why do you keep thinking someone's trying to take me from you? No one likes me, Zaltan. Everyone in your pack has stayed away from me out of fear of having you snap their necks. You have no reason to be like this. It makes no sense. I'm surprised you even like me. I yelled at him, trying to make him see his mistakes. No, they've stayed away from you because I ordered them to. I knew that once they realized how kind and beautiful you are inside and out, they'd want to become friends with you, and that would take your time away from me. Honestly, woman, you underestimate how much I crave your whole being. I want you, all of you, your time, thoughts, desires and wishes, your body, pleasure, I want all of you, he confessed, motioning with his hands. I really did underestimate him. While it was sweet, it was also bothersome that it led me to believe Zaltan had more issues than he was letting on. Issues that I wasn't sure I could help him with. Okay, but that doesn't mean they're going to take me from you, or that I'd willingly leave you, Zaltan. You're my mate. My sick, twisted, and deranged mate who needed some serious love and care, and maybe a long and very expensive therapy treatment. I appreciate that, but you're getting marked whether you're willing or not. Remember what I said earlier, something you won't enjoy, but I will. Well, this is it. He snapped. I won't forgive you if you do this, I said, hoping he'd somehow change his mind, but he shrugged indifferently at me. I don't mind earning your forgiveness for the rest of our lives because by then, I'll know that you're officially mine. Any ideas on how to win you over? I was thinking of bringing your parents over for a starter. Would you like that, or how about? The fact that he would bring my parents made me both happy and mad. Glad because I was longing to see them. Mad because by the time they were here, he'd already marked me and changed me. You can't do this to me. You can't Marcus me against my will. I don't want to change. Zaltan, please. What will happen to my wolf? I yelled. Fear and dread were building up in me as my situation finally hit me. He slipped his pants off, standing in black underwear. I can and I will. I'm sorry if you don't want to change, but it's really not that bad. Think of the perks. You get to spend immortality with me by your side, and I'll give you anything you want. As for your wolf, I doubt you'll lose each other. You won't change immediately. I'll give you a week or two at most. Now let me concentrate. It's been a while. His body crouched down to the ground. No, 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 please no. I tried one last time, but he didn't acknowledge my cry of despair. My wolf whined inside of me, hinting that for once, running from our mate wasn't such a bad idea. His body began to shake. A thick black fur started to grow out of his skin at an alarming rate. His muscles seemed to move and grow under his skin. His build became bigger, taller, and leaner. His legs elongated, and his feet turned into long paws while his hands grew into claws. His beautiful face twisted and protruded, enlarging out into a snout. His thick black hair was thinning as dark hair spread over his face, with two pointy ears forming. I heard cracks as his ribs broke and spread to make his form grow and narrow in certain places. It was a brutal but beautiful transformation than a werewolf's. It seemed to be almost complete as the creature began rising up to its full height. Even from afar, I could tell it would tower over me by more than Zaltan's height. As the transformation was about to end, I looked into the creature's eye and gasped. His familiar blue eyes looked back at me, Zaltan's eyes. I shook my head, but I couldn't. The creature's eyes began darkening like when the moon was in transition, slowly disappearing as black took over. With one last look, I bolted. I heard a loud growl vibrating the ground. My knees wanted to buckle from under me as a wave of power transmitted from the growl reached me. "Do not run, mate. I'll be chasing you," I screamed when a harsh and guttural version of Zaltan's voice drifted into my head. I didn't stop running in the direction where I thought the car was. Darn him. Where was the car? He had left the door open and the keys in. I wanted to slow down and see if he was running behind me, but that would be stupid. When I heard and saw nothing, I began to curse at my horrible sense of direction. I think I somehow veered off whatever trail we took. Fine, run. This will be fun. I looked around me to see where he was, but saw nothing but darkness. His fur was black, and for all I knew, he could be blending in and watching me. I jumped over a log and ducked under a branch, almost hitting it. My eyes scanned everywhere with my ears strained to hear him. "You're fast." But I'm faster. A blur of wind suddenly gusted me back, showing a large shape in the form of a giant beast. I yelped and spun on my heels, running in another direction. Oh God. Just imagine how fast you'll be when you transform. We'll be able to run together at the same pace. Just give in, Viva. The voice was soft and alluring, trying to persuade me to stop. No, I shouted out loud. I ran behind a tree and hid behind it, trying to catch my breath. The forest went silent, and so was my head. But then the sound of claws scraping the back of the tree where I was horrible. I took off again, looking over my shoulder to see a large figure on 2 legs with a clawed hand and 2 sparkling black eyes gleaming back at me. His large form was crouched, blending in the dark. I could only see its 2 shiny black eyes that reflected the little light that the night gave off. I could see a white cloud forming as he exhaled. My chest dropped, and I held my breath, hoping he would do nothing. Slowly, he straightened his body to his towering height. His right foot slid over the ground in my direction, followed by the other. It felt like I was on my way to my coffin with each step he took. I wanted to close my eyes and wake up somewhere else. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was frozen in exhaustion and shock. I couldn't even feel my legs. He was right. He was faster, stronger, and better than a werewolf. No werewolf would be able to run through the forest without making a sound, appearing behind me without me sensing him. He was the ultimate wolf race. He was powerful. The closer he got, the faster my heartbeat went. I couldn't breathe. He was too much to handle. I was overwhelmed and felt like fainting. "Stop. Please," I whimpered, wanting to look away from him, but not being able to because no matter how monstrous, dangerous, and frightening he was still equally beautiful. I could still see him even in his monstrous sight. He did stop, but didn't move away from me. "I don't want you to hate me, Viva, but I'm going to Marcus you now." As he began taking steps toward me, I closed my eyes and shook. Fear paralyzed me in my spot. I backed away when I felt heat hitting my face. I was about to open my eyes when I got an image of what he looked like and sobbed. "Viva. Wait." I croaked out, squeezing my eyes shut. When nothing happened, I continued. If you're going to do it, see change be back. Please, I can't. I can't do it like this, not in this form. Please, it's too much. I can't handle it, I wept out. My eyes weren't even looking at the beast I knew was in front of me, but just thinking about its larger-than-normal snout, opening to reveal sharp and large canines that were going to sink into my flesh, almost brought a whole new round of hysteria. It was silent for what felt like a lifetime until the sound of bones snapping and movement met my ears. I exhaled and gulped much-needed air into my lungs. When I felt something reaching my face, I screamed and tried to get away by throwing myself on the ground. Suddenly, Zaltan lunged toward me, moving faster than light. He flipped me over, making me sit on his lap, straddling him. He wrapped a hand around me while the other held the back of my head, making both of our eyes meet. "I'm sorry. He's a bit harder to control than I remember. After marking you, all of your cuts and scrapes should heal faster. Our bond will be so much stronger now." He might have been talking to me, but his eyes were trained on my neck. His lips were parted to show elongated canines. I knew I had lost, just like he knew I would. It was now hitting me that I was mated to the strongest man of 2 species. He controlled one and made up the other. Nothing he wanted would escape. He had the means and the power, and if not, his own raw speed, strength, and senses were all he needed. His power had no limits, and I was trapped with him forever. No matter where I went, where I hid, he would still be there. No man should have this much power, I whispered to him, both horrified and amazed. His blue eyes lingered on my neck and smiled devilishly at me. You're right. He leaned down to my neck with his hand, pushing my hair back and gripped my head, tilting it to the side. My heart pounded in my chest knowing what was about to happen. Claiming him through his Marcus would drastically change my life, and I would be glued to his side for all eternity. He kissed the spot he must have deemed perfect and then skimmed his nose up to whisper complacently in my ear. But I get to share all this power with you. And with that, he threw his head back and bit into me, making me scream. I could feel the essence flowing out of me and into his mouth as he sank his canines deeper into my skin. I cried out and tried to push him off, but he tightened his hold on me, pushing my neck closer to him. Give in to it, feel me. His voice floated into my head soothingly. I didn't want to, but I gave in, tired of all the pain. I tried to relax, and only then did I realize what he meant. We had been cautious around each other, but we still joked around. The true bond was us, two individual beings coming together and losing ourselves in each other, wholly trusting that the other would be there. Not to catch us when we fell, but to be ready to fall together. Zaltan was there with me. I could feel what he felt, the power and raw electric sparks that flowed through his veins. I was so lost in him that I didn't know where to begin. I was addicted to this feeling that raised my temperature. I hadn't realized I had been unconsciously moving against Zaltan until we both groaned. He pulled his mouth off of me, licking at his freshly made Marcus. I gasped at the unspeakable feeling and sensitivity. My mind finally went back, well, to a lot of things, but the first one was the naked Zaltan. I remembered the chase and the beast hiding within his body. Faster than I could blink, he scooped me up in his arms and walked. I glared up at him, but my body was in no position to move, knowing how far the distance was to where the car was parked. You do realize you're naked, right? He grinned down at me with his eyes lighting up. He seemed calmer and somehow peaceful. Yup. I pursed my lips and looked forward, fighting the urge to fall asleep. He sighed. You're not happy with me, I know, he said matter-of-factly. I glanced at him. No, I am not. I don't even want to look at you, let alone be in your arms. He threw his head back and let out a booming laugh that shook him while carrying me. Well, that's my cue. Cue to what? I asked. Let my wooing begin. He looked at me with a soft smile. He kissed my forehead, ignoring my flinch, and continued to walk.
Introductory author insight. Chapter 15 is about the illusion of peace. After the brutal transformation and marking in the last chapter, Zaltan is trying to be gentle. He brings Viva breakfast in bed, lets her go for a walk alone, and even gives her a phone. It feels like he's trying to apologize. But don't be fooled. When Viva meets the twins in the forest, we see a flash of her new power. She moves faster than a normal wolf, almost instinctively protecting herself. The change has already begun. And pay attention to the ending, Zaltan hands her the phone to talk to her mother. This seems like a gift, but is it? Or is it just another way to remind her that he controls who she loves and when she speaks to them?
Chapter 15. I groaned at the constant itch on my nose that made me lift my hand and scratch it, but it would always come back, forcing me awake. I blinked my eyes open and squinted at the fluffy white thing blocking my eyesight. My brows furrowed in confusion. I heard a deep chuckle, so I looked around for the feather that the culprit, Zaltan, was holding. He was kneeling next to my side of the bed with an amused smile on his face. I immediately wanted to smile at him, but the memories from last night resurfaced. I pursed my lips at him, not saying anything. His smile fell a little, and he didn't say anything about it. My stomach then growled at the scent of fresh streaming food close by. Pulling the large feather away from my face, he revealed one of those small bedside tables with breakfast on it, as well as a single red rose. I glanced at Zaltan. Good morning, beautiful. Breakfast in bed to start your morning, he murmured, his eyes with excitement and joy gazing at me. I might be angry, but I wasn't rude. Thanks, I said without looking him in the eye, and picked up the fork to begin eating. I wasn't really hungry because I just woke up, and then there was the fact that Zaltan's stare was unnerving. I hated it when people stared at me when I ate. Almost as if hearing my thoughts, he lifted his eyes from my face and reached for a strand of hair, which seemed to captivate his attention. By the moment I was full, he had figured out how to properly braid after many failed attempts. I didn't even ask why he was trying to braid. Is that all you're going to eat? He asked, concerned. I nodded. He looked at me for a long time before sighing. He sat by my legs and moved the food to the floor. We sat there in a few moments of silence. I knew I was mad over his actions, and I was boiling at how and what he did, but I didn't feel angry. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. He laid his hand on the top of my thigh. I know. It was true his emotions shadowed mine in a sense, but his were a different type. He didn't regret his actions. He was just sorry. I didn't like it. I really needed time to sort my thoughts and figure out what would happen, but I wanted to do it by myself. I pushed the covers off of me and stood. Zaltan followed my lead and looked at me with watchful eyes as I moved around the room. I went into the bathroom and changed into black jeans and a long-sleeved shirt. What are you doing? He asked, nearing to stand behind me when I bent to tie my shoes. When I finished, I stood and backed away from him. I needed space to clear my head before a scent would completely overcome my senses, then the bond might push me to stay. I'm going for a walk. I pulled my hair into a ponytail and noticed how fast it was growing. I'll go with you, he said, looking for his shoes. No. I want to go alone, I said, turning to face him. He stopped. His face hardened at me, but he slowly nodded. I'll call your guards. Alone. I shook my head at him and crossed my arms over my chest. He narrowed his eyes at me, his teeth grinding against each other. He opened his mouth to argue, but then chose to shut it with clenched fists. Eyeing him, I couldn't help but be glad he wasn't putting up an argument like I thought he would, but I wouldn't put it past him to do something about the situation until he had the last word. But you have to take your phone. See what I mean? I just nodded since it wasn't a ridiculous demand. He walked around the bed and to his side drawer, pulling it out. He handed the phone to me with his fingers trailing over mine. After lingering a little too long, his soft, warm skin sent shivers down my spine. Call me if anything happens, and if you want me to pick you up or get you something, okay? He looked at me anxiously. Okay, I murmured, turning around and walking out without another word. I decided to head close to the forest, but not head into it. I waved or smiled at the people who smiled at me. The breeze cooled my face and the calm air brought tranquility to my surroundings. It was the perfect time to ponder everything that happened and to come to terms with what was going on. For once, I felt a bit lost, not knowing what to focus on. I sat down under a nice-looking tree and looked out at the quiet houses and stores. I probably sat there for a good hour until I had my thoughts in order and my emotions in check. I was surprised Zaltan hadn't sent a team or come after me himself. I guess this was his way of showing me he was capable of giving me space. I closed my eyes for a moment and thought about my home and my family. Although I had Zaltan and my other new friends, I terribly missed my parents. I wondered what Zaltan had said about bringing them here. How would they react? Would they like Zaltan? I felt hope and joy at the possibility of having them here. I wanted to ask my mom so many questions. How would she think about my relationship with Zaltan? Would we be happy together? How about the future? And then there was Joshalana, Zaltan's brother. I honestly couldn't imagine him having a brother. Who could be the younger brother? Or older? How was their relationship? Why were they picked for their mysterious training? What were the gods up to? What was the purpose of all of this? For me, I felt like a bargain chip, a used and played pawn. I didn't like it. I didn't like how Zaltan marked me without even knowing if I wanted to be marked by him. After being told and shown what I would become afterwards, I hesitated, but he didn't. Now, I didn't know what would happen to me. If I couldn't handle Zaltan's true form, what on earth made him think turning me into one of his own would solve that? If anything, I was now afraid of myself. What would I be like? Would the transformation be painful? Of course it would be. It looked painful. He said I wouldn't lose my wolf, but what about my thoughts? Physically, I knew I would be able to handle it, but mentally, I was sure I would break. I was angry at him for putting me in this position. I suddenly heard a snap. I turned my head in the direction of the sound. Then, I heard a shuffling noise and a continuous thumping sound. I stood up for a few minutes before realizing what I was hearing: a wolf running with a pounding heart. But the thing was miles away, far enough to strain a werewolf's hearing. I blinked in surprise. Sure, I could hear everything else around me, but the things I had heard before were in sight and close by. I sighed. I was already changing, and it hadn't even been 24 hours since I was bitten. Did I really have 1 to 2 weeks, as Zaltan guessed I would have, before the change? Or was he wrong? By now, the wolf had gotten closer and was about to burst through the forest in a few seconds. A brown-coated wolf ran out of the forest. It hadn't noticed me yet, but when it did, I could tell it was taken by surprise because it tripped the moment it lifted its head in my direction. Its front legs froze, but its back legs continued moving. I knew I shouldn't have laughed, but I did. He shook his head, huffed, and then shifted back. I looked at it, curious as to who it could be. The wolf had a nice build, so I knew it wasn't a child. A guy with light brown hair and dark brown eyes walked over to me, embarrassed. I smiled at him sheepishly, then stood as he neared. He looked vaguely familiar. "You okay there?" I asked, trying to hide the laughter in my voice. His cheeks reddened, but he nodded at me, bringing one of his hands up to scratch the back of his head as he looked down at the ground. "Yeah, man, this isn't very comfortable." Out of everyone, I tripped in front of the Luna. He scowled at the ground. I laughed a bit at him and then asked, "How did you know I'm Luna?" I didn't tell him, but then I remembered the little get-together Zaltan had with the pack. I was about to open my mouth and tell him to forget it, but he spoke. "Oh well, I can feel it, or more so my wolf," he explained with a confused look on his face, as if he wasn't sure what he was saying. "How?" I asked, tilting my head to look at him better. He felt that I was Luna? How? Well, my wolf recognized you immediately and told me to stop, but I was confused as to why until it saw you. "He could feel your wolf's presence," he said. I was a bit confused, but I would ask Zaltan later, when I was done giving him the cold shoulder. I gave out a forced laugh as my wolf was just as confused as me. He smiled at me and extended a hand, which I shook. "You may not remember me, but my name's Blaine, and your brother is Draven." "Yes, I remember you now." "Hi, how are you?" I asked, finally recalling where I had seen him. It was the twin with the high cheekbones. His brother, Draven, had a sharp jawline. I met him and his brother. I think there were 3 girls in the kitchen after Zaltan interrogated me. He nodded at me, looking a bit surprised. "Yeah, I'm good. You're good too, at distinguishing the difference. I mean, not all people can tell the difference between my brother and me." He gave out an awkward chuckle. I looked at him, amused. He was so adorably awkward. It was funny. "I'm sorry. I'm usually not this weird," he said. His eyes wouldn't look straight at me. I waved a hand at him dismissively, not wanting him to feel uncomfortable. "It's fine. I get it." He's just, I looked for another word, not wanting to outright call him strange or awkward. Awkward? Nah, he's a jerk. I mean, mean person? Yeah, he's a mean person, he said with wide eyes. "So, if your brother is a jerk, mean person, then why aren't you two hanging out now?" I asked, smiling. He sighed, relieved to see I was joking around with him. He looked up excitedly and began moving his arms around in demonstration. "So, Draven invited Lester to a get-together. You actually met her and Ambrosia, as well as Angelique, when you met my brother and me. We were playing the non-alcoholic version of Truth and Dare because Lester's brother, Lucas, came, and wherever Lucas is, John follows. His pregnant sister was with him and said that if she couldn't have alcohol, none of us could. And so we were playing when Ambrosia dared me to. I'm sorry. Did you say Lucas and John? And John's pregnant sister happens to have the name Hanaya." I cut off his rambling, not believing how the world worked. He nodded hesitantly, not sure where I was going with it. Oh, wow. It was a small world or island after all. Is there something wrong? He asked with a panicked voice. Oh no, I was marveling over how small the world is. It's just that I know Lucas, John, and Hanaya. He exhaled, then a happy smile made its way to his face. That's good to know, Luna. Some of the pack were worried you wouldn't like it here, he admitted. The tip of his foot was tapping the ground a few times as he looked down. Well, that's very considerate of them. I smiled happily at him, surprised to hear what he said. I'm sorry I interrupted you earlier. What was your dare? I asked, wondering what the dare was. He laughed loudly, throwing his head back. Well, it's not half as exciting as bumping into the Luna of all wolves. I tried not to think about the name. All I had to do was run from our house to this side of the forest while Draven held his breath, he explained casually. My eyes widened at him in horror. You mean to tell me that while we are talking, your brother has been holding his breath the whole time? He nodded before his face scrunched up, and then his eyes widened in realization. Oh my God. I've killed my brother. My mom's gonna kill me, he exclaimed, frightened. He began running back in the direction from which he came. I followed without a thought, wanting to make sure his brother was okay and that he wouldn't be charged with attempted murder. Mid-run, my phone rang. Without checking or stopping, I answered the call, making sure to keep my eyes on Blaine, who was faster than he looked. Hello. I panted into the phone. There was a brief pause before Zaltan spoke. Viva? Why are you running? Are you all right? What's going on? He asked, worried. I wasn't surprised he could hear me running even through the phone. Look, can't talk right now. I'm trying to prevent murder and, if not, murder charges. Call you later. I hung up right before he began yelling my name. His emotions flared up. I immediately realized I probably shouldn't have said that last part. Blaine burst through a door with me behind him. There was a small group surrounding a guy who looked just like Blaine, but he was red and almost purple in the face. He must be Draven. Breathe, you idiot. It's not worth dying. Hanaya screamed at him. Breathe. I'm back. Before Blaine could even finish his sentence, Draven inhaled loudly, gasping to get as much air as possible. Good grief. Took you long enough. A few more seconds and I'd have to explain to Marcus why Hanaya and I weren't going to be home for dinner because we were behind bars for being bystanders to murder. John yelled, tugging on his curls that for once were out of their usual ponytail. Haha, he looks like a tomato. We should take a picture, an amused girl commented. It's a shame, another girl said, sounding displeased. Are you okay, Draven? A small voice asked. The question came from a red-haired girl with green eyes, which were similar features to Lucas. His sister, Lester, was leaning over Draven, who held a finger up to convey he needed a moment. Hanaya sat down on a couch. Next to her was a dark-skinned girl with short brown hair and light brown eyes. She had a smug smile on her face as she munched on some popcorn. I could tell she had a broadened sense of humor. Next to her, with a blank look, was who I presume was Angelique. Dark hair and eyes with caramel skin. She didn't seem to be very happy at the moment. Were you trying to kill me, you little punk? As soon as I get my energy back, I'm gonna tear you into little pieces and, man, I'm tired, Draven said with a huff, sort of getting off the ground to stand. Thanks to Lester and Lucas's help. Sorry, bro. I was running, and then I bumped into Blaine began to explain. I was standing behind him. All of their attention was fully on Draven that they hadn't noticed me yet. If you say a chick, I will tell Mom you purposely tried to murder your twin. Draven's face lightened up considerately. He stood and pointed a finger in his brother's direction with a scowl on his face. No. Well, yeah, actually, it was. All of a sudden, a warrior's yell was heard before a thumping of feet heading in our direction, or more so towards Blaine. You jerk. Draven ran for Blaine with the intention to tackle him, but he moved at the last minute. No. Luna. Lucas made eye contact with me as Blaine moved. What? Draven said, horrified. He tried to stop, but he was moving so fast it was impossible for him to halt. It was like time slowed down as if each step Draven took was as slow as a snail's pace. I looked around and saw everyone's horrified expression. Lucas was reaching for Draven as if to yank him back, while the girls on the couch were slowly standing up. John looked like he was in mid-lunge. I guessed to tackle Draven sideways before he reached me, just in case Lucas couldn't stop him. I walked around Draven as he continued to move. I frowned at him and looked forward. His head would hit the wall if John didn't manage to tackle him. I walked over to the couch where Lester was. Her hands were slowly raising to cover her mouth in surprise. I picked up a fluffy-looking pillow and placed it on the floor where I thought Draven would most likely hit. "Good," I said, pleased with my work. I stood beside Blaine, whose eyes were slowly widening. My eyes flashed. As if the play button was pushed, time sped up as John tackled Draven, who hit the pillow just as I expected, while the girls shrieked. Not even checking on Draven, John jumped off of him and turned to look at the spot where I stood with a worried look on his face that slowly became confused. Everyone froze, prepared to help me up, but I wasn't hurt. "What the heck?" someone mumbled. "Well, that was interesting," I said jokingly. Blaine gasped. His head snapped back, and everyone else in the room turned towards me with a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and relief. "Luna, are you all right?" Lucas asked, not missing a beat. "Oh yeah, I'm fine. How about you, Draven? Did the pillow cushion your head?" I asked, worried it had not. He nodded up and down slowly. His expression was a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. John turned his body to look at me with his blonde curls bouncing. "Darn, you're fast. You were holding back on me, weren't you?" "When we ran here, I mean," Blaine said suspiciously. I gave him a tight-lipped smile, not sure what had happened myself. Was it odd that I wasn't freaking out? "I think I had an idea about what just happened. Viv, you sure you're all right?" "Come here and sit," Hanaya said. She walked over to me and put her arm over my shoulder, steering me to the couch. The girls parted the way, making room for me. "No, really, I'm fine. It's Draven that I'm worried." "I'm fine. I'm sorry, Luna. I didn't see you. I apologize for putting you in harm's way." "I will gladly follow through with whatever punishment you deem fit," Draven said, standing up and walking over to me with his neck bared. My eyes widened. "Me too, Luna. Had I not moved, you wouldn't have been put in danger." Blaine walked over and stood next to his brother and did the same thing. Wow. Calm down, boys. Take it easy. It was just an accident, and accidents happen all the time. Besides, nobody got hurt. Well, maybe Draven, but we're all fine. "Why don't we just put this behind us and move on?" I suggested, not wanting them to make this a big deal. "I'm sorry, Luna, but they're right. They should be punished for endangering your safety," Lucas said. Both he and John walked up behind the boys with their serious faces, making the twins shrink. "But it's fine," I tried to explain. "Luna, as your guards, we have to make sure you're safe at all times, and these two," John tried saying. "It's your day off. You're not working. This never happened." I was growing frustrated. "But Luna, the alpha should know what happened. Were they trying to get the twins hurt?" "Guys." My voice came out sharper than intended, having an immediate effect. Both bowed their head and held silence, so did the others. I didn't know what it was, but usually when a disagreement went on, I would be the peacemaker. It was just that something about having my wishes on dropping this ignored had irked me. Subconsciously, I lifted my chin and narrowed my eyes. I wasn't sure, but I had a feeling I was emitting something off in waves. Really. No one got seriously hurt, so this little accident didn't happen. Just forget about this and go back to playing. Oh, and let's just keep this between us. Zaltan doesn't have to know. Whatever I was doing had an effect because they all nodded together, and with one look at each other, they calmed down. "Thank you, Luna." "You're very kind," Draven said, much more relaxed than before. Hanaya and Lester went on to chat softly in a corner while Ambrosia was still munching on popcorn. I hadn't talked much to the girl, but I could already feel we would have great conversations. Angelique was standing by Blaine, looking at him. I spent a few minutes with them and then left, politely declining their arguments to stay and play, but promised to do so next time. I didn't feel like being around people at the moment. I walked down the street, not really meeting the curious stares. I sighed, not being able to stall any longer. I pulled out my phone and dialed Zaltan to make sure he didn't do anything drastic. He picked up on the first ring. Viva, what the heck, his voice was rough. I'm okay. Nothing to worry about, I said quickly, knowing he was mostly just worried if I was okay. What happened? Where are you? I looked around, not seeing anything that marked where I was. Not sure. I'll be back. No, stay there. I'll be there in a few. But you don't even know where I am. My brows furrowed in confusion. Stay there. He hung up. The air shifted around me. I suddenly felt my head lighten a bit, like I wasn't walking, but I knew I was. I frowned and noticed how quiet the streets were. Looking around, I met Silver Eyes. Everyone close by froze. Teens, adults, and children around me were all staring at me. I was slightly freaked out. After their eyes flashed, they continued with what they were doing. That was seriously creepy on a large scale. I barely even heard the soft thumping that was nearing me at lightning speed, and when I did, Zaltan was already beside me. Before I could say anything, he scooped me into his arms and continued running. I closed my eyes and clutched at him with all my strength as he moved at a frightening speed. My stomach felt like dropping. We suddenly stopped in front of our room. He let go of me, sliding my body down his, and leaned over me to open the door. I took the chance and entered. What happened? Are you hurt? He asked, fussing over me. He took a step closer to me, but I held up a hand. Viva. He tried taking a step again, but I backed up. I'm fine. No need to check me. I just bumped into a new friend, and there was a complication, but everything is all right. His blue eyes narrowed suspiciously at me. What new friend? And you mentioned murder. I chuckled at the last part. Just a friend, and yeah, I did, but no one's dead. Everything is fine. You really didn't have to come and get me, but thanks. I bit my bottom lip and looked at Zaltan, suddenly wanting to be back in his arms. No. I had to fight it, or it would make him think he's gotten away with marking me, then he'll try to do something like this again. His eyes dropped to my lips. I held my breath, making his blue eyes darken. His chest began lifting with his harsh breaths. His nostrils were flaring. He began taking large steps towards me. Each step made me take a step back nervously. I looked back. Seeing I was about to fall back into the desk, I sidestepped, foolishly believing he would stop there. He stepped back in front of me and lifted both arms on either side of me. He lowered his head, making his dark locks fall over his heated eyes. Viva, he breathed out my name softly and groaned softly in my ear. My lips parted as I gasped in shock at the reaction of my body. He skimmed his nose down my face and to my neck. I could feel my Marcus heating up as he neared it. One of his hands wrapped around my waist and pulled me closer to him while his other hand grabbed the back of my head to tilt it. I began breathing quickly. My body wanted whatever was going on to continue, but my mind was blank. He planted a soft kiss right above the Marcus, getting a little sound of pleasure from me. He skimmed his lips around the tender skin, tortuously slow, but never kissing the actual Marcus that seemed to pulse. My hands slowly worked their way up his shirt, clutching his toned waist. I want you so bad that it hurts. Don't you want me to? He purred softly in my ear. I closed my eyes as he kissed back down and up my neck. He was raising my body temperature to a dangerous peak, and my lower muscles were clenching. What? My voice was deep and thick with desire. Let me take care of you. He finally kissed my Marcus, planting his lips firmly on my heated skin. The amount of pleasure that came from that small action drove me crazy. A thick and murky fog of dark desire for Zaltan was blocking all rational thoughts. I pushed myself closer to him as the blood in my veins boiled and gave out a pleasurable sigh. He quickly moved to my lips, meeting his fervent ones with my eager ones. He immediately took the dominant lead, deciding on a fast, rough, and almost desperate kiss that I returned. The hand that had gripped my waist slid down. He picked up my leg and wrapped it around his waist, which gave him the perfect angle to press against me. I let out a soft purr. He pushed me further into the wall, mostly pinning me with his hips. When I needed to breathe, he moved back down my neck and began nibbling lightly on the Marcus, making me move against him. In the back of my mind, a red bell was going off. Panting, I opened my eyes while he kissed my neck as if the fog was swarming deliberately in my head. I lifted one of my hands to run it through his hair, but when I did, I snapped out of whatever spell that was trapping me under this lust. My nails became sharp-looking claws that seemed to be out of control, growing and shortening as if indecisive. I realized I had been gripping Zaltan with these nails and pushed him off of me. He growled, annoyed, but I was too horrified at what I had done to tell him to shut up. His black shirt had 4 small punctured holes. I could see a little amount of blood on his skin. Even my own fingertips had a bit of blood. I felt like someone had punched a hole into my heart, or I had been hurt, but that wasn't as painful as knowing I had hurt Zaltan. I looked up at him with watery eyes. His annoyed expression dropped, and concern filled it. I am sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I choked out. Guilt and shame filled me to the core. He stepped closer to me, lifting his hands to hold my head. His thumbs were wiping the tears that threatened to fall from my eyes. He looked like he was in agonizing pain that just added to my guilt. Hey, what are you going on about? What's wrong, my little cloud? He asked. Doesn't it hurt? I asked. Perhaps he was in shock. Doesn't hurt what? He smiled at me, but his eyes were confused. I pushed him away softly and pointed to his torn shirt. He looked down and then backed up at me with understanding and adoration on his face, which just confused me more. Oh, little cloud. I'm fine, Viva. Don't worry, he said, laughing a little while my brows furrowed at him. He was definitely in shock. Look. He pulled his shirt up and turned his torso to me. I leaned closer to inspect. The blood just sat on his smooth, unpunctured skin. I blinked up at him, wondering if I was the crazy one. But I trailed off, not knowing what to say. He dropped his shirt and picked up my bloodied hand, cleaning my fingers with his black shirt. I heal fast. Besides, I didn't even feel it until you showed me. Don't worry about me. I nodded, unfocused. That shouldn't have happened, I said, referring to the little make-out session we had. Now that I had my head somewhat clear, I regretted not running for the door as soon as he began heading towards me in the first place. Why not? We're mates. That and much more will happen. His expression darkened, and his eyes narrowed into slits. I sighed. You know why, I mumbled, trying to walk around him to get to the door before anything else would happen. His hand shot out and gripped my arm, pulling me back. I tugged my arm out of his hold and didn't move, noting the challenge in his eyes. No, I don't. Is this because you're still angry about last night? Because I get it. No, you do not. I hissed out at him with my fists clenched. Enlighten me then. He hissed back. Fine. He asked for it. You messed up on so many levels, Zaltan, that you should be happy I'm even talking to you. Let me explain to you what I'm feeling right now. Yes, you did tell me you would Marcus me at some point. However, you seem to have forgotten to inform me of how you would do so. I'm also sure the fact that you were going to bind me to you forever without mentioning you were a Leakin, which I and everyone else thought was fake, had slipped your mind. And let's not forget about you chasing me through the forest in your scary form when you planned to sink your larger-than-life teeth into my neck. Zaltan, you might as well have chased me with a weapon. And if you think I'm only mad at you for that, then you're wrong. I'm more than just mad. I'm furious at the fact that you forced the Marcus on me after saying that once marked, I would become the very thing that made me run away in the first place. I'm livid at how you expected me to follow along with whatever you told me to do, keeping me in the dark and expecting me not to say or want to know what my own mate was up to. I'm boiling at the thought of being a pawn in a game I want nothing to do with. Being a peace offering to you doesn't sit well with me. I'm pissed at myself for not paying closer attention to your actions and then basically pushing your red button. Most of all, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed at the fact that something so meaningful, beautiful, and intimate as marking your significant other was a letdown for us. Zaltan, we all grow up with expectations of how certain moments of our lives are going to happen and how they're going to play out, and yeah, of course, they don't happen exactly like we plan them to, and no, they aren't perfect, but a marking? A marking is so much more, and I guess I'm just upset about how we'll never have that semi-perfect moment between us and that point in time where we commence a new chapter for us. There. Are you happy now? I've gotten it off my chest. While I was ranting, his face morphed into pain. He winced every time I mentioned wrongdoing on his part. He looked haunted by my response that I wanted to take the words back immediately, but I couldn't. Maybe I was being too harsh? I felt terrible. I usually wouldn't rub people's mistakes in their faces. Holding on to this anger was bad for me, but it wouldn't just disappear like that. His head was downcast, and his dark locks were concealing his expression from me. I searched within me for his emotions, but I felt like he had blocked me out. I felt even worse now. How did it go from me being angry at him to me feeling angry at myself? Zaltan. No, he said gruffly, lifting his head slowly. His expression was clear and bleak, not showing me what he was truly feeling or thinking. His blue eyes stared into mine, swimming in their own sorrow. I should know how you feel. Even if you do hate me, I still want to know. His words pulled at my heartstrings. I don't hate you, Zaltan. I don't think I could ever hate you, but I don't trust you right now. I'm sure we'll move past this. I confessed. If giving him the cold shoulder would put him on edge and saying all of this would convince him that I hated him, then so be it. Honesty hurts, but he needed to hear it. It seemed like Zaltan had put up a front to everyone, but deep down, he had always cared or had wanted to care about something important to him after his brother. He just wanted to protect, provide, and take care of me. But would that excuse the way he acted? That was the big question, and I was leaning towards a big no. He smiled painfully at me, leaning down to kiss my forehead softly for a while. I inhaled his scent. He pulled away a moment later, pulled out his phone, and pushed some buttons. His blue eyes stared down seriously at me. Well, if we are to move on and for my wooing to truly work, I think I know what I have to do first. I looked at him, worried. Who is he calling? He surprised me when he handed me his phone as soon as the person on the other end picked up. I took it from him cautiously. Hello, the other line asked. The voice was hoarse and thin, but very familiar. It should be. I grew up hearing that voice for the past 18 years of my life. My eyes widened at Zaltan with surprise. He nodded at me. Mom?
End of chapter analysis. The appearance of Viva's mother is the ultimate trump card. Zaltan knew he was losing her trust, perhaps permanently, so he played the one move he knew would break her resolve. But remember, Zaltan controls everything. If Viva's mother is on the phone, it's not because she called, it's because Zaltan allowed the connection. He is giving Viva a piece of her old life back, but it's a calculated gift. He is showing her that he can bridge the gap between her two worlds, but only if she forgives him. Also, don't overlook the scene where Viva moves faster than light to save Draven. Her Leakin powers are manifesting faster than expected. She isn't just a Luna anymore, she is becoming a weapon. Audience engagement questions. Viva's nails turned into claws and she accidentally hurt Zaltan during their moment of passion. Do you think she is becoming dangerous to him, or is he enjoying her new strength? Zaltan calls Viva's mother to earn forgiveness. Is this a sweet gesture, or is it manipulative because he knows she can't stay mad at him now? Viva saved Draven by moving at super speed. Do you think she realizes how powerful she is becoming, or is she still in denial? Transition teaser. Viva finally gets to talk to her mother, but the reunion isn't just emotional. It's the calm before the Leakin War begins.
Chapter 16. Mom? I held my breath as the other line went silent, and then a choking sob escaped the phone. Viva? Is that you? My mom's voice trembled. My heart clenched painfully. Yeah, Mom, it's me, I whispered into the phone, having a hard time not crying out of happiness. Her voice alone sent a wave of homesickness that had me wanting to be wrapped in her arms. It's not like I didn't miss her, but it hit me hard as soon as I heard her voice. Oh my God, my baby girl. I'm sure you probably don't have too much time, so I'll let you speak. Where are you? Who took you? My brows furrowed at her words, but I quickly understood. She must be thinking how hard it was for me to somehow manage to call her despite being kidnapped. I tried not to dwell on that and chose to enjoy her voice. No, Mom. It's fine. I can talk to you all I want. I looked up at Zaltan, forgetting he was there, but wanting to let him know that I would fight him if he dared to take the phone from me. Thankfully, he just stared back with curiosity in his eyes. Mom, I should probably explain some things, I said softly. Are they making you say this? If I go to the store, what do you think will be the first thing I will see? Skittles, Snickers, or a Hershey? Her voice became strained as she tried to make it calm. I took a shaky breath and gave a small chuckle into the phone. When I was little, I was a pretty weird child who didn't really take anything seriously, but always claimed others were after me. So I made plans if something were ever to happen. All written down in crayons, of course. One day, after school, I stormed into the house, telling my mom that we needed to make a code in case I was kidnapped, and somehow managed to send a message. Skittles, out of state or country. Snickers. I know or recognize the kidnapper. Hershey, I'm being forced to say something. My mom shook her head, saying it wasn't something to joke about, but after throwing a tantrum, she agreed. I'm really fine, Mom. I can't believe you remembered that. It was such a long time ago, I said, surprised and filled with a strong emotion. Why, you're really okay? No, Hershey. No candy, Mom. I'm really all right and unharmed. I forced myself not to look at Zaltan, whose gaze was set on me. But then where are you? Why haven't you come home? Are you in some sort of danger? If you are, we can protect you here, honey. Come home. Everyone's worried about you. We've all been looking for you. Your father tried to convince the Alpha to send out a search party, but for some reason, the Alpha said he can no longer feel your pack link, yet still feels you. I felt guilty hearing every word she said. Even though Zaltan was behind my abduction, I hadn't really thought of how my parents took my sudden disappearance along with the other girls who went missing. I'm so sorry you and Dad worried about me, but I'm really fine. It's a long, complicated story, Mom. One that I don't know how to begin with, I tried telling her. My body was overwhelmed with the sudden happiness, sadness, guilt, and worry. I felt my eyes stinging and tears slowly growing, so I blinked repeatedly. I sat on the edge of the bed, aware of the fact that Zaltan was still silently observing me. I couldn't decide if it was because he didn't want me to say certain things or because he was genuinely concerned about me. The deeper part of me argued that no matter what, he would always care about my emotional and mental state as much as he did for me physically. The cold and angry part of me was saying he just didn't want everyone to know about me, and that if he really cared, he wouldn't have done the things in the first place. I'm so confused, Viva. What's going on, honey? You can come home, baby. Whatever is going on, we can deal with it together. Her words knocked down my composure. Tears streamed down my face, and my breathing hitched. I clenched my fists as my eyesight became blurry. And Mom, I missed you and Dad so much. I just don't know. I didn't know what to tell her. So many things came to mind. I wanted to tell her I was kidnapped and I was going to go home. A part of me wanted to tell her about Zaltan, who would now become a part of my life, whether I was upset with him or not. Telling her he kidnapped me would seem like nothing compared to telling her who I was mated to and what that really meant. Zaltan's reputation spoke of him to everyone. I was hesitant to say when most feared and hated him or believed he did not exist at all. What would my parents think of this? I jumped when I felt him sit next to me on the bed. I looked up at him, confused and pained, with my eyes asking him for help in dealing with the situation. He willingly wrapped one arm around me to pull me in closer to him while the other gently pried the phone from my grip and put the phone on speaker. I didn't realize it, but through the bond, I had yelled out for his embrace, wanting to feel comforted in my moment of weakness. Mrs. Grey, he said into the phone. His voice was strong and clear, a replica of his facial expression. No hesitation. No worry. No confusion. I held my breath. Who are you? Where's my daughter? Viva. Viva, I bit my lip at her panicked tone. I'm right here, Mom. You're on speaker. My voice cracked a bit. What's going on? Viva, tell me. Mrs. Grey, you can calm down. Your daughter is well taken care of, and anything she wants is given to her. She is absolutely in no danger, Zaltan said. Bet. Who the heck are you? Her voice became sharp and harsh, but still had a slight edge to it. Zaltan tensed slightly beside me, probably because of her tone, but he remained calm. My name is Zaltan Azraleah, your daughter's mate. The phone went dead for a couple of minutes before a large wail was heard. I leaned in, worried. Mom? Mom? Mom, are you all right? She sniffed. Oh, Viva. Why didn't you just say you're with your mate? You're safe. Oh, thank you, Mr. Azraleah. You've calmed my heart down now, knowing my daughter is in the hands of her mate. I looked at the phone as if it were my mother with a look of bewilderment and confusion. Mom, it's not that easy, I tried to explain. I didn't want her to know what really happened and what was happening now, but still, even I knew it wasn't that easy. And why didn't you just call to let us know instead of worrying everyone, Viva? Oh, poor Lily. After her alpha's death, she was in such a state of shock that she fainted. She doesn't even remember picking you up from the airport. The poor girl feels guilty for losing you in the chaos and has been looking for you nonstop. My guilt just got bigger and bigger. While I was here laughing and making new friends, my family had been looking for me. But why did Lily not? Something came back to my mind. When algebra took us, he told someone to erase memories as if they were never there. Mom, you have to know that I've arranged for you and your husband to be brought to our location as soon as tomorrow. My head snapped over to look at Zaltan. What? What was he doing? We stared at each other. He was serious. I was confused, but my mom talking to me made me hold my questionings. Oh, that's wonderful, but how? And why can't you two come here? There was happiness in my mom's voice. I guess now, hearing I was not in danger and I was with my mate, whom she always believed would take care of me, calmed her down considerably. For many reasons, Mrs. Grey. Won't you like to see where your daughter now lives? His voice became persuasive and pleasant. If I were in my mom's shoes, even I would be curious to know. Yes, I guess. So, you two are living together? I don't know how your father and I feel about that, Viva. You two just met. Maybe Viva should come home, and both of you can. His arm suddenly tightened around me. His hold was no longer comforting, but possessive as he pulled me closer as if my mom would somehow reach in through the phone and pull me out of his arms. I'm not so sure about that. We have much to discuss. That is why I'm having you both sent here, Mrs. Grey. We can all get to know each other. Will you not like that, Viva? He turned his dark eyes on me. His voice became tighter. His eyes were narrowed and fierce, daring me to oppose him. His emotions were shadowed. He was angered at the thought of my parents wanting to separate us, even if it was just a suggestion. Yeah, we should meet up here, Mom. It'll be great, I said weakly, not being able to look away from him or oppose his wishes. In a sense, I was on his side as well. I didn't want to be away from him. I also didn't believe I could. Well, I'll discuss it with your father, sweetheart. Oh, my heart feels much lighter. Thank you for taking care of my daughter, Mr. Azraleah. My mother's open nature was a gift, but right now, she was thanking my kidnapper mate, who she had no idea was the feared Lupus Deus. It's a pleasure. She's such a lovely person. I'm honored to have her by my side, Zaltan said politely. His eyes were on me while a heated pool of desire slipped through the bond as well as dark mockery. I looked away. Oh, how adorable. I can't wait to meet you. While hearing my mother's glee, my stomach felt a bit sick. My mother actually believed he was joking about the forever part. Mom, I think you should know about... Zaltan interrupted me once more. Your flight details will be sent to you shortly. I hate to do this, but we must end the call. You should be here in 2 days. I opened my mouth to protest and ask him why he wouldn't let me finish my sentences. Where are you two exactly? Oh, why don't we make that a surprise? It adds to the excitement, Mrs. Grey, but do pack as if you're going to Hawaii. My mom squealed into the phone, much to my surprise. Oh, thank the Lord for this miracle. You're safe and sound. We're going to see you in 2 days. We're going to Hawaii. Oh, I'm so happy. Mom, my disbelief was painted on my face more than my tone of voice. We shall be in touch very soon, Mrs. Grey. See you soon, Zaltan said in an easy tone as if he wasn't deceiving my mother. Bye, Mr. Azralea. Bye, sweetheart. Oh, your father will be so happy to hear the news. Mom. Click. I spun around to look at Zaltan, who stood and turned his back. I heard constant clicks that meant he was texting. The conversation didn't go as I had thought, and while I was glad to hear my parents were now coming, I didn't know why we couldn't go and see them. I tried to tell my mom how we met or what was really happening, but he would interrupt me from doing so by sweet-talking with my mother. What the heck, Zaltan? Why didn't you let me tell her what is going on? And why are they coming here instead of the other way around? I yelled at him angrily. He spun around and lifted a brow at me, putting his phone in his back pocket. For many reasons, Viva. I don't think the conversation you wanted to have is appropriate over the phone, especially without your father. Besides, I have more explaining to do than you do. As for me bringing them here, it will be obvious. If they are here, they can see how well you are and will be in my care. If we are to leave the island, it will be catastrophic. You will become a target once the news about you being my mate gets out. Here, on the island, I can protect you without any trouble. I pursed my lips, but said nothing more after seeing his point. As much as I hated it, I would rather have my parents safe even if I wouldn't be home. He saw my resolve and calmed down a notch. Thanks for. He nodded at me with understanding. My words faded off. I was really grateful to him for letting me speak to my mom, even if it was brief, and I was cut off many times. I now felt calmer after knowing how she was and telling her I was safe. I still had a few questions in my mind, though. Why did she say the Alpha cannot feel my pack link but can still feel me? And what about Lily not even remembering picking me up from the airport? I asked him. Well, you're now a marked mate. Every wolf can feel a separate bond to us. There's the pack link that any member can feel, the mate bond between mates, the alpha link that lets alphas know who's in control, and the semi-complete link to us, he explained, crossing his arms over his chest. Semi-complete? I asked. His eyes did that freaky glow thing, but then went back to normal. You still have to transform into your other form, he said smoothly. I briefly paused. I didn't want to think about that just yet. What about Lily? He nodded at me. I was not sure if it was about me not saying anything or him remembering something. I had Alberticus erase memories of bringing you here. It was just a safety process. Okay, how about my parents? What are we going to do? I turned from him and began walking back and forth with excitement and worry throughout the conversation. I pushed it out of my head and looked at the bright side of this mess. Don't worry. I have everything under control. I'm going to have them picked up tomorrow. They will be brought here and will be staying with us, where you can explain to them how happy you are and will be here. I paused walking, glanced at him, and continued walking. He said it as if he knew for sure. So, they will be staying here with us? No, I turned to look at him, confused. What do you mean? Where are they staying? He looked at me for a long moment before answering. Come on. He walked out of the room, grabbing his car keys. I followed him, concerned with where he was taking me. What did he mean by no? He better not be planning to put my parents in a hotel on the island. He drove down the pack house road and made a left behind the house. We drove deeper and deeper into the forest behind the house. I was beginning to think he would let my parents stay in prison. I was about to yell at him when he pulled into a smooth trail. There was a huge house coming into sight that made me wonder if this was meant to be the pack house. It had a similar build to the pack house, but a more medieval and castle feeling to it, with the smooth gray stone walls, balcony, and grand boulders outside on each side of the house. Zaltan pulled in front of the house and close to the low white steps. The house was beautiful and perfect in my eyes, actually. Wow, I said, looking out the window. Here. They'll be staying here. There was something in the way Zaltan spoke that made me frown and turn to look at him. Looking at him, I realized how tensed he was. Something else was there, like an edge. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his shoulders pushed back, and his blue eyes flickered from me to the house. He then stared out of the window every second. His body language threw me off. It was strong and yet not so much. I tilted my head and searched through the bond. With wide eyes, I realized why he looked so odd. Zaltan was nervous. I looked towards the house and stared a little longer. It was beautiful and didn't seem unkempt, but it gave off a lonely feeling. The one who lived here managed to make Zaltan, the big bad wolf god, nervous. Who could it be? Zaltan, who owns the house? I asked, turning back to look at him. He looked at me before he cleared his throat, running his hands through his thick black mane before finally answering me with a sigh. We do. Shock rang through my body as it wasn't the answer I expected to hear. What? You mean your house? Right? I asked him. He bit his bottom lip. Desire burned through my body as I wanted to bite his lip as well, but I pushed it aside. He shook his head at me. No, our house. I had a house built for us. My eyes widened even more. I wasn't sure if it was because I had never heard him stutter out of nerves or because he had a house built for us. When? I asked, having a hard time swallowing and turning to study the house. It looked new, but also looked like no one lived in it. He gave a frustrated growl and covered his face with his hand. My mouth parted at the sudden display he was giving, not the strong and confident god that everyone feared, but a nervous and somewhat embarrassed man. A small smile made its way across my face. For him to struggle in saying something meant he was opening up to me, which I could guess was extremely hard for him. He was trying. I took his hand that was covering his face and held it to my face. I kissed his knuckles before intertwining our fingers, giving him an encouraging smile. He looked at me with his blue eyes, peering at me from under his thick black lashes, while strands of hair fell forward. He was far from looking innocent, but at the moment, he looked like a compassionate man about to confess something he had kept to himself. I had it built as soon as I heard, he said slowly. His eyes were intense. Heard what? I asked softly. About you. About them giving me a mate, he said. What? That made no sense to me because that would have been a long time ago. He made it clear the first time we met that he didn't trust me. Why build a house for a mate he couldn't trust? Seeing my confused expression, he explained more. As time passed, I realized it could be a rumor, or if I did find you, it would be impossible. So, I moved into the pack house and forgot about the house. It's furnished and everything. But why? I still didn't understand. He smiled softly at me and reached over with his hand, pushing a strand of hair behind my ear. He softly creased my face before pulling away. Because I guess deep down, even monsters want families to love. With a squeeze, he let go of my hand and got out of the car. My eyes teared up upon hearing him call himself a monster. I felt as if I just peered at a Zaltan buried under layers of danger, anger, revenge, power, and darkness. A moment of clarity hit me during the few seconds it took him to open my door. Zaltan was a complex being who, even in the craziest of moments, reacted and acted off on emotion. His marking me was a reaction to an action I took. He was still a jerk, but there was a new side to him. He opened the door and held a hand out for me, which I quickly took. We stood side by side, looking up at the grand house, our house. Do you like it? He asked me quietly, pulling out a key from his pocket. I smiled at him. I love it. It's perfect. Whatever insecurities he was carrying left him at that moment. He grinned excitedly at me, flashing his pearly whites. He swept me off the ground, making me shriek in surprise and then laugh as he began spinning around. I continued to laugh as he stopped and began taking the steps up. What are you doing? I giggled. Carrying you over the threshold, he said happily. That only works if we're married, I pointed out. I wouldn't be too sure about that. I shook my head at him with a smile. He began unlocking the door with one hand. So, how's my wooing going so far? He asked, looking down at me with joy. I lifted a brow at him, trying not to smile and failing miserably. I'll take that as a good sign. He was about to take a step in, but stopped to look down at me seriously. His expression made me worry. I have to warn you, Viva, he said seriously. What? I asked, not sure what was going on. Most of my wooing will take place here, as well as other things. He smirked at me with mischievous eyes. In the living room, the floor, the bedrooms, the walls. Zaltan. I yelled at him, but wasn't able to hide the laughter in my voice. I was shocked after finally getting his implications. The shower and tub, the stairs, the gym, pool. We have a pool? I asked excitedly as we entered the house. Yeah, wanna do it now? How about on the trampoline? We could really get it on. Zaltan. I flushed at his words. His booming laugh echoed. He shut the door with his foot. Right there and then, a big chunk of anger and resentment I had towards Zaltan flew away and made way for a new emotion. A better but dangerous emotion. Chapter 17. 2 days passed a lot faster than I thought, especially when those 2 days were spent learning about our new house with my mate popping up every few hours with gifts and flowers and a dazzling smile with heart-stopping blue eyes. I fixed up the house and added things from my shopping sprees with Hanaya, who had way more fun decorating my house than I did. I kept looking for something to fix since my parents were coming in a few hours. I really needed to do something other than shop. I was sure even Zaltan's card had its limits. I think. At the moment, I was looking over my house greeting outfit, much to my dismay. I felt like one of those housewives inviting her parents into her new home with her husband to show we were living the grand life. I curled my hair a little and wore a silver chain around my neck and the diamond drop earrings Zaltan brought me yesterday to match my soft peach dress. I guess dressing up all nice was a way to show my parents I was being very well cared for. I hadn't seen Zaltan since this morning. He said he was going to be running around the island to make sure everything was all right and in order before my parents' arrival. I had a feeling he wanted everything to go perfectly, like he actually wanted my parents to like him. I thought it was cute yet very odd because I knew, at the end of the day, he was older and stronger than they were, not to mention his word was final. Very odd indeed. In the first 2 days, we, or more specifically, I decided we needed a master plan to go along with. Zaltan listened carefully, but I could see the amusement in his eyes as he watched me pace the room. I was walking back and forth in front of him in my PJs. My hair was tied up in a loose bun. Zaltan was sitting on the bed with his legs extended and crossed at the ankles, and his arms crossed over his chest. We should come up with a plan for my parents' visit. We should. Yes, we should. I muttered that last part mostly for myself as my nerves rattled in me. I wasn't just nervous because they were coming. I actually wanted them to like Zaltan because, according to him, my family was now his family, literally his family. Zaltan, as far as he and I knew, had no family. And what do you have in mind? He asked me. I looked at him suspiciously because I was pretty sure he already had a plan, or else he wouldn't have invited them. Zaltan was very cunning, if I must say so. I was beginning to see that the man wouldn't do anything without a reason. It was a good yet very scary trait. Well, I'm not sure yet, but I know you must have some plan, right? I turned to look at him. Indeed, I do. Your parents will be escorted here, where you can greet them, but I will not be around for the first few minutes for 2 reasons. First is to obviously give you time with them, he explained. And the second? I asked. He lifted a brow at me with a face of seriousness and playfulness. The other reason I don't leave the island is because of the effect my presence alone does to other wolves. Everyone here has already gotten used to the massive amount of power I radiate, more so than an alpha. What do you think your parents' reactions will be if I open the door? I'd really rather not make your parents drop to their knees when we first meet. I heard it's a bad impression, he said matter-of-factly. It was true. I was guessing he had much more power than he let on because through the bond, I could feel an odd sensation of a strong force behind a wall, like he had a tight lid on a bottle of soda he had just shaken up. Every once in a while, he'd give off a wave of power. It was barely noticeable, but still enough to catch attention. Even I struggled not to want to cower, and that was just from him walking in, imagining an angry Zaltan. Nope. I guess it would give my parents room to breathe with him being away, but I had no doubt they would feel his presence on the island. In a state full of millions of people, they would barely feel him, but on an island? Definitely, they would probably think it to be a presence of multiple alphas, but I wondered what they would think if it came from one man. Would their minds immediately go to the deadly god known as the Lupus Deus? And I also want you to try to butter them up for me. I mean, a little good talk wouldn't hurt. He smirked at me deviously. I shook my head at him, a small smile on my face. So, you're going to give me a few minutes alone with them to get them warmed up before you come in? He nodded. I bit my lip and pondered over the plan. It wasn't bad, but was there any proper way to show your parents your mate? There should have been a how to introduce your powerful and deadly mate to your family guide. That would have been nice. I don't know, I trailed off with uncertainty. Don't worry, Viva. Everything is going to go fine. I really don't want you stressing out about this. Breathe. Zaltan stood up and walked toward me, putting his hands on my shoulders to keep me still. I looked up at him. His tone let off that he was hiding something. Why do you say that as if you already know how this is going to go down? I asked with narrowed eyes. He looked down at me with a wry look on his face. Because I've been around long enough to learn things, to evaluate situations, and to find all types of possible outcomes. I looked at him with curiosity, wondering how that worked. Like what? I asked. He took a strand of hair in between his fingers and stared at it. Well, one outcome is your parents are easygoing people with open minds who will have no problem with me because they're just happy you found your mate, no matter who I am. Another is that they might freak out after realizing who I am. Out of fear or nerves, they will try to run with you before you get a word out, to which I will react not so nicely. His eyes flickered and darkened. Let's not forget about the idea where one parent, usually males, may believe I kidnapped you to enjoy in a twisted way. He will try to hurt or kill me to get you. I flinched at the thought of him getting hurt, let alone from my father. Those are a lot of possibilities, I said quietly, feeling the blood drain from my face. This didn't sound like a good idea, but what was there to do? Which is why I don't want you to worry. I gave him a look. What I mean is you shouldn't stress over this because I'm not, am I? No, because whatever happens, we can handle it, he said sweetly, which I understood based on his feeling in the bond. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. You'll stay by my side no matter what? I smiled tensely at him, hoping everything would go smoothly. I looked into the mirror one last time before deciding that this was as good as I could get without trying too hard. I was actually a bit more nervous over the fact that it would be the first time Zaltan saw me in a nice dress. Made out of silk and cotton, the dress was a soft peach that made my slightly pale skin look rosy. It had a flowy skirt, a belt around my waist, and a large bow in the back. I liked that the top of the dress was long-sleeved but hung from my wrists. I found it while shopping with Hanaya. She had mentioned it looked good for the occasion and said I should buy it because she also wanted to borrow it after she had the baby. I had to agree with her, plus it made my legs look great. I didn't want to wear heels, so I just put on some brown warrior sandals. In total, I thought my outfit rocked. My wolf agreed too. I was glad to see that even after the marking, she was still with me without any problem. If anything, she seemed more animated and excited. I took that as a good sign. What I did not know what to make of, however, was how I had heat flashes in the most random of moments. 1 second, I was brushing my teeth, and the next thing I knew, the brush snapped in half. My body would tense as what felt like a giant shiver racked my body, but instead of feeling cold, I would feel as if I was wrapped in too many blankets, only for the feeling to pass. Pushing the weirdness aside, I climbed down the stairs, down the hall, and into the kitchen. The house was just as grand as it looked. What I liked about it was that the front looked as if it were the entrance of a simple home. Zaltan said it looked more like a luxurious mansion toward the back. It had a homey feeling with soft browns and auburn wood, decorated with plush and comfortable couches. I loved it. Truth be told, I liked it so much that I hadn't even left the front part of the house to look at the rest of it. I was sure the tour Zaltan would give my parents would be for me too. I went into the kitchen for a glass of water, needing the cool, refreshing water to calm myself down. The trick was finding a cup in the darn kitchen, and since I wasn't good at remembering things, I just pulled things open until I found them. Once I was done, I went into the living room to just sit in silence and reflect. I had been doing it a lot, I noticed. I realized I hadn't mind-linked Zaltan through the mating bond. He did it once, but not through the bond. He used his alpha link to me. I closed my eyes and concentrated on finding the link. I pictured Zaltan in my mind. His image was easy to conjure up. As soon as his face popped up in my mind, I let the thread that connected us both come to life, letting the magic of the bond consume me. I let myself melt into the vibrant and warm golden red thread. Zaltan's emotions were numbed a bit since we weren't close by, but since I concentrated on the bond, I could feel them as if they were my own, even without actually feeling them myself. He was annoyed and a bit cold, not in the temperature sense, but he was filled with. I didn't want to say darkness, but that's the closest thing I could relate it to. Besides the annoyance, he felt nothing more. There was just a sense of nothingness, coldness, and emptiness. My face scrunched up in worry. Without a thought, I let myself brush his mind, and the effect was both shocking and mesmerizing. As soon as he felt me, his whole being seemed to free, and then he lit up. The darkness and annoyance in him seemed to have disappeared in a flash, as if he had never felt them. A sense of warmth and fluffy emotions were pouring from him, which left me awed. The thread thickened after the first time we connected together through Mind Link. He suddenly felt very much more connected to me. Zaltan. Viva? Is everything all right? His worry shone through both the link and his voice, while a small sense of panic colored the thread from its vibrant golden red to a streak of blues. Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you. Great. Even in mind linking, I managed to sound like a dork, but I was still a bit confused about what had just happened. Are you sure? I could be there in a few. No. I'm fine, really. No need to worry. Are you sure? Yup. What are you doing now? I didn't want to ask, or, at least, not right away, as it sounded awkward, but I was curious as to what made the sudden mood change. I was just going over some files and reports from my third-in-command, Hogarth Langer. Why? I was just wondering why you were annoyed. That's all. Annoyed. Oh. There was a sudden shift coming from his end, from surprise to an emotion that could be felt strongly when someone was being sneaky. Oh. It's nothing. Your parents will be here soon. I knew he was changing the conversation, but I wasn't very worried. For all I knew, he could be planning a surprise. Zaltan, after all, was a man of many surprises. I went along with it. So, how much longer? I asked. About an hour left. You nervous? He answered. Yeah, you. Amusement shone through the bond. I also noticed how his emotions were slightly less strong compared to how they were the first time. Maybe it was the distance? No, not really. After all, I still get you to myself at the end of the day. You make it seem as if you're about to meet my parents and not the other way around. I laughed out loud at him. When will you stop by? Give me 45 minutes? Okay. See you later. We both lingered for a moment before pulling back. I reached for my phone that I left earlier in the morning and began playing random games to take my mind off things. Even then, I still couldn't. Pushing my parents' arrival to the farthest part of my mind, I began to think over some things. At first, I had thought what bothered me was the fact that I felt totally useless, just shopping and hanging around with Hanaya when I could and probably should be doing more. Soon, I came up with a plan to get Zaltan to give me something helpful to do. I then began to wonder what sort of job Zaltan had. I mean, being the Lupus Deus was certainly different from being an alpha, especially when you had to run alphas who ran packs. How did that man manage to spend time with me? I felt him coming before I heard him. The thread that connected us became shorter and shorter until it was gone, and the normal bond feeling came back. His lightning speed made light sounds on the ground with each step. When I moved to stand up, he was already behind me inside the house. You know? You are wickedly fast. I'd hate to race, I told him, moving around the couch to go to him. His eyes trailed down from my face to look at my body. His blue eyes darkened until they turned pitch black. He looked back up with a hungry look on his face. You. I slowed down before I was actually in front of him. The look on his face stopped me short. My heart pounded in my chest, and my face flushed at the intense attention I was getting from him. He seemed to be taking in deep breaths. His black shirt stretched over his chest. I looked down at his firm abdomen. Well, shoot. If he's gonna check me out, then I would check him out too. You look beyond beautiful. The sun is the dullest star in the sky compared to your beauty, he said while taking slow steps toward me. I wish I had more words to describe you, but you've outdone every single definition known to man. I'm speechless. He stood in front of me, looking down with heated eyes. The blue part in his eyes was returning slowly, added to whatever he was doing to me. My lips parted at his words. The way he was gazing down at me made me feel like I was the most beautiful woman in the world. His words helped too. What was one to say to that? I was really impressed with him. I had thought he would say something like sexy or cute, like guys usually do, but by saying beautiful. I don't know. It made me feel better somehow. He took hold of my hand and brought it up to his lips, where he gave me light kisses while looking up with those big blue eyes. I've taken it you've dabbled in poetry? I joked lightly, not sure how to act. He smiled at me with a proud look in his eyes, staring at my slightly flustered and embarrassed self. A bit. He joked, walking around me and heading upstairs. I followed him. Entering the room, he went into the walk-in closet we were sharing, and I sat on the bed. Are you going to shower? I asked him, fixing my skirt. Ugh, I liked dresses, but I had the mindset that I was always wearing pants, so it was really hard not to sit comfortably sometimes. Yeah, he responded. Ooh, are you going to change into your fancy outfit that will probably consist of a black shirt, jeans, and combat boots? I joked, blinking innocently at him after he poked his head out of the closet and narrowed his eyes at me. Maybe I will. I'm not sure yet. There are so many black shirts I can wear, right? He said sarcastically. I giggled and nodded at him. He rolled his eyes and went back in. He walked out shoeless and entered the bathroom, not even bothering to close the door as he began to strip. Tossing his shirt on the ground and unbuckling his pants, he threw me a smirk. I scowled at him and looked away, secretly wanting to glance back, but not having enough courage to do so. When I heard the water run, I looked back. I was glad the shower was out of sight. I was delighted Zaltan was out of sight. I was surprised at how comfortable I felt with the whole situation. This was intimate, a little too intimate in this situation, in fact. Hey, Zaltan, I said in a normal tone, knowing he would be able to hear me through the shower. Yeah, I'm thinking that while my parents are staying here, I should stay in a different room. His infuriated growl cut me off. No, don't be absurd. You're staying with me. There was a small bang that sounded like he slammed something. I rolled my eyes and continued. A part of me was praying that he wouldn't make this into a bigger problem than it was. I didn't think it would help if my parents got here mid-fight. Just until they're here. They don't know you. I'm pretty sure they aren't going to be happy knowing their daughter is in bed with her mate while they are sleeping under the same roof, even if we haven't done anything. I just think it'll make them more appreciative. I flushed a bit, but not as bad as I would have with him in front of me. They will be appreciating me if I let them sleep in the same room because, guess what, Viva? If you and I were to sleep in different rooms, so will they, he growled from the bathroom angrily. You are being unbelievable. I yelled at him, hoping to get him to see reason. That was just ridiculous. He couldn't really do that. Never mind. Unbelievable? Unbelievable. I'll get out of the shower right now and show you what's unbelievable. I'm telling you now, you're staying with me. He snapped. My eyes widened at the direction his voice was coming from. That implication, though. Oh my goodness, I mumbled under my breath. To keep my eyes pure, I said nothing more about the moving to another room subject, much to my wolf's displeasure. Fine, whatever. On a whole different topic, I want to ask and tell you as well that I don't want to just stay here all day or go shopping when I'm bored. I want something to do. Do you have anything for me to do? It went silent for a while. I could make out grumbles of displeasure coming from him. After a while, I heard the water turn off. Zaltan stepped out of the bathroom with a white towel wrapped loosely around his waist, emphasizing how much skin he was showing as well as his huge build. Water droplets fell from his damp, toned skin. He began to walk to me with an irritated look on his face that slowly dissipated as he stopped before me. His skin looked sun-kissed in contrast with the white towel. Each confident step that he took toward me made me tighten pleasurably, and I unconsciously bit my lip while trying to take in as much of his raw masculinity. I wanted to reach out and follow the trail of water drops in their passage down his abdomen and into the towel. Viva? Huh? I responded, absent-minded. My eyes were making their way down his chest to the light trail of hair that was hidden behind the towel. I bet it's still going, my wolf whispered, making my body tingle. Viva, I looked up because of the way my name came out of his lips. He looked back at me with an odd look, a mixture of surprise and coyness. Those very kissable lips. Why are you looking at me like you're about to? I didn't know where it came from, but I lunged to him with a strong yearning burning in me. A yearning for him. I had that feeling you would get when you realized something too good to be true was a once-in-a-lifetime deal, like I would die if I didn't kiss him then and there. His reflexes being much quicker than mine allowed him to brace the impact and position himself so we wouldn't fall back. I threw my arms around him, forcefully tilting his head to the side and bringing my lips to his in one go. His response wasn't to freeze up from my sudden attack, but to groan low in his chest and bring his strong arms around me. I squeaked in surprise as his hands traveled down my back. He gripped me by the back of the thighs, making me wrap them around him and get lifted off the floor. I ignored how my dress clung to his wet body and how he was slowly walking forward to the bed as our lips passionately worked on each other, melting and working at a frantic pace as if we couldn't get enough of each other. The more time we spent kissing, the hotter I burned. My body was urging me to push myself closer to Zaltan, which he returned just as much. My hands worked in his thick, wet hair. I loved how every time I pulled on his locks, he would return the favor with a nip on the lips with his teeth, driving me insane. Just as he was lying me on the bed and climbing on top of me, he froze and slowly pulled back, or at least tried to. He ended up pulling back and then pecking me on the lips until he finally jumped back. He looked down at me with a strained look, as if he didn't want to stop. So why did he? I looked up at him, pushing myself up on my elbows to look at him with a dopey look on my face. I felt at ease and almost as if I had entered a calm state. The yearning and desire in me were not gone, but I was satisfied. I'd love to continue this, but your parents are about to enter the front gate. In a snap, I was awake and very much aware of what was going on around me. I sprang from the bed and fixed my dress, trying to compose myself while Zaltan was watching amused. Blood rushed to my cheeks as I recalled the way I jumped on him. I tried not to let my eyes linger much, but he stood there boldly. I began patting down and rearranging the bottom of my dress, pulling my hand back only to realize it was slightly damp. Looking down, I saw I had water droplets on my dress. You got me all wet. I grumbled, displeased at him even though it was technically me who attacked him. Zaltan made a choking sound that made me look at him worriedly. What? What's wrong? He shook his head back and forth, laughing. After a while, he answered. Well, I'm glad, he said cheekily. My face scrunched up in confusion. Why would he be glad he got my dress? And then I thought back on what I said, and my eyes widened in horror and mortification. He grinned at me. Wait. No. That's not what I meant, I said quickly, shaking my head from side to side. Sure, it's not. He winked at me and whistled his way to the closet in a happy stride. I took a step in his direction when the doorbell rang. I knew my parents were waiting, but I froze and bit my lip. I was 50-50 in wanting to run down the stairs and into my parents' arms because the other 50 made me want to convince Zaltan. Deciding quickly, I turned with a huff and went to get the door. Don't take too long, I told him before leaving. I won't, he yelled out with humor in his voice. Great. Words could describe my humiliation. Why? At all times, to think innocently, why did it have to be now? Oh, why? I took a deep breath once I was on the lowest step, hoping my parents would just think the redness on my face was just heat. I hurriedly made my way to the door, excitement flooding my body. I was going to finally see my parents after such a long time. Before the door was even half open, I had arms around me. My sobbing mother was in my arms while Dad hugged us both. I didn't waste a second and hugged them both back, wrapping one arm around my mom and the other around my dad. My mom pulled back. Her brown eyes were red and filled with so much emotion. She looked at me. I gave her a small smile as tears welled up in my eyes, which just made her hug me again and slightly sob again. I looked at Mom and Dad, who were both sniffing. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Long time no see, huh? I said softly. They both pulled off me slowly and stepped back. My dad kept his arm around my mom's shoulder. Looking at them, I felt memories of my childhood flood my mind, making me love the people in front of me a lot more. I actually looked a lot like both of my parents. I got a mixture of both. Both had brown eyes and hair. My dad would have a red tint on his skin when he spent too much time under the sun. My mother's small build matched her small, delicate features. I got my upturned nose from her. My father's build wasn't huge, but he was still a large man, especially next to my mother. I most definitely inherited his height, even if not by much. It's the inches that would count in the long run. I had his attitude as well, but it was rare for us to butt heads. Very rare. After hugging and kissing and a whole lot of comforted whispering to each other, I got them to come in and sit down. We've missed you so much, Viva. We almost went crazy looking for you, my dad said. His voice was gruff, but filled with emotion. He sat with my mother on the love seat while I sat in a lone chair. I've missed you too, and to think I was supposed to move out and go to college. I kinda thought the moving out part would go a lot smoother. I joked lightly. I was glad to see my mom crack a smile through watery eyes. After a short conversation of checking on me and asking me if I was alright, the tricky part came next. I realized it when my dad narrowed his eyes, and for the first time, he began to look around with a tensed frame. I thought he was starting to notice a stronger presence in the house, but Mom was too distracted. While my mom was the outgoing and talkative one, my dad was quiet and watchful. But when my dad had to talk or was angry, he could be the most intimidating man ever. I couldn't tell how he and Zaltan would do in the same room. The last thought made me uneasy. So, your mother told me you've been with your mate the whole time. Is that true? My dad asked after my mom and I had finished. I panicked a little, knowing it was about to get a whole lot more difficult to answer without Zaltan with me. It also didn't help that the way he asked me didn't seem very happy. Yeah. His face studied me, not getting much from my short answer. I held still, not daring to move a muscle, and looked into the familiar brown eyes that often could tell when something with me was off. Why didn't you call us as soon as you could? Young lady, while I'm glad you're safe, it still doesn't excuse that you left Lily's pack with your mate, who I dislike already, while her pack was under attack, not to mention you didn't even call afterwards. You made your mother, and I worry. We took the risk of getting on a plane to who knows where in hopes of finding out that you are truly safe. Now, tell me why we shouldn't take you home and lock you in until you're 50? Mate or no mate, my dad said seriously. My mother looked shocked at his words, but with understanding. I hadn't realized it, but I had been tuned into the bond, picking up Zaltan's emotions. I realized he was listening and was very, very angry. Hoping to calm him down a bit and give me time, I sent a wave of calmness over to him. I felt some of his anger disappear, not much though. The rational part of me knew this was more of a dominate wolf thing than a child trying to disrespect her parents. My anger, however, did not. It was an odd feeling. I knew I was angry, but at the same time, I wasn't. No, something inside me was angered by the tone of voice, the unwavering eye contact, and the disrespect my dad had just given me. Taking a slow, deep breath, I squared my shoulders and tilted my chin up. I calmly looked at my parents with a raised brow, staring at them for a few seconds. I could almost feel the atmosphere change with my mood as it dropped to a body temperature freezing point. I knew this cold. It was the authoritative side of me, the Luna side that Zaltan's Marcus had brought out. Having done this once at the twins' house when I had to tell Lucas and John to stand down, as I felt they were questioning my choice. My change didn't go unnoticed. My mother quickly looked away from me out of instinct, even though she had a confused look on her face. My father began to unconsciously tilt his head at me, about to bare his neck with a dazed look on his face. Look, I stopped and cleared my throat when I realized how cold I sounded, not the right tone. I took in another breath and forcefully relaxed myself, knowing that parents had every right to be worried. But I also couldn't help the defensiveness that tried to creep over me. I know you're angry, but you two have to know there's more to this than you can ever possibly imagine. Even I can't control everything, Dad. I just know that these last few days haven't exactly been a walk in the park for me either, and yes, I should have called, but I couldn't. I tried to explain to them. After I cleared my throat, it seemed like they both snapped out of whatever trance they had been in. And now my mother listened carefully to everything I said while my father looked upset, very upset. Sweetheart, you can't just disappear after an attack, especially to a pack you visited. Our alpha was questioned because the Luna of the pack was informed of your arrival as a customer. With the death of the alpha and everyone not remembering seeing you, even Lily, your disappearance was too suspicious. You didn't even contact anyone and then suddenly called. You had us picked up by a luxurious car and a plane. We even had to leave our phones and not tell anyone where we were going. For heaven's sake, we were even blindfolded to get here. Viva, if you have anything to tell us, tell us. What's happening? My mother spoke softly. I listened with shock. My mouth dropped in surprise at her words. What? I asked, stumped by the news. Did they think I had something to do with their pack getting attacked? Well, I guess security was better than I thought. They picked up on one girl who visited and suddenly disappeared on the same day their pack was attacked, and their alpha was killed. Great. I was probably seen as a fugitive. Wait, did Zaltan know about this? My mom looked at my father. So, you didn't know? My mom asked. Being too stupid to answer, I shook my head without looking at them. I was staring at nothing in particular with wide eyes. I could tell by how I felt that I probably looked one. Oh, but how did you avoid other guard wolves? Not everyone is looking for you for some reason. You're somewhat a suspect, but by order of someone of power, you're considered not. Grr, that jerk of a mate did know. But enough wolves are looking for you, enough to notice if you crossed lands. My dad leaned forward, explaining, obviously displeased with this. My mom began to look around nervously as if sensing something while my dad spoke. I was still too shocked and bothered by what I was hearing. I was more upset than I thought to hear that people thought I was involved. Somehow I was, but not in the sense most thought. Had I not been upset, my emotions wouldn't have overpowered my attention on Zaltan through the bond. Look, Viva. We obviously don't believe any of that nonsense, but not anymore. What's going on? Is this your mate's doing? Did he have something to do with the attack and you're lost? Are you even mates? I brought my shocked expression onto him, not believing his words or at least not entirely wanting to. No. He is my mate. I defended with emotion, not liking how he doubted my bond with Zaltan. He is my mate. He is mine. Just having my dad doubt the bond had me feeling on edge of something strong. Was this what Zaltan would feel when he went on his rants? Possessive and defensive? My dad stood up to look down at me with a tight expression. My mom did as well, but a bit slower, as if cautious, but I paid her no attention. The room felt heavy as if a bomb was about to go off as my father and I both looked at each other. I haven't even met him. I can tell he's a bad influence on you. Look what's happening. You're said to be involved with the attacks. I can't believe what's happening. When we sent you to Lily's pack, it was to get you away from danger and not to run to it, my dad yelled, raising his arms. My face flushed with anger at his words. Step. Chase, my mom whispered nervously, reaching out to tug on the bottom of his sweater. We both ignored her as we bickered. Step. I can't believe you. You're right. You haven't met my mate yet, and you're already judging him. Shaking my head, I held my hand out to him. He took a step forward and latched onto my arm. Step. Chase, my mom whispered more urgently to my dad. Her face looked frightened as the mood in the room dropped along with the temperature. Step. Because he's given nothing good to like. I'm glad you're safe, but you're coming home with us immediately. You've been here for goodness knows how long and haven't even contacted us. Don't think I ignored how even where we are has been kept a secret from us. This is your mate's doing, isn't it? He boomed, tugging me closer to him. Step. Let go. You can't make me go anywhere I don't want to be. I'm a legal adult, Dad. You haven't even let me explain. I shouted out and panicked for a moment, actually believing he could grab me, and we would disappear out of sight as if he could teleport us off the island. Thud. And where is this so-called mate? He scowled down at me angrily. "Behind you," a chilled voice answered. We all froze at the menacing voice that came, which was indeed behind my dad. He released my arm to spin around and look at who spoke. I heard his sharp intake of breath as he finally felt my mate's presence. Their eyes couldn't believe what they were seeing. I had that same feeling when I first laid eyes on Zaltan. He looked like what he was known to be, a god. I let my eyes skim his body from bottom to top. Instead of his normal rough combat boots, he had on shiny black dress shoes. His long legs were wrapped around black slacks that fit him perfectly. They weren't his normal dress pants that were usually loose. They weren't as tight either, but from the look on the front, I just knew that if he turned around, I'd find a nice view from the back. His top half was covered in a tailored sky black that matched his hair color. I knew it was tailored because, besides the fine material, it clung to his muscular body perfectly with no extra space. I could tell he had a white shirt underneath that was unbuttoned 3 buttons down. I knew his blue eyes would pop out even more than they ever could. And, just like I knew they would, they did. I was surprised to see his dark, black, silky strands slicked back. It just added to the dominating dark aura he was giving off. Even with his cold expression, the disturbing way the corner of his lips twisted up to cruelly smile at my dad, and the casual way he stood, with his legs apart, both hands in his pocket, and clenched jaw, I still found him breathtaking. While my father was bickering back and forth, I didn't realize Zaltan was listening to the conversation and to the way I was reacting through the bond. It seemed my poor mother was the only one who went uneasy with Zaltan radiating so much hostility and anger. Quickly thinking over the yelling that happened, I knew what Zaltan had gathered from it. I didn't know how he would react to it, or at least I didn't want to imagine. Out of instinct, my mom backed away with a terrified expression toward Zaltan, trying to get away from the large stranger who was radiating so much power. At the same time, she had both arms stretched out toward my father and me as if she were about to pull us out of danger. I couldn't see my dad's expression because he had his back to me, but I could tell from the way he was leaning away from Zaltan and the way his shoulders were slowly coming up higher and higher, as if to shrink away, that he was intimidated immensely. Without looking at me, Zaltan walked around my father and stopped by my side. My father's self-preservation instinct kicked in. He stepped away and out of line, placing himself in front of my mother. I looked at him. He looked horrified while looking at Zaltan as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew Zaltan wasn't an alpha. He knew he was more. Zaltan took his hands out of his pockets and reached for my hand that my father had grabbed. He took it gently from his hands and looked at it over with alert eyes. My father didn't hold it roughly enough to leave a marcus on my skin. I looked at Zaltan. His blue eyes flashed black, and his top lip lifted up as if to snarl, but he didn't. Spinning around quickly, he startled my parents with a large, unjustified grin. I stood frozen on the spot, watching him, not sure what to do or how to even move. "Hello. I'm Viva's mate, Zaltan Azralea." "But then that wouldn't matter, would it, Mr. Grey? I mean, you've made your opinion of me very clearly. You don't approve, do you?" Zaltan walked toward them slowly with both hands behind his back, speaking casually. My parents began walking backwards toward the door. My mother looked at me. She was trying to send me a message through her eyes, but I wasn't thinking straight. I couldn't understand. My heart pounded in my chest. My hands and knees shook. "Who the heck are you?" my father asked uneasily, keeping his eyes on Zaltan. It looked like he was forcing himself to focus, but every time he did, he would look at his face painfully. He and my mother were making a sort of U-turn around the living room to get to the door. The lack of space between them and Zaltan was too uncomfortable. Zaltan got a mocking look on his face as he danced with my parents like it was a game. My parents and I flinched. Zaltan didn't have good reactions. "What?" "I'm the bad influence, remember." My dad glanced at me with panic and fear on his face, but I knew why he looked at me. I knew what he was asking. "Was this your mate?" But I didn't nod. I didn't breath. I didn't move. Through the bond, that same cold emptiness was coming from Zaltan. You know, that might be the first name that isn't insulting. I've been called much worse: monster, killer, an abomination, and many more. Those are just the ones on the top of my head, but I have to say that's the one that stuck. He spoke with a large smile on his face, making his words all the worse. Zal, I began to interrupt him, finding my voice, but then losing it once his icy blue orbs flickered at me. His smile fell. We looked at each other for a few seconds. Through the bond, the darkness cleared a bit, but when my parents, who had used those few seconds to quickly back away to the door, took hold of my wrist and began to pull me out of the doorway that they managed to open, his eyes turned pitch black. My mother yanked on my wrist and began dragging me from the deadly growl that came out of the house. I shook my head back and forth, digging my heels on the floor and sliding on the gravel. Stop. You're just going to make him in, I tried to say, but my dad interrupted me. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I should have seen this before. You'd never run away even if it was with your mate. I knew you got kidnapped, he yelled out, looking around frantically for something. A car, I'm guessing. I yanked my hand out of my mother's and yelled at them to stop, not wanting to worsen the situation. Things couldn't possibly get worse than this. Stop. You don't know what you're doing. We have to go back before this gets out of hand. Just let me talk to. A loud snarl was heard coming toward us as Zaltan walked over slowly like a predator hunting his prey. We hadn't made it far from the house. Realizing there was nothing around to get us out, my dad stepped in front of me, and my mom was in a crouched, defensive position. Oh no. Stalking over, Zaltan stopped a few feet from us and undid his blazer, tossing it to the floor and rolling up his sleeves. Oh God, no. I was going to give you space and let you adjust to everything. I was going to respect anything you would say about me, but then you got upset, yelled, and hurt Viva. That is something I cannot let go unpunished, father or not, he said vindicatively. My father took brave steps forward. I won't let you keep my daughter as your prisoner any longer, even if it kills me, he said bravely, bringing his hands up to fight. Zaltan smirked at my father. His eyes were gleaming wickedly. A fight to the end then. My dad didn't know what he had said, but his body did as he began heading toward Zaltan. Oh God, please no. Out of all my fears, why did it have to be this one? I knew as soon as those two got close enough, it would be destruction. My father was, by no means, a warrior, but in our pack, every male was expected to learn to fight until they were of age to decide what they wanted to be. My dad was the best in his time. Zaltan, without a doubt, was a killing machine. My mother's hands latched onto my shoulder as they began circling each other. Both were keeping a distance. My breath came short. Blast it, I swore. My mother let out a small scream as my father transformed into his wolf to attack Zaltan, who didn't shift much to my relief, but instead picked up my father as if he weighed nothing more than a basketball and tossed him to the ground. I was also relieved to see that he wasn't using his full strength. At least, he was restraining himself for now. I took that last part back when I saw his claws grow out and saw him position himself to swipe at my father, who had miraculously gotten back up. I had a feeling Zaltan was a ripping out hearts type of guy, because that's what he would do if he were to kill my father. This was all a huge misunderstanding. I just had to get them both to realize that. I shrugged my mother's hands off, and then avoided her attempts to restrain me as I ran full speed to the fight. As Zaltan's hand began to make its way to my father's wolf, who at that same moment was leaping to Zaltan, I realized I wouldn't make it in time. My eyes flashed, and just like before, I was faster than light. Time continued just as I got to them, and I did something I had never done before. I lunged between the two. Chapter 18. My lunging was just in time. With adrenaline pumping in my body, I ducked Zaltan's swiping claws and lifted my foot out, kicking him straight on the leg. His angered face morphed into one of pain and surprise, but I didn't care. I turned around quickly and dropped to my knees. I ignored the sting and wrapped my arms around my snarling father's wolf form and, with surprising strength, pushed his body a few feet away. I was ready for anything. I stood up and faced both of them. My chest was heaving. My claws were extended. I snarled at both of them for their actions. I was livid, and I wasn't the only one. Something strong and beastly inside me was fueling my anger and strength. My wolf was even upset. How dare Zaltan think it was okay to just fight my dad to the end? I was getting tired of following him left and right. My anger flared back up, making me realize he could calm me down with a few words and kisses, but not this time. He had crossed a line. As for my dad, I understood his thinking and all, but he should have just let me explain instead of assuming. I was just annoyed at him mostly. Zaltan was on the ground, holding his leg with a pained yet angered expression, as if he couldn't believe I did that. I didn't even feel guilty. He was going to get that and more. My dad was getting back up and charging toward Zaltan again, who was doing nothing but glaring up at me through his narrowed blue eyes. Quickly calculating that my dad was still under Zaltan's direct command to fight until the end, and was either unwillingly following it or not, I didn't care. I was Zaltan's mate. I was his equal. It was time I began accepting that as well as showing it. Instead of fighting or pushing the pulsing energy that coursed through my body, I chose to embrace it. Sit and stay. Turning to my dad, my eyes flashed again. I calmly ordered my dad in a cold voice. I didn't have to yell the order or say it in Latin for him to suddenly stop mid-run to Zaltan. He froze on command and shifted back, my command overcoming Zaltan's. My mom ran to my dad and checked him over. Just by looking at him, I could see he had a few bruised ribs from being thrown, but he would heal in a few hours. Looking back at Zaltan, I saw him gritting his teeth and standing, clenching his hands into fists. He tried to take a step toward me, but I held up a finger at him. Stop. I've had enough of your tough guy nonsense. I will not take it anymore. This is enough, Zaltan. You can't keep doing this, I snarled out at him. Viva, his expression turned bitter. No, I'm serious. I'm done making excuses every time you mess up. What is it? Why do you act like this? I yelled out at him with my walls crumbling as I finally gave up and let go. You don't understand. Of course I don't. You don't bloody open up to me. This won't work if you don't tell me what's going on. I cried out with frustration, eating me. I was jumpy. My body was ready to move around. He snarled at me, and I snarled back, not backing down. Something dark and wild was stirring in me, hoping this wouldn't turn into a bigger fight. His blue eyes glinted dangerously and flickered over to my parents, who were both watching quietly. I took a step to my side, covering them from his view. He shook his head at me as if disappointed. So, you are choosing them over me? Over your own mate? He asked coldly. His face was cleared of all emotions. I threw my arms up in annoyance and anger, not believing what he was saying. No one's choosing anyone, Zaltan. Don't you see that? They are my parents. You are my mate. Can't I just have all of you in my life? Zaltan, you just told my father to fight you till the end because you thought he'd take me away. What the heck, man? What were you thinking? How do you think that would have ended? Do you think I would be happy with you if you hurt him? I took a step in his direction. I could see Zaltan's head turning. For once, someone stood up to him to make him see his faults, but I wasn't done. Every single time you do something, you know there's a consequence. But tell me, Zaltan Azralea, Mr. Lupus Deus, after your victory and your grand winning final game, have you ever honestly thought about the destruction, the pain, and grief you left behind? With each word, I took a step toward him until I stood in front of him, not fearing him or maybe just not caring. I reached up and took his chin roughly in my hand, making him look down at me. I wasn't just referring to all of his past actions and winnings, which were now horrible stories of how he won and how many lives he destroyed. I was asking him why he had to involve violence to get what he wanted and why he had to crush others, even if at the end of the day, his prize was in his arms. His blue eyes stared down at me. His emotions were flashing and changing. We were both breathing hard, refusing to look away from each other. I felt like this would be a changing moment for both of us, but I couldn't tell if it was for better or worse. After a pause, he finally answered me. Yes, he said honestly. But I knew there was more to it than a one-worded answer. I reached up with my hand and cupped his face, being more gentle with my actions. I softly caressed his cheeks with my thumbs. I looked at him seriously. So why? Why do it if you knew that at the end of the day, you would win? Why act savagely toward others to get your goal? Why? I whispered. He closed his eyes and pushed his cheeks into my hands, staying silent for a moment. Through our bond, conflicting emotions were raging through him. For a moment, I thought I sensed anxiousness, maybe even regret, coming from him before they were all suddenly cut off, as if his emotions had never even been there in the first place. When he opened his eyes, they were cold and unsympathetic. My breath hitched. Because I don't care what has to be done or who I have to destroy as long as at the end of the day, I get what I want. He stepped out of my hands and looked down at me with a raised brow. My hands dropped slowly as I looked at him, feeling as if something in me broke at his answer. My mistake, Viva, was not showing you who I am known to be. My mistake was trying to be someone you'd be happy to spend the rest of your life with. I've been playing in pretense while dealing with danger on the sidelines. I've let you walk on the blind side, showing you the kind and caring Zaltan. But the truth is, once a monster, always a monster. I'm like a loaded weapon made for destruction and pain. I am nobody's hero, he spoke frankly. I'm a repulsive creature of the night that was created to stalk, hunt, seduce, and strike my prey for the fun of it, and you know this. Even our bond, he leaned in behind me and moved my hair to the side, cannot make you blind to that. You felt it as well, haven't you? The darkness that surrounds and clings to me like a second skin, he whispered into my ear. I looked forward with my hands clenched into fists. I'd rather feel angry now than feel the brutal honesty of his words, disappointment, and heartbreak. Everything he was saying was true. The darkness that came from Zaltan's side of the bond seemed to disappear when I was with him, like it was no longer there. How had I not noticed? Easy. I always painted an image of what a mate should be like. I failed to realize that as soon as Zaltan invaded my mind, his whole attitude changed. He was suddenly much more aware and mate-like. He played into the role I had set for him in my mind. Could that be it? But were your feelings a lie? I asked slowly, not wanting to let the emotions leak through my voice. I heard him sigh behind me, and then he walked back in front of me. No, of course not. That, my dear, is honest to the core. I've honestly never thought of having a mate, so you are truly a blessing. Fate believed you would be enough to convince me to stop. Zaltan spoke casually, something I had never really heard from him. He suddenly seemed many years older than me with the way he acted and spoke. His words felt like little cuts to the heart. His once attractive attire didn't help. It made me feel like I was looking and talking to a stranger, and not the Zaltan I was comfortable with, the one who wore a black shirt, dark jeans, and rough combat boots. I felt like I was beginning to see a side of him that I hadn't met or had ignored. People had different sides to them. The side the public could see, the one the family had always known, the side given to their partner, and the deepest, darkest part of themselves. It seemed I had only been living with the third one, the Prince Charming. I had let the bond manipulate my mind, forgetting and overlooking the fact that, mate or not, Zaltan was known to be ruthless and beastly, even if he was just known to be a myth. He was the Lupus Deus, and I had forgotten that. Stop what? I asked. He looked away from my eyes. War for the skies, he said somberly. You're going to attack them? This is what this is all about? Why was I made to be your mate? To stop your revenge for your brother's death? I said, outraged, suddenly feeling very much toyed with and used. There was so much more here than I had thought. Somehow, I was blind to it all. Romance really did make people blind. Don't be so surprised, Viva. I've killed for much less. He threw me a pointed look. Marina, the girl in the clearing, came to mind. Besides, it's not like we don't have an army or the means to kill a fellow god, Viva, he said matter-of-factly with his back toward me. I suddenly heard multiple footsteps approaching the house and spun around when I heard my parents cry out in distress. A group of men and women surrounded us in a circle. Two of the men held my parents while the other two injected them with something. They stopped struggling and fell unconscious. I spun back. What the heck are you doing, Zaltan? I asked. My voice was shaking with fear as to why he had us surrounded by so many people. I looked around and was surprised to recognize Lucas, John, Millie, and Coulter in the crowd of large figures. They all looked serious, but I could see sadness in their eyes. I felt betrayal bloom in my chest from the people I trusted. I'm afraid I have pressing matters to attend to. I must cut this short. Viva, it's been a pleasure. I didn't recognize the Zaltan before me. This one was serious, formal, and cold. With his behavior, my heart felt like it was shattering into a billion pieces. The power that was coursing through me was long gone. Instead, iciness replaced it. He turned back to me. His blue eyes were brighter than I had ever seen them. His expression was unreadable, but he almost looked pained. Something was wrong. I seemed to have missed something. What, out of instinct, I began taking steps backwards. Something was twisting in my stomach. Sleep. Grieve. Forget, he said softly. The last thing I saw was Zaltan giving me a sad smile before darkness overcame my senses. Zaltan Azraleia. Sleep. Grieve. Forget, I whispered to her. I sent her a small smile before her eyes closed. I flashed to her side before her body dropped to the ground. Cradling her gently in my arms, I looked down at my little mate. The pain of what I was doing began hitting me harder and harder every second that I looked down at her. Her face looked calm and peaceful. An expression that wasn't there while I was behaving like how I had been for so many years before meeting her, cold, uncaring, brusque, and a jerk. I brought her closer to my chest and cherished the seconds I had her in my arms, not caring about those pack members watching. I inhaled her scent, letting it register in my soul and body. I squeezed my eyes tightly as I kissed her forehead, her cheeks, and then her lips that had driven me crazy earlier. I heard Alberticus neared me and put his hand on my shoulder. I didn't move for another few seconds. Standing up with her in my arms, I motioned for her personal guards to step forward. They knew what to do. With great restraint, I passed her over to John. Looking them in the eyes, I spoke with a deadly seriousness, which I hadn't used in a long time. Guard her with your life. They all nodded and slowly retracted. The other guards around us were following them. I swallowed as I watched her being carried further and further away from me. Once they were out of sight, I let the mask come back on and release the well of darkness that came from the beast within. I began walking into the forest, knowing Alberticus would be behind me. I'm sorry. Had I known what was going on, I wouldn't have mind-linked you. At least then, you wouldn't have had to make a bad impression or lie to her, Alberticus began. I could feel his guilt grow. I snarled at him to shut it. I was in a foul mood and in no position to comfort my beta, but it wasn't his fault either. It's not your fault. It's mine for not seeing something like this coming. Better a hard break than a clean one. It'll let the magic lock up her memories rather than drive her insane at the feeling that something died. I spoke empathetically. Inside, I could feel the distance between Viva and me growing as well as the beast's anger and bloodthirst. Yeah, but still, he tried again. I sent him a look. Now, take me to Aurelia. That witch has some serious explaining to do as to why I just had to send my mate and her parents away for their safety, I snarled out. My mood was darkening with each step through the forest. Everything had been going fine. Even when Viva's dad was ranting about taking her from me, I had been calm. But when Alberticus's mind linked me with some new information the witch had given, I knew what I had to do. I shouldn't have doubts about protecting my mate on our island, but the chance. I wouldn't risk it. Even if I ruined the chance of winning her parents over and eventually lost her, I preferred Viva's hatred to the thought of her in danger from the unknown. I could only prepare with so much information, but even I didn't know what was headed toward us in the storm that came with war. She could have been lying, you know. This could have all been a part of her plan. Alberticus spoke with his words, hinting at how mischievous his little witch mate was. You and I both know that while she may be an evil genius, Aurelia Patson does not lie and is never wrong when she gets a premonition. I'd be a fool to ignore a warning from her, lie or not, I said, thinking over how much I hated the truth of my words. Alberticus said no more, letting me wallow in my sadness and anger of having to separate myself from my mate in such a horrid way. Darn fate. Darn me. I was proud of the way she stood up against her father and me, taking us both on stupidly but bravely. I truly wasn't going to hurt her father, but I didn't expect the kick to the legs. I heard her and thought she was going to jump on me. Her foot came as a surprise. My mood dropped again when I saw the building we were holding Aurelia in. As we neared it, the words from her premonition came to me. What you hold close to the heart will not survive. For war is a field of no rules and morality, something you know of. But the last cards are in place as you have not changed the course of your path. In war, there are no rules, but one unspoken yet agreed upon. Attack the heart. And what does an immortal man hold close to his heart that he couldn't hold before? His mate, Viva. Walking past the patrolling guards, we went into the building and straight into the holding rooms where she waited. She was strapped to a chair. Her eyes were covered with a thick black cloth to block her eyesight because we had realized Aurelia was much better at magic and could think more quickly when she could see her targets. She wasn't a fan of the darkness. The type of magic she did was much more focused and specific than spiritual. That private information came from her angry mate himself. Aurelia was every bit as beautiful as she was 40 years ago when I last saw her running from Alberticus. Her long black hair curtained her sharp and attractive features. Under the cloth, I knew her black, large eyes would be just as alert and watchful as always. She was just as tall as her mate with a long, slender build. Truth be told, my beta and her looked like a strange couple when they stood next to each other, but somehow in the small amount of time they spent with each other, I noticed how well they balanced each other out, until that awful day when everything went wrong for them. Now it was plain tension, arguments, anger, and much more between the two in the small room, but I ignored it with a grim face. "Aurelia," I said calmly. Her head snapped in my direction with a wicked, small smile gracing her face. "Zaltan, how nice to see you." "Oh, wait, I meant hear you since. You know? Judging by the blindfold, my dear mate must have told you my dislike for the dark." "Honey? You there," she said sarcastically, leaning back into her chair and crossing one leg over the other. They might have been apart for a while, but the bond never diminished, so she could most definitely sense him beside me with his arms crossed over his chest. Alberticus grunted at her. His green eyes darkened as he looked at his mate up close for a very long time. After getting what I wanted from her, he could do as he pleased. My only purpose was to get more information as to what her message meant. "Huh, I thought your mutt self would be happy to see me." "Guess not," she joked, trying to get a reaction from him. All he did was narrow his eyes at her. "Aurelia, I began, but she interrupted me. I swear, 40 years had passed, and she still hadn't stopped doing that. To know what I meant blah blah blah. Still as direct as always, huh, Zaltan? But I'm curious, what do you hold close to the heart?" She sat up in her chair with her head tilted to the side. My teeth snapped together, knowing this would go a lot faster if I could just coerce the information out of her, but Alberticus would never let me. I looked at him and nodded. He began walking toward her with canines extended. I might not be able to force her, but he surely could. Just not the same way I had in mind. Feeling him near, Aurelia tried pushing herself further into her chair. He reached forward and moved her hair from the side of her neck and leaned in, hovering an inch away from her skin. I had to give it to Alberticus. He had much more restraint than I did. Had that been Viva, my body felt as if a shock went through it. I immediately stopped all thoughts of her, knowing I wouldn't be able to focus if I tuned into her. As expected, Aurelia began to yell out. Okay, I'll give you what you want. Just get him and his teeth away from me." With an angry expression, Alberticus pulled back from her. I could read the hurt in his face. Being the type of witch Aurelia had become, she valued her freedom and her own mate more than anything. It was sad because that made threatening her all the more easy. "Explain to me exactly what you know of the premonition," I said calmly, taking a chair and sitting in front of her. After taking in a few deep breaths and pursing her lips, she let me know she was glaring under the cloth and began to speak. "Well, I swear, the number of times someone screamed that at him. I stopped clicking and let the Vampire Diaries play. As soon as Damon came on, my breath hitched. It wasn't because of his looks. Looking at him made me go blank. I blinked multiple times and made a face. I squinted at the screen when a sense of déjà vu hit me. Black and blue. I shrugged and kept flicking through the TV. Somebody saved me. I got in one little fight and my mom got scared. Next up, Hanayamon. I'm not your dad, I went back. Tana. My brows furrowed in confusion. Staring at the screen, I frowned. Hanaya. Hanaya. Hanaya? The name rolled off my tongue without thought. Something about that name. I was too old to watch this. Slap. Tramp. Okay, I mumbled to myself, quickly changing the channel. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm? My head tilted to the side. Khakis. She sounds hideous. I turned the TV off. Why did I get the feeling like I had compared someone to Jake from State Farm before? Man, it had been a weird couple of days. Ever since I woke up last Tuesday, I had been getting a lot of déjà vu along with weird feelings that were not even mine, just from other wolves. Man, I needed a run if I was beginning to think I could sense what others were feeling. Hold it. Maybe I was becoming psychic. Nah, I didn't have crystal balls or any balls, as a matter of fact. Sweetie, I'm going to work. If you need anything, ask your father because he isn't leaving until later. Bye. I nodded at her and, with a kiss to the cheek, my mom walked out. I sighed. I had nothing to do but to hang around the house. I heard Dad walk up to the couch before sitting next to me. He ran a hand down his face. I turned to look at him. So, I began. He narrowed his eyes at me. I know, he muttered. Where are you taking her tonight? I asked, crossing my arms over my chest. If Dad wouldn't take Mom out again, she would bring it up and basically complain about how bad the date was unless Dad replaced the memory. Mom worked like that. The funny thing was, sometimes she wouldn't say anything, but just by looking at her face, you could tell she was talking smack inside her head. She just had this look. Forget about a restaurant. I'm going to make food for a picnic. Just the two of us. No one around. Yeah, she can't say squat if it's just the two of us. Dad's face lit up around his plan. I patted him on the back. Nice, unless she catches you eyeing a female duck. She might bring it home for dinner, I joked. Dad laughed, throwing his head back. True. So, are you just gonna laze around the house all week, or do you plan to actually do something? Not that watching TV, listening to music, and surfing the web aren't productive, he asked. I frowned not because I was offended at his words, but because I was feeling a bit lost. What was I supposed to do here? Here? Here. Ugh, why was I questioning everything? Nah, I think I'll go to the park or something. Maybe I'll even drop by at some friends' houses, I said, figuring out it was a pretty nice plan. Dad nodded at me. Well, if you go, just tell me. I'll give you a ride if you want, he said, standing up. I stood with him. It was the best time to get some fresh air anyway. Okay. I took 2 stairs at a time to my room after picking up an outfit and changing. I went into the bathroom and began combing my hair. It had grown faster than I thought. How did I not notice how it had grown so fast in such a short time? Where had my head been? Tying it in a ponytail, I checked my outfit. Black jeans and a jumper, not like I was going to meet anyone important today, or ever. I snorted at my small joke. After putting my brush down, I was ready to go, but I kept looking at myself in the mirror, not to check myself or anything. My confused, large brown eyes stared back at me. I looked a little paler than usual, but that wasn't too worrying. I tilted my head to the side and watched as my reflection did the same, but I felt like I was missing something in my reflection. Like if I didn't look hard enough, I would skip over something. I felt like I was supposed to be doing something or had forgotten to do something important, or just forgotten in general. I squinted at the mirror, tilting my head back. Leaning into the mirror, I stared into my eyes. All I saw was big brown. I gasped and moved back. I took a breath and leaned back in when nothing happened again. Staring deep into my eyes, I told myself not to move. There. My eyes remained the same, but something in my head stirred. It felt like my wolf was moving around, but it couldn't be her because I could sense her in the back of my head. She had been quiet in the last few days. It was a small shift, but I could almost feel another life force. Impossible. Great, I was going crazy out of boredom. Maybe I did need fresh air. With one last look in the mirror, I left my room and grabbed my phone and keys. Reaching my dad's office, I knocked on his door. He looked up from his computer. "You want a ride?" he asked. I shook my head at him. "Nah, we chubby girls gotta get a good workout once in a while, or we will all disappear. We won't want that, will we?" I joked, entering his office. My dad shook his head at me with a small smile. "You aren't fat." I said chubby. "You aren't chubby." "Fine. Fluffy." "You aren't." "The next one might be darn." "Stop while you can," I said, pointing a finger at him. Ugh, what is it with the women of this family putting me in these positions? Why didn't we have a boy? Dad said to himself, looking up at the ceiling as if it held all the answers. "Because Mom said she'd neuter you if she had to push another baby out," I said dryly to him, sitting on the small two-seater couch. He tilted his head at me. "Oh yeah, moms. You gotta love them." "Hey, Dad," I began. I guess my tone caught his attention because he frowned. "What's up?" he said, leaning onto the desk and turning his body to face in my direction with concerned eyes. I groaned and threw my head back, taking a deep breath. I thought for a second before speaking to him. "Do you, I don't know, ever get the feeling like you've forgotten something really important?" I asked. He nodded at me, clasping his hands in front of him. "Plenty of times. Just the other day, I forgot to tell your mother I shook my head at him. No, like you shouldn't be doing what you're doing even though it makes perfect sense, as if you're supposed to be somewhere else doing something else." I swung my legs over and sat up, placing a hand on both knees. Dad looked at me for a moment before an understanding look crossed his face. For a moment, I thought he understood me. "Is this about you not being in college yet?" Because it's okay to take a year off, I stood and threw my hands up in frustration, walking back and forth in front of his desk and bringing a hand to my face. "No, you're not getting me. I just keep getting this feeling like, I don't know." I sighed and stopped. I hated feeling confused. I was usually a quick thinker with clear thoughts, but lately, everything had been a blur. I had moments when my mind went blank. A sense in me pulsed, eyeing my dad. I could have sworn I almost felt his worry, confusion, and, surprisingly enough, a bit of fear. Why would he be scared for me? "Viva, are you feeling all right? Maybe you should stay in," Dad said, beginning to stand up. I lifted my hands and backed up to the door. "No, sorry about that. I'll call you when I get back from the park." Without another word, I walked out and left the house. Sometimes I was glad to be in a gated pack community. There were other times when I didn't feel like it that much. For one, it was a bit odd to know so many people you lived with were wolves. While many people lived together, you couldn't keep track of them all. The park was a bit far from my house. It was one of the oldest parks nearby that was situated deeper into the forest and farther away from the houses. I learned about it in a project in middle school, and after being curious enough, I came with a few friends to see if it was still there. Technically, when I told my dad I would go to the park, I didn't lie. It was a park. At least, it used to be back in the days. Passing a few familiar faces, I made just short talks after noticing how everyone I bumped into seemed to shift uncomfortably in front of me. I always got a sense of almost confused paranoia from them. Maybe I was giving off a weird vibe. Maybe I was strange. The further away from the houses and buildings, the calmer my senses felt. They weren't being assaulted by constant noise and smell. Stepping over a broken tree branch and walking around a large puddle, I turned at the familiar medium-sized foot-shaped boulder. Counting 20 large steps, I now stood in front of an old, rusty, and abandoned small park. By no means was I ever going to actually get on. I always sat on the long rock bench. I was glad it wasn't made of wood. It would have rotted over time. Sitting there, I closed my eyes and breathed in the fresh, untainted air and let my body relax. The walk got me tired more than I thought, more than it should have actually. I drifted asleep for a short while. I wasn't worried because no one really came around here. It was also pack land, not like anyone would prance around. You know that feeling when you're sleeping in your room and you can sense someone outside your room is planning to wake you up? An almost out-of-body seventh sleeping sense of sort? Yeah, well, that's what I was about to go through. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps made my ears twitch, but I didn't wake up. My body, though asleep, was somehow alert, and my mind was half awake. The next sound I caught was 4 loud thumps. No, not thumps, but heartbeats. Odd. I shouldn't be able to hear heartbeats while in human form. I mused half awake. With my next shallow, slow breath, I inhaled for the sense without thinking. The word familiar floated around my head, but I quickly forgot it. Of course, they would be. I grew up in this pack, and I could have crossed them at some point. The travelers got closer slowly, almost cautiously. My ears listened to their words. We shouldn't be this close. It's a risk, a hushed male's voice said. Yeah, but she's asleep. We can't let her stay out here. You heard his orders, a female said. My half-awake self wondered what they were talking about. Trick is getting her awake, out, and home without getting caught at the same time, the same male said. There was a curse. Maybe if we throw something at her, she'll wake up and get scared enough to go home, a new male voice said, sounding hopeful. There was silence before a smack and then hushes. Quiet. And no, you idiot. As a wolf, she will more likely look into it than get away from it. Shush, stop. I think we've gotten close enough. Her senses are like his. He said to be extra cautious around her. A new voice spoke, this time a female. What were they talking about? Me? Could it be me? Why do we get the hard jobs? I heard the other guys are having a great time kicking every rear trying to get in here, one of the women said. My brows furrowed. Wait. Here? Who is trying to get in now? My parents told me the random kidnappings had stopped sometime last week when I was away with. Who was I away with again? My cousin. Lily, yeah, her. My mind went foggy for a moment. Because he trusts us with her more than the others, the first guy spoke. I realized they could be guards. What were they doing at the park, though? Where was their charge? So, how are we going to do this? There was a long pause. By this time, my brain was slowly starting to wake up, but curiosity over what the group was doing won out, so I didn't move. As they began bickering back and forth amongst themselves, I peeked, quickly taking in how the sun was still in the sky, which meant I must have been asleep for at least 20 or 30 minutes. Without moving a muscle, my eyes flickered over to the direction of the conversation that was slowly growing louder. Squinting my eyes and looking past trees, branches, leaves, and more, I realized just how far they were. How could I see them so clearly? I wasn't even borrowing my wolf sight. I frowned and stared at the figures that were huddled together. With curiosity eating me as to what they were doing, I decided to listen to the noisy side, something I inherited from my mom. It felt like something was telling me to do so. Hoping it worked, I tensed my body to prepare myself. I planned to stand either slow enough or quick enough to not get noticed, depending on how much my body helped me. I called upon my wolf strength. Counting to 3, I stood. I was surprised after realizing I was already standing by the time I even thought of 3. Cool. We're not about to launch pebbles at her. I turned in their direction. As fast and sneaky as possible, I made my way to a tree, then the same thing happened. I was there as soon as the thought passed through my mind. We're also not going to set her front yard on fire in hopes her parents will call her. I looked at the next tree and hopped from tree to tree as quickly and quietly as possible. What if we set a tree on fire? And watch her try to control it? Yeah, no. Their backs were turned from the direction I came from. Thinking of getting a clearer view of them, I moved around and away from where I came from. I felt like I was zooming past the trees and using them as cover. It felt cool. Well, I don't see you giving ideas. A female snapped. Guys, the hopeful guy said. Fine. Let's send an animal, like a rabbit or something, close to her. That involves us catching a rabbit, which means running around. I noticed the tallest of the group kept shifting around. His light-colored curls were bouncing a bit. Every time I tried to get a good view of them, I had to duck behind a tree. You guys. That's stupid. Besides, how are we gonna get the thing go directly to her? I was surprised I had gotten this close without them even noticing me. Was I that good? Maybe I should become a spy. You guys. Fine. Why don't we call her? We all have her new number, haven't we? There was a pause. Oh yeah. They all began patting their pockets as if looking for their phones. I noticed they all wore black, not at all shifty. Hey. What? They all snapped at the tallest guy, but he didn't seem to care. She's gone. Told ya, the same hopeful guy said. There was another pause before a choking sound was heard. The group shuffled, and instead of getting a clear view of their faces, the wall shuffled to look at something, turning their backs to me. I huffed in annoyance. Shoot. Call her. Her location will be sent to us when she picks up. Just say it's a wrong number. From what I could see, a red-haired man pulled out a phone and punched in numbers. Getting tired of hiding behind the trees, I walked out quietly until I was a few feet behind them. I was guessing they didn't hear me because they were so busy listening to the dial. Maybe I could help. I had been around here and hadn't heard or seen anyone. Also, I was brought up to be helpful to my fellow pack members. It sounded better than doing nothing at home anyway. Who did you lose? I asked loudly. They all froze where they were. I waited for them to turn around, but they stood still like statues. My phone began to ring. I slowly looked down at my pocket and then back up to the frozen figures with wide eyes. The tallest one with curly blonde hair smacked his forehead with his palm. Bruh.
Introductory author commentary. In Chapter 20, the memory wipe fails spectacularly. I knew that Viva couldn't stay in the dark forever, but I wanted her awakening to be violent. When she sees her guards, the dam breaks, and all the memories Zaltan stole from her come rushing back. But instead of crying, she gets angry. She plays her guards like fiddles, faking a mental breakdown just to flush them out. Meanwhile, Zaltan is busy being the monster he warned her about. The interrogation scene with Jack Rustin is one of the darkest moments in the series. It proves that Zaltan isn't just powerful, he is sadistic. He tortures a man not just for information, but for calling Viva a witch. This duality, Viva reclaiming her power while Zaltan abuses his, sets the stage for their inevitable collision.
Chapter 20. The four strangers didn't turn to face me, they just stood still. My phone stopped ringing. Maybe if we don't move, the tall blonde man began to whisper. Shut up, the short red-haired guy whisper shouted, interrupting the other. I can't believe this, a tall woman with her dark hair pulled back muttered. Her ponytail moved side to side as she shook her head. We are so in trouble, another with a similar hairdo said. I wasn't sure what to do. They were all muttering stuff under their breath and not turning around to face me, but that thing with the phone was weird. They couldn't have called me, right? That would mean that they had been talking about me the whole time. I shook my head mentally. There was no way they were here for me. It must have just been some crazy coincidence. I knew that any other person would have stayed away from them, but something told me they weren't dangerous. Well, I mean, they looked like they were ready for action, but personally, I felt like they wouldn't hurt me. Something dark lurking inside me made me feel as if our judgment was wrong. We would take them. All of them. Hey, I said, trying to get their attention. Since they weren't going to turn around to face me, I decided to try to walk around them to their fronts. Keyword, try. Every time I took a step, they moved all together and sort of huddled in the opposite direction, making sure their backs were facing me. I felt confusion and suspicion build in me at their odd behavior. Hey, why won't you turn around? I asked, trying again to go around them with no avail. Well, the blonde's head lifted a bit. Don't speak to her, stupid. One of the women whisper shouted at him and smacked him on the head, making him grumble. Why not? Hey, turn around, will you? I said a bit too forcefully, feeling frustrated and a bit offended at the same time. They all began turning around robotically, their hands fisting up. Resist. I can't. I frowned as they all turned around slowly. These four were odd. Very odd. What are you all? I stopped as they faced me fully. Red hair, green eyes. Blonde curls, blue eyes. Black hair, brown eyes, with a scar. Black hair, brown eyes. I felt the strongest sense of déjà vu hit me. I felt like a wave of blurry memories came crashing on me as if blank spots in my head were being filled, but I couldn't reach them. The feeling was so intense I stumbled back. As soon as they turned around, I knew they weren't from the pack, but I also knew they weren't here for trouble. Maybe they were visiting or something. The people in front of me all took a hesitant step toward me with their arms outstretched as if to catch me if I fell. Lucas. John. Millie. Coulter. I mumbled without a thought. Their eyes widened with something that looked like both fear and panic. I'm sorry. Do I know you all from somewhere? Have we all met before? I asked, looking up at them wide-eyed, realizing how weird I was being and feeling. They all looked at each other and then at me. Their faces were grave and serious. The tall blonde guy spoke with his eyes flickering all over my face. Do we look familiar? The others inched closer a bit, as if wanting to hear anxiously for my answer. Are those your names? I said. I wanted to tell myself that I was just really good at guessing names, but the longer I looked at them, the more I felt I had seen them from somewhere. It was the red-haired man with green eyes who spoke. While looking at him, I got a flash of someone else with the same eyes and hair, but shorter and a bit more feminine. Weird. My eyes flickered to the blonde guy and got the same thing, but her face was a bit clearer in my mind. Friendly. Why yes, he stammered after a moment of hesitation. I gaped at them. So I did guess their names right, but how? So, we have met? I asked again. He nodded. I wanted to pull at my hair. Where? I asked, suspicious of the people who looked like they would rather be anywhere but here when previously they were persistent about it. What were they so persistent about? My eyes narrowed at them, scanning their black clothing. Well, you see. The thing is, they all spoke simultaneously. I had a sneaky suspicion that there was something weird going on here, not just now, but this whole week. I took a step towards them, feeling like they held answers. Where had I met them? What were you doing just now? Who are you? Guards? Patrol? Who were you calling that was just here? They all looked away from me. The tall woman with a scar over her eyebrow spoke with caution, as if her words were carefully picked. We are guards, but we're specific guardians. We can't tell you what we're guarding, and please don't ask why. As to who we were calling, we weren't calling anyone. She looked at me firmly in the eyes, seeming sure of her own words. Why do I feel like I'm being lied to? So, you didn't call her and that it was just a mistake? I asked, crossing my hands over my chest. They shook their heads in denial. So, I'm hearing things now? They said nothing. There was something bothering me here, and I knew just how to fix it. I had a hunch about one thing, and I wanted to know if I was right. I was still confused as to what was going on around me. Even the ground I was walking on didn't seem right. Could it be that my gut was telling me something was wrong, and these four were part of it? I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. Their eyes widened, and they all took a step forward. What are you doing? The red-headed guy said. His green eyes panicked and flickered from my phone to my face. I'm just going to return the call I missed, I said nonchalantly, shrugging and swiping the screen. The missed call number on my screen was in bold red, indicating that my phone didn't have the caller ID. I'm sure it's nothing important, the girl without a scar said with her face changing to a panicked, reassuring smile, as if she was sure. Yes, nothing important at all, the woman with the scar said, hands outstretched in front of her, ready to snatch the phone from me at any chance. Yeah, besides, didn't your parents ever tell you that it's bad manners to make a call mid-conversation? The blonde scolded me. I narrowed my eyes at them all, noticing how fast their hearts were all beating. The slow shuffling of their feet discreetly made their way closer to me. You're right. It may be nothing important, and my parents do talk to me about manners, I said slowly to them. They all let out a relieved sigh and dropped their stances. Beep. But I really should return this. It could be important. I smiled at their surprise and horrified expressions. My sensitive ears picked up a sound, the vibration of a phone. My eyes scanned them, realizing it was coming from the red-headed guy. I lifted a brow at him. Aren't you going to get that? Might be important. Shaking his head, he reached into his pocket and took the phone out with a grimace. Pressing the answer button, he brought the phone up to his pale face, which just seemed to lose more and more color over time. The other line answered. "Hello," he mumbled, looking straight at me. The line on the other side followed his exact same words. "MMHH," I mumbled, ending the call and pocketing my phone. "Okay, Spill. Who are you and why do you have my number?" Which then leads me to asking, why are you following me? I asked them seriously. I wanted to know what these familiar people were up to and where we met, not to mention why they appeared to be following me. "Look," the tall blonde spoke. His voice sounded very serious. "If you want answers, we will give them to you tomorrow. Meet us up here. We have to go." The others around him looked at him with surprise and immediately began to protest, but he gave them a look I couldn't decipher. It made me realize they might have been using their pack link. After a while, they all nodded at each other and turned to look at me with the same odd looks on their faces. The other man spoke this time. "Yes, meet us here same time tomorrow for answers." I was getting a sneaky suspicion that if I agreed to this, I would be stood up and ditched. "No, wait," I tried. They all began running off in separate directions before I could open my mouth. Even with the new speed I seemed to have, their movements were still too confusing, and I didn't want to run after them. With a huff and a look in all directions, they went off. I decided to go back home to go over this puzzle. Maybe they wouldn't ditch me. It was a long shot. By the time I made it back home, the house was empty, making me realize how much time that whole little fiasco had taken up of my morning. Going straight to my room, I sat on my bed only to stand back up, not being able to sit still with what just happened. Who the heck were those for? What were they doing? And why did I know them? Were they really talking about me? Trying to wake me up to go home for what? Why were they even worried? The question of where I had met them bothered me the most because I felt like it would unlock something within my mind. I undid my ponytail and shook out my hair, letting it lie in a mess around me. I had been getting a lot of déjà vu lately, and they were only triggered by small things that felt like reminders. But why? And why did I feel like I was now partly complete as soon as I saw them, as if blank spots in my head had been filled once more? Something in my head shifted around. I frowned as my wolf began pacing back and forth in my mind, and then stopped as if confused before shaking her wolf's head vigorously. For some reason, I mirrored her actions slowly. I moved my head back and forth slowly, as if denying something before I shook harder, trying to shake something out of my mind. I stopped as soon as I felt pounding in my head. Ugh, why did I do that? I stilled. Even though my head was pounding, I felt as if something in my mind was off. I was faintly reminded of the Avengers movie when Loki overpowered everyone's will with the staff, and the Black Widow broke Hawkeye out of it by hitting his head. I wonder why that came to mind. I could feel things pushing to the front of my thoughts, hoping that whatever had gotten free in my weird mind scramble would help me make sense of why I was feeling so off. I let out a scream, bringing my hands to my head to stop the pained memory. Countless memories forced themselves in front of my eyes, not letting me rest to think or breath. I heard so many voices in my memory and my wolf's that I didn't know what to listen to. My head spun faster and faster and felt as if it was heating up on overload. My body began to shake and quiver, making me drop to the ground and move around as if I was having uncontrollable muscle spasms. It was like a restrained power that began growing in me and pushing forward like a bullet to surge through my body like hot lava. My eyes began to roll in the back of my head as I gasped for breath, wanting to feel cool air in my overworked body and mind. As I remembered blue eyes and dark hair, I felt a trickle of something thick that felt like liquid slowly beginning to make its way down my face from my nose. Blue eyes were the last thing I saw before I passed out. "Zaltan," I whispered in a breath as darkness claimed me. I didn't know what time I woke up, but when I did, I was on the ground, sore, tired, hungry, and mad as heck. I remembered. Everything. Everything. Picking myself off the floor, I, for the first time since waking up in my old house, didn't feel like I was missing something important. No, everything was clear. I knew what I was missing, or better yet, who I was missing. I didn't need a mirror to know that my face was serious or of someone not to be messed with. Moving to the bathroom, I pushed open the door, and without flicking the lights, I stood in front of the mirror. My eyesight was slowly making everything clear. Not taking my eyes off the mirror, I reached up to my hood and pulled it down roughly to bare my Marcus that was slowly appearing under my eyes. I snarled as an anger I had never felt in my entire life built up in me. Boiling lava was nothing compared to it. Even the devil couldn't surpass the dark emotions swirling in me and the rage flowing in my veins. I was so angry that I was shaking, feeling hot and cold. Looking back at myself in the mirror, I didn't bother wiping the dried blood that trailed down my face. I shook my head as emotions and thoughts swarmed in me. I took a breath to control myself, making sure not to use the bond like he had been doing, so as not to alarm him even though he could possibly get a feeling of what I was feeling if he wasn't distracted. I let out a humorless laugh that had it not come from me, it would have chilled me to the bones. I kept my mind, my body, and my emotions cold. I would have time to explode later, and on the right person too. Underneath, I could feel anger, betrayal, and a dark, twisted need to take those feelings out on the ones who brought them on. "I'm so going to hurt you for this," I murmured under my breath with a bitter and horrid taste on the tip of my tongue. I didn't clean my face, knowing it would help with my first step. Storming out of my room, I stopped in the kitchen to grab something and then exited the house, making a quick plan. Knowing the guards I had, they'd be watching me from afar. Since they were now cautious of being sensed by me since this morning, I had no doubt they were too far for me to tail now. They were far, but they were watching. Making my way back to the park, I made my way quickly and made sure I looked like I was in a hurry, keeping my head down to avoid having the blood on my face seen by others and getting stopped before I'd even make it. The sun was low in the sky, giving off a dramatic and beautiful flare of different shades in the sky. It was perfect. Once I made it a few steps, I began probably one of the best performances in my life. I began pacing back and forth, looking down and shaking my head. I stopped and sat down, bringing my knees to my chest and rocking back and forth very quickly. I then let out sounds of distress. My ears caught the sound of mumbles and the slow approaching steps of 4 hearts. Without having to smell the air, I knew it would be them. They weren't nearing me fast enough, as if not sure what was going on. "Oh, I'm so confused. So lonely," I cried out pathetically. I was feeling so emotionally cold that I was finding it hard not to snort at how flat it sounded. The moment I stood up, they halted. Continuing, I began pacing back and forth again, running my hands through my already crazy hair. I lifted up my head, pushed my hair out of my face, and made sure the side with the dried blood faced them. "Oh, the pain!" I yelled out. It worked. Their horrified gasps made them quicken their pace towards me. Let's see if they can move faster. I can no longer go on with this hollow emptiness that lives on in me. Life no longer holds value to me. I'm done. Finished. "Oh," I cried out. I pulled out the large knife I grabbed from the kitchen and held it up, letting it gleam. I almost rolled my eyes as they began to run faster toward me. They shot out of the trees and shadows, not stopping. Lucas was in the lead. His face was pale but fierce as he ran as fast as he could. I didn't think he even cared how to get the knife out of my hand as long as I was out of danger from, well, myself. I tensed my body as he neared, knowing that at the speed he was moving, he wouldn't be able to stop and that he planned to tackle me to the floor. His hand was already out to take the knife from me. Nope, not how this was gonna work. As soon as he grabbed onto the knife, my eyes flashed. I grabbed his arm and flipped his body on the ground, and then loomed over him with a knife still in hand. As time continued, Lucas let out a breath as he caught up with the impact of his body on the ground. He blinked before looking confused and dazed up at me. I heard the heavy breathing of the others around me. I smiled down at him. "Hello, Lucas," I said too sweetly, coldly gazing at him. His eyes widened. I turned to the others and opened both arms to them as if ready for an embrace. "Hello, John, Millie, and Coulter. Long time no see, huh?" I wouldn't count this morning as a meeting. I wasn't myself. You see, I seemed to have forgotten some things, like meeting you. My memories had just seemed to go poof. "Odd, right?" I said, looking them straight in the eyes while I spoke sardonically, but managed to add the right amount of sticky sweetness to my tone to make them flinch. I looked at the knife in my hand, ignoring their intake of breath. I began to toss the knife in the air like a ball, catching it by its tip. Lucas scrambled to his feet and slowly backed away from me as if he could feel the quiet anger in me under the facade of calmness I was portraying, which they all probably could. The others said nothing, which just fueled my anger more. I caught the knife by the handle and pointed it in their direction. Oh no, don't stay quiet now. You've done it all week. Speak. I'm sure you're dying to say something, I bantered at them. Stone-faced, they said nothing but stood tall like soldiers, not looking directly into my eyes. My jaw clenched, and the darkening emotions in me tried to burst out. I clenched the knife tighter, feeling the handle under my strength. It's not our place to say anything, Luna, John said blankly, looking forward. My eyes flickered to his face. I knew he saw me because he looked tensed. Not your place, huh? I murmured, running my fingers softly over the edge of the knife. I knew exactly whose place it was. Fine then. I looked at the knife in fascination as if it meant something dearly to me. Fine. I know you've been in contact with him. Tell him you're taking me back. I don't care what you say to him, but make sure he knows I'm coming back, I said coolly, making sure not to say his name because I knew I'd combust. There was a moment of silence before Lucas spoke hesitantly. Luna, we can't. Moving faster than he could blink, I turned and threw the knife in his direction. I made sure it didn't actually hit him, but he felt it whizzed by his head and landed its tip into a tree a few feet away from him. The sound of the knife wiggling due to the force of impact rang out like shots fired from a gun through the forest. He froze, eyes wide like the others. Their hearts pounded fast. This is not a request. It's an order, I snarled out through my teeth, my hands clenching by my sides. Lucas tried to compose himself and nodded at me. His face and voice were blank like the others beside him. We understand. They all nodded and waited for further instructions from me. I began walking past them and back home after telling them to come find me at my house. As I made my way home, I began to make a plan, letting my emotions lead my actions. He was going to pay. He was going to pay for playing me the way he did. I was going to make him learn that he couldn't just step all over people and think he'd get away with it. Oh no, he was going to learn, and he wasn't going to like my methods. He was about to learn why messing with Viva Grey was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. Mate or not, Zaltan was going to pay. Zaltan Azraleia. I stood in front of the metal-bolted black door, hearing Jack Rustin struggle against the chains that held him to his chair. If I focused enough, I would see his immense body heat moving through the door, but I didn't. I heard footsteps approaching me from my right. Is this what I asked you to set? I asked without turning to look at Alberticus, who grunted out a yes. I nodded at him, making him walk away. My beast grew more and more excited at the prospect of having fun now, finally having someone he was going to sink his claws into for this whole mess. I couldn't agree more. He paced back and forth within me, lifting his head up and then looking at the black door in front of me. He lunged at it as if he was really doing it. He tried to force me to do so, but I held him back. Patience. You will get your turn, I murmured to him. When Alberticus informed me of the quick and efficient capture and imprisonment of Jack, I was glad. The little rat sat with panic and fear filtering through his body as if he could feel his doom standing on the other side of the door. That made very much sense because that's what I was going to deliver to the guy. Relinquishing half of my control to my beast, I took a deep breath, focusing on letting half of my control go and giving him what he wanted. Immediately, my body and mind went through a change. My build grew a bit. I could feel my facial features sharpen, my eyes go black, and the veins under my eyes swell. My claws grew frighteningly sharp and long while the teeth in my mouth shifted and lengthened. My fangs poked out of my mouth. My eyes opened. I could feel the change. I could see my beast's eyes in me. This half-transformation was very unique. No one but Alberticus knew of me doing this. Well, there were a few, but they only saw this form before they died. The beast reached out and opened the door. We stepped into the dimly lit room with concrete walls and floors. In the center of the room sat Jack Rustin with his back to me. Breathing deeply, he was frozen in his seat as I closed the door loudly behind me. I knew he could feel my presence through his shaking body. From the back, all I could see was his buzz-cut head. Coward. I purposely let my boots make noise as I made my way slowly to him, stopping behind his chair. The cold room grew even colder as my beast released some of the darkness, swallowing him. Jack began to cough as the darkness swarmed around him, cutting off his oxygen and making him gasp and breathe in the negativity that choked my beast for so long. My beast had grown comforted by violence. I chuckled as I heard his desperate panting for air, as if his lungs refused to take in all the air in the room. "It's all in your head, Jack. Breathe," I said loudly. My voice sounded rougher and harsher with a sort of wild animal snarl to it. After a few seconds, he took my advice and realized that it was, as I said, all in his head. He could breathe. He just thought he couldn't. That's what the darkness in me could do to anyone around me. It would mess with their minds, play around, and manipulate them as if it had a mind of its own. After years of living with it, I figured out how to control the little curse, and then learned how to turn it into a gift of sorts. The beast wasn't going to use the direct command. Oh no, he was going to drag this out. Jack sat in his chair, gulping in air as if it were water. I let out a chuckle, which must have made him remember I was behind him. The beast smirked at his prey even though he knew he couldn't see our face, at least, not yet. Poor Jack tried to turn his head to look at me over his shoulder, but couldn't. Not only was it too dark in here with no windows, but I also wore black. Darkness was also swimming through the air like clouds, fogging his eyes. "So, Jack Rustin, let's get down to business. I'm going to give you two choices. What I want is simple. The names of the people you gave the information to and how you got it in the first place. First, give me what I want, then I'll snap your neck like how I snapped your mate's, or I can interrogate it out of you. Either you die. So really, the how is what you would want to worry about. Which will it be?" I put my hand on his shoulder, letting him feel my claws on top of his shirt. His heart, which had calmed a bit, took off again. "Forget you," he managed to say out of fear. I let out a small snarl at his disrespect, but let it go since I was going to kill him anyway. I walked in front of Jack, taking sick joy in how his eyes widened and his face paled at the sight of me. I gave him a wide smile, flashing my fangs. My eyes took in the sweat trickling down the side of the brown-eyed snitch in front of me. I brought my hand in front of me and pointed a long claw at him. "Last chance, Jack. Tell me what I want to know and make this a lot less painful than it has to be." He shook his head at me, eyes looking at the ground as if it would swallow him whole. He'd be a lucky son of a gun if it did. I could feel the wolf within him trying to submit to me out of fear, but also trying to hold on to his decision to avenge his mate. "All right then." I smiled down at him. Walking around him to the other corner of the room, I pulled the small cart over to him. He tensed as he heard the wheels near him. Once in front, he looked at what was on the tray and froze. His breathing stopped, and for a moment, so did his heart, before he tried getting out of his chains. I felt an emotion from the bond begin to make its way to me, but I closed it off, not wanting Viva to distract me. "I'd check on her later. Don't worry. That's for later. Right now, I'm just going to break some bones." "I'd punch you, but I'm afraid I'd kill you instantly," I said cheerfully at him. My beast was growling in anticipation for the fun to really begin. The darkness was coming for Jack again. Times. I swiped my hand across his chest, leaving 4 deep claw marks over his chest, to which he immediately let out a cry. His wounds began to bleed out, and then slowly, so slowly, it began to heal. I made eye contact with him. Pale and sweaty, he glared at me with as much hatred as he could. We hadn't even begun, but he was already throwing glares at me. Swiping at the remaining part of his shirt, I tore it away from his top body, not wanting anything to stand in the way of the next process. He'd be lucky if I didn't get to his back, that is, if he died in this process, of course. "You can't heal if you're not whole," I said darkly, humor thick in my wild-like voice. The beast enjoyed it. He reached out and dug his claws into the top part of Jack's left shoulder, ignoring the boy's cry and cutting out the shape of a square on both of his sides. Looking at Jack deeply in the eyes, the beast put its claws under Jack's skin before it could begin to heal, and pulled downward. Jack howled in pain. He thrashed in his chair. Taking a chunk of bloody skin with me, I pulled it completely. His head snapped down to look at his arm, and when he saw it, his eyes widened in horror. I backed away as I heard his stomach reacting to the not-so-pretty picture painted in red. He turned his head and began vomiting on the other side of his chair. I scrunched up my nose in disgust at the smell. Vomit was the one thing I hated about this process. "All right, wimp, ready for the other arm?" I asked coldly, already doing the same to his other arm before he could process what I had said. His pain scream was music to my ears. With blood seeping out, I neared his arm and looked down at it, watching as his body tried to heal what wasn't there anymore. His muscles clenched on their own. Holding both chunks of stripped skin from his arms, I looked down at him, which made him seem like he was about to faint. "Wake up, jerk. This is only going to get worse if you don't tell me what I want to know. Think about it, Jack. The quicker I kill you, the faster you can be with her, Marina." Saying her name had him snap his eyes wide open and try to lunge at me with bared teeth. "Shut up. You don't deserve to say her name. The only pleasure I'm getting through all of this is knowing how he'll kill her like you killed my mate. You'll have to suffer the way I do, but worse." He promised a painfully slow death for your witch. I had my hand around his throat in a flash. I pulled him up along the chair he was chained to. I brought him close to my furious face. "So, it's a he then?" I asked calmly, even though my face didn't say anything. Jack's eyes began to roll in the back of his head, so I dropped him back down. "You'll talk. They always do. And don't think I'll forget the witch comment." Reaching down, I forcefully lifted up his right leg high into the air in an uncomfortable position. With one hand, I grabbed his foot and pulled hard to the side, snapping it clean off his leg with the bone sticking out. He let out a bellow so loud I had to drop his leg and foot on the ground. Once his yelling went down to grunts and moans, I reached for his other leg. In an attempt to avoid me, he tried to kick me away from his last foot. I smiled at him when I grasped it tightly and repeated the same process. He screamed once more, but I was ready this time. Using my unnatural speed, I dropped his foot in the pile and reached down for one of the strips of skin I had torn from him. Standing back up, I shoved it in his mouth. This would most definitely be mental torture. Most definitely. This was for calling Viva a witch. He stopped screaming and looked down, then began trying to spit it out. When he did, he began coughing and spitting on the ground with saliva trailing down his face. Tears began to stream down his face as he held his legs straight so as not to touch the ground, but that also meant he could see that he no longer had both feet. His legs began shaking with effort and weakness, and his blood was pooling around the chair. "Now for the part I'm sure you've been waiting for," I murmured. His hate-filled, crying brown eyes flickered from me to what was on the tray. I nodded. I reached for the little hot box that had been giving off steam this whole time and opened the lid. I dipped the tip of my claw inside, doing the same thing with the other claws. Turning back to Jack, I smiled viciously. "As you've probably suspected, I'm no wolf. I can't help but wonder, how do wolves react to silver?" I said, nearing him. His skin was ashen and almost transparent. The veins in his body were popping up because of a massive blood loss. Of course, I knew how they would react. This wasn't my first rodeo, but still, every time was a first time. "Come now, Jack. Give me a name," I snarled at him and put one finger in the middle of his chest, letting the tip of my finger hover over his skin. He tried to push himself back further into the chair. And no, he stuttered out with his eyes screwed shut. I sighed, but then pushed my finger forcefully into his chest. I watched in amazement as his skin began to sizzle and bubble around my clawed fingertip, sinking the rest of my fingers into his chest and spreading his skin out. He screamed an agonizing scream, worse than the others. With my other hand, I swiped at his stomach. I removed my claws from his chest and watched as he withered in agony while his body could no longer heal itself from the wound. He shook his head side to side with tears streaming down his face at what I imagined was a horrific pain. Whistling, I walked around him and wiped my fingers on my shirt. I wrapped my hand around his neck and lifted him out of the chair, making him thrash once more. "Ready to talk? No? Okay." This ought to change your mind, I said after he spat on the ground as an answer. With one hand around his neck, I thrust my other hand into his lower mid-back, going through the skin and pushing my hand into his body. I wrapped my hand around his spinal cord and pulled. Snap. His lower half slumped. I pulled my hand out and left half of his spine hanging out of his back. Walking to the front again, I wiped my hand on his face and smiled as he gave little twitches. His eyes were wide with horror and pain. He seemed to be frozen in shock. "Why, you're a monster. You'll go to hell," he managed to say. "Of course I will. Someone needs to take the throne." I laughed and walked back around him. I clasped the back of Jack's shoulder and shook him roughly, leaning forward in a serious and slightly mocking voice. "What did I say, Jack?" "Breathe. It's all in your head," I said. Jack's head slowly lifted to look up at me. He took deep, shaky breaths multiple times. As the darkness pulled away from him, he realized everything he'd just gone through happened only in his head. He looked down and lifted both feet. He looked down and saw he still had the skin on both arms. Looking around, his eyes scanned for blood but saw none. He began to cry. I rolled my eyes and walked in front of him. But it was real. I felt the pee pain. "My body still hurts," he yelled out in disbelief and confusion. His eyes were getting a crazed glint as things drove him insane. The mind could only withstand so much. Jack was mentally weak the moment he let the darkness enter him. I, having the power over him and the darkness, morphed what he saw and felt. This all happened within 3 minutes, but for Jack, it felt like hours of slowly bleeding out, making his body and mind exhausted and weak. I stood in front of him and grabbed his face roughly to look at him coldly. "I should make you go through that again and make it real." "I don't have to, though, because looking at you now, I can tell you've already lost your mind. No mate, no sense of reality, and you still feel the pain of something that never happened." "Now, for that information," I said, ridiculing. Placing both hands on his head, I forced my mind into his, searching it. He screamed as I forcefully and painfully pulled his mind apart from the inside. His weak mind was not able to do anything because of the exhaustion and mental torture. This was more than his shaken and grieving mind and spirit could handle. In his mind, I pushed past the moments he cherished most and went into the deepest section of his mind where he felt his mate's death. The bind that had barely begun to form was breaking and leaving him cold and alone for the first time in his life. His world darkened as he realized what happened. I sorted through until I found the part one was looking for. I hummed under my breath, focusing more. This was strange, very strange. Looking through his mind carefully and making sure to get everything I needed, I pulled back and watched the man slump in his chair. Passed out or dead, I didn't really care. "Finish me." Jack whimpered in his chair, lifting his head slowly. I lowered myself to his eye level, making sure he was looking me in the eyes. "I should keep you locked up in a concrete room like this, feeling this same physical pain you feel now and making you think you'll never heal. All the while having your mate's things in the same room to let you ponder on what your life could have been like if I hadn't ended her." I stood and walked around him while he began to weep again. I took hold of his head. "But I'm on a busy schedule." I snapped his neck. Walking out of there, I called for 2 of the men in the building to clean up. Once back in my office, I began walking back and forth, going over what I saw at Alberticus, when I felt a strong wave of fear from the 4 wolves I was very in tune with to check on Viva. Seeing my expression, Alberticus mid-sentence. "What is it?" he asked, frowning at me. I lifted a hand at him for a moment. I remembered I had tuned out on the bond and brought it back to focus, but when I felt nothing from Viva's side, I began to worry. I could feel her, but I couldn't feel her emotions. She was cold, but I knew she wasn't asleep. A few seconds later, Lucas, one of the guards positioned to guard Viva, contacted me. His voice was businesslike, even if I could detect the strain he was trying to hide. "Alpha. Speak. What just happened? Is Viva all right?" There was a pause from him that made me freeze and go cold. My beast growled in anxiety. "She remembers and demanded I let you know that she is to come back, sir." His voice shook a little at the next part. And it's not a request. My mind was in shock that she knew. Shoot. How? I growled out at him loudly, making Alberticus jump. She saw us. You let her see you? I roared at him. Well, he began explaining everything that happened, and as he did, I walked over to my chair and slumped down. All right. I'll send the plane tomorrow. Take her whenever she wants. Keep me informed. All right, sir. I sighed and ran my hands down my face. She remembered. She remembered. What is it, man? What's the problem now? Alberticus said, turning to look at me while setting his documents down. I looked at him with a tired look on my face. She remembers, I said, making him look at me with surprise. But how? I mean, what? He sputtered out, not seeming to believe she outdid a direct command. I felt pride swell in me at her ignoring my command. She saw the guards and remembered. She's closed her side of the bond off. I mumbled the last part unhappily. He shook his head at me and whistled. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll work out your problems, he said with an edge to his voice. We were on the same boat, he and I. I shook my head at him, making him tilt his head at me in question. What? What am I missing? He asked. She threw a knife at Lucas, and that was after appearing with blood on her face and pretending to stab herself to get them to come out, he said with his eyes widening on each word. Yeah, no. You're in trouble, he said in a matter-of-fact tone and amused green eyes. Jerk. I nodded at him. Very.
End of chapter analysis. The torture scene with Jack Rustin is designed to be the ultimate test of your loyalty to Zaltan. I wanted to push the boundaries of morally gray into pitch black. He didn't just torture Jack, he made Jack hallucinate his own dismemberment. He played with his mind, broke his spirit, and then killed him anyway. This confirms that Zaltan is not a misunderstood anti-hero, he is a villain who happens to love the heroine. But notice how quickly he pivots when he hears about Viva. The man who just snapped a neck without blinking is terrified because his girlfriend threw a knife at a tree. This contrast is the heart of the story. He can control the entire world, but he can't control her. Audience engagement questions. Zaltan tortured Jack mentally by making him believe he was being skinned alive. Is this kind of psychological warfare worse than physical torture? Viva faked a suicide attempt to trick her guards into revealing themselves. Do you think this was brilliant strategy or emotionally manipulative? Jack revealed that there is a heat behind the betrayal. Who do you think is pulling the strings? Transition teaser. Viva is coming back to the island, and she isn't coming for romance, she's coming for revenge.
Chapter 21. You would think being an 18-year-old werewolf would lessen your parents' control over you. Not really. After storming back home, I began planning what was going to happen step by step, trying to make sure nothing was left out, including my parents. In the end, I decided I didn't want them to be involved just yet. For all I knew, I'd go and kick Zaltan's rear and come back without them getting involved, seeing how well it worked out last time. During lunch, I couldn't eat just thinking about that conniving, lying blue-eyed little jerk. My stomach twisted. Instead, I went up to my room to pack a small bag of clothes and necessities, not knowing if I would even manage to be around Zaltan for long. I wasn't sure how he'd react. A few minutes after packing, Coulter knocked on my door, pale-faced but serious, to let me know that a plane would be on standby for me when I wanted to leave. Eyeing her, I decided tomorrow would be a better day to leave, to give me more time to plan. When my parents came home, I told them in probably the most evasive way possible that I was going on a trip and didn't know when I'd be back. I probably shouldn't have put it like that, but I was being very blunt today with my mood. Of course, they weren't very happy and tried to ask me where I was going and if I was going with anyone. But after pulling the I am 18 and more of a supernatural being than you think rebuttal, they didn't have much to argue with. It was not like I wasn't going to grow up and go one day. I also pointed out that, at least, I informed them that I was leaving and not just, disappearing randomly. They realized how true that little statement was and left me alone, very much unhappy and worried. Perhaps they did it because of the I am not changing my mind look on my face. Sleeping that night wasn't much of an option for me. A large, if not a small part of me believed Zaltan would take advantage of me while sleeping and mess with my head once more. Pacing back and forth that night, I decided that tomorrow, glancing at the clock and knowing it was 2 a.m, or actually today, I would dress according to my feelings. Black it is. Thanks to the calm storm running in my veins, I didn't feel tired but eager and ready for action. I went into my closet and decided on tough black jeans and a long-sleeved gray shirt, topped with a flowy black open vest made of lace. Looking down, I smiled at the only good pair of shoes that matched my outfit, black combat boots. The irony wasn't lost on me. Once dressed, I went into the bathroom and applied black eyeliner. I had used it a few times, but I was feeling dramatic lately, so I sat down on my bed with my fingers drumming an impatient beat. What the heck was he thinking? Why? Why did he send me home after basically giving me a big speech on how I was his bipolar jerk? Questions and more questions made their way to my head, but I tried to push them out. I needed a strong plan, a backup, and a sideways one. Better safe than sorry. Zaltan was physically stronger than me, no question asked. But if some of the things he had told me were even true, especially about how he felt, then I had to use them to my advantage. I smiled as a plan began forming in my head. I recalled everything Zaltan had done to me and came up with an equal payback. I know some people say revenge is unhealthy, but forget that. He did me dirty and was not about to get away with it. Morning couldn't have come any slower. All night, I had walked back and forth, planning and adding on to my diabolical plans. When my parents came, they were both surprised and unhappy to see me awake and ready for my sudden trip. After a lot of hugs, kisses, and "are you sure" questions, I walked out of the house with a promise to call sometime later. I had told Coulter when she came yesterday evening that I would meet them at the park. I didn't want them coming to the house and giving my parents the opportunity to get information out of them. I tightened the straps of my carrier bag and quickly made my way, knowing there was at least one guard on watch even though it was barely 6:24 in the morning. I was proven correct when, from behind me, Millie walked out of the trees and walked up to me with a wary expression on her face a few minutes later. I raised a brow at her and looked away. "Shall I tell the others to come, Luna?" she asked me. I nodded in her direction and then leaned on a tree, not in a talking mood at least, not with her. I had questions, but I would only get them from one person. The others got to us 20 minutes later, not bringing anything with them, which made me suspect they had already loaded their things onto the plane. As soon as they were in my line of sight, I stood from the tree and walked in their direction. "Is the plane ready?" I asked Lucas. He nodded briskly with his eyes cast away from me. "Then let's go." Without another word, he turned and began walking in a different direction. The others followed behind much more slowly. It wasn't until I looked back that I noticed I had the girls on either side of me and the men behind us. I rolled my eyes. If anyone should be protected from my wrath, it would be Zaltan. And even that wouldn't be enough. I looked down and let out a dark chuckle, my dark locks covering the large smirk on my face. I felt the wariness and hesitation in the others as if they were my own emotions, but they said nothing. I was surprised when we walked back into plain sight. There were a few wolves out, even if it was still early, something they hadn't said anything about. Last night, I guess they snuck into the pack, but now I was beginning to realize that it might not be that. The thought just seemed to darken my already black mood. "We're going to take a car out of the pack grounds and go to the closest airport," Lucas murmured, stopping to look at me as if asking if it was all right. "Fine," I responded, faking boredom. He nodded and jogged in front of me, stopping at a black BMW. He pulled out some keys and unlocked the door. I was ready to walk around to hit up front, but when John opened the back door, I looked up at him with narrowed eyes. He just gave me a polite smile in return. Coulter went to sit up front. "Whatever," I mumbled. I almost felt like they thought I would jump out of the passenger seat or something. With Millie and John on each side and Lucas and Coulter up front, the car ride was tense and awkward. It didn't help that I was probably emitting hostility and resentment at them too. I looked out of the window as we drove out of my old pack home, watching the trees as we passed them by. The whole week that I had been inside left me confused. I felt strange and lonely, and I couldn't put my finger on what, but I knew now. The moment Zaltan sank his teeth into my neck, I became a part of his pack, his personal pack. Of course, I still felt attached to my old pack, but not the same way when the wolves of the island surrounded me. I was a little unsure how my life got so complicated. We got to the borders, but instead of pack guards stopping us as they should, a group of wolves opened the gates and let us drive out like nothing, and then closed the gates without a glance. As soon as we were out, 4 large black SUVs surrounded the car, driving in front of and behind us. I sat up and looked around, but no one else in the car even blinked at the cars. What is this? Who is in those cars? I asked. Lucas looked at me through the mirror. More security, he said. How many people are in the cars? I asked with narrowed eyes. He looked back in front of him and then glanced at me before his green eyes flickered back to the road. I was about to ask him again when he answered. Counting all 4 cars together, 20 guards. Even in my state of mind, I was shocked into silence for a few moments. 20? Why so many? I choked out after the shock had let me think again. Who the heck kicks someone to the curb and then gives them 20 guards plus 4? Protection, John said next to me, eyeing the window with his face tensing. I opened my mouth to ask something, but then shut it. I wanted my answers from Zaltan. I could wait for him to explain this whole mess. I sat back into my seat, crossing my arms over my chest. When we began driving out of the forest trail and onto the road, I suddenly got very uncomfortable. It wasn't me though, I knew that. But my skin began to itch on the inside, so maybe it was me. I tried not to fidget, though I wanted to. All I ended up doing was tensing up. The closer we got to civilization, the stranger I felt. It was almost like a growing irritation and fidgety annoyance. What is going on with me? Are these some side effects for being away from Zaltan for so long? It sounded more reasonable. Last time, I ended up throwing up blood. You know what? I would prefer fidgety annoyance over the blood one. I clicked my tongue and shook my head, another thing to add to Zaltan's list of messes. The cars finally stopped at an airport. We went straight to where they kept the planes without being checked up and down. I noted with interest that all the escorts and security we passed were werewolves. They nodded at us and dropped their heads when I passed, which got a few odd stares from humans. It did seem strange, though. Imagine a large group of people all dressed in black moving together without even trying to blend in at the airport. Not suspicious at all. No, not at all. Something was telling me discretion wasn't on these wolves' priorities. I was surrounded from all sides by men and women of various figures who stood as equally frightening. I felt oddly at ease even though I knew some of them had their eyes on me. I just lifted my head, pushing back the uncomfortable, irritating, and bad attitude that was becoming very unstable within me. I could feel it bubbling and ready to pop. When we got down to where they kept the planes, Lucas stopped in front of a large one that was already open with stairs out and began talking rapidly to a man at the top of the stairs. I checked out the wicked-looking plane. Of course, Zaltan had a plane that matched him. The whole plane was painted in glossy black with silver outlines. Heck, the plane door was silver in color, and in neat, large cursive writing it read, ZA line Black Beauty 2 *. Black Beauty 2? I had an incline of hearing that before from somewhere. Luna, all set. Millie nudged me gently, snapping me out of my thoughts. Everyone was looking at me as if asking for permission to enter. I nodded at her and began ascending the stairs after Lucas and Coulter, who seemed to be making sure the coast was clear before relaxing a bit. Everyone else got into the huge plane after me. Entering it, I was surprised to see that, unlike the outside, the inside was decorated with white and silver with spacious rooms, puff chairs, and sturdy white tables. The jerk traveled with taste. I would give him that. Moving with confidence and a bit of my attitude from earlier, I walked over to the left side of the plane and sat by the window, looking out and letting the others leave me be. There was a brief pause on the plane, so I looked over with a serious face and raised a brow at everyone. They looked away and began to get comfortable. I ignored the plane safety talk, buckled in, and waited for takeoff. I wasn't usually this rude to people I had never met, but I really didn't give a hoot at the moment. I had plans, and I was ready to get started. As I looked out of the window, I smiled viciously at the reflection of myself. My dark strands of hair surrounded my usual awkward, flushed skin. My dark brown, almost black eyes stared back at me with purpose. I wasn't blind to the nearly dark halo surrounding me, but I didn't mind it. I felt like it understood my pain and anger. I didn't move when the plane took off, holding my breath and releasing it once the turbulence was over. Thankfully, whatever had bothered me calmed down a lot. Even my wolf, who usually complained about planes, was quiet, sulking in the back of my mind. I would think she was completely sad if it weren't for the way her claws came out every 5 minutes and the feeling of resentment. The plane ride is going to be about 6 hours, Luna, someone standing behind my seat said. I didn't look and just nodded. 6 hours, huh? Well, that would give me enough time to revise my next steps. Whenever one of the guards offered me something, I just shook my head at them or wouldn't even respond, which made them take the hint. I took out my iPod and put my headphones in. If I weren't able to block out the feeling from the curious eyes on me, at least I could try to block out the noise. It was almost as if God knew my mood because Heavy in Your Arms by Florence and the Machine came on. I sat back and closed my eyes, letting the melody and the lyrics float into me and become one until my body became the words and the melody. I felt the music both in my soul and body. I couldn't help but hum it softly as the plane flew, knowing the others could both hear my humming and the lyrics. Annoyingly, something I couldn't turn off or control was sensing the emotions of the wolves near me, so I just turned up the music and focused on the next few hours. Honey, here I come, asterisk. 5 hours and 30 minutes later, I was ready to face Zaltan. Anticipation, curiosity, longing, rage, hurt, betrayal, anger, and a lot more emotions overwhelmed my system, so I had to continuously take a deep breath to calm down. Sitting in one seat for hours and now realizing how close I was made me antsy. I tapped my nails on the armrest impatiently as I looked out the window to gaze at the now familiar deep blue sea, but this wasn't the kind of blue I wanted to see. I wanted to see the electric blue eyes that pushed me away and left anger lingering in my body. That man's actions confused me to no end. Does he or does he not want me? Why? Why send me to my home only to take me back? Why give me guards? Why? Asterisk. The questions were building up heavily on my head and in my heart. How dare he? How dare he confuse me like this? Asterisk. I shook my head and looked back out the window. This time, I was focusing on my reflection rather than the sea below. An angry woman with narrowed eyes stared back at me, but something was off. I didn't know if it was the way the corner of her lips lifted at one side that left a wicked smirk in place, or the melted silver eyes that seemed to glint with malicious promise, but I liked what I saw. Something was rising in me at the thought of revenge, being played and disrespected. Am I just a chewing toy for him? A toy he can toss around and call back, asterisk. I felt used once more. It repulsed me to even consider that I was a sweetening chip from the gods to calm Zaltan. It completely shattered and disarmed me to even think that he saw me as a bargaining chip. Not an equal. My claws had come out and were impaled into the armrest, digging into the fluff. I didn't care as my rage and hurt grew. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout so loud that my throat burned and hurt. I wanted to laugh until my energy would leave me and tears would take place. I tried to get rid of the darkness that seemed to be clinging to me, calling pain home. But I didn't because I was strong. I wouldn't let these emotions take over me. I took a deep breath, letting the air rush to my head. Mate star. I chuckled at the one word that had so much meaning and so much power. I was aware of the fact that I was scaring the guards with my random bursts of little chuckles and smiles, but who were they to judge? As the minutes ticked by and the tension in the plane grew, my devious smile did as well, including my grin that was now as large as the cats from Alice in Wonderland. When the plane finally landed, and we all unbuckled, the tension in the room grew even more as a presence I had never felt before became known to me. I could feel it. I could feel his power, his radiance, his will over others, his presence, and his warmth. His side of the bond. I could feel him. Asterisk. I closed my eyes, and for a brief moment in time, I savored those feelings before closing myself completely and putting on my mask. The grin fell from my face as a cold and indifferent look replaced it. Let's see how he would like this. Asterisk. When the door opened, I didn't come out first. Instead, I let the others go before me. They gave me wry glances, but with a careless gesture, I pushed them forward until I was the last one left. With one last breath, I walked out and onto the stairs. I didn't look at him. No, that would be too easy. I went down with my eyes on my feet, making sure I didn't fall, and then looked up. I almost gasped at the sight of him. Memory did no justice compared to the real man, no, God in front of me. Jet black hair that I knew was as soft as silk. Mysterious electric blue eyes that held so many secrets and silent words gazed at me with breathless intensity. Plump lips that kissed with passion and fever were parted. A face with angled beauty and yet masculine, strong, and fierce features. What a god he was. My mate as well. Who was in big trouble? I wouldn't be dazzled by his beauty, not with the way he made me feel. I knew what I had to do, and I knew that I had to do it, not only for me but to show him the error of his ways. My mask didn't break on the outside, but it did crack on the inside. We glanced at each other for less than what could be a second, and then began walking toward each other. Everyone around us was statues, and had they been anything else, I doubt I would have noticed. When we were mere inches apart, we stopped. He looked down at me with an incomprehensible expression. His lips parted to breath out one word. Viva. My name. How pretty it sounded coming out of his mouth. My eyes gazed at him blankly as images of the last time I saw him flashed, his words and the previous week shaking the control I had over my anger. Why? I asked him with my voice ringing out clearly for once, loud and cold. His brows came together. I had to, he said softly. His hand was coming up to stroke my face, but with one hand, I blocked it from actually touching me, the contact sending a shock through my system. He looked hurt, but he understood, dropping his arm and standing stiffly with his eyes looking longingly at me. You have no right, asterisk, I said to myself. You're the Lupus Deus. You don't have to do anything, I pointed out harshly. My tone came out as animalistic as the raging emotions in me. You were in danger. I had to act fast and protect you and your family. I couldn't have you here until it was safe, he explained with his voice hardening along with his face. His words almost distracted me. No, I needed him calm, asterisk. Taking more self-control than I knew I had, I reached up and put my hand on his chest right on his heart. He tensed and then began relaxing again. I softened my facial features so his guard backed down. I let him reach out to touch my face, allowing him and me to enjoy this small heaven. I've missed you, my little cloud, he whispered softly, only for me to hear. He leaned down closer to me, his scent filling my senses. I trailed my hand up to cup his face, doing the same with the other. I pulled his face down closer to mine until our lips were a breath apart, getting up on the tips of my toes. I gazed into his eyes and replied in the same low murmur. And I've missed you as well. I brought our lips together and let him lead us into a soft kiss, which quickly began to turn into much more. I kissed him back with equal energy. I pulled back before we ran out of air and caressed his face with my thumbs. He closed his eyes and leaned into my touch as my mask came back on. But I'm sick of your stuff. Before he could open his eyes, I snapped his head to the side, breaking his neck. Zaltan dropped to my feet like a boulder, hitting his head harshly on the ground. I flinched and sighed. Oh well, the damage was already done. Nowhere to go but forward now. Questions would wait a few moments longer. Gasps and shock range around me. I looked up with a bit of a smirk. Oh shoot. Algebra gasped a few feet from me. His eyes widened at the slumped man at my feet. I narrowed my eyes at him. I then looked to the black Dodge Challenger behind him, turning to look at the pale-faced and bug-eyed Lucas and John. You too, put him in the car, I told them. They came forward slowly and sluggishly. But you killed him, John exclaimed with horror. I rolled my eyes. He's not dead. Immortal, remember? Besides, had I really killed him, don't you think your mind link would have broke and your wolf would have probably even gone a bit wild? With the tip of my foot, I nudged Zaltan's shoulder and pushed him to roll over, face up. A bit of his shirt lifted over his abdomen, causing a sudden hunger to come over me. I forced it back before it could become more. The others could also see the steady rise and fall of his chest. It was like he was sleeping, just a bit unwillingly and dead, but still sleeping. Man, will he be upset when he wakes up asterisk? I had to work fast, because I wasn't exactly sure how fast he could heal from a broken neck. They hesitantly walked over to him. At first, I thought they would be enough to pick him up, but when it became evident that they couldn't, 2 other buff men came over to help. Even then seemed like a struggle. I wasn't very comfortable with them touching him, but I couldn't help. I decided that after knocking out Zaltan, it would be best that I didn't touch him, just in case my touch might bring him back. Something told me it would, besides, better safe than sorry. I turned back to Algebra, who seemed to be trying to sneak away by backing up. Come here, I said to him. Just by looking at the expression on his face, I could tell he was going to run for it. He would not ruin my plans. Algebra, come here. No, I demanded, filling my words with power. He scowled at me, his green cat-like eyes narrowing in slits. He made his way robotically with displeasure, but with a bit of respect in his face. Alberticus. Say it with me. Albericus. Alberticus, he said slowly, stopping in front of me. Yeah. Albert help us and whatever. Listen. I have something to ask you, I said. He looked at me skeptically before his eyes went over my shoulder. He shook his head and sighed. Oh, for the love of everything holy, give him to me. He walked over to the struggling guys and took Zaltan's side, wrapping a hand under his waist and throwing Zaltan's arm over his own shoulder to keep him upright. The 2 other strange guards backed up as John and Lucas took up the other side. Darn. How heavy is Zaltan? I followed them as they made their way to the car. John opened the car door before they laid my brood out well. They stuffed him in the back seat awkwardly, but he still looked semi-relaxed. He looked calm. They closed the door, and with an odd look, I went back to the gaping and whispering guards who were now looking at me with a new expression. I told Algebra to get into the car and drive me back to the house, Zaltan and I had stayed, but first. As his beta, I'm sure you know how much of a beast Zaltan is, right? I asked, turning to look at him. He glanced at me and then nodded. I smiled. So I'm guessing, at some point, you 2 figured out a way to keep him down if he ever goes on a rampage, right? I said sweetly. He nodded after a pause. And what do you use? I asked innocently. He pursed his lips and shook his head. Tell me, I demanded harshly, my face an annoyed skull. Shots. Oh, I said, disappointed. I didn't want him drugged. That's the last thing I would like. Then an idea came to mind. Stop by the pack house for a sec. He frowned at me but did so. Stopping at the pack house, I got out and left a bewildered beta, and the car door opened as I ran up. When I got back in the car, Algebra eyed me. What's that? He asked. Improvisation, I said blankly. I knew he was in trouble. He muttered under his breath, and I gave him an evil look. Algebra drove to the beautiful house that was surprisingly open, muttering to himself the whole time about how I should be helping him. I just rolled my eyes at him and pushed the doors open. Lay him on the bed, face up, I stated. Oh sure, no problem. Do you want me to undress the god whose neck you snapped as well? He said sarcastically. I made a face at him. I don't know. Do you want to? He gave me a gesture. Okay, you can leave. Thanks, I said, standing at the end of the bed and looking down at my very much unconscious mate. Algebra surprised me when he hesitated. Are you sure? He's gonna be upset beyond belief when he wakes up. I should stay. No, it is fine. Thanks though. With one disapproving, worried yet amused look, he went out the door. I carefully undid Zaltan's boots, making sure not to touch him too much. When that was done, I moved on to the trickier part of my plan. My heart beat loudly as I carefully moved around him. When I was done, I let out a relieved breath. Now all I had to do was wait, Or I could have fun with this. I smiled. Removing my shoes and carry-on bag, I gently climbed onto the bed. When he didn't stir, I smiled to myself and carefully threw a leg over him until I was straddling him. Then I carefully lowered my top half onto him. Bingo, asterisk. He began to lift his head slowly and move it side to side until a pop could be heard. He groaned immediately afterwards, making me tighten my legs together. This must have made him realize I was on top of him because with a few flutters, his eyes snapped open. Furious black eyes met mine. Boy, is he angry? Asterisk, I smiled down sweetly at him. Doesn't this bring back memories? I asked him, trailing down the side of his face with my nose. He hissed at me and I giggled. Rolling off of him as soon as I felt movement, I stood back up and walked to the edge of the bed to look at him with dark glee. He slowly sat up and brought his hands to cup the back of his neck, but stopped very quickly. His face grew angrier. What the heck is this? What is this nonsense? He growled out at me, grabbing hold of the chains that hung from his wrists. Props, I answered. What the heck is that supposed to mean? He snapped, throwing his legs over the bed and standing stiffly on his legs. He stayed still by the bed, glaring down at me. I lifted my head at him. Never mind that. Now, do you want to explain to me why the heck you almost killed my dad and then shipped us off? Or why did you make me forget? What the heck is going on? I asked with a demanding tone in my voice. First of all, I wasn't going to really kill him. I would never hurt you like that. I snorted at his answer. But you would ship me off without telling me why or anything right then and there, right? He glared at me but continued. I bared my teeth at him in annoyance. It was never my intention to hurt you, but if I had to choose between that or your safety, without a doubt. There you go again. Always making decisions without consulting me. We're supposed to be in this together, not one but two people for good and bad moments. It wasn't your call to make on whether I stayed or not. It was mine. I threw my hands up in exasperation, taking steps toward him and poking his chest with my finger to emphasize my last words. He stared down at me with pitch-black eyes. His nose flared as he breathed heavily. I realized how close we were, and before anything would happen, I quickly backed up. A serious expression took place. No contact. There was a leak of information about you. When I was dressing that day to meet your parents, Alberticus informed me that a pack member did it for revenge against us. He spoke softly. His eyes moved away from me to look over my shoulder. I tensed at the news. So, that's what this was about? Someone shared information about me, but what type? Medical records? Who? What type of information? Who? And to whom? I asked, my brows coming together. The girl that tripped you in the field, whose neck I snapped, apparently met her mate earlier that day. He wasn't too happy about me killing her. He didn't get much information on you, but just with him telling anyone that you were my mate put you in danger. We just learned of that. We weren't sure who or where the person was, so I had to get you away from me in case the first place they would look was here. The island had been attacked before. If you went back to your pack, then no one would question someone they've known their whole lives. I knew you wouldn't go without a fight, so I thought that if I erased your memories, you'd stay away. Although it would make you hate me and stay away from me once you recalled everything. His confession left me speechless for a moment as it was a lot to take in. I dropped my head, letting my hair cover my face from him. I could feel his gaze on me. The girl he killed in the clearing? Her mate wanted revenge and had told someone I was the great Lupus Deus's mate? So, Zaltan hadn't been playing with me after all. He just wanted to keep me safe. The insecure part of me exhaled in relief after hearing what he said, but that still didn't excuse the way he did things. The fact is that if I let this slide like everything else, he will do it all over again. I lifted my head and pursed my lips at him. His eyes widened a bit as if surprised I didn't say, "Oh, my hero." Nope, not here. That still isn't an excuse for your previous actions. He glared at me and opened his mouth to probably start yelling, but I stopped him. Shut up. I didn't stop to dwell on my surprise at the fact that his mouth began shutting, eyes still furious. Now, I'm going to teach your old rear, he growled, but I ignored him, something all your years apparently haven't seemed to grasp yet. The definition of a relationship is equal to partners. As you can tell, I'm also going to get even with you for all the stuff you pulled on me. Starting with the forced unconsciousness, then with waking up with someone over you, and as you can tell, being chained. Slowly, the jerk began to grin at me. You do realize I can break out of these anytime, right? He said, cocky like he defeated some great plan, which he did. I grinned back at him. Oh, I know that, but do you want to know something else? He stayed silent, eyeing me now with caution. His guard wouldn't be dropping around me anytime soon, so he sat back down on the bed. Exhaustion was clear on his face. I felt a pinch of worry bubbled through his facade. You won't break out of these chains. You won't break out of them because I'm asking you not to and because you owe it to me. If you truly meant all that mate nonsense you told me, then by doing all of this, you might get a chance at getting back on my good side. I don't know about you, but I've been single my whole life and right now it's not looking so bad. His eyes lightened to his familiar blue as shock and comprehension made way to his face. He sat still and thought for a long time. After a few moments, he spoke with a rough voice. Is that what you want? He asked. His expression was that of someone thinking very hard about something that was yet to come. I crossed my arms over my chest and looked down at him, not saying anything. Fine. I'll play along, he gritted out, leaning back against the bed to glare at me. Welcome to my version of couple therapy. So this is it, huh? You know I expected you to be angry and everything, but I never in a million years thought you'd kill me. You're talking and breathing, aren't you? So, I never really killed you. I just put you in an unwilling, unconscious form of sleep, or at least, that's how I like to think about it. So, you're just going to leave me here chained up until you feel better, he asked with his eyes steady at me, calculating and alert. I shook my head and laughed sarcastically. Oh no, that wouldn't do us very well if I just left you here. Nope. What this is going to do is teach you how to communicate with me and make you learn some self-control over your actions. As you put it, you can break out of those chains anytime, but you have two choices. First, break out and continue your road to loneliness, because I refuse to be with someone who keeps things from me, commands, and constantly steps over to control me. That's not how a relationship works. The second is that you can stay here and show me that I can actually trust you and learn something out of this. I know it's a bit ironic how I'm going about it, but I'm sure you get the point. Unlike you, I give choices, so the choice is up to you, I said, challenging him with my eyes. He lifted his chin high and looked me straight in the eyes. As he responded, his face became intense and determined. You know I'll stay here if that's what you wish. His answer made me chuckle. Why don't I believe you? His jaw visibly clenched. You can, he said roughly but earnestly. I guess you'll just have to prove it to me then, won't you? He nodded briskly at me. I guess I will. And when I win you back, I'll... Let's not get ahead of ourselves, I said, holding my hands up. He smirked devilishly at me and stayed quiet, something about the glint in his eyes throwing me off. What was he going to say? Oh well, too late to know now. I nodded at him, studying him in silence and him, me. I noted how tired he looked, exhausted even, but the aura he gave off didn't change a bit. Power and an animalistic feeling were still coming off of him. After deciding to give him time to rest, I grabbed my bag and shoes and began walking to the door. Immediately, I heard him stand from the bed. Where are you going? Come back, Zaltan said behind me. I turned around and smirked wickedly at him. Careful there. Sounds like it might just break. He froze with his hands outstretched and looked down at his chains with clear distaste and annoyance, but didn't go any further. Where are you going? You just got here, he demanded. Anger was making his skin flush. Out, I said casually, riling him up. I was going to be doing that a lot. Where is out? With who? Where? He gritted out, hands clenching into tight fists. Where is out? Out is outside. With who? People. Where? Somewhere, I answered coyly. He growled at me and took a step forward, but stopped and cursed when a creaking sound was heard from where I attached the chains. Viva. Zaltan, I responded with the same tone, mirroring his expression playfully and mockingly. You can't leave me here alone, he said as if it would stop me. Oh, really? Because what I could recall, you had no problem leaving me chained up and alone in your room. I snapped at him. He began running his hands through his hair, the look on his face becoming a bit desperate. What about when I'm bored? You have a mind link to every werewolf in the world. Be creative. But here, I walked around him and then back, handing him the laptop he gave me when he left me in his room. He took hold of it stiffly. Entertain yourself. I smiled victoriously and walked out of the room. Viva, he roared out. With a large smile, I walked downstairs and out the front door, ignoring his infuriated growls. Now for step 3. Oh, this is going to be fun, I muttered under my breath, whistling to myself in malicious happiness.
Introductory Author Insight. Welcome to the final chapter of Book 1. We started this journey with a terrified girl running from a myth. We ended with a queen holding that same myth on a leash. Viva has transformed from a pawn into a player, and Zaltan has transformed from a tyrant into a partner, albeit a chained one. But don't get comfortable. The sweet moments in this chapter, the cooking, the jokes, the banter, are the calm eye of the hurricane. Viva's body is breaking down, her new form is emerging, and the war Zaltan warned us about is waiting in the wings. This isn't just a happy ending, it is the deep breath before the plunge.
Chapter 22, last chapter in Book 1. You're killing me. I can't breathe. Oh my goodness, my baby. Hanaya wheezed out, breathless. I rolled my eyes at her overly dramatic laughter, but let a few chuckles escape while popping another grape into my mouth as I watched my friend gasp for breath. Oh goodness, I can't believe you left him chained, she said in between laughter, in the room all alone at home with a computer for company. Oh my goodness. Beyoncé may be Queen V, Zaltan may be a god, but you're my role model. All hail Queen V. She began making small bowing motions by raising and dropping her hand. Queen V. I questioned her with a raised brow. I shifted a bit, crossing my legs on the footstool with her. Queen Vengeance. She smirked at me. I threw my head back and laughed. Nice. I clapped with glee. Thanks. Man, I missed you while you were gone, and since you took my brother with you, I had no one else but Marcus to bother, and made him decorate the baby's room like 5 times, she confessed softly. My smile dropped a bit. I didn't want to dampen my mood that had finally lightened with Hanaya. She was probably the only person I wasn't angry at. So, how is Marcus? I asked. She averted her eyes and plucked a grape, chewing slowly. I narrowed my eyes at her innocent look. Hanaya, where's Marcus? I asked, amused. What had she done to the poor guy? Buying a new can of paint, so he can remodel the room again, she said sheepishly before she laughed while I threw a grape at her. You are horrible. Poor Marcus. I threw another grape at her, which she caught with her mouth. Hey, I torture my mate. You torture yours. Her laughter flowed through the house, and I shook my head at her. The TV suddenly got a bit louder when a certain commercial about medicines came on, making us look at it. I laughed, causing Hanaya to eye me. What? These make me laugh, I confessed. Why? She asked, surprised. I cleared my throat and sat up straighter, faking a serious and pleased look on my face. Helps you control your problem. Side effects include loss of feeling, depression, weight loss, numbing of the limbs, active allergies, dizziness, fatigue, muscle spasms, and headaches. If you are pregnant or planning to be, ask your doctor before taking the said medicine. If you are middle-aged or elderly, do not take, under or over 18, ask your doctor. Possible mood swings, heat strokes, and even death may occur. If any do happen, please do tell your doctor. I ended up laughing at the end, with Hanaya joining me. As if you can tell your doctor after you die. Hanaya wheezed out. They really should just call it what it is. Death in a bottle. I laughed out, bending over. After a long period of laughter, we sighed and talked a bit more. So, what are you gonna do next? She asked, leaning her head on her hand and turning to look at me. I put the plate of grapes back on her table and stood in front of her with my hands on my hips and a smile on my face. Hanaya sat up and eyed me. What? Well, I didn't just come here to say hi. I actually need a hand in the near future, I asked a bit slowly. She became excited, dancing mischievously in her baby blue eyes. She clapped her hands and began bounding on the couch. Okay. I'm in. What do you need? She asked. I smiled. It was around 3 in the afternoon when I walked into the house. I closed the door and listened for a moment. When I heard nothing, I made my way upstairs and stood at the doorway to our room. Zaltan was bundled under the bed with his large frame huddled together. His breathing was deep and even. I stared at him for a moment and went down the hall to a room 2 doors down. I most definitely would not be staying with him, and I could almost hear him arguing when he found out. I would still need to get my things from the room, though. I really didn't want to go in while he's sleeping because knowing him, he'd end up scaring me with his super senses and caging me in his arms. I dropped the bags in the guest closet. I could handle them later. Going back, I decided to cook something to eat. Luckily, all the food in this house was good. For some reason, I thought that with me being gone, Zaltan would somehow mess the beautiful house up. I decided on something easy and fast, as it was probably the only thing I knew, because other than that, I was useless in the kitchen. I knew Zaltan cooked, and since I couldn't, I wasn't too happy about living off cereal. I was considering giving him free rein in the kitchen, and only the kitchen. I'd have to think it through, though. How long could I survive on cereal? I began cooking spaghetti with garlic bread. Gotta love it. While I was cooking, I gazed out of the kitchen window, not really seeing but thinking. I sighed and continued to cook. Minutes later, I heard Zaltan stirring and then grumbling. "Viva," he shouted out. There was no use in ignoring him since he could probably both hear and smell me and the food. "What?" I shouted back with a smile on my face as I heard him stand and go as far as his chains allowed him, then curse. How does it feel to be limited and caged? Somehow, knowing I had Zaltan right where I wanted him took a lot of my resentment and anger away. By no means was I even thinking of forgiving him, but it did mean that I felt amused knowing he'd be going through what I went through, and a bit more. "Viva," he yelled again, and I rolled my eyes. "What?" I repeated. "Come up here." "Nah," he responded with a growl, and I laughed. After finishing in the kitchen, I made 2 plates and put them on trays. Why were there trays here? I didn't know. I put 2 cups of water on them and carried them skillfully upstairs to an unhappy and very much awake Zaltan. Pushing the rest of the door open with my hip, I walked in. His eyes flickered between me and the food suspiciously. I rolled my eyes at him as I set the plate down next to the bed. I took my plate before sitting on the small couch. He picked up the plate and fork and poked the food. You know, to the person who cooked it, that's pretty darn offensive. And no, I didn't poison it. Where the heck am I supposed to buy poison anyway? I'm sure they don't just sell that stuff at the dollar store, I said before I began eating, watching him. After watching me for a few seconds, he sighed and began eating the food. It made me stop to look at him, cocking my head to the side. He was eating like a madman or a really hungry one. Looking at him devour his food, I knew he'd want more, so I set my plate down next to me and stood. His head snapped up to look at me with alert and worried eyes. I said nothing as I went down to fetch him another plate and fill it just in case. Ugh, this will be a pain to wash. As I entered, I knew I was right to get more when I saw he had cleaned the plate and was currently looking at mine. I handed him the other plate and set the extra on the nightstand with his water. Thanks, he managed to say between mouthfuls. I nodded. He was being oddly quiet and non-Zaltan why. When we both finished, he drank his glass and set it down on the floor. He sat crisscross on the bed, looking at me with a fixed look on his face. On to business, I crossed my legs. So, how was your day? I asked politely, blinking innocently at him. It's been fine. Thanks for asking, he responded dryly. I nodded at him. I see you took a nap. That's good, I said while he stared at me. I could guess what was going through his head. What's with the small talk? He asked with suspicion in his tone, shrugging. I leaned back against the couch. Did you use the computer? He nodded slowly. What for? Work. Your mind link. I asked again. Yes, work-related as well. What's that supposed to mean? Work-related, I specified when he looked momentarily confused. That I used both for my work, he said slowly as if stating the obvious. I controlled the urge to roll my eyes. Yes, but what do you do? You're a god, so what type of work does that enlist? I asked, shaking my crossed foot a bit. He studied my face and skimmed his eyes down my body. I resisted the shiver that wanted to take place. What is this? An interrogation, he asked, amused. I shook my head with a small smile on my face. Nope. I'm calling this official day one of couples therapy, which is focused on you. Welcome to Zaltan 101. I smirked at the end. He smirked back at me with his hand coming to rub at his jaw. I noted that he was slowly beginning to grow a bit of hair, barely noticeable. Oh, baby, if you want to know me, I have an idea of where we can start, he said huskily. His eyes were going darker into midnight blue. Oh, I'm sure you do. Too bad. I'm not too impressed with what I do now. So just answer the question, will you? I said, pointing a finger at him. His expression dropped and became a disturbing, dark expression. He looked down, causing his hair to fall over his forehead and cover his eyes. His dark locks were partly hiding his expression. When he looked back up, he had a bothersome grin on his face with his pearly whites showing. Unease grew in me, but I shouldn't be intimidated. I couldn't. His head was slightly lifted up, but also turned at an angle. He looked a bit unstable, to be honest. So you don't like me then? He said calmly, but I detected the edge within it. The question actually took me by surprise. I didn't expect that to come out of his mouth. That's not what I said or meant, I said quickly, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding. He immediately lifted his head with his grin dropping, and his blue eyes looking a bit lost and relieved. Oh, holy cow, why is my heart pounding? It took me a second. After a few blinks and a clearing of my throat, I spoke again. It just means that you've shown me both positive and negative sides of you, more so the latter. I just want to get to know you better. Since you went through my head without my permission, I'm sort of left with the good old-fashioned way of asking a person, the straightforward route, I explained, trying to lighten the mood. He looked back down and began to softly run his fingers on top of the unmade bed cover. I watched him closely. When he said nothing, I spoke again, needing to push this further for this steep to work in the future. Of course. Unlike you, I won't be able to tell if you're honest or not, I said coolly. He looked up with a hurt yet fierce expression, his eyes narrowing at me. I will always be honest with you, he spoke seriously. Will you? I raised a brow. I am. Starting now? I asked, uncrossing my legs and leaning in. He seemed to grasp what I said and stayed silent, struggling in a mental battle. His brows were furrowed, and his gaze was calculating. After a moment, he dropped his head, hiding whatever expression he had. Even if it hurts me? Even if I don't like it and probably don't want to hear it? I pushed on. I stood up and then walked up to him on the bed, making sure not to get too close. He didn't lift his head for a moment, and just when I thought he wouldn't answer, he lifted his head and said, yes. I give you my word that I will be honest with you from this point forward even when you don't want me to be, he said with his blue eyes glowing with something I had never seen him with before. Respect.
Author's insight. In my opinion, this moment is more important than any battle scene. Zaltan, a being who has ruled through fear for centuries, finally understands that he cannot command love. By agreeing to brutal honesty, he isn't surrendering his power, he is investing it in her. This is the first time he treats Viva not as a possession, but as a partner.
I looked down into his unblinking eyes for a moment, seeing the way he gazed back up, worried, vulnerable, and most of all, open. I gave him a small smile. It seemed Zaltan was a fast learner. Okay, I said, walking around him to collect the plate and cup. Okay, he repeated, confused. I went into the closet and grabbed my PJs as fast as possible to change my clothes and threw them over my shoulder. Walking back out, I saw him sitting on the bed. When I walked out, he stood up from the bed. Okay, that's it? No questions? I didn't even answer the one you gave me on my work, he said, sounding confused and annoyed. Yep, I said, walking in front of him and picking up his glass and then going for my plates. When I turned back around, he was as far as the chains would allow him, making sure it wouldn't snap. His eyes were on the clothes over my shoulders. That's my cue to go. What's with the clothes? You're going to come back and change anyway. Just leave them here, he said with a hint of a soft, but slightly panicked order from him. I backed up to the door, and when I stood in the hallway, I turned to smirk. Enjoy the bed, babe. I'll be enjoying 2 doors down. Good night. I shut the door with my hip and saw his eyes go black. Viva, come back here. We're not done talking, he yelled out. Yes, we are, I muttered, knowing he could hear me very well. He was just being dramatic by shouting. Come back up here. I'll answer anything you want. I smirked and placed the plates and glasses in the sink. I rolled up my sleeves, placing both hands on either side of the sink. I looked up. No thanks. I'm no longer interested. With a flick of my wrist, I turned the water on, letting the sound of rushing water out. I heard a crunch upstairs. Welcome to Viva 101. After washing and drying, I quickly ran upstairs, turning off the lights I passed. I ignored the booming Zaltan and went into the guest bedroom. I left the door wide open and made sure to check for any squeaky floorboards. None. Good. I whipped out my phone and set the alarm for a few hours. Changing into my PJs, I sat on my bed and tried not to sleep, knowing that if I did, I would end up hitting snooze and not get up. I need to do this to complete the last part of this steep, as much as I hate waking up in the middle of the night. It took Zaltan about 28 minutes and 43 seconds to realize that no amount of shouting would get me to respond to him, so he began to make whining noises. At first, I couldn't tell what they were because I honestly never thought he'd make them. It took me off guard completely. I even got to the door before I stopped myself, reining in my wolf who was pushing to comfort my mate. After 7 minutes and 10 seconds of this whining and groaning, he began to growl. I rolled my eyes at this and resisted the urge to laugh at his mood swings. I could most definitely tell who was in the lead of what he must have labeled Operation Get Viva into bed with me. I was impressed. If his wolf, beast, was mostly in control and he hadn't ripped the chains off, then that meant he was respecting my wishes, which was not something I had taken into consideration but should have. When 12 o'clock hit, Zaltan went around and finally lay down. He made his distaste of sleeping alone very clear to me before his breaths evened out, but I knew he'd be a light sleeper tonight, knowing I wouldn't be with him in the same room. It was basic mating 101. Gosh, I'm using 101 as an excuse to label stuff. I lay still while counting down the minutes. When I felt my alarm was close, I reached for it and checked the time, 2:08 a.m. Good. Before it went off at 2:10 a.m., I turned it off as quietly as possible and rolled out of bed near the window. It was completely dark and lonely outside. The house was surrounded by what I was guessing was its own gate warding off snooping wolves, but other than that, I didn't know if Zaltan had any guards on duty. Time to see. Tiptoeing out of my room and past Zaltan's was easier said than done. For one, I knew he was in the room. That alone made my heart race. Sneaking out of the house just made it all the more exciting as adrenaline rushed through my system, making every little sound my enemy and every little movement a barrier. I somehow made it downstairs before Zaltan's heartbeat suddenly took off. I heard him spring silently to his feet before standing still and then seemingly relaxing. Viva. For the first time since, well, the first time, Zaltan was using the mind link. Yes, I answered. What are you doing? He spoke quickly as his emotions strongly shone through the bond, almost knocking me over. Hysterical panic and alarm rang through to me. Nothing. Go to sleep. Like heck I will when my mate is leaving in the middle of the night. He roared mentally, and I grimaced. I'm not leaving. I'm just going out for a moment. I began making my way to the door. His heart rate picked up to the point of worrying me a bit. Calm down, Viva. Knowing Zaltan couldn't die really took a lot of stress off of me. Viva, wait. Let me go with you. He spoke hurriedly. I heard the faint sound of metal bending and narrowed my eyes upstairs, as if actually glaring at him. Not needed. I'll be back soon. I waited with a bit of anticipation for his response. But trust me that I will be able to take care of myself, especially in our backyard, I said, softening my tone to persuade him a little. Taking silence as his answer, I walked over to the door and walked out, shutting it quietly. When I stood in the front yard, I sighed and looked up at the glowing moon that seemed to be considerably brighter tonight. I took a few steps away from the house and walked around to the back, passing by the large pool. When I was a safe distance away, I focused on bringing my wolf forward. I blinked a bit as it became hard to focus on finding her in me, but I could still see her. She was waiting for me to reach for her. Weird. I took in a deep breath. A moment later, I began to shift after giving control over to her. The back of my head exploded in a brief moment of pain, and then it was gone. I thought my eyesight went red for a moment. I shook my wolf's head out to shake out the odd feeling my body was having. How long has it been since I shifted? Too long, I guess. I began at a steady pace into the trees and around, exploring how far the yard was. It was pretty darn far. We would give an amusement park a run for its money. Why did Zaltan need so much running room? Never mind. I knew getting up in the middle of the night to go for a run was shady even under the best circumstances, but I had to do it for 2 reasons. First, because I had to let my wolf out for a run. Second, Zaltan was protective, and I understood that to a certain extent. He had enemies as a god, but his overprotectiveness sometimes made me feel as if he thought he had to protect me from me. I did not doubt that if I were ever in any danger, I'd let him take charge, but it would be easier if he could see that I had a mind of my own. Perhaps running at night wasn't the best way to go about it, but if I could go for a late-night jog, then maybe he'd relax a bit. I felt like I had been running for a long time. Zaltan's worry was beginning to drive me crazy, so I decided to go back. Stopping in front of the porch, I began to change back, but something was wrong. Usually, when I changed back, it was a painless and quick process where, if you blinked, you would miss it. But as the process finished, I suddenly became very much aware of the glow around my body, only because it was dimming as if clouds above were passing. A hot and pounding pain exploded in the back of my head. I snapped my eyes open as a tint of fury red and oranges covered everything in my sight, making me gasp. As the transformation finished, my left wrist suddenly snapped at an unfamiliar angle. I let out a choked scream but clamped my lips shut. I held my breath, letting both the burning need in my lungs and the need to scream to try and overcome the pain from my wrist, which I cradled to my chest. I faintly made out the sound of something snapping as I dropped to the ground from shock at the sudden pain. I took in a shaky breath as my hand and forearm began to throb and yet go numb at the same time. I couldn't tell which it was. The front door suddenly slammed open, but I didn't look up. I was too busy grunting from shock and pain. I had never broken a bone before the first shift, and certainly not after shifting back years later. A shadow loomed over me and then lowered down to my level. A large pale hand reached out toward my injured hand, making me bare and snap my teeth at it. Shoo, it's all right. Let me take a look, Viva. Zaltan's soothing voice called out to me. I looked up at him slowly. His blue eyes glowed and contrasted against his softly colored skin. His lips were parted and turned down at the corners. Under the moonlight, his jet black locks that were tossed all over his head seemed to have silvery outlines. His hand reached out to me with caution and care. Looking at his hand, I noticed the shackles were still there, along with their chains, hanging long and uneven from his wrists. I glared at him. It was dumb, but it took my mind off the pain even just for a moment. You broke out, I accused through clenched teeth. His worried features grew annoyed. Give me your hand, Viva, he said harshly. Hesitantly giving him my injured wrist, he took hold of it gently. His face may have been hard and harsh, but his touch was comforting. His fingers began to glow a startling white that slowly started to make my hand glow. From our bond, I felt an odd pulling sensation like something within me was being called out. The feeling alone made me take in a breath. Slowly, a warm sensation came over me, not just in my wrist, but in the lower half of my body. My lower muscles tightened, making me clench my legs together. My face flushed at the intense feeling. Zaltan was looking completely focused on the task he was on. My wrist began hurting less and lesser, but suddenly snapped back. I flinched, expecting pain, but when none came, I looked at it curiously. As soon as he pulled his hand away from me, the glow ceased, and so did the feeling that his hand brought. We were both breathing heavily. What was that? I asked him, looking at my wrist and moving it. It didn't hurt that much now. It was like I just spent 2 hours straight writing an English essay. He pulled away a bit and sighed, closing his eyes and rolling his neck from side to side. When he opened them, his bright blue eyes were back. He took hold of my hand and seemed to be pleased with his examination. Worrying it would somehow magically snap again, I brought it protectively to my chest. You have around 3 to 4 days before your new form is completely ready to come out for a shift. I'm guessing your hand breaking had to do with that. Your body is going through a change to make more room for your other form, so to speak, that can sometimes trigger a false change. As he spoke, I felt the blood drain from my face. 3 to 4? You guess? What do you mean you guess it had to do with my shifting? You're the one who darn bit me. You can't go telling me you're guessing all of a sudden. I snapped at him. Yes, 3 to 4. I said I guess because, unlike you, I don't have a wolf, so your transformation will probably end up a tad bit different from mine, he explained, pursing his lips. I glared at him. I didn't feel entirely sure I wanted to even think about this. The fact that something odd happened in the middle of the night made it safe to say we should put a pause on things and head back inside. Speaking of inside, you broke out, I said, repeating my sentence from earlier. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you serious right now? You break a bloody bone, and all you care about is me breaking out of these things to see if you're alright. He scowled down at me. Yes, I'm serious as well as stubborn. You broke out of your chains and left the house. He rolled his eyes and spoke with a weary tone, looking at me. Technically, I'm still chained, and since I am standing on the last step of the porch, I'm still home. See? He lifted a chained hand and then pointed to the step he was on. True to his word, he was on the last step and chained. The smug jerk was grinning a bit. Fine. Get inside and don't leave then. His eyes narrowed on me and to my cradled hand, and then back to my face. Hey, please put me down. I broke my wrist, not my legs. I yelled when he suddenly picked me up and began carrying me bridal style into the house. At first, I started thrashing, but it was taking too much energy, and I didn't necessarily feel like being dropped. Don't care, he mumbled out, carrying me upstairs. When he made a turn to go into our bedroom, I straightened my legs and braced my feet on either side, so he couldn't enter. I shook my head at him, to which he frowned and set me down. I'm sleeping down there. I pointed 2 doors down and began backing up to my room slowly. He took a step, but stopped when I narrowed my eyes at him. He looked down at me astutely. Thank you for the wrist thing, and for not coming out to stop me before that. Good night, I said slowly, and before he could say anything other than good night, I made my way into the room and shut the door. I threw myself on the bed and exhaled, letting today's stress and tiredness wash over me. Zaltan stood in the hall for a good minute before going into the room. I rolled under the bed cover and began to get comfortable when I heard bare feet walking in my direction, and then some shuffling outside my door. My eyes snapped open. He is not. I threw my covers off and walked quietly over to the door and slowly opened it. I looked down, and just like I suspected, Zaltan was on the floor next to my door with a large blanket wrapped around him and 2 pillows under his head. He looked up at me cheekily. I dropped down next to him. What are you doing? Go back to bed, I told him. Sleeping on the floor would probably hurt his back. Nope, he said, popping the pea. I shook my head at him disapprovingly. Why not? Because that bed isn't comfortable without you. No bed is, he said seriously. I opened my mouth, but nothing came back. Idiot. He opened his mouth to say something, but I leaned in and kissed his cheek and stood up all in one. Forget your back then, but don't come crying to me when you need a hip replacement, I said sarcastically, not wanting him to get away with that. He growled at me. I'm still angry at you, I said, closing the door and climbing into bed. I know, he said softly, and you have the right to be. I can see now that I'm a bit of a jerk when it comes to doing things with you. He whispered the last part, almost like he was speaking to himself. I listened, holding my breath from surprise. So, I'm sorry, he said in a breath. Apology not accepted, especially when it comes from a talking door at like 3 in the morning, I said playfully, not knowing what to say. He chuckled. I'm beginning to sense that sarcasm is a defense of yours when you don't know what to say. Good night, Zaltan. Good night, my little cloud. I rolled my eyes at him. It was my only defense. To be continued in Book 2.
End of Book Analysis. And that is the end of Book 1. What a journey. We've seen Viva go from a victim to a queen, and Zaltan go from a myth to a man. The ending perfectly encapsulates their new dynamic. They are separate, but together. Zaltan sleeps outside her door not because he has to, but because he chooses to be near her. However, the real cliffhanger here is Viva's body. Her wrist snapping spontaneously is a sign that her humanity is being violently ejected to make room for the Lycan form. Zaltan calls it a false change, but we know it's the beginning of something much bigger. She isn't just becoming a wolf, she is becoming a weapon for the war to come. Audience engagement questions. The book ends with Zaltan sleeping outside Viva's door like a guard dog. Is this the ultimate sign of devotion, or is he still just trying to control her? Viva's wrist broke just from shifting back. Do you think she will survive the full transformation into a Lycan in Book 2? Now that Book 1 is over, who was your favorite character, the chaotic Hanaya, the loyal Alberticus, or the sassy Queen V? Transition teaser. The first book is done, but the story is far from over. If you want to see Viva embrace her inner goddess and take on the heavens themselves, you need to be ready for Book 2.